Chapter 704. In just an instant, the boundless fist force and sword light clashed. Crackla! The ground split open and a horrific storm engulfed the surroundings. The storm contained extremely chaotic power of law. Countless skeletons were engulfed by the storm and turned into ashes. After executing the fist, the zombie Great Emperor didn't move an inch. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch either. This meant that the duo's attack was evenly matched. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. The zombie Great Emperor's attack power wasn't considered outstanding among the Great Emperors in the Heaven Pillar Continent, but it wasn't at the bottom either. If Li Fuchen was able to exchange a move with the zombie Great Emperor, even if he wasn't a Great Emperor, he wasn't too inferior. On the other hand, Yang Deng and Yang Long weren't that surprised. Li Fuchen was obviously a dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation. There was no need to mention his body refinement strength. If Li Fuchen was able to suppress and kill the white-boned Devil Emperor, it was already enough to prove his body refinement strength. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength wasn't to be underestimated either. On the White Bone Mountain, Li Fuchen relied on his Sword Dao strength to rescue Yang Long and Yang Lo. Back then, Li Fuchen's Qi cultivation was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm. Right now, he was at the third level of Law Phase Realm. The duo wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was inferior to his body refinement strength. Therefore, they weren't surprised that Li Fuchen could exchange a move with the zombie Great Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen could exchange countless moves with the zombie Great Emperor or even defeat him, they would be surprised. After all, there were plenty of peak-class emperors that could exchange a move with a Great Emperor. There were also a few who could exchange multiple moves with a Great Emperor, but it didn't mean that they had the strength of a Great Emperor. The true difference between peak-class emperors and Great Emperors was their overall strength. In certain aspects, peak-class emperors weren't inferior to Great Emperors. Very well, I wonder how many punches you can block. The zombie Great Emperor laughed heartily and blasted punches at Li Fuchen. He, the zombie Great Emperor, relied on defense to dominate the Heaven Pillar Continent, followed by the zombie Divine Fist. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could continue to exchange blows with him. One should know that he had fought with many Great Emperors before. Those Great Emperors were stronger than him in terms of attack power. However, they were the first ones to falter in the end. 10 punches, 100 punches, 500 punches. The two of them were extremely fast. 500 punches only took the time to brew a cup of tea to finish. The zombie emperor's expression gradually turned unsightly from his initial calm. After 500 punches, Li Fuchen wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had suffered a few slashes from Li Fuchen. Had it not been for his tough defense, his head would have been separated from his body. Its defense is indeed strong, Li Fuchen thought to himself. On this side, Li Fuchen and the zombie Great Emperor were evenly matched. On the other side, Yin Qingwu wasn't in a good situation. Yin Qingwu's strength wasn't weak, but as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, she was obviously inferior. If they were to exchange opponents, Yin Qingwu would fight against the zombie Great Emperor, while Li Fuchen would fight against the Skull Great Emperor. The situation might be different. After all, in terms of attack power, the zombie Great Emperor was inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. I have to end this quickly. After withdrawing the Law Phase, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, including the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Skull Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's physical defense was definitely number one in the Heaven Pillar Continent. As of now, no one was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor and would at most suppress him. It was too ridiculous that Li Fuchen was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor in a single slash. Could Li Fuchen's attack power have already surpassed top-class Great Emperors and reached the level of half-saints? No, it is that sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen's eyes landed on the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuchen's hand. The sword was emitting a horrific sword intent, and in the face of the sword intent, even the Heaven and Earth Law had to retreat. Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen took a deep cold breath. The Heaven Pillar continent only had one Heaven-class high-tier weapon, and it was in the hands of the strongest Great Emperor, the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the other Great Emperor's weapons were all Heaven-class mid-tier. Heaven-class high-tier weapons contained extremely powerful laws and intents that were enough to make Heaven and Earth law retreat. As such, who would be able to block it? It was obvious that Li Fuchen was able to break the zombie Great Emperor's defenses because he used the Joint Heaven Sword to weaken the zombie Great Emperor's surface laws and intents. Otherwise, the sharpness of the Joint Heaven Sword wouldn't be able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. Heaven-class high-tier artifact, Sorha. The Skull Great Emperor had a gloomy expression. He knew the power of a Heaven-class high-tier weapon better than anyone else. In fact, if the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor didn't have a Heaven-class high-tier weapon, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior. Such a terrifying sword. The Flying Corpse Emperor felt a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that when Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wasn't that powerful yet, and Li Fuchen was merely using his body refinement strength to fight with him. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into two by Li Fuchen and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Damn it! The zombie Great Emperor was enraged and blasted countless fish shadows at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The translucent sword blades ignored the distance between them and left wounds on the zombie Great Emperor's body. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao Sword Art, and the Void Dao Sword Law was a top-notch Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Void Heaven Sword world yet. Otherwise, a single sword would be enough to severely injure the zombie Great Emperor. Seeing the situation, the zombie Great Emperor had no choice but to shrink his body. His body was too big, and so was his target. Zombie blood, burn. Similar to the Flying Corpse Emperor, the zombie Great Emperor was forced to burn his zombie blood by Li Fuchen. A layer of burning blood covered the surface of the zombie Great Emperor's body. TSS. There was a burst of bloodlight as the zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was definitely several times stronger than before. When the fist was blasted out, the void shook and there were even signs of collapsing. If the body was struck by this fist, even a top-notch Great Emperor would be severely injured. This was also the zombie Great Emperor's trump card to survive. Unless it was a crucial moment, he wouldn't use it easily. Blade of Void. The Joint Heaven Sword was covered with a layer of translucent blade light as Li Fuchen slashed at the blood fist. Rumble. The void tumbled and distorted while pitch-black cracks extended out. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's fist force had caused the void to collapse. The zombie Great Emperor's Joint Heaven Sword felt as though it was stuck in a swamp and couldn't exert any force. However, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood could continue burning. Roar. The zombie Great Emperor let out an enraged roar, and his fist force was getting more ferocious. His objective was to land a fist on Li Fuchen within a short period of time. A single fist should be able to incapacitate Li Fuchen. But after a few hundred fists, the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood had been depleted significantly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was unbelievably fast. It felt as though the zombie Great Emperor's every move was under Li Fuchen's eyes. How could the zombie Great Emperor know that Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit? With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to calculate the trajectory of the zombie Great Emperor's fist. It was simply a fool's dream to injure Li Fuchen. TSS. Two translucent sword blades slashed at the zombie Great Emperor's eyes. The zombie Great Emperor might have quickly turned his head, but he was still slashed. Immediately, two bloody wounds appeared on his temples. It was fortunate that his entire body was covered with bloodline power and the wounds weren't deep. Otherwise, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. Skull Great Emperor, this child is troublesome. Hurry up and assist me. At this moment, the zombie Great Emperor couldn't care about his reputation anymore. Li Fuchen wasn't a powerful peak-class emperor. He was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Even regular Great Emperors weren't as strong as Li Fuchen. In a zombie Great Emperor's opinion, Li Fuchen obviously had the strength of a peak-class Great Emperor, and his attack power was beyond peak-class Great Emperors. Such power! Yang Ding and Yang Long were flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even the zombie Great Emperor had to request for help. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, who else could deal with Li Fuchen? Immediately after, the duo got excited again. With Li Fuchen as the backer, the Yang clan would definitely be able to get whatever they wanted in the Heaven Pillar continent. They were much stronger than the Heaven Fire Guild. It didn't mean that the Heaven Fire Guild was inferior to Li Fuchen. It was mainly because the Heaven Fire Guild would only provide assistance when the Yang clan was in danger. At that moment, Elder Heaven Fire felt a little regretful. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he wouldn't have stood by idly. As long as they could befriend Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Guild's authority in the Heaven Pillar continent would be greatly increased, and they would be on par with the Heaven Pillar Guild. However, it was not too late. Seeing the Skull Great Emperor's palm strike at Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Doyen brandished his cane and dispersed the palm force with a fire dragon. Heaven Fire Doyen, what do you mean? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent surged in all directions. The Heaven Fire Doyen had already ordered the Skeleton Army to stop attacking the Yang clan. He was planning to take down Li Fuchen and Yin Qinwu before eliminating the Yang clan. He didn't expect for the Heaven Fire Doyen to suddenly make a move. Heaven Fire Doyen said, "I can't bear to see you win with numbers. Stop putting gold on your face. Today, I will let you experience the methods of the Skull Great Emperor." The white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head glowed, and a terrifying power gathered in the Skull Great Emperor's body. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as the void intersected. This is... Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Old man die. The Skull Great Emperor slammed his palm at the Heaven Fire Doyen. This palm strike was too fast and simply confused the concept of time and space. The Heaven Fire Doyen was a step slower and didn't even have time to use his full strength and was sent flying by the palm strike. What cardinal artifact is that? The Heaven Fire Doyen had an unpleasant expression. He was certain that the white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head was very unusual. Regular Heaven-class cardinal artifacts wouldn't have such power. The Skull Great Emperor sneered and said, "Heaven Fire Doyen, this white bone saint crown on my head is refined from a saint's skull. It contains the saint's power, and I originally didn't plan to expose it. Since you are courting death, I shall grant your wish." In the past, the Skull Great Emperor's best cardinal artifacts were the Skull Cloak, Skull Necklace, and Skull Bracelet. Chapter 705. Previously, the Skull Great Emperor had gone into seclusion to completely refine the White Bone Saint Crown. It was a pity that the White Bone Saint Crown was ultimately a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, and the crucial point was that the main material was the skull of a saint. It was impossible to refine it without at least a few decades or a century. Right now, the Skull Great Emperor had only refined half of it and was only able to utilize 20% to 30% of its effects. If he was to refine it completely, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be a match for him, including the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. With the support of the White Bone Saint Crown, the Skull Great Emperor's strength increased explosively. He beat up the Heaven Fire Doyen until he was in a sorry state. Not long after, he was injured. Heaven Fire Sectmaster, leave the Skull Great Emperor to me. You deal with the Zombie Great Emperor. Li Fuchen suggested. All right. The Heaven Fire Doyen knew that this wasn't the time to put on a brave front and quickly lunged towards Li Fuchen. You want to leave? The Skull Great Emperor struck out with his palm. Layers of palm shadows were like waves of white bones as they blasted towards the Heaven Fire Doyen. Destroy! Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the giant transparent blade split apart the white bone wave. The Skull Great Emperor might be powerful, but Li Fuchen's attack power had already reached the extremity of a great emperor and had even surpassed great emperors. It wasn't impossible for Li Fuchen to withstand the Skull Great Emperor's attack. Kid, you came at the right time. The Skull Great Emperor's body trembled, and a terrifying domain spread out. Originally, with just the cultivation technique field, the Skull Great Emperor wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen from executing the sword shift. But with the support of the White-Bone Saint Crown, the field power was greatly enhanced. If Li Fuchen wanted to execute the sword shift, it would definitely be much slower. Sensing the pressure from the Skull Great Emperor's field power, Li Fuchen immediately released the Divine Flame Sword Energy Field. With the enhancement from the Sword Heart, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy Field was extremely powerful and was comparable with the Great Emperor's field. But as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, it was still inferior and was a little restricted. No wonder Heavenfire Doyen couldn't hold on. Li Fuchen understood. Get down. The Skull Great Emperor frenziedly circulated the White Bone Saint Crown's power and pressed at Li Fuchen. Good timing. Li Fuchen didn't have any fear as he slashed with the Joint Heaven Sword. Boom! Li Fuchen backed off a few miles while the Skull Great Emperor didn't move an inch. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. Devil Corpse Rampage. The Skull Great Emperor unleashed another palm strike. This palm strike was the ultimate move of the Heavenly Demon Skeleton Palm. For a moment, demonic energy filled the air, and skeletal shadows ran rampant. Bang! Li Fuchen retreated another 7 to 8 miles. Sky Demon exterminating life. Skeleton exterminating world. With a loud shout, the Skull Great Emperor used the Heavenly Demon Skeleton Palm's ultimate killer move. He did not even use this move on Heavenfire Doyen. Roar! In the void, a Heaven Devil Skeleton image appeared. The Heaven Devil Skeleton roared and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. In the face of this palm, everything had lost its meaning. There is only death and destruction. This time, Li Fuchen was sent flying. The Void Heaven Sword art wasn't able to withstand the Sky Devil Skeleton Palm's kill move. It should be about time. The Skull Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen, who was still flying backward. Li Fuchen didn't fly for long. After flying for a few dozen miles, Li Fuchen forcefully stopped. Not hurt. The Skull Great Emperor raised his brows and was in disbelief. He was confident that this palm strike would be able to inflict serious injuries on the Heavenfire Doyen. Li Fuchen might be powerful, but his cultivation was still low, and his survivability shouldn't be comparable to the Heavenfire Doyen. Therefore, it was normal for him to be severely injured. But from Li Fuchen's appearance, there weren't any signs of injuries. It was just that his chi blood was slightly boiling. It is fortunate that the surface of my body has law field. If Li Fuchen was a regular initial level law phase realm body refinement emperor, he would definitely be injured by this palm strike. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular initial level law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had already used the Void Heaven Sword art to neutralize most of the force. Only a small portion of the force was evenly applied on his body. It is my turn. Void and reality. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the Void Sword light was like a veil that instantly extended out. The Skull Great Emperor didn't even have time to dodge. Li Fuchen's sword move was actually an omnidirectional sword move. In the sky and on the ground, there was no gap to dodge, unless the Skull Great Emperor executed the Skull Shift. However, he had a feeling that even if he executed the Skull Shift, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the Sword Light. In terms of toughness, the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void in Reality, was actually harder to deal with than the second move, Blade of Void. However, the latter's lethality was stronger. Bang, 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 bang. The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook with radiance as he was forced to retreat. With the White-Bone Saint Crown, he wouldn't be injured. Meteor Fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and vanished. Boom! The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook violently, and there was even a flash of crack. As for Li Fuchen, he had already appeared behind the Skull Great Emperor. Such fast speed. No, even a flow of time has slowed down. The Skull Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art might be incredible, but it would still cause spatial ripples. As long as there was a spatial ripple, the Skull Great Emperor would be able to sense it. But Li Fuchen's meteor fall sword art was purely fast, extremely fast. In the face of such speed, it was hard for the Skull Great Emperor to sense it. Such tyrannical defense is much stronger than the Zombie Great Emperor's defense. After stepping into the third level of La Fei's realm, Li Fuchen's meteor fall sword art had reached a new level. Previously, it was also a heaven-class high-tier sword move, but the execution was still limited. Now that Li Fuchen had a breakthrough in cultivation, when he executed Meteor Fall, he felt like he was the meteor in the sword light. This was the extremity of the union of man and sword. Li Fuchen had already reached the so-called union of man and sword a long time ago. However, the union of man and sword didn't have a limit. The initial stage was the union of man and sword. The later stages were actually the union of man and sword Dao Law. It could also be said to be the high-tier union of man and heaven. Heaven was naturally the great Dao Law. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast, and the Skull Great Emperor couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He had no choice but to endure the attacks again and again. It was fortunate that the White Bone Saint Crown increased his defense. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Such an incredible union of man and sword. This world is going to have another Sword Emperor. As the Heaven Fire Doyen fought with the Zombie Great Emperor, he was filled with admiration. In the history of the Heaven Pillar continent, there were extremely incredible Sword Dao Great Emperors. But for the past 1,000 years, none of them were qualified to be called a Sword Emperor. After all, there were too many people who used the sword. If one wanted to be called a Sword Emperor, one would need to see how capable one was. If the title of Sword Emperor couldn't bring glory to the wearer and wouldn't be acknowledged by the world, then what was the use of it? Skull Boundary. It wasn't the Skull Great Emperor style to passively take a beating. He grabbed at the void with his left hand, and a giant boundary enveloped Li Fuchen and himself. Divine ability? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. At the Great Emperor level, regular divine abilities were useless. Even if the 8-star bone frame pattern was comprehended to the extremity, the divine ability's power would only be at the Great Emperor level and might not even be at the Great Emperor level. Only 8-star special bone frames would allow the divine ability's power to surpass Great Emperors. It was obvious that the Skull Great Emperor's bone frame was the 8-star special bone frame, the Skull Bone Frame. The Skull divine ability that he comprehended was naturally very powerful. Without any sound or presence, the Skull Great Emperor vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen. Inside the Skull Boundary, the Skull Great Emperor was able to instant shift at will, and it was even easier than executing the Skull Shifting technique. Most importantly, it wouldn't cause any spatial ripples. Cling! The sword light turned, and Li Fuchen clashed with the Skull Great Emperor. Cling, 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 cling. In the dusky Skull Boundary, a sword light and a black shadow were frenziedly clashing. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too fearsome. Even inside the boundary, he was able to detect the Skull Great Emperor's attack in advance. When in the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the Skull Great Emperor. Every time he was repelled, the sword light would turn and attack again. On this side, Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor were in a heated battle. On the other side, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Heaven Fire Doyen were also in heated battle. Neither of them could do anything to the other. As for Yin Qingwu, she had already retreated to the side and was on guard against the skeleton army. Crackle! The Skull Boundary split open, and Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor appeared in front of everyone. "You are not bad." The Skull Great Emperor's voice was deep, and there was a trace of helplessness and anger. He had already used all his trump cards, but still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, but Li Fuchen was just a junior that had just progressed to become a Great Emperor. "You aren't bad either. No wonder you are the Skull Great Emperor." Li Fuchen knew his own situation. He was too outstanding in some aspects and was far beyond the Great Emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the Skull Great Emperor. Without any nonsense, the Skull Great Emperor left with the skeleton army. He still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen now, but once he refined the white-boned Saint Crown to a certain extent, he was confident he could take down 2 Li Fucins. Once the Skull Great Emperor left, the zombie Great Emperor didn't dare to stay and left with the Flying Corpse Emperor. Many thanks for young hero Li and young Lady Yan's assistance. Yang Ding and Yang Long flew out and cupped their fists with respect. If it wasn't for Li Fuchin and Yin Qingwu, even with the Heaven Fire Doyen around, the Yang clan would probably be eradicated. The Skull Great Emperor might be lured over by Li Fuchin, but ultimately, it was all because of the Yang clan. Young hero Li's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man admires you. Heaven Fire Doyen also cupped his fists and walked over. Li Fuchin said, "It is all thanks to the Heaven Fire Guild Master who obstructed the zombie Great Emperor. Otherwise, I would have probably lost if I had to fight against the 2 of them." The Heaven Fire Doyen let out an awkward smile. He wasn't trying to stop the zombie Great Emperor, but since he couldn't defeat the Skull Great Emperor, he switched to the zombie Great Emperor. Not wanting to be entangled on this topic, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Young hero Li's sword art is unparalleled, and it isn't right for you to not have a title. In my opinion, young hero Li is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Speaking of which, my Heaven Pillar continent hasn't had a Sword Emperor for over 1,000 years. Young hero Li might not be someone from the Heaven Pillar continent, but regardless of which continent you are from, young hero Li is worthy of being a Sword Emperor. Yes, only young hero Li can be the Sword Emperor. What young hero Li? It should be Sword Emperor." Yang Ding and Yang Long said. Li Fuchin didn't accept or reject. Sword Emperor was just an empty title. It didn't matter if he accepted or rejected it. It was just a cliché. As for how others addressed him, it was their business. Of course, in his heart, Li Fuchin didn't feel that he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. The battle between great emperors was shocking. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the upper echelons of the Heaven Pillar continent. Chapter 706. Sword Emperor. On the cliff, there was a purple bamboo forest. A handsome middle-aged man in purple clothes stood with his back to the purple bamboo forest, looking at the sea of clouds surging at the edge of the cliff. Great Emperor Purple Bamboo, the sect master of the Purple Bamboo sect. Just like Li Fuchin, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor was also a Sword Dao Great Emperor. His purple bamboo sword art was extremely mystical. Back when he fought with the Flying Corpse Emperor, he didn't even use an artifact sword and only used a bamboo sword to fight. Otherwise, he would only need a few dozen moves to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. Even if he couldn't kill the Flying Corpse Emperor, he would still be severely injured. The Greenwood Sword Dao focuses on cultivating one's nature and restraining one's sharpness. It will only erupt at the most crucial moment. However, Great Emperor Ironsword is different from me. I'm afraid he won't allow anyone to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the Heaven Pillar continent, the top 3 were definitely the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor, and the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's attack power was close to the Sky Pillar Great Emperor's. On a steep mountain that pierced the clouds, a tall and sturdy figure stood there. A Sword Emperor that even Doyen Heaven Fire acknowledged. I wonder how powerful he is. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't think that Li Fuchin was weak and might even be stronger than him. However, if one wanted to become a Sword Emperor, not only did one need to be powerful, but one also needed to have a Sword Dao realm that was the best in the world. Interesting. Although the Heaven Fire Doyen is old, he is not so old that his eyes are blurred. If there is a chance, I should pay a visit to this Sword Emperor and see who he is. Sword Emperor? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? At this moment, the Heaven Pillar Continent's great emperors and some of the peak-class emperors were paying attention to the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchin. Looks like I've overestimated myself. It doesn't seem that easy to condense a Void Dao heart. A few days later, Li Fuchin temporarily gave up condensing the Void Dao heart. Although his comprehension of the Void Law wasn't low, it had been comprehended from the Joint Sky Sword, so he had lost his personal understanding. Li Fuchin felt that if he truly wanted to condense the Void Dao heart, he had to comprehend it himself. The Void Dao sword art in the Joint Heaven sword could only be used as a reference. Deep within the Joint Heaven sword, the sword spirit nodded. He actually wanted to tell Li Fuchen that it was impossible to condense the Void Dao heart by relying on the Void Dao sword art, but he didn't say it. He wanted Li Fuchen to realize it himself, so that Li Fuchen wouldn't take any detours in the future. Next, Li Fuchen put his focus on the other sword moves. After spending an entire month, Li Fuchen finally pushed the Sky Ring sword armor to the Heaven class high tier. As a defensive sword move, the Sky Ring sword armor was much more useful to Li Fuchen than the other sword moves. After all, in terms of offensive sword moves, he already had the Meteor sword art and the Void Heaven sword art. Sword Emperor. These are the only 3 7-star spiritual consciousness mystic techniques of my Heaven Fire sect. On this day, the Heaven Fire Doyen came to visit again. At the same time, he brought 3 7-star spiritual sense mystic techniques. The spiritual sense secret technique was very precious in any force. However, 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were basically at the pinnacle. Very few forces possessed 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. In the Heaven Pillar continent, only the Spectre sect, where the Spectre Emperor was from, possessed an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste his spiritual awareness innate talent. He was planning to use the 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create his own 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He believed that once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique, not even great emperors or half-saints would be able to withstand it. However, 3 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were still too little. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Many thanks to the Heaven Fire sect patriarch. I, Li Fuchen, owe you a favor. Li Fuchen used a favor as a reward. Sword Emperor doesn't have to be so courteous. The Heaven Fire Doyen was beaming. A favor was more important to him than anything else. Li Fuchen was only at the low level of Law Fei's realm and already had such strength. Who knew what level his strength would reach in the future? Heaven Fire Doyen, this is the Sword Emperor that you personally acknowledged? In the void, there was a sonorous voice that echoed. Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Heaven Fire Doyen looked into the void with a grave expression. The Iron Sword Great Emperor was the great emperor that was the best at combat in the Heaven Pillar continent. His strength might not be the strongest, and he wasn't even ranked second. After all, the Skull Great Emperor had the White Bone Saint crown, but his combat skills were the best in the eyes of the Heaven Fire Doyen. A figure walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing an iron crown and carrying an iron sword on his back. His face was sharp and gave off a ruthless feeling. You are the Sword Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen. Yes. Li Fuchen didn't have to deny it. Sword Emperor is the Emperor of Swords. I wonder what capabilities you have to dare to accept this title. The Iron Sword Great Emperor sized up Li Fuchen carefully and wanted to see through Li Fuchen's mystique. Sword Dao Great Emperor meant a great emperor that cultivated the Sword Dao, and it was mostly referring to strength. But the Sword Emperor was different. The Sword Emperor was the Emperor of Swordsmen and was extremely revered among swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, "There is nothing to dare or not. If you want it, you can take it." The Iron Sword Great Emperor stared at Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's tone, he could feel an indescribable charisma. At this moment, he vaguely knew why the Heaven Fire Doyen gave the title of Sword Emperor to Li Fuchen. The Sword Emperor doesn't just need strength. Most importantly, the Sword Dao proficiency must be strong enough. If you can defeat me in Sword Dao proficiency, the title of Sword Emperor shall belong to you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor suggested. I wonder how are we going to compete in Sword Dao proficiency? Li Fuchen asked. Very simple. You and I will only fight with sword arts. If we lose by 1 level, it is considered a loss. All right. Li Fuchen understood the Iron Sword Great Emperor's intention. The Iron Sword Great Emperor meant that if Li Fuchen was hit, it would be considered a loss, even if he didn't suffer any injuries. This place is too small. You and I shall fight in the sky." The Iron Sword Great Emperor rushed into the sky and skimmed into the clouds. Li Fuchen followed closely. Subsequently, the Heaven Fire Doyen, Yin Qingwu, Yang Deng, and Yang Long had also followed. The battle between two absolute swordsmen was definitely going to be intense and exciting. Cling, 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 cling. When everyone followed up, the duo had already started the battle. The duo might not be using any sword arts, but the power wasn't inferior to Heaven-class mid-tier sword arts. The duo cultivated Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Even a normal move would have the power of a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Broken sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor brandished his sword, and there was an imposing sword chi that attacked Li Fuchen's acupoints and vital spots. Li Fuchen's sword spun and produced a layer of transparent sword light to protect himself. Swift sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't let Li Fuchen off. Sword after sword was like a violent storm that poured down on Li Fuchen, vowing to break Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor. But if the sky ring sword armor was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called the sky ring sword armor. Void ring sword armor. When the Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword style was about to be exhausted, Li Fuchen executed a void ring sword move. Circular sword style. Sensing that Li Fuchen's move was hard to deal with, the Iron Sword Great Emperor instantly switched from offense to defense. Just like Li Fuchen, he spun his sword and used the sword light to protect himself. It was worth mentioning that the duo were using Heaven-class low-tier artifacts swords because of fairness. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's defensive sword move wouldn't be able to defend against Li Fuchen's sword art. Blade of Void. After the Void Ring sword was the Blade of Void. PFFF. The sword light was ripped apart, and the Iron Sword Great Emperor was about to be defeated. Body sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor burst out with a yell and turned into a sword light to scatter the transparent sword edge. Body sword style, union of man and sword. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen had also turned into a sword light and attacked the Iron Sword Great Emperor. Clang, 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 clang. Everyone could see two sword lights crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, there would be a burst of sparks. Boundless sword intent was like a storm that burst out in all directions. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's strength is even stronger. The Heaven Fire Doyen praised. Iron Sword Great Emperor, if this is all you have, it is impossible for you to defeat me. As of now, Li Fuchen had performed with ease. It was mainly due to the existence of the sword heart that allowed him to have perfect control of his sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen might also have Heaven-class high-tier sword Dao Law, but he was at least 3 times stronger than others. Of course, his cultivation level was his disadvantage. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor wouldn't even be qualified for Li Fuchen to make a serious move. Li Fuchen, receive my strongest sword move, Tyrant Sword Style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor broke away from a union of man and sword state. He wielded the silver iron sword and rushed into the sky before slashing down. This was a sword move that could shock the world and make the gods weep. When the sword was brandished, the sword screen felt as though it had split heaven and earth, yin and yang. Everyone on the other side of the sword screen felt as though they were in another world. They felt as though they were so far away from the duo and so unreachable. He actually made contact with the Sword World state. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Sword World was the legendary Sword Dao state. When a sword was brandished, a world would be formed. This world was the world of Sword Dao. The Iron Sword Great Emperor naturally couldn't reach the Sword World state. But even if he didn't, just making contact with it was enough to shock the world. The Heaven Fire Doyen had also found out about the Sword World state from an ancient manual. What a great tyrant sword style. Just in time. Li Fuchen admitted that he was inferior to the Iron Sword Great Emperor on the path to the Sword World state. After all, the Iron Sword Great Emperor had cultivated for hundreds or even 1,000 years. But the Sword Dao wasn't just the Sword World state. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's move still had a flaw. Creak. The void was like glass that exploded. PFFF, 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 PFFF. countless spatial blades were shot at the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor had just executed the tyrant sword style, and his sword prowess was already exhausted. He didn't have enough time to defend perfectly, and his shoulder was scratched by the spatial blades. "You have lost." Li Fuchen stood in front of the Iron Sword Great Emperor without any injuries and said indifferently, "The Iron Sword Great Emperor's tyrant sword presence might be powerful, but it wasn't perfect and had too many flaws." To others, these flaws weren't considered flaws, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, flaws were flaws that couldn't be neglected. "Yes, you have won. I'm not a match for you." The Iron Sword Great Emperor took a deep breath. Only he knew clearly what it meant for Li Fuchen to be able to break his sword move. It meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. If Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was just slightly superior, it was impossible to break this move. "Iron Sword Great Emperor, why don't we sit down and have some tea? We can also have an exchange of sword Dao." "Why not?" The Heaven-Fire Doyen laughed. Li Fuchen originally thought that the Iron Sword Great Emperor would refuse, but he nodded and agreed. Chapter 707. The news of Li Fuchen defeating the Iron Sword Great Emperor still spread. After all, many people knew that the Iron Sword Great Emperor had gone to the Long Wind Mountains. As a result, Li Fuchen's Sword Emperor title wasn't taken away. On the contrary, the Iron Sword Great Emperor acknowledged Li Fuchen's identity. It was obvious that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. A few days later, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor came to visit Li Fuchen. He wasn't here to challenge Li Fuchen. He was purely here to exchange sword Dao. What great move, Meteor Fall! This move's speed is already at the perfection stage. After witnessing Li Fuchen's sword art, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuchen said, "Brother Purple Bamboo's Purple Bamboo sword art is truly extraordinary. The chaotic disturbance break of mundane has benefited me greatly." Li Fuchen wasn't trying to flatter. He didn't need to flatter the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor either. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art might not be so sharp and tyrannical, but among the trio, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art was definitely the most elegant and extraordinary. His sword move felt like it was made by heaven, and Li Fuchen wasn't able to see through it in a single glance. On this day, Li Fuchen flew into the atmospheric thunder layer again. Crackle. A mystic yang heaven thunder struck Li Fuchen. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor was already at the heaven class high tier, and the mystic yang heaven thunder wasn't able to shatter it. Mystic Een Heaven Thunder, Extreme Een Heaven Thunder, Extreme Yang Heaven Thunder, Minor Een Heaven Thunder, Minor Yang Heaven Thunder, 5 Elements Heaven Thunder. As Li Fuchen continued to fly up, all sorts of heaven thunders struck his body. These heaven thunders were extremely powerful. Li Fuchen was able to withstand one heaven thunders, but he couldn't withstand multiple heaven thunders. In just a short moment, the sky ring sword armor was shattered. Just a little more. Li Fuchen frowned and started to descend. Just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand multiple heaven thunders. It seemed like in order to reach the upper part of the thunder layer, his body refinement had to be at the subcompletion level or even the completion level of Law Phase Realm. However, the required body refinement resources were too horrific. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least half a peak-grade Spirit Stone's Spirit Chi to reach the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm. If he wanted to reach the completion level of Law Phase Realm, 3 peak-grade Spirit Stones wouldn't even be enough. The reason why so many body refinement resources were required was because the Hand of God was too high grade. If Li Fuchen was cultivating a normal heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique, he wouldn't need so many body refinement resources. But if that was the case, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wouldn't be enough. It is time to return to the Emperor Sky continent. Since his strength couldn't continue to increase, Li Fuchen had the intention to return to the Emperor Sky continent. There was an Emperor-class teleportation array between the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent. The so-called Emperor-class teleportation array was something that only Law Phase Realm Emperors could use. Those below the Transcendence Realm who wanted to teleport would be directly crushed into nothingness by the power of space. In addition, The amount of high-grade spirit stones required to activate the teleportation array was ridiculous. It required 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to activate the teleportation array. Even the great emperors of the two continents wouldn't casually teleport. If it was 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one teleportation, it would be 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 10 teleportations. It wasn't a small amount. According to the Heaven Fire Doyen, the reason why so many high-grade spirit stones were required was related to the continent willpower. As for the exact relationship, no one knew. Heaven Pillar Peak, the tallest peak of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Emperor-class teleportation array was built on the peak of the Heaven Pillar Peak. This time, the Thunder Beast didn't follow along. It wasn't because they couldn't bear to part with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, but because the Thunder Beast was in the midst of its advancement. The advancement of demonic beasts was different from the advancement of humans. There was a rather long process, therefore, the duo didn't ask the Thunder Beast to follow. As for Yin Qingwu, she was heading to the Emperor Sky Continent because she had something to do. After activating the teleportation array, the duo vanished from the Heaven Pillar Peak. Emperor Sky Continent, Emperor Sky Valley. This place was filled with violent winds, and those below the Law Phase realm wouldn't be able to enter. On this day, a radiance descended, and two figures appeared on the teleportation platform in the depths of the Emperor Sky Valley. Are we going to Blue Sun Empire first? Li Fuchen knew that Yin Qingwu was going to seek revenge from the Blue Sun Emperor. In the previous life, Yin Qingwu was also a great emperor and had her own pride. In this life, she was targeted by the Blue Sun Emperor for no reason and was nearly captured. How could she tolerate this? Yin Qingwu shook her head. With my current strength, I am still unable to defeat the Blue Sun Emperor. We will talk about it in the future. To be serious, her strength wasn't at the level of a great emperor yet. She would only reach the level of a great emperor when she burst out with strength. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that with Yin Qingwu's pride, she wouldn't be willing to rely on others. The duo left the Emperor Sky Valley and randomly chose a direction. Half a day later, Li Fuchen raised his brows. Previously, he didn't know where the Emperor Sky Valley was located in the Emperor Sky Continent. But now, he knew because he was currently in the Red Moon Empire. Since he was in the Red Moon Empire, Li Fuchen naturally had to visit the South Sun County. Back then, he was wanted by the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyong, and had to flee to the Soul Sky Empire. Now that he had the strength of a great emperor, a mere wanted notice was useless to him. If he was willing, he could even destroy the Red Moon Empire. Why would he be afraid of a wanted notice from a county protector? South Sun County, South Sun City. After entering the city gates, Li Fuchen saw that the wanted notice for him had yet to be revoked. It was obvious that he was still a wanted fugitive. How could Yin Qingwu not know what was going on? It seemed like Li Fuchen didn't have good days in the Emperor Sky Continent and was actually wanted for so many years. But these people's good days had come to an end. Look, isn't that the wanted fugitive Li Fuchen? Hurry up and report to the county protector. Those who discover Li Fuchen will be rewarded. Don't let others snatch it first. Everyone in the surroundings quickly recognized Li Fuchen. It couldn't be helped. Li Fuchen's portrait had been hanging in the South Sun City for many years, and it was hard for them to not recognize him. Without needing anyone to report to Lin Tianyong, Li Fuchen immediately arrived outside the county protector residence. Lin Tianyong, get the hell out here! Li Fuchen yelled out. Lin Tianyong came out along with 66 monarchs. The 66 primary sea realm monarchs quickly formed a battle formation, and there was a horrific array power that rippled. Li Fuchen, don't think you can look down on my county protector residence just because your strength improved. Capture him. Lin Tianyong wasn't well informed. He only knew that Li Fuchen was a primary sea realm monarch and was extremely powerful. He didn't know anything else, as the Clan of Darkness didn't inform him either. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen was a half-emperor, the Six Directions battle formation would be able to capture him easily. Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Six Directions battle formation. With a wave of his hand, the battle formation collapsed, and all the monarchs were sent flying while vomiting blood. On the streets, the onlookers were flabbergasted. They had limited insight and had never seen someone as powerful as Li Fuchen. A casual wave of the hand was enough to destroy the county protector residence's 6 directions battle formation. What exactly is your cultivation realm? Lin Tianyang's eyes contracted. It is fine as long as I can kill you. Li Fuchen was emitting murderous intent. I am the Red Moon Empire's county protector. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world, unless you think you can contest with the Red Moon Emperor. Lin Tianyang said sternly. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would kill him. By then, even if the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons took revenge for him, it would be meaningless. Since I have returned openly, why would I be afraid of the Red Moon Empire? Die. Li Fuchen raised his right hand and slammed down. No. Lin Tianyang was stunned. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would really dare to kill him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with regret and resentment. Bang! The ground shook, and there was a giant palm print at Lin Tianyang's location. As for Lin Tianyang, he was already turned into ashes. The county protector is dead? He actually dares to kill the county protector. Isn't he afraid of being pursued by the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons? The South Sun County is going to change. Hurry up and leave before you are silenced. After seeing that Li Fuchen had killed Lin Tianyang, these people didn't dare to stay any longer as they all ran away. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't silence them. If he wanted to, a single thought was enough to kill these people. Let's go. Chapter 708. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain territory, he felt the atmosphere was different. After descending into a city, Li Fuchen summoned the city lord and inquired about the situation. The city lord was called Hu Kai. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Floating Sky Mountain has been sealed." Sealed? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Hu Kai explained, half a year ago, the vacant Mountain Emperor was plotted against by the Soul Emperor and was severely injured. After he returned, he immediately sealed the mountain. During this period of time, the Soul Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the Red Moon Emperor worked together to attack the mountain. It is fortunate that the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array is extremely powerful, and not even the 3 great emperors were able to blast it open. But once the Floating Sky Mountain has sealed the mountain, it is the same as losing control of the territory. Right now, the Floating Sky Mountain territory is basically under the control of the Soul Sky Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, and the Red Moon Empire. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu looked at each other. The duo guessed that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had probably become the soul slaves of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't need to help the Soul Emperor to deal with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Most people understood this, including the Great Emperor. Otherwise, the balance of the Emperor Sky continent would have been hard to maintain. Hu Kai, who are you talking to? A youth at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm walked over with 2 high-level monarchs. The youth had a gloomy and ruthless expression as he rebuked Hu Kai. When Hu Kai saw the youth, he quickly bowed and cupped his fist. Greetings to young Master Shun. The youth was called Shun Yun, and he was a prodigy descendant of the Shun clan. The Shun clan was a clan of the Red Moon Empire. Rather than saying that he was in control of the city, it was better to say that the Shun clan was in control. Who are these 2 individuals? Shun Yun looked at Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu. Li Fuchen was ignored by Shun Yun as his eyes were all focused on Yin Qingwu. Earlier on, he was talking to Hu Kai and didn't pay much attention to Yin Qingwu. Right now, after taking a closer look, he was instantly stunned. He felt that he had never seen such an absolute beauty in his life. Even the famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion couldn't compare. I am Qin Yun. This city is the territory of my Chun family. May I know your name? Qin Yun said confidently. When one's cultivation reached the law phase realm, their chi presence would naturally fuse with heaven and earth. Unless they intentionally emitted their chi presence, it would be hard for others to detect a law phase realm emperor's cultivation realm. Qin Yun might find it strange that he couldn't see through Yin Qingwu, but he definitely wouldn't think that Yin Qingwu was a law phase realm emperor. After all, Yin Qingwu was too young, and it was impossible for the Emperor Sky Continent to have such a young Law Phase Realm Emperor. Furthermore, a Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't casually appear in front of everyone. Scram! Yin Qingwu's Qi presence was released, and there was a horrific storm that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Shen Yun and the two high-level monarchs beside him were sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. Law Phase Realm Emperor. Shen Yun wasn't the only one who was shocked. The two high-level kings beside him were also trembling with fear. They never expected for Yin Qingwu to be a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to approach him even if they were given 10,000 times more courage. Let's go. After asking all the necessary questions, Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu left. After the duo left, Shen Yun and the others also left with their tails between their legs. They were preparing to report the situation to their clan. The Floating Sky Mountain was a giant mountain that was floating in the sky. In the past, the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array wasn't visible. But since half a year ago, the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array could be seen with the naked eye. The mountain protection array was pale golden in color, and it was like a layer of gold leaf that enveloped the Floating Sky Mountain. Outside the Floating Sky Mountain, heaven and earth chi was extremely scarce, and it was even rarer than the low-class continent, the East Unicorn Continent. The heaven and earth chi wasn't absorbed by the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array. It was because there were countless arrays set up around the Floating Sky Mountain. These arrays had the effect of restraining and severing the chi. The objective was to prevent the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array from absorbing heaven and earth chi and had to rely on spirit stones to maintain the array. It was obvious that the Floating Sky Mountain was at a dead end. As time passed, the array would automatically collapse without the need for the Soul Emperor to attack. Who is it? As soon as Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu arrived at the vicinity of the Floating Sky Mountain, they were targeted. The one that targeted them wasn't a primary Sea Realm monarch. It was a tall and skinny Law Phase Realm Emperor. This Law Phase Realm Emperor was a subordinate of the Soul Emperor and was called the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor's cultivation wasn't considered high and was only at the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. But due to a fated encounter, he comprehended the wind shift technique. Apart from great emperors, it was very hard to kill him. This was also the reason why the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was sent to monitor the Floating Sky Mountain. After monitoring this place for close to half a year, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor wasn't worried that the Vacant Mountain Emperor would suddenly rush out. Firstly, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was inflicted with the soul poison and couldn't even protect himself. Secondly, the Floating Sky Mountain's array was extremely mystical and had a total of 2 forms. The regular form allowed entry and exit. In this form, it had both offense and defense, and regular great emperors wouldn't be able to break it. The second form was the Mountain Lock form. No one could enter or exit. In this form, the array didn't have any attack power, but its defense was extremely horrifying. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to break the array. Therefore, the people inside couldn't exit at all. In order to exit, the array had to return to the regular form. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to return to the Mountain Lock form within a day. While the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was speaking, he gathered wind arrows and locked on Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu. "You are the Soul Emperor's subordinate." Li Fuchen asked in response, "Why are you asking if you already know? Surrender now, and you still have a chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The Divine Wind Martial Emperor spoke with a stern voice. "Since you are the Soul Emperor's subordinate, killing you is the right choice." Clang! Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed at the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor had a mocking expression. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen's brain was filled with water to actually think that Li Fuchen could kill him. With the wind shift technique, not even a great emperor could kill him in a single move, unless it was a sneak attack. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't even choose to sneak attack and immediately attacked with his sword. But in the next moment, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's mocking expression vanished and was replaced with fear. How could this be? How could this sword move be so fast? It was so fast that he couldn't even see the sword light and could only see a flash of radiance. Lowering his head, the divine wind martial emperor saw that his heart had already been penetrated and he could see the back of his chest. You, pointing at Li Fuchen, the divine wind martial emperor's chi presence vanished. This sword move didn't just destroy the divine wind martial emperor's vitality. It had also destroyed the divine wind martial emperor's true spirit. Inside the floating sky mountain, the people inside could see the scene outside through the array. When Li Fuchen and Yin Qinwu arrived, they were immediately seen. Immediately after, they saw the divine wind martial emperor. It is Li Fuchen. The Cloud Emperor immediately recognized Li Fuchen. Oh no, not even I can deal with the divine wind martial emperor. The Cloud Emperor was burning with anxiety. In a one-on-one, he might not even be a match for the divine wind martial emperor. It was imaginable what would happen if Li Fuchen and Yin Qinwu encountered the divine wind martial emperor. But the Cloud Emperor wasn't able to exit and could only watch everything unfold. Such a fast sword. Beside the Cloud Emperor, a floating sky mountain elder exclaimed. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also flabbergasted. How is this possible? The divine wind martial emperor couldn't even withstand a single sword move from Li Fuchen and was immediately killed. Not even a great emperor could do it. Third level of Law Phase realm. As Li Fuchen revealed his strength, the Cloud Emperor was able to identify Li Fuchen's cultivation level. Third level of Law Phase realm. This cultivation level wasn't low and was only one level lower than the divine wind martial emperor. With Li Fuchen's combat talent, it was normal for him to kill enemies that were stronger than him. The Cloud Emperor didn't know how Li Fuchen progressed so quickly, but the facts told him that Li Fuchen was already a Law Phase realm emperor. As for why Li Fuchen was able to kill the divine wind martial emperor who possessed the wind shift technique in a single sword move, the Cloud Emperor reckoned that the divine wind martial emperor was too careless and had a slow reaction. Li Fuchen's sword move was indeed unbelievably fast. Hurry up and inform the other elders to open up the array and let them in. The Cloud Emperor said. One of the floating sky mountain's elders berated. Are you crazy? If we open up the array, we won't be able to seal the mountain within a day. What if the Soul Emperor arrives? The Cloud Emperor argued. The floating sky array is a top-notch Class 8 array. Even in its regular form, it can hold on for a day. If we let the two of them stay outside, it will be the same as sending them to their deaths. It is too risky and we can't bear the responsibility. Let them leave quickly. The floating sky mountain's elder still didn't agree. The Cloud Emperor said, we can't even send a message out. How are we going to inform them to leave? The mountain seal form meant that everything was sealed, including information. People from the outside wouldn't be able to send a message in and wouldn't be able to receive a message from the inside. In fact, people from the outside wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. Call for an elder meeting. The vacant mountain emperor was in seclusion to recuperate. Right now, the elders were in charge of everything. No matter what decision they made, they had to obtain the support of the majority of the elders. The Cloud Emperor suggested. Ultimately, the elder meeting didn't support the Cloud Emperor's decision. After all, it was too dangerous and there might be a calamity. Outside the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to open up the array. As long as the Soul Emperor arrived, everyone would witness his strength. It wasn't a big deal to wait a few more days. With a wave of the hand, countless clouds surged over and turned into a pavilion. Li Fuchen and Yin Qinwu then entered. A few hours later, the Soul Emperor arrived. The Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had also arrived. The three great emperors arrived together. The sky was rumbling with dark clouds, and the sun and moon were intertwining. The floating sky mountain and the pavilion were like a small boat in the ocean that would capsize at any moment. You actually dare to appear in front of me. The Soul Emperor stared at Li Fuchen and was rather confused. Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and looked at the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's eyes were hiding a trace of stupefaction. If it wasn't for the Saint Spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. As expected, you have become a soul slave, Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingwu. You will have to face the Blue Sun Emperor in advance. Chapter 709. Soul Emperor, let me try them. I allowed them to escape previously, but it won't happen again. The Blue Sun Emperor chuckled and took a step forward. All right, the Soul Emperor nodded. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's mystique. Back then, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the Void Swallow Octopus. He must have some trump cards. Get down. The Blue Sun Emperor had a stalwart body and a head of blue hair. When he circulated his technique, even his eyes turned blue. A giant Blue Sun Law phase enveloped the Blue Sun Emperor and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Previously, when the duo encountered the Blue Sun Emperor, they were nearly chased into a dead end. This time, the situation was different. Black Saber, Wave Breaker, Yan Qingwu slashed at the blue palm. Bang! A destructive storm swept out and sent Yan Qingwu flying. However, the Blue Sun Law phase had also leaned back a little. The Soul Emperor squinted his eyes. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was only at the second level of Law phase realm, but she was actually able to receive a move from the Blue Sun Emperor. Law comprehension and secret technique. The Soul Emperor had great eyesight, and after a slight consideration, he knew Yan Qingwu's background. Yan Qingwu's saber art might also be a heaven-class high-tier saber art, but her Saber Dao law comprehension was extremely profound and wasn't something the Blue Sun Emperor could compare with. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's secret technique was extremely powerful and was probably a top-notch 8-star combat secret technique. This secret technique could allow Yan Qingwu's combat cultivation to increase from the second level of Law Phase Realm to the fourth level of Law Phase Realm, indirectly reducing the difference in cultivation level. Interesting. Blue Sun Unbounded Loop. The Blue Sun Law Phase executed another palm strike and sent a blue ring of fire at Yan Qingwu. Clang, clang, clang. Yan Qingwu slashed 3 times in a single breath and finally created a gap in the blue ring of fire. Soul Emperor, let me test this child. The Red Moon Emperor volunteered and lunged at Li Fuchen. Red Cloud Moon Chase. The Red Moon Emperor was a Sword Dao Emperor. His sword was different from the Iron Sword Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword was iron-blooded and emotionless. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword was elegant and refined. The Red Moon Emperor's sword was cold and vicious. As the opponent brandished his sword, the void seemed to have frozen. A bundle of scarlet sword radiance rushed at Li Fuchen violently. Regular high-level emperors would be corroded by the sword chi and turned into ice sculptures when facing this sword. Even a P-class emperor wouldn't dare to forcefully block this sword. Break! Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and slashed. Kacha! The void cracked. The scarlet sword radiance crumbled and dissipated. Puff! At the same time, a spatial crack appeared on the Red Moon Emperor's body, causing him to tremble violently. Void Dao Sword Art. The Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. The Void Dao was known as the hardest Dao to deal with. The Vacant Mountain Emperor also cultivated the Void Dao. His strength might not be top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent, and might not even be top 5, but not even the Soul Emperor would dare to say he could injure the Vacant Mountain Emperor in a one-on-one fight. Half a year ago, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was still able to escape from the Soul Emperor after being inflicted with the soul poison. It was evident how powerful the Void Dao was. Void Reality. Without any pause, Li Fuchen immediately executed the second sword. A thin layer of sword light enveloped the Red Moon Emperor. The Red Moon Emperor yelled out and enveloped the Red Moon Law Phase. Boom, boom, boom. The Red Moon Law Phase exploded, and the Red Moon Emperor was sent flying miserably, while fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was too powerful, and the Red Moon Emperor couldn't withstand it at all. Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, all the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain were in disbelief with their mouths wide open. The Red Moon Emperor was a great emperor, and his strength wasn't inferior to the Vacant Mountain Emperor. but he was actually injured consecutively by Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Was this still Li Fuchen? This child's innate talent is unprecedented. From now on, the Emperor Sky Continent will no longer be the Emperor Sky Continent of the past. One of the elders of the floating sky mountain said with delight and admiration, "Fate is truly mystical. Among everyone, no one had such complicated feelings like the Cloud Emperor." Back when the Cloud Emperor encountered Li Fuchen in the latent shadow abyss, Li Fuchen was just a puny battle spirit realm martial artist. Back then, the Cloud Emperor would never have expected that in less than 10 years, Li Fuchen would grow into a pinnacle figure of the Emperor Sky Continent. This growth speed was already beyond the Cloud Emperor's imagination. Red Moon, everlasting sword. The Red Moon Emperor was enraged. His right hand swiped across the crescent moon mark on his forehead, and a crescent moon sword light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Crackle. The void froze, and even time had slowed down. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was the Red Moon Emperor's trump card. This move required the accumulation of power for years and years before the power was sealed at the forehead. Those that can become great emperors are indeed not to be trifled with. Li Fuchen believed that if he only had formidable strength, he would have fallen for the move. It was a pity that he didn't just have formidable strength. He didn't have any shortcomings in other aspects. There were some aspects that surpassed strength, like the spirit soul and the saint spirit. The powerful spiritual awareness allowed Li Fuchen's reaction to not slow down as the Red Moon Emperor's sword prowess expanded. Instead, it was more concentrated. Meteor Fall. The Red Moon Emperor's Red Moon Everlasting Sword was definitely similar to Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall. These two sword moves could slow down time, but the Red Moon Everlasting Sword could freeze time. As for Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall, it was extremely fast, so fast that even time appeared to be sluggish. There was a flash of blinding sword light. Bang bang. There was a huge distortion in the void, and it wasn't normal. Immediately after, the duo retreated separately. Neither of them injured the other. But because of this, the Red Moon Emperor had already lost. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was a sword move that he had accumulated for countless years. As for the Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen could execute it at any moment. Who was superior and who was inferior was naturally obvious at a glance. Soul Domain, Soul Rending Hand. Right at this moment, the world suddenly turned black and white. A gray shadow instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and clawed at Li Fuchen's body. Soul Emperor, I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen turned around and slashed. The Soul Emperor retreated as he had no choice. This claw attack might be able to injure Li Fuchen's spirit soul and could even tear a piece of Li Fuchen's spirit soul. But if Li Fuchen's sword attack, the Soul Emperor would definitely suffer severe injuries. Most importantly, at that moment earlier, the Soul Emperor felt an intense danger of death. He suspected that if he didn't retreat, he would perish here. You are actually able to resist my soul domain. The Soul Emperor returned to his original position as though he didn't move at all. Chapter 710. Celestial Eye Cult, Stargazing Tower. This tower was 99,000 feet tall, and when standing at the top, the stars that could be seen were several times bigger than the ground. This was the place where the Celestial Eye Emperor would drink tea and observe the stars. What a Li Fuchen! The Celestial Eye Emperor's eyes burst out with blazing radiance. In the Emperor Sky Continent, no one had ever made the Soul Emperor suffer. Li Fuchen was definitely the first. Even if it was Li Fuchen, he would try his best not to cross moves with the Soul Emperor. It was to prevent the Soul Emperor from seeing through his real strength. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen couldn't understand the Soul Emperor's methods. To be honest, the Celestial Eye Emperor really wanted to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with the Vacant Mountain Emperor, but he didn't want the Soul Emperor to be too powerful. But who knew that the Red Moon Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor would actually stand on the Soul Emperor's side? As such, even if the Celestial Eye Emperor worked together with the Mystic Dark Emperor and the Safflower Empress, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the Soul Emperor. He, the Celestial Eye Emperor, never fought a battle that he wasn't confident in. When the Safflower Empress invited him to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he rejected. In his opinion, the time wasn't right yet. In addition, the floating sky mountain could still last for a long time. With this person helping me to probe the Soul Emperor is a rather good opportunity. The Celestial Eye Emperor circulated his celestial eye and tried to see every detail. After all, this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If it was other great emperors, they wouldn't be able to probe anything. Even the Soul Emperor can't sneak an attack. Inside the floating sky mountain, everyone was shocked. I didn't misjudge this child. This child is the savior of our floating sky mountain. The vacant mountain emperor, who looked much older, walked out. Mountain Emperor, everyone bowed and cupped their fists. The vacant mountain emperor waved his hand and said, "Restore the floating sky array to its normal state." Mountain Emperor, the outcome isn't decided yet. It isn't appropriate to change the array rashly. A floating sky mountain elder objected. The vacant mountain emperor said, "Our floating sky mountain is one of the 7 major emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky Continent. If we don't even have this bit of boldness, wouldn't we be the laughingstock of the world? Furthermore, it is because the outcome isn't decided yet. That is why we have to change the array. By then, if Li Fuchen isn't a match, we will bring him in and prevent him from being harmed by the Soul Emperor. It will also increase our floating sky mountain's foundation. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Safflower Empress should be on her way. This crisis is basically resolved." After the vacant mountain emperor's explanation, everyone nodded their heads. Indeed, changing the formation was a necessary choice as the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. The golden foil-like floating formation returned to its normal state and gradually disappeared into the void. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The Soul Emperor coldly sneered as he saw this. "Red Moon Emperor, attack with everything you have. I will support you from his side." The Soul Emperor sent a sound transmission to the Red Moon Emperor. "Yes." The Red Moon Emperor nodded and charged at Li Fuchen again. Spirit Domain. The black and white world descended again and pressed down on Li Fuchen. As for the Red Moon Emperor, because he was a Soul Emperor's soul slave, his soul would not be suppressed. "Trying to use the Spirit Domain to suppress me?" Li Fuchen also sneered and sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single sword. "Go!" The Soul Emperor didn't expect to defeat Li Fuchen with the Spirit Domain. He flicked his hands repeatedly and shot black spheres at Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen, be careful. This is a soul sphere, and it contains the soul poison." The vacant mountain emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Back then, Li Fuchen didn't know the mystique of the soul sphere and was accidentally inflicted with the soul poison. Li Fuchen had a clear understanding of the situation. Since it was a soul sphere, regular methods wouldn't be able to deal with it. Even the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent would find it hard to completely seal off the soul poison's penetration. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think that the soul poison would be effective against him. After all, his soul spirit wasn't a regular soul spirit. However, Li Fuchen didn't wish to take the risk for no reason. Spiritual Awareness Blaze. Li Fuchen executed the Spiritual Awareness secret technique and blasted Spiritual Awareness fireballs at the soul sphere. Bang! The soul sphere exploded. Countless black mist diffused. Under the burning of the Spiritual Awareness flame, the black haze quickly dissipated. Fire Dao Spiritual Awareness secret technique. The Soul Emperor was shocked. Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes were much rarer than regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques. The Soul Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique wasn't afraid of regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques, but when facing Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes, it would still be restrained. However, the restraint was relative. Li Fuchen's Spiritual Awareness secret technique was dozens of times stronger than the Soul Emperor's imagination. Logically, even if Li Fuchen executed an 8-star Spiritual Awareness secret technique, it shouldn't have such an effect. Soul Stab. The Soul Emperor continued to execute the Soul Dao secret technique, while the Red Moon Emperor was in charge of frontal attacks. The Soul Emperor believed that as long as he could find a trace of loophole, he would be able to capture Li Fuchen. One had to admit that when the duo worked together, Li Fuchen felt the pressure. If Li Fuchen used his full strength to deal with the Red Moon Emperor, he would definitely be attacked by the Soul Emperor. If Li Fuchen concentrated on dealing with the Soul Emperor, he would be entangled by the Red Moon Emperor. The situation was in a stalemate. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Of course, Li Fuchen still had some trump cards and other methods that he hadn't executed yet. He was looking for an opportunity to execute them. Red flower extinguishing. Right at this moment, there were two red flowers that suddenly bloomed in the void. The two red flowers happened to envelop the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted and his body suddenly turned faint. Bang! The red flowers closed and immediately exploded. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen made use of this rare opportunity to blast countless Sect Origin Swords chi at the void where the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor were. Each of the sword chi wasn't considered powerful, but when hundreds of thousands of sword chi were gathered together, it was enough to slaughter the void. Back when Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, he used this move to injure the Blood Demonic Great Ruler. If the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was compared to the human Great Rulers, he would definitely be a top-notch Great Ruler. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The densely packed sword chi was like a violent storm. It was like an apocalyptic flood that drowned the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's figures. Seeing this scene, the Celestial Eye Emperor's scalp turned numb. He believed that if he faced this move from Li Fuchen, he would definitely be severely injured, unless he wasn't hit. When the sword chi dispersed, the Soul Emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. As the strongest emperor in the Emperor Sky Continent, he wasn't that easy to kill. In fact, if the Safflower Empress didn't appear, Li Fuchen would only be able to injure the Soul Emperor lightly with this move. Right now, the Soul Emperor's injuries weren't that severe. However, the Red Moon Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was riddled with wounds and looked like a hornet's nest. Li Fuchen and the Safflower Emperor's coordination was too perfect. The Red Moon Emperor didn't even have time to execute his shifting technique. Retreat. The Soul Emperor grabbed the Red Moon Emperor's broken body and instantly vanished. On the other side, the Blue Sun Emperor had also executed the Blue Sun shifting immediately. He turned into a blue sun and vanished completely. But before he left, he still suffered a sword slash from Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was able to injure even when executing shifting techniques. This was when Li Fuchen hadn't condensed the Void Dao heart. Once Li Fuchen comprehended the Void Dao heart, he would be able to kill the Blue Sun Emperor through the void. Of course, by then, Li Fuchen would have already comprehended the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. With the Void Heaven Sword World, the Blue Sun Emperor wouldn't have the chance to execute shifting techniques. It is said that the Soul Emperor is an absolute prodigy. As compared to you, he isn't considered anything. The Safflower Empress walked out from the void with a glistening red flower on her head. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks to the Safflower Empress for your assistance earlier." The Safflower Empress shook her head and said, "With the power of your move earlier, as long as you have some time, the two of them would have retreated pathetically. I merely provided you with an opportunity." Li Fuchen, Safflower Empress, and this young lady is all thanks to the three of you. The Vacant Mountain Emperor flew out from the floating sky mountain. The Safflower Empress looked at the Vacant Mountain Emperor and said, "You are inflicted with the soul poison. How is it? Are you all right?" The Vacant Mountain Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "The soul poison is much more formidable than I imagined. I am unable to remove it. You just need to find the soul cleansing herb or a soul Dao expert to help you refine the soul poison," Yin Qingwu said from the side. The Vacant Mountain Emperor looked at Yin Qingwu and said, "I have heard of the soul cleansing herb. It is a pity that my floating sky mountain doesn't have it. As for soul Dao experts, the entire Emperor Sky continent only has the Soul Emperor who is a soul Dao expert." Yin Qingwu looked at Li Fuchen and said, "He is also considered a soul Dao expert." Li Fuchen smiled and said, I don't dare to claim to be a soul Dao expert, but I can help you take a look. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was indeed very powerful, but his soul Dao methods were too trashy. He only had the soul chain, which was a soul Dao secret technique. The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the Safflower Empress were very shocked. Li Fuchen was actually a soul Dao expert as well. It was no wonder he could defeat the Soul Emperor. Let's go in first. The Vacant Mountain Emperor invited the trio into the floating sky mountain. Deep into the night, in a hidden room, Li Fuchen's right index finger pointed at the Vacant Mountain Emperor's forehead, and his spiritual awareness entered. The Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul sea was dark, and it felt like a world that had lost its vitality. In the center of the soul sea, there was a gray spirit soul sphere. The gray spirit soul sphere was filled with traces of black. It was obvious that the black color was the soul poison. The black threads were wiggling as though they had spirituality. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use the soul chain to attack the black threads, as he was afraid that he might harm the Vacant Mountain Emperor instead of saving him. He didn't dare to use his spiritual awareness to burn the black threads, as it would also harm the Vacant Mountain Emperor's spirit soul. I can only do this. Li Fuchen circulated his soul power and poured it into the Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul sea. The Vacant Mountain Emperor grunted. When the foreign soul power entered the soul sea, it was still a little harmful to him. What kind of soul power is this? The purple soul power shocked the Vacant Mountain Emperor. According to what he knew, Saint's spirit souls were only green in color. Could it be a soul Dao secret technique? The Vacant Mountain Emperor thought that it was a secret technique that turned Li Fuchen's soul power purple. Once the purple soul power entered the Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul sea, it started to evaporate the black threads. At the same time, it was also evaporating the Vacant Mountain Emperor's spirit soul. It was fortunate that compared to the spirit soul, the soul poison was just an impurity and it was evaporating faster. After one night, the Vacant Mountain Emperor's complexion was even weaker, but his mind was much clearer. Mountain Emperor, take it slow. Prepare more treasures that can increase your essence chi. Li Fuchen withdrew his finger and said, "All right." After knowing that Li Fuchen had a way to resolve the soul poison, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was very happy. Time elapsed, and 1 month later, the Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison had been completely evaporated. The Vacant Mountain Emperor's spirit soul might have also been evaporated, but it was a blessing in disguise. His spirit soul was now purer, and his thoughts were much clearer. Chapter 711. The Soul Emperor had held the title of strongest great emperor in the Emperor Sky continent for over a century. It might not be a long time, but the Soul Emperor was only over 300 years old and was younger than all the other great emperors. For over a century, the Soul Emperor had never tasted defeat and was already the symbol of invincibility. Furthermore, over a century ago, the Soul Emperor killed a great emperor and obtained the title of strongest great emperor. Who would have expected that over a century later, someone could actually defeat the Soul Emperor? Furthermore, this person was ridiculously young. The Soul Emperor stepped into the Law Phase realm over 100 years old and became the strongest great emperor over 200 years old. It was unknown when Li Fuchen reached the Law Phase realm, but when he defeated the Soul Emperor, he was at most around 40 years old. A 40-year-old great emperor was already enough to shock the world, let alone mid-class continents. Even high-class continents would be unique. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor meant that Li Fuchen was extremely strong. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor at the age of 40 meant that Li Fuchen had boundless potential. When these two things were added up, everyone was extremely shocked. Sword Emperor. Everyone thought of a title at the same time. This title was the same as the title given to Li Fuchen by the Heaven Fire Doyen, Sword Emperor. In fact, it was very normal as the highest title for Sword Dao Emperors was Sword Emperor. Apart from Li Fuchen, who else would dare to call themselves Sword Emperor? Even if it was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. As for whether Li Fuchen was worthy of the title of Sword Emperor, no one was worried. What a joke! Li Fuchen was already so powerful at the age of 40. In history, Which sword emperor was this powerful at the age of 40? The answer was none. Clan of Darkness headquarters. Stop all operations. An order was sent to all the branches of the Clan of Darkness. The Clan of Darkness had once assassinated Li Fuchen, and it wasn't just once or twice. Back then, Li Fuchen was still very weak, and the Clan of Darkness could deal with him as they wished. They weren't afraid that Li Fuchen would take revenge. Now that Li Fuchen was a great emperor and wasn't just a regular great emperor, the Clan of Darkness was afraid that Li Fuchen would follow the clues and find their headquarters. By then, the Clan of Darkness might not be destroyed, but they would suffer great losses. It could be said that Li Fuchen's appearance had changed the situation of the Emperor Sky continent. After curing the vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison, Li Fuchen planned to visit the Soul Sky Empire's Black Emperor Guild. He and Shangwan Yu were definitely friends. Now that he was back, he naturally had to go and take a look. After arriving at the Black Emperor Guild, Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The entire Black Emperor sect was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. When a murderous intent rose, Li Fuchen thought it was done by the Soul Emperor. But soon enough, Li Fuchen withdrew his killing intent. The Black Emperor Guild had obviously left the Emperor Sky continent. That dilapidated teleportation platform still had traces of spatial power. After asking around a nearby faction, Li Fuchen found out that the Black Emperor Guild was persecuted by the Blood Sift Union and had left the Emperor Sky continent. It's the Blood Sift Union again. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, he didn't have the ability to do anything to the Blood Sift Union. Now that he was a great emperor, a top-notch great emperor, as long as he found the Blood Sift Union, he would definitely destroy it. Li Fuchen, the Imperial Flower Pavilion, will be holding the Imperial Flower Feast 1 month later. We can go and take a look. On this day, the vacant Mountain Emperor said to Li Fuchen, "Imperial Flower Feast?" Li Fuchen didn't have a good impression of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. It was a faction that relied on others and nurtured the Imperial Flowers and Fame Flowers. They were no different from high-class socialites. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "The Imperial Flower Feast is the #1 grand feast of the Emperor Sky continent. Not only will most of the human emperors attend, the demonic beast emperors will also attend, including the demonic beast great emperors." Is that so? Then I shall go and take a look. Li Fuchen nodded. The Emperor Sky continent wasn't just the human race's world. The demonic beast race shouldn't be underestimated either. Previously, the human race had 7 great emperors on the surface, and with the Dark Knight Emperor who was in the dark, there were a total of 8 great emperors. The demonic beast race also had 4 great emperors on the surface. 1 month later, the Imperial Flower Feast was held as scheduled. The venue was the Rainbow Garden at the Imperial Flower Pavilion's headquarters. This garden was a floating garden that the Imperial Flower Pavilion's pavilion master had spent an enormous amount of resources to set up. There were countless precious flowers planted inside, and there was even a rainbow spirit formation. This rainbow spirit formation was a peak grade 8 spirit formation, and it wasn't as simple as it looked. On this day, various human emperors and demonic beast emperors flew towards the Rainbow Garden. The Rainbow Garden is indeed worthy of its name. The rainbow energy here is truly relaxing. The Rainbow Garden is one of the rare cultivation sacred lands in the Emperor Sky continent. It is said that cultivating here will allow one to radiate with radiance. The Imperial Flower Pavilion's Imperial Flowers and Fame Flowers are so beautiful, and it is definitely related to cultivating in the Rainbow Garden. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, there were beautiful female attendants who received them. There were some familiar human emperors who were interacting with each other. Hurry up and look, it is the Green Nacre Empress. Everyone's eyes landed on a female Law Phase Realm Emperor who had just landed. This female Law Phase Realm Emperor was wearing green clothes and a phoenix hairpin. She looked extremely luxurious and gorgeous. The Green Nacre Empress was a 6th level emperor and was one of the followers of the Celestial Eye Emperor. As a female empress, the Green Nacre Empress was extremely popular no matter where she went. After all, among the Law Phase Realm Emperors, the male-to-female ratio was too low and it wasn't even 10:1. Furthermore, The Green Nacre Empress was one of the best among the female emperors. As of now, the Green Nacre Empress had yet to choose a Tao companion. The Celestial Eye Emperor had once indicated that he wanted to marry her, but she rejected. In her opinion, the Celestial Eye Emperor was too old. The Tao companion in her heart didn't just have strength, he also had to have potential and couldn't be too old. Otherwise, she would rather be alone. It was a pity that there were too few people who fit the criteria. The Soul Emperor was one, but the Soul Emperor was too dangerous. The Green Nacre Empress didn't plan to place herself in such a dangerous situation. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 40 years old. I really don't know how he became a great emperor at the age of 40. The Green Nacre Empress was very curious about Li Fuchen. She was participating in the Imperial Flower Feast, mainly to witness Li Fuchen's prowess. She didn't have any thoughts for now. It was purely a woman's curiosity. Time elapsed, and soon enough, another female emperor arrived. This female emperor was an old woman, and behind the old woman was an absolute beauty. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the White Fox race's chieftain, Hu Hongxiu, and Hu Ling. Hu Hongxiu was a demonic beast ruler, while Hu Ling was a demonic beast king. During the Imperial Flower Feast, human emperors or demonic beast rulers were allowed to bring some people with unlimited cultivation levels. Chieftain, this place is so beautiful. It is much more beautiful than the ancient desolate mountains. Hu Ling acted like a lass who had never seen the world. She looked around and couldn't help touching the flowers. Hu Hongxiu said, "Don't be so careless. Those that are here are human emperors and demonic beast rulers. We cannot afford to offend them." Oh, Hu Ling nodded and had a much more reserved expression. However, her eyes still couldn't help looking around. "Lu Luo, I didn't think that you would choose a cripple as your Tao companion. I really don't know what you're thinking." In a corner of the Rainbow Garden, a woman and two men were standing there. The woman was one of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, Lu Luo. As for the two men, one of them was the evil monarch who lost an arm, while the other was a horse-faced middle-aged man. Lu Luo's cultivation was already at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, while the evil monarch was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. As for the horse-faced middle-aged man, he was a 2nd-level emperor. The cause of the incident was that the horse-faced middle-aged man had been pursuing Lu Luo. Putting aside the fact that Lu Luo rejected him, she even chose the evil monarch who had lost an arm and was inferior to him as her Tao companion. It made the horse-faced middle-aged man extremely furious. Lu Luo frowned and said, "Iron Wall Martial Emperor, it is my freedom to choose my Tao companion. You don't have to worry about it." She and the evil monarch got to know each other in the Saint's Garden, and Li Fuchen was there too. After some interactions, Lu Luo and the evil monarch felt that they were very suitable for each other. Therefore, they got together. Of course, before deciding to be together, Lu Luo had considered it carefully. As the famed flower of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, she couldn't choose a person who didn't have great potential. If the evil monarch didn't have great potential, she wouldn't have chosen him. It was fortunate that the evil monarch might have lost an arm, but he had great potential. It shouldn't be a problem for him to step into the law phase realm within a few dozen years. "Kid, you dare to snatch my Iron Wall Martial Emperor's woman. I advise you to reconsider." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor didn't dare to do anything to Lu Luo, but it was a simple task to deal with the evil monarch. The evil monarch was once the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent and had his own pride. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter to you whether I want to or not. Lu Luo, let's go." While speaking, the evil monarch pulled Lu Luo's hand and left. I hope you don't regret it." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor clenched his fist tightly while his eyes flashed with deep murderous intent. On the small path in the garden, Lu Luo said to the evil monarch, "You don't have to be angry. I believe that you will also become a Law Phase Realm Emperor in a short period of time." "I will." The evil monarch nodded. Earlier on, he felt that he was still too weak. If he was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, would the Iron Wall Martial Emperor dare to speak so ruthlessly to him? As time elapsed, more and more human emperors and demonic beast rulers arrived. Among them were the Law Phase Realm Emperors from the Soul Sky Empire, Red Moon Empire, and Blue Sun Empire. Chapter 712. The mystic Dark Heavenly Emperor is here. The Celestial Eye Emperor is here. That is the Safflower Empress. Seeing that it was getting late, the Great Emperors finally arrived. Looking at the Great Emperor who was talking cheerfully, everyone revealed looks of admiration and respect. Emperors were existences that stood at the peak of the continent. Their every word and action could affect the entire continent. They were the main characters of the Imperial Flower Feast, while the others were merely supporting characters. The Blue Sun Emperor is here. Isn't he afraid of encountering the Sword Emperor alone? The Sword Emperor might be formidable, but if the Blue Sun Emperor wanted to escape, the Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Shoo, lower your voice. The conflict between martial monarchs is not something you and I can discuss. Be careful of your words. Everyone discussed in low voices. Blue Sun Emperor, you actually dare to come. The Safflower Empress ridiculed. The Blue Sun Emperor grinned and said, "Why can't I come? Could this Imperial Flower Feast be hosted by you?" The Sovereign Flower Feast is naturally not organized by me. I'm just afraid that when you meet the Sword Emperor later, you won't even dare to fart. The Safflower Empress continued to ridicule. After hearing what was said, the Blue Sun Emperor was infuriated. His grand and blazing aura locked onto the Safflower Empress, as though he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A seven-colored radiance brushed past the Blue Sun Emperor's body and swept away his battle intent and murderous aura. Blue Sun Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face. A pleasant voice entered the ears of the Blue Sun Emperor. The Blue Sun Emperor ultimately didn't make a move. Of course, he also didn't intend to make a move just now. Everyone thought that the Imperial Flower Pavilion relied on others to survive, but only a few people knew that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress wasn't a simple character. The Blue Sun Emperor suspected that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress was a great emperor herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Imperial Flower Feast organized by the Imperial Flower Pavilion. Haha, I heard that there is a Sword Emperor in your human clan. Where is the Sword Emperor? Come out and let me, the Sky Horn Great Sovereign, take a look. Not long after the Blue Sun Emperor arrived, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky above the Rainbow Garden. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a flood dragon was pulling a luxurious carriage as it flew over. TSK. He actually used a flood dragon to pull the carriage. This flood dragon is obviously a low-tier demonic beast Tharch. Its strength isn't inferior to a mid-level emperor. Only the Sky Horn Great Ruler can let a flood dragon pull his carriage. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was the leader of the 4 great rulers of the demon race. His strength was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, the Sky Horn Great Ruler had fought with the 3 great rulers of the human race. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the 3 great rulers of the human race were defeated and the Sky Horn Great Ruler was unharmed. Everyone speculated that the Sky Horn Great Ruler's direct combat strength was above that of the Soul Emperor. The carriage was very big, like a small palace. Inside sat a majestic middle-aged man with a sharp horn on his forehead. The majestic middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying himself. In his arms was a woman, and on his right was a woman who was feeding him wine. In addition, there were 6 other women who were either playing the zither or playing the flute, singing and dancing or teasing him. Skyhorn Great Emperor, what brings you here? The Celestial Eye Emperor said. Among the 4 great emperors of the demon race, the Skyhorn Great Emperor rarely came out. He always hid behind the scenes. The Skyhorn Great Ruler laughed and said, I heard that the human race produced a Sword Emperor. I, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, naturally wished to take a look. The Sword Emperor's existence had already threatened his status. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. Immediately after, one of the 4 great emperors, the Golden-Winged Great Ruler, had arrived too. As one of the 4 great emperors, the Golden-Winged Great Ruler had the fastest speed and was born with shifting technique. Furthermore, His shifting technique's distance was far beyond any human great ruler. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if the golden-winged great ruler wanted to escape, not even 100 great emperors would be able to do anything to him. Look, the Soul Emperor is here. Is that the Red Moon Emperor? Why does he feel a little strange? Everyone's eyes shifted from the other great emperors to the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. After losing to Li Fuqian, the Soul Emperor's prestige had dropped a little, but a person's fame was like a tree's shadow. No one dared to underestimate the Soul Emperor. To be serious, the Soul Emperor might have been defeated by Li Fuqian due to carelessness. After all, who would have expected Li Fuqian's strength to be this powerful? If it was any other great emperor, without knowing the other party's strength, they would inevitably suffer a loss. The Soul Emperor didn't change much, but the Red Moon Emperor beside the Soul Emperor had a drastic change in appearance. The Red Moon Emperor had a sinister aura, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and tyranny. As compared to before, he was 30% more terrifying and 30% less prowess of a great emperor. Soul Emperor, I heard that you were defeated by the Sword Emperor. It seems like you aren't that great after all. The Skyhorn Great Ruler mocked. The Soul Emperor had a calm expression and said, "If there is an opportunity, we can spar. We will definitely spar. Otherwise, only a few people in the Emperor Sky continent will know of my prowess." The Skyhorn Great Ruler's most famous battle was with the 3 human great rulers a few hundred years ago. After that, he basically didn't have any battles. It wasn't just the humans who had forgotten about his prowess. Even the demonic beasts felt that he might not be stronger than the 3 demonic beast great rulers. Hence, apart from meeting the legendary Sword Emperor, he mainly wanted to tell everyone that he, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, was the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent a few hundred years ago. After a few hundred years, he was still the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent. This year's Imperial Flower Feast was much more bustling than everyone imagined. Nearly 70% of the emperors in the Emperor Sky continent were here. The demonic beasts had also sent dozens of demonic beast rulers. Hu Hongxiu, are you certain that the Sword Emperor is that person that appeared in the ancient desolate mountains? The fierce tiger ruler and Hu Hongxiu were seated in a pavilion. Hu Hongxiu said, "I am 80% certain. If it is true, then it is truly shocking." The fierce tiger ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. Back then, Li Fuqian was already strong enough. He was able to contest with Law Phase realm experts when he was only at the primary sea realm. The current Li Fuqian was definitely dozens of times, or close to 100 times stronger than before. As time elapsed, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had also arrived. Originally, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't arrive so late, but he had been in seclusion. After he exited seclusion, his subordinates immediately sent a message, and he rushed over. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in an extremely good mood. He had great gains in the Saint Monument hidden domain, and there was a seed of fear growing in his heart. After a few years of seclusion, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor finally condensed the 6th emotion seed, the seed of fear. In other words, he was already a great emperor. The smile on his face didn't last for long. When he found out that the Soul Emperor was defeated by the Sword Emperor and that the Sword Emperor was Li Fuqian, he felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 flies and felt uncomfortable. How is this possible? The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor didn't dare to believe this fact. It had only been a few years, and it was already praiseworthy for other prodigies to break through one level. Li Fuqian actually broke through an entire level, and his strength was now at the level of a top-class great emperor. There was this moment when the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor felt that his years of hard work had instantly become worthless. I have made everyone wait for a long time. Just as the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in a dilemma, Li Fuqian and the others finally arrived. The one speaking was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. As compared to 2 months ago, he was glowing and full of vigor. He didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul poison is neutralized? The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted. As a soul Tao cultivator, he knew clearly how difficult it was to neutralize the soul poison. It wasn't exaggerating to say that unless one's cultivation was at the half-saint or saint level, it was basically impossible to neutralize the vacant mountain emperor's soul poison. After eliminating all possibilities, the soul emperor finally came to a conclusion. A soul Dao cultivator had neutralized the soul poison for the vacant mountain emperor. Subconsciously, the soul emperor's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu stood side by side. One of them was handsome and refined, while the other was devastatingly beautiful. They were said to be a perfect couple. Is rather lively. After taking a glance at the rainbow garden, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Is rather lively. Most of the emperors of the Emperor Sky continent should be here. Yin Qingwu nodded. These fellows still dare to come. It seems like this imperial flower feast isn't simple. When Li Fuchen saw the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the others, he pondered for a moment and felt that the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be as simple as he thought. It is Chu Qingyin's honor for everyone to grace us with your presence. A graceful figure descended from the rainbow. Chu Qingyin? Yin Qingwu frowned. Why? Do you know her? Li Fuchen asked. Yin Qingwu said, this name is very familiar, but that person shouldn't appear in the Emperor Sky Continent. Saint Spirit Continent? Li Fuchen revealed a trace of surprise. Yin Qingwu nodded. The graceful figure's face was covered by a rainbow-colored veil, and only a pair of eyes could be seen vaguely through the veil. It is indeed her, Yin Qingwu said resolutely. Interesting. Chapter 713. Li Fuchen found out from Yin Qingwu that Chu Qingyin was also from the Saint Spirit Continent and was also a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyin was already extremely powerful a few dozen years ago. She might not be stronger than the Soul Emperor, but she was at least top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent. After a few dozen years, it was unknown how Chu Qingyin arrived at the Imperial Flower Pavilion. In addition, the Imperial Flower Pavilion had been established for a few dozen years. It was unknown how Chu Qingyin became the new pavilion mistress. Yin Qingwu recognized Chu Qingyin, but Chu Qingyin didn't recognize Yin Qingwu. After all, Yin Qingwu wasn't the Yin Qingwu of the Saint Spirit Continent. Since everyone is here, let the Imperial Flower Feast begin. Chu Qingyin clapped her hands. In an instant, ethereal and tranquil music echoed. An outstanding lady was dancing in the flowers. With the help of the rainbow array, everyone felt as though they had arrived at a paradise on earth. As compared to this, the scene inside the sky-horned great ruler's carriage was much more vulgar and unpresentable. There were plenty of pavilions, and everyone chose a pavilion to sit down in. Li Fuchen's pavilion had a total of 5 individuals. They were the Vacant Mountain Emperor, the Safflower Empress, Yin Qingwu, the Cloud Emperor, and Li Fuchen. Originally, the Cloud Emperor wasn't qualified to sit in this pavilion. After all, even the weakest Yin Qingwu was already 1 foot into the ranks of great emperors. The Cloud Emperor wasn't even a high-level emperor and naturally wasn't qualified to sit with the 4 of them. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor didn't wish to sit here either. He felt that it was more comfortable to sit with emperors of the same level. But under Li Fuchen's request, the Cloud Emperor still stayed. It didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was now. The Cloud Emperor was still his senior and benefactor. Li Fuchen had already treated the Cloud Emperor as his senior. Then I shall shamelessly stay. The Cloud Emperor cupped his fist and laughed. The Vacant Mountain Emperor said, What shamelessly? As compared to elderly, you and I are the same. We're just people with mediocre aptitudes. Right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain anymore. He was a guest elder. After all, which faction's direct line disciple would be stronger than the sect patriarch? The Safflower Empress nodded. I am 450 years old this year, and I am over 10 times older than the Sword Emperor. Compared to the Sword Emperor, my aptitude is rather mediocre. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, Safflower Empress, your aptitude is much better than ours. At least you still have hopes of advancing to become a saint. I don't even have any hopes of advancing. He was too old. Among the great emperors of the human race, he was an existence of the same generation, as the Celestial Eye Emperor. He was already more than 1,500 years old. The Safflower Empress said, "You can't say it like that. Heavenly Emperor is basically the peak. I remember that when I was young, you were already a Heavenly Emperor. Now, you are still a Heavenly Emperor. Maybe in a few hundred years, I will be the same as you, stuck in this realm, unable to advance." Law Phase realm emperors could only live for 2,000 years. Even if they cultivated the body, refinement Tao, to the primary sea realm, they would only be able to live for 3,000 years. 3,000 years was nothing in the world of martial arts cultivation. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who had almost no shackles. Many people stayed in one place for hundreds or even thousands of years. "So, are you the Sword Emperor? You don't look like much." A domineering voice was heard all of a sudden. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Sky Horn Great Ruler? Li Fuchen looked over in response. Li Fuchen's eyes didn't land on the Sky Horn Great Ruler, but on a female servant beside the Sky Horn Great Ruler. This female servant's appearance might have changed a little, but Li Fuchen immediately recognized that this female servant was the Petrified Queen. Back then, before the Evil King was born, the Petrified Queen was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn Continent. She was the supreme ruler of the demonic 10 regions. She might have been surpassed by the Evil King later on, and then encountered Li Fuchen's powerful rise, but the Petrified Queen was still someone that couldn't be neglected. The world was unpredictable. Who would have expected that the Petrified Queen who had boundless glory would now become someone else's female servant, even though that person was the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Petrified Queen, long time no see. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the Petrified Queen's ears. "Li Fuchen, you are the Sword Emperor?" The Petrified Queen had been following the Sky Horn Great Ruler and wasn't well informed. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, she only found out that the Emperor Sky Continent had a Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. She originally thought that it was just someone with the same name, but after seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen was certain that Li Fuchen was the Sword Emperor. When facing the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen had complicated emotions. There are some people who would be so dazzling no matter where they went. In the East Unicorn Continent, Li Fuchen rose abruptly and dominated the continent's fate. In the Emperor Sky Continent, Li Fuchen was still a pinnacle existence. The complicated emotions quickly dispersed as the Petrified Queen pleaded, "Sword Emperor, please save me. I don't wish to become the Sky Horn Great Ruler's female servant." She was prideful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cultivate to the low-tier demonic Beast King realm in such a short period of time. What exactly is going on? It was impossible for Li Fuchen to offend the Sky Horn Great Ruler for no reason. Li Fuchen knew of the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was already extremely powerful a few hundred years ago. It was unknown what level the Sky Horn Great Ruler was at now. Before the Petrified Queen transmitted a message, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's face turned dark when he saw Li Fuchen ignoring him and staring at his female servant instead. He chuckled and said, "Sword Emperor, is my female servant so beautiful? Since you like her, why don't I give her to you? But I am rather interested in that human female beside you too. Why don't we exchange?" Yan Qingwu's temperament and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch. Compared to Yan Qingwu, all the famous flowers that were performing at the scene paled in comparison. Courting death. Yan Qingwu frowned and shot a black thread at the Sky Horn Great Ruler from her eyes. Insignificant tricks. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's eyes burst out with divine light and dispersed the black thread. "Hot enough, I like it." The Sky Horn Great Ruler laughed heartily and didn't mind. Li Fuchen shifted his gaze from the Petrified Queen to the Sky Horn Great Ruler. "Sky Horn Great Ruler, you are even more foolish and arrogant than I imagined." If it was Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be willing to offend someone that wasn't inferior to the Soul Emperor for no reason. But the Sky Horn Great Ruler just had to do it. In Li Fuchen's opinion, it was foolish and arrogant. "You dare to say that I am foolish and arrogant?" The Sky Horn Great Ruler had an expression of disbelief. No one had ever dared to say that he was foolish. Never. Skyhorn Great Ruler. This person is the Sword Emperor. What doesn't he dare to say? A voice echoed, and it had a trace of hidden bewitchment. Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. You are courting death. Li Fuchen's murderous intent burst out. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was the most adept at bewitching people's hearts. The Seven Emotions divine technique cultivated by the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor and was very sensitive to emotions. Unless it was someone with extremely powerful spirit soul like Li Fuchen or the Soul Emperor, otherwise, even if the person was stronger than the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor, they might be bewitched and do something that deviated from their principles. Once at the Rainbow Garden, Li Fuchen saw the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. In order to give the Imperial Flower Pavilion some face, Li Fuchen didn't touch the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. Did the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor really think that Li Fuchen didn't dare to make a move? Li Fuchen didn't use any spiritual awareness attacks, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor with the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He would only be able to make the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor suffer a little. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, if Li Fuchen wasn't excluded, then the Soul Emperor would definitely be ranked first, and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor would be ranked second. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor cultivated the Seven Emotions divine technique, and emotions were the embodiment of the spiritual energy. It would be strange if his spiritual awareness wasn't powerful. The void distorted and cracked. Invisible sharp radiance shrouded the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's location. As Li Fuchen's understanding of the void law grew deeper, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art was getting stronger day by day. The Void Heaven Sword intent was naturally extremely sharp. When this sword intent burst out, it was impossible to block unless one was a great emperor. Furthermore, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to contest with just martial Dao intent. Li Fuchen had the Sword Heart. The Sword Heart could increase the Sword Dao law's power by at least 3 times. Damn it! The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor had a change of expression. A layer of intent was emitted and blasted at the Void Heaven Sword intent. Bang! The pavilion that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was in suddenly exploded. At the crucial moment, there was a 7-colored radiance that froze the void and prevented the shock waves from spreading out. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "You dare to make a move?" Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination. He thought that after progressing to a great emperor, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. However, a single sword intent was enough to injure the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. If it was an unrestrained battle, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why wouldn't I dare to make a move? Li Fuchen sneered and blasted the Void Heaven Sword intent at the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Sword Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face. The 7-colored radiance wanted to freeze the Void Heaven Sword intent, but realized that it was only delayed. This made Chu Qingyan frown. The 7-colored radiance was the power of the Rainbow Array, and the Rainbow Array was a top-notch Class 8 array. It contained profound laws and was extremely profound, but it wasn't able to freeze Li Fuchen's sword intent. Chu Qingyan didn't know what level Li Fuchen's sword intent was at. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Chu Qingyan and suddenly executed the Meteor Sword intent. The extremely fast Meteor Sword intent couldn't be blocked by the 7-colored radiance and was immediately penetrated. Immediately after, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's intent was penetrated. But in the end, after penetrating 2 layers of obstruction, the Meteor Sword intent still dispersed. Such power! Some of the people that had never witnessed Li Fuchen's methods couldn't help but gasp. Li Fuchen didn't continue to make a move and looked at Chu Qingyan. This person has a foul mouth and couldn't control his anger. Please forgive him. You. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 714. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. The Skyhorn Emperor's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. However, it was still far from enough to make him fearful. The demon race's nomological comprehension naturally couldn't compare to the human race's, but the demon race's bloodline and defense were something that the human race couldn't compare to. If Li Fuchen only had this ability, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Skyhorn Great Emperor, I wonder if you are satisfied with this sword? Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword without any warning and cleaved. The intense sword chi ignored the power of the rainbow array and cleaved open the pavilion that the Skyhorn Great Ruler was in. It separated the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the petrified queen. Immediately after, Li Fuchen used his left hand to use the Sky Ring sword armor to protect the petrified queen and pull her over. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Not only did the Skyhorn Emperor fail to react, but even Chu Qingyan failed to react in time. By the time the duo reacted, the petrified queen was already by Li Fuchen's side. A heaven-class, high-tier sword. Chu Qingyan raised her eyebrows. Although the laws contained in the heaven-grade high-tier weapons were only at the level of a heaven-grade high-tier weapon, which was similar to everyone else's comprehension of the laws, a portion of the weapon's laws came from the heavenly Tao and contained the heavenly Tao. When laws of the same level encountered the heaven and earth Tao aura, they would undoubtedly be inferior. Without a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, even if he was a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to execute this sword move so smoothly. In order to prevent Li Fuchen and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor from fighting, Chu Qingyan had increased the power of the array. Bastard! The Skyhorn Great Ruler was so angry that his face turned green. There was a PFFF sound as he pulled out the horn on his forehead. The horn enlarged and was about to cleave at Li Fuchen. Skyhorn Great Emperor, don't be impatient. Chu Qingyan pressed her right hand down, and an intense seven-colored radiance restrained the Skyhorn Great Tharch. The Skyhorn Great Tharch was indignant and struggled to break free from the seven-colored radiance. But this time, Chu Qingyan was determined not to let any more incidents happen during the Imperial Flower Feast. The rainbow array formation revolved to the extreme, and a miniature rainbow descended, freezing the void where the Skyhorn Arch was. Chu Qingyan, what do you mean by this? The Heavenly Horn Great Sovereign glared at Chu Qingyan. Only then did he realize that Chu Qingyan's strength was definitely at the level of a great emperor. Moreover, she was at the level of a peak great emperor. Coupled with the peak level 8 formation, it was impossible for him to make a move casually. The Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't the only one who could tell that Chu Qingyan was a great emperor. The others could also tell that she was a great emperor. In other words, the Emperor Sky continent no longer had 7 major emperor-class factions, but 8 major emperor-class factions. If the Hidden Clan of Darkness was included, it would be 9 major emperor-class factions. Chu Qingyan's expression turned solemn. I've said it before, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. I hope everyone can give me some face. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was still furious. Then why didn't you suppress him when he attacked? Why? Do you think that I, the Skyhorn Great Ruler, am a pushover? If Chu Qingyan did not give him an explanation, he decided to erupt with the power of his bloodline. He refused to believe that he could not break this formation. Chu Qingyan took a glance at Li Fuchen and smiled bitterly in her heart. With the heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, Li Fuchen would suffer very little suppression in the rainbow array. Unless she disregarded everything and shed all pretenses to obstruct Li Fuchen, it was impossible to obstruct him. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen was infuriated, she didn't think that he would be easier to get along with than the Skyhorn Great Ruler. In fact, among everyone, there were 3 individuals that gave her a dangerous feeling. The first was Li Fuchen, the second was the Soul Emperor, and the third was the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Of course, most importantly, she didn't wish to fall out with Li Fuchen. Whether she could return to the Saint Spirit continent might depend on Li Fuchen in the future. She didn't wish to stay another day in this mid-class continent. Only by returning to the Saint Spirit continent would she have the chance to become a half-saint or even a saint. Chu Qingyan said, Skyhorn Great Ruler, you should be most proud of your defense. I'm afraid that your defense won't be able to block the opponent's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. If you insist on fighting, I will not stop you. At this moment, Li Fuqian also said, Skyhorn Great Ruler, if you wish to fight, then fight outside. Li Fuqian might not be able to kill the Skyhorn Great Ruler, but he was still able to injure the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Just as he was preparing to make a move, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's expression changed a few times before he found another pavilion and sat down. Chu Qingyan, I will give you some face. Sword Emperor, I will let you keep your life for now. Kiki, there is no need for such a glib tongue. Li Fuqian sneered. This battle ultimately didn't happen, but everyone had already made up their minds. The Sword Emperor was indeed the Sword Emperor. Even the Skyhorn Great Ruler was suppressed by him. However, this Sword Emperor seemed rather lustful. He actually forcefully seized the Skyhorn Great Ruler's servant girl, and she was a demonic beast king. Of course, there were some who had some ideas. If the Sword Emperor wasn't lustful, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. Since the Sword Emperor was lustful, as long as they catered to his liking, they might be able to befriend the Sword Emperor and obtain his protection. Domineering. The Green Acre Empress had to admit that she was tempted. Li Fuqian had practically gathered all of her fantasies of a Dao companion. Young, powerful, and domineering. But when thinking about her own conditions, the Green Acre Empress felt a little sad. As compared to others, she was very young and wasn't even 300 years old. But as compared to Li Fuqian, she was much older. Perhaps to Law Fei's realm emperors, a difference of a few hundred years wasn't considered a difference. But when looking at Yan Qingwu, who was beside Li Fuqian, the Green Acre Empress knew that she didn't have any chance. She didn't think that Li Fuqian was a lustful individual, and there was probably a hidden reason. Young master is too domineering. Hu Ling had a face of worship. Hu Hongxiu nodded and warned Hu Ling, Lass, don't let your imagination run wild. You and the Sword Emperor aren't from the same world. Hu Ling nodded, but in her heart, she was determined to cultivate properly. Only when she was strong enough would she be able to enter the young master's world. The Imperial Flower Feast continued, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. On the side, the Safflower Empress said, Sword Emperor, you have to be careful of the Soul Emperor and the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Soul Emperor seemed to have transmitted a message to the Skyhorn Great Ruler earlier. The Soul Emperor must have contacted the Skyhorn Great Ruler to deal with Elder Li. We have to be on guard. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was rather worried. Li Fuqian said, I saw it, but I don't think they can do anything. Li Fuqian had his own confidence. He wasn't simply strong. If he relied on his strength, he would have died countless times in this lifetime. After the 36 famed flowers performed, it was the Imperial Flower's turn. The first Imperial Flower was an absolute beauty who was wearing a green dress and had picturesque facial features. As soon as the woman stepped onto the stage, even the martial monarchs were attracted to her. What an absolute beauty! Some of the Law Fei's realm emperors were panting heavily. They believed that they were used to seeing beauties in the mortal world, but as compared to this green-dressed Imperial Flower, they were definitely insignificant. This Imperial Flower Pavilion has put in a lot of effort. They actually have the Empress Countenance technique for the Imperial Flowers to cultivate. Yan Qingwu said with astonishment. Empress Countenance technique. Li Fuqian and the others looked at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu explained, the Empress Countenance technique is a cultivation technique that can transform a person's appearance and aura. On the Saint Spirit continent, there is a sect called the Empress Countenance sect. This Empress Countenance technique is the sect's defining cultivation technique. However, the Imperial Flower Pavilion's Empress Countenance technique shouldn't be complete, because only the Empress Countenance sect patriarch and the successor are qualified to cultivate the complete Empress Countenance technique. How can there be such a cultivation technique? The Safflower Empress didn't understand. She didn't know what continent was the Saint Spirit continent, but the Emperor's Countenance technique was too useless. For martial artist cultivation, eternal youth was just a small goal. Immortality, eternity, and strength were what a martial artist should pursue. Yin Qingwu shook her head. Don't underestimate the Emperor's Countenance technique. This cultivation technique can use one's aura to affect others and even affect the circulation of heaven and earth laws. If the Emperor's Countenance sect patriarch is here personally, no one here would be able to withstand a smile from him. Perhaps you can. Yin Qingwu was referring to Li Fuchen. So incredible. Including the Cloud Emperor, no one could understand how a person's aura could be so powerful. What was the difference between this and an illusion technique? Any Tao that reaches the extremity can be immortal. There is no need to feel strange. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. The great Tao contained everything. Since emotions could be cultivated, why couldn't one's aura be cultivated? In this aspect, Li Fuchen's acceptance was far superior to anyone else. Yin Qingwu nodded. No wonder Li Fuchen was able to cultivate to this level. His mentality had determined his outlook. Everyone else's outlook was too small and limited. They only knew how to cultivate bitterly. After the green dress imperial flower, it was the yellow dress imperial flower. The two of them had different appearances and auras, but in terms of attractiveness, they were equally outstanding. Everyone could feel a different kind of extreme beauty. Sword Emperor, I wonder what these two imperial flowers are like. Right at this moment, Chu Qingyin transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Not bad, Li Fuchen replied. Since the Sword Emperor likes them, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Be it as Tao companions or as concubines, it is up to the Sword Emperor. It is a pity that my Imperial Flower Pavilion only has 2 Imperial Flowers for now. If I nurture more Imperial Flowers in the future, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Chu Qingyin said straightforwardly. If Li Fuchen was another person, they would probably agree. It didn't matter what the other party's request was. As long as it wasn't disadvantageous to them, they wouldn't mind agreeing. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't moved. Pavilion Mistress Chu, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Qingyin muttered for a moment and said, I hope that the Sword Emperor can help me with something. What is it? I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Cursed Temple? Li Fuchen said, the Cursed Temple is the #1 dangerous place in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Pavilion Mistress Chu is overestimating me. The Cursed Temple wasn't a regular place. Even great emperors would be in danger in the outer area. As for the core area, no one had ever walked out, including great emperors. Chapter 715. Why should I help you? Li Fuchen asked. Chu Qingyin said, in fact, you aren't just helping me. You are also helping yourself. If you stay in the Emperor's Sky Continent for the rest of your life, does the Sword Emperor think you can become a saint? Uncertain, Li Fuchen said. In fact, even if Li Fuchen stayed in the Emperor's Sky Continent, he was confident he could become a saint, but he would need to spend a lot more time. Chu Qingyin shook her head. It isn't impossible. It is simply impossible. It is extremely difficult to step into the saint realm in high-class continents. Only the most astounding prodigies would have hope. In mid-class continents, even a 9-star bone frame wouldn't be able to step into the saint realm. They would just die of old age here. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and listened. To be honest, I am not from the Emperor's Sky Continent. I am from a high-class continent, the Saint Spirit Continent. Due to a special reason, I came to the Emperor's Sky Continent a few dozen years ago. After so many years, I have been searching for a method to return to the Saint Spirit Continent. Later on, I found out from ancient texts that the Cursed Temple is connected to the Saint Spirit Continent. Therefore, I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Chu Qingyin explained patiently. Li Fuchen said, isn't it said that it is impossible to construct teleportation arrays between mid-class and high-class continents? Chu Qingyin said, with the obstruction of the continent willpower, it is indeed impossible to construct teleportation arrays. But the Cursed Temple is different. It is said that this is the temple of the Curse Heaven Lord. When facing the Curse Heaven Lord's Qi presence, even high-class continent willpower will temporarily retreat. It also means that as long as you are strong enough, it isn't a problem. Yes, when you are strong enough, Everything that is impossible will become possible. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to agree. Let me consider. He would definitely visit a high-class continent, but he might not go through the cursed temple. All right. Chu Qingyan nodded. Li Fuchen then told Yin Qingwu about the conversation with Chu Qingyan. Yin Qingwu said, "The Cursed Heaven Lord is a legend in the entire Deep Blue Plain. If the cursed temple is truly his temple, it is indeed possible to reach the Saint Spirit continent." At this moment, the Sword Spirit also said, "The cursed heavenly monarch is an incredible big shot. Not just in the Deep Blue Plain, but in the entire universe. He is an overlord-level existence. It is said that his cursed body can make him immortal, but I don't know whether it is true or not. How does it compare to the previous owner of the Joint Heaven Sword or the owner of the Holy Monument?" Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Spirit said, "They are all on the same level, but in terms of survivability, the Cursed Heaven Monarch is definitely stronger. At least he is still alive." Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, staying alive was more important than anything else. The Imperial Flower Feast was about to end. During this period of time, Li Fuchen could sense that Chu Qingyan was conversing with plenty of people through transmitted messages. It seemed like the Cursed Temple didn't think 2 people was enough, so he invited more people into the Cursed Temple. However, it was unknown how many people would dare to enter. After a while, the Imperial Flower Feast came to an end. Chu Qingyan stood up and politely said a few words before asking them to leave. After leaving the Rainbow Garden, many people did not leave. Instead, they floated in the air. They didn't believe that the Sky Horn Great the Arch would let the Sword the Arch off so easily. With the Sky Horn Great Ruler's personality, he would never wait for an overnight vengeance. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor wasn't someone that was easy to deal with either. Therefore, there would definitely be a battle between the two of them. Soon enough, the Skyhorn Great Ruler and Li Fuchen came out. "Sword Emperor, I said that I will keep you alive for now. It is time to reap your life." The Skyhorn Great Ruler let out a tyrannical laugh. If he could endure it when someone snatched his servant, he wouldn't be called the Skyhorn Great Ruler. So what if it was a heaven-class high-tier weapon? The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't believe that Chu Qingyan could do anything to him. "Skyhorn Great Ruler, I heard that your escaping skills aren't that great. At least, it isn't comparable to the Golden-Winged Great Ruler." Li Fuchen laughed. The Golden-Winged Great Ruler blinked his eyes. "What do you mean?" The Skyhorn Great Ruler asked. "If you're the Golden-Winged Great Ruler, I will definitely not be able to kill you. But now, there is still a chance." Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword, courting death. The Skyhorn Great Ruler went berserk. He pulled out the horn on his forehead and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Huff, huff, huff. The chi presence of destruction was emitting in all directions. The reason the Skyhorn Great Lord was able to become the leader of the 4 Great Lords of the Demon Race was because his bloodline contained the power of destruction. The power of destruction was undoubtedly a supreme power. As the corner of the Skyhorn Great Lord slashed out, cracks appeared in the void, and the edges of the cracks began to collapse. Clang! Li Fuchen blocked the horn with his sword. "Your attack power is rather powerful." Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's attack power wasn't inferior to the Skull Great Ruler. The Skull Great Ruler had the white bone Saint Crown and was definitely not a regular top-class Great Ruler. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo had clashed. "Get lost!" Bang! A sword chi cleaved on the Skyhorn Great Ruler's shoulder and sent him flying while fresh blood sprayed out. In terms of actual combat, the Skyhorn Great Ruler wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was able to observe the Skyhorn Great Ruler's subtle movements with extreme clarity. It even produced the precognition ability and could predict the next move's trajectory and strength. Bang, 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 bang. In the beginning, Li Fuchen would need dozens of sword strikes to hit the Skyhorn Great Ruler once. After familiarizing himself with the Skyhorn Great Ruler's combat style, it became 10 sword strikes, then 5 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes. In just 15 minutes, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's body was covered in sword wounds and was dripping with blood. Of course, these were just superficial wounds and weren't able to cause internal injuries to the Sky-Horn Great Ruler. Such power! Everyone was flabbergasted. Li Fuchen's strength was simply unpredictable. Who was the Sky-Horn Great Ruler? He was actually struck repeatedly by Li Fuchen and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Especially Chu Qingyan. She realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuchen. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler was undoubtedly one of the demonic beasts that was adept at combat. It wasn't strange if the Sky-Horn Great Ruler's attack power was superior to the Sky-Horn Great Ruler's, but it was rather exaggerated to be able to render the Sky-Horn Great Ruler helpless. Celestial Eye Great Ruler, can you block it? Beside the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, the Mystic Dark Great Ruler asked in a grave tone. The Celestial Eye Great Ruler Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws. During a battle with the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, a single move was enough to determine the victor. After staying silent for a breath, the Celestial Eye Great Ruler said slowly, "I cannot block it." It was true that he couldn't block it. His Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws, but Li Fuchen's attacks seemed to be able to predict the future. How could the Celestial Eye Great Ruler see through it? Even you can't block it. The Mystic Dark Great Ruler was shocked as he thought he was the only one that couldn't block it. Ruin Smash. After enduring a few dozen sword slashes from Li Fuchen, the Sky-Horn Great Ruler was infuriated. He activated his innate ability, Ruin Smash, and a giant unicorn phantom rushed at Li Fuchen. At that instant, Li Fuchen felt a black hole crashing over, and his body was involuntarily getting closer. No wonder he is the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers. Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this move was enough for the Sky-Horn Great Ruler to look down on everyone, and there weren't many that could block it. Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall and countered with his sword. Rumble. The sky collapsed. One of the 2 attacks contained the power of ruin, while the other was extremely fast. When they clashed, it immediately caused a chain reaction that caused the heaven and earth law to break and melt. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. In this head-on clash, Li Fuchen had lost. But in the next moment, Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling light and vanished. TSS, 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 TSS. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler's body was spurting with blood as it was unknown how many sword slashes he received. Damn it, damn it. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler was like a headless fly that was flying around and couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Right now, he didn't have the demonic beast race number 1 Great Ruler's demonic beast aura anymore. Soul Emperor, why aren't you making a move? The Sky-Horn Great Ruler yelled out. Li Fuchen was his bane, and he had to admit that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Sky-Horn Great Ruler, you have truly disappointed me. The Soul Emperor was indeed disappointed. He thought the Sky-Horn Great Ruler would be able to force Li Fuchen to his limits. As a result, he was forced into a miserable state. Of course, he didn't consider that he was also defeated by Li Fuchen. Red Moon, do it. The Soul Emperor instructed the Red Moon Emperor. Kill. With a boundless murderous aura, the Red Moon Emperor thrust at Li Fuchen. After clashing with the Red Moon Emperor, Li Fuchen realized that the Red Moon Emperor's strength had almost doubled. Li Fuchen, this person cultivated a forbidden technique and used his lifespan as the price to forcefully increase his strength. Yan Qingwu immediately saw through the Red Moon Emperor's condition. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. To a Law Phase Realm Emperor, lifespan was the most important thing. Only with a sufficient lifespan, they would have the hope to step into a higher realm. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful they were. It was obvious that the Red Moon Emperor's cultivation of a forbidden technique was the Soul Emperor's idea. The Soul Emperor didn't care about the Red Moon Emperor's future. The Red Moon Emperor's strength might have doubled, but he still wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After all, the Red Moon Emperor wasn't considered a top-class great emperor before this. Clang! Li Fuchen sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single slash. Caw! Right at this moment, there was a terrifying bird's cry. In the void, a giant sharp claw clawed at Li Fuchen. The golden-winged great ruler was shocked when he saw the sharp claw. His original body was the golden-winged emperor eagle and was a top-class 8 demonic beast. However, as compared to the owner of the sharp claw, he was far inferior. As the sharp claw appeared, space froze, and time seemed to stop as well. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to shrink, shift, and change. No one could clearly see the changes that happened in that instant. They could only vaguely sense it. Demonic beast, half-overlord. Chu Qingyan and Yin Qingwu spoke at the same time. However, the duo couldn't understand why a demonic beast half-overlord would appear in the Emperor Sky Continent. Half-overlords might not be demonic beast overlords, but they already had a portion of the characteristics of demonic beast overlords. They would also be suppressed by the Emperor Sky Continent, but the suppression was slightly lesser. In normal situations, if a demonic beast half-overlord came to the Emperor Sky Continent, their strength might not be comparable to a great emperor. Chapter 716. No wonder. Li Fuchen finally understood why the Soul Emperor made a move. With the Soul Emperor's vision, he should be able to see that even if the Sky Horn Great Ruler worked together, they might not be able to pose a threat to Li Fuchen. However, the Sky Horn Great Ruler was obviously just a decoy. The true trump card was a half-overlord. The strength of a half-overlord was enough to crush any great emperor. If it was a regular person, Li Fuchen would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's certain aspects had already reached the half-overlord level and had even surpassed it. The claw might have locked down the spatial zone and caused the spatial zone to change, but Li Fuchen was still able to react. Clang! When the claw and the joint heaven sword clashed, Li Fuchen felt as though he was struck by lightning and was blasted deep into the ground. The owner of the claw had also revealed itself. It was a terrifying giant bird with an eagle's head, a lion's body, and eagle claws. The feathers on its body were like iron swords and were intimidating. The griffin, someone couldn't help but say. The griffin was a top-notch class 8 demonic beast, and its body contained the bloodline of the overlord beast, the 9-headed lion. The 9-headed lion was a top-notch overlord beast and not a regular overlord beast. With its bloodline, the potential might not be inferior to regular overlord beasts. It is the griffin. This is bad. The vacant mountain emperor and the others were shocked. He actually enslaved a griffin. The Skyhorn Great Ruler looked at the Soul Emperor with eyes of fear. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor enslaved a demonic beast overlord. In his opinion, it was nonsense. How could a demonic beast overlord be enslaved? Even if it was enslaved before it matured, when it progressed to a demonic beast overlord, the Soul Emperor's enslavement would be broken. Furthermore, the demonic beast overlord would take revenge. From the looks of it, the Soul Emperor enslaving a demonic beast overlord was indeed nonsense. But he actually enslaved a half-overlord. The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't know that the Soul Emperor didn't just enslave one half-overlord, but 2 half-overlords. The other one was the Void Swallow Octopus. Li Fuchen and Yin Qingwu had seen it before. Boom! The claw blasted Li Fuchen into the ground, but the griffin didn't stop. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed out golden flames. The golden flames could burn anything, and the ground instantly turned into a sea of golden magma. The vacant mountain emperor and the others believed that if they were the ones in the golden magma, they would be severely injured or even killed in a short period of time. Is the Sword Emperor dead? At this moment, everyone felt that it was a little unreal. Who could have imagined that the Soul Emperor was dangerous to such a degree that he could even control and enslave a quasi-demon saint? Although the Sword Emperor was powerful, how could he contend against a demonic beast sage? Furthermore, the Soul Emperor's schemes were too terrifying. He could obviously enslave a half-overlord, but he didn't ask the half-overlord to make a move immediately. Instead, he asked the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor to stall Li Fuchen, in case Li Fuchen saw something was wrong and immediately escaped. I can't be wrong. Chu Qingyan frowned. Her instincts told her that Li Fuchen was the most dangerous. Hence, Li Fuchen wouldn't die so easily. Puchi! The sea of lava was torn apart, and a figure slowly rose up. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? He looked at the griffin and said slowly, as expected of a demonic beast saint, "You almost injured me." If he didn't react in time and was hit by the griffin's claw, he would definitely be injured. With just the sky ring sword armor's sword intent, rule field, and his body's defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a demonic saint. It was fortunate that he reacted in advance and used his attack to weaken the griffin's attack. As for the golden flames, they might be powerful, but they had to burn the body directly. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression turned even gloomier. Since the griffin's sneak attack didn't succeed, the Soul Emperor knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't be killed so easily. But so what? The Soul Emperor didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to resist the griffin and their alliance. The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others could also see that Li Fuchen was in a predicament. Therefore, they planned to help. They might not be able to defeat the griffin, but they were still able to obstruct the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor. It was a pity that the trio couldn't go forward and were obstructed by the Blue Sun Emperor and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. "Get lost!" The Safflower Empress waved her hand, and red flowers bloomed in the air. "Blue Sun Birth!" The Blue Sun Emperor blasted out a fist, and a giant blue sun rose from the horizon. Seven Emotions Great Palm. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor rushed out from the back of the Blue Sun Emperor and wanted to sneak an attack on the Safflower Empress. Black Saber Fate. Yen Qingwu blocked the attack for the Safflower Empress. As for the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he was fighting with the Red Moon Emperor, who was counterattacking. For a moment, the surrounding 10,000 miles had turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and even the heaven and earth law was shattered. The spectators kept retreating until they were 10,000 miles away. Bang, 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 bang. In comparison, the battle between Li Fuchen and the griffin was the pinnacle of the battle. The human and the beast were both existences that surpassed great emperors. The Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't able to interfere and could only launch sneak attacks at Li Fuchen from time to time. It is impossible for a half-overlord to continue fighting fearlessly in the Emperor's Sky Continent. There must be a reason for the half-overlord to use his full strength. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with sparks. Huff! A golden flame assaulted, and Li Fuchen used the sword shift to dodge. Immediately after, a sharp claw sent Li Fuchen flying out of the void. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. The half-overlord was too powerful, and once Li Fuchen was hit, he would definitely be injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's injuries weren't severe and were just superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. To a body refinement emperor, it wasn't considered much. Ruin Smash. The Skyhorn Great Ruler made use of the opportunity to activate his powerful innate ability. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had a clash with the Skyhorn Great Ruler. However, this was definitely a vicious cycle as the griffin followed up and sent Li Fuchen flying with another claw. It was already difficult enough to face the griffin. Now that the Skyhorn Great Ruler was involved, Li Fuchen was definitely in a predicament. Sect Origin Swords. Finally, Li Fuchen burst out with his strongest kill move. A million Sect Origin Swords chi spanned across the void like an endless forest of swords. They were all pointed at the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin. The Skyhorn Great Ruler was extremely appalled. The Soul Emperor didn't tell him that Li Fuchen had this kill move. With a thought from Li Fuchen, a million Sect Origin Swords chi surged out violently and drowned the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The sword chi might be powerful, but the Skyhorn Great Ruler and the griffin's defenses were stronger. Especially the griffin. When the Sect Origin Swords chi stabbed at its feathers, there wasn't a single mark. It was fortunate that there were too many Sect Origin Swords chi, and as they constantly stabbed, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's body started to bleed. Soul Emperor, you tricked me. The Skyhorn Great Ruler's voice echoed through the sword chi. He was in a miserable state right now. It was fine if he didn't have any wounds, but once the wounds appeared, the sword chi would stab at the wounds as though they had spirituality, causing the injuries to worsen. It was as though a 1,000-mile dike would be destroyed by an ant's nest. It would be fine if he could instant shift. However, among the 4 demonic beast great rulers, only the golden-winged great ruler and the black wolf great ruler could instant shift. The other demonic beast great rulers couldn't do it. This was also why the humans were usually the rulers of the continent. The demonic beasts might be strong, but their overall strength was inferior to the humans. In response, the Soul Emperor didn't mind. If the Skyhorn Great Ruler wasn't blocking at the front, how was he going to exhaust Li Fuchen's sect origin swords? The Soul Emperor might have been able to dodge most of the sword chi previously and was only slightly injured, but that was because the Safflower Empress was attacking first. At that time, the Soul Emperor had already executed his shifting technique. When Li Fuchen's sect origin sword arrived, the Soul Emperor's shifting technique was basically completed. The Red Moon Emperor didn't have it easy as his body was riddled with wounds. If the Soul Emperor didn't execute the forbidden technique, the Red Moon Emperor would still be half dead. Of course, even without the Sky Horn Great Ruler, the Soul Emperor still had ways to deal with Li Fuchen's sect origin swords, but it was still a little troublesome. If the Skyhorn Great Ruler only had this ability to become the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, he would have been dead for countless years. Ruined Trample. The Skyhorn Great Ruler returned to his original form, and it was a unicorn with dark gray skin. A destructive light radiated from his body, repelling the sword chi outside. Then he stomped fiercely. Bang boom. The void cracked inch by inch under his trampling, and the 10,000 returning swords chi that attacked him also exploded inch by inch. Soul Emperor, Sword Emperor, just you wait. The Skyhorn Great Ruler didn't plan to risk his life to fight with Li Fuchen. The Ruined Trample had to burn his bloodline as the price and shouldn't be used frequently. Furthermore, he could already see that the Soul Emperor had evil intentions and wouldn't continue to be a pawn. The Skyhorn Great Ruler turned into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Skyhorn Great Ruler. Once the Skyhorn Great Ruler left, Li Fuchen would have a much easier time and wouldn't obstruct him. The Griffin was indeed a demonic beast, half-overlord. After being stabbed by countless sect origin swords, it only lost some feathers and didn't even have a trace of blood. Huff, huff, huff. Golden flames were spewed out, and the remaining sect origin swords were all melted and disintegrated. Blade of Void. A transparent sharp blade suddenly appeared and pierced through the Griffin's missing feathers. PFFF. The Griffin's defense was basically on its feathers. Right now, its feathers were damaged, and it wasn't able to block this powerful sword. Screech. There was a sharp and irritable chirp as the Griffin turned its head and pecked at Li Fuchen. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had already retreated and didn't give the Griffin any chance. There were over a dozen damaged feathers on the Griffin's body. Li Fuchen circled around the Griffin and would launch sneak attacks from time to time. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the Griffin because the Skyhorn Great Ruler was around. Secondly, the Griffin's feathers were too tough, and unless Li Fuchen struck the same spot consecutively, it was impossible to break the Griffin's defense. Now that the Skyhorn Great Ruler had escaped and the Griffin's feathers were damaged, it was impossible for the Griffin to block with Li Fuchen's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. Of course, the Griffin was a demonic beast, half-overlord after all, and Li Fuchen would still be struck by its claws occasionally. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen's defense, these injuries weren't considered anything. Even if he was struck a few dozen times, he would only suffer some internal injuries. Rumble. Li Fuchen's heart sank as the Soul Emperor had indeed brought the other half-overlord Void Swallow Octopus over. In the Void, there were splashes as a giant tentacle lashed at Li Fuchen ferociously. Another demonic beast, half-overlord? The spectators were flabbergasted. Chapter 717. This battle had fallen into the Soul Emperor's control right from the start. Li Fuchen was like an insect on a spider web, and could only struggle in vain. Let's see how you're going to resist 2 quasi-demon overlords. The Soul Emperor didn't participate. Enslaving 2 demonic saints in battle required a great deal of mental and soul force. The Void Swallow Octopus was obviously stronger than the Griffin. Its giant tentacles had dozens of suction cups, and they were emitting a powerful suction force, making it impossible for Li Fuchen to dodge. When the void swallow octopus attacked with one of its tentacles, Li Fuchen felt as though the void had turned into water that was tumbling and stirring. The undercurrent was surging, and Li Fuchen was a person in the water. He couldn't control his body and was drifting with the current. He couldn't even execute the sword shift for a moment. Soul Chain. Two purple chains shot out of thin air toward the griffin and the void-devouring octopus. Li Fuchen's spirit soul attack was extremely fast and actually arrived first, even though it was launched later. Before the void swallow octopus tentacle could touch Li Fuchen, the spirit soul chain had already sunk into the void swallow octopus giant body. In the next moment, the void swallow octopus tentacle lost all of its strength. The remaining force merely caused Li Fuchen's chi blood to boil. Soul Path Secret Technique. The scene that the Soul Emperor worried about occurred. The vacant Mountain Emperor was able to remove the soul poison, and he already guessed that Li Fuchen was a soul Dao cultivator. Now, it seemed that the other party even knew Soul Path secret techniques. If he wasn't a Soul Path cultivator, then what was he? Great! The Soul Emperor sent out two soul sabers that slashed at the soul chains. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere in the soul dimension. The soul chain did not even leave a mark. Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain might not be proficient, but it was definitely tough enough. After all, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was a purple soul spirit. What? The Soul Emperor was even more startled. His soul saber was a low-grade soul Dao secret art after all. How could it not even leave a mark on it? Could it be that the opponent's Soul Path secret technique was a mid-grade Soul Path secret technique? No. If it's a mid-grade Soul Path secret art, he would have used it last time. Soul Dao secret techniques were divided into 5 levels, and they were respectively basic, low-grade, intermediate grade, high grade, and top grade. Basic Soul Path mystic arts were used to build a foundation. They could be used to deal with people weaker than oneself, but against people around the same level as oneself, it was useless unless the opponent's soul was flawed or heavily injured. Low-grade Soul Dao secret arts were just starting to show great power. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, it would be very difficult to block. If they were not careful, they would be heavily injured. And a medium-grade Soul Path mystic art was a Soul Path mystic art that even the Soul Emperor greatly desired. If he had a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, no one in the Emperor Sky Continent would be able to stop him for a single breath of time. Even if it was a half-saint, he would be able to casually crush them. As for the higher-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, those below the saint realm wouldn't be able to cultivate them. Only after becoming a saint and transforming the soul spirit into a saint's soul could one cultivate them. Once it was mastered, even a first-level Unity Realm Saint Monarch would be able to look down on everyone and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But according to what the Soul Emperor knew, there were very few Soul Dao Saint Monarchs at the Soul Unity Realm that possessed high-grade Soul Dao mystic techniques. After all, the Soul Spirit was definitely considered one of the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and it wasn't that easy to study. As for peak-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, they only existed in legends. The Emperor Sky Continent didn't have any records of saints cultivating a peak-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Putting aside mid-grade and above Soul Dao secret techniques, it was already incredible to study low-grade Soul Dao secret techniques to the extremity. Most importantly, cultivating Soul Dao secret techniques could strengthen one's soul spirit. This was why most of the saints desired Soul Dao secret techniques. They didn't wish to use Soul Dao secret techniques to injure others. They only wished to protect and strengthen their own soul spirit. It was just like how every sect had their own spiritual awareness secret techniques. Learning a spiritual awareness secret technique might not be helpful to your strength, but if you didn't learn it, it would be hard to resist the enemy's spiritual awareness attack. In short, everyone wanted to learn spiritual awareness secret techniques. Excluding the fact that Li Fuchen knew a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, there was only one explanation. Li Fuchen's soul spirit was extremely powerful, and much more powerful than the Soul Emperor imagined. Soul poison. Since the saber of Soul Spirit didn't work, the Soul Emperor changed to a low-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Previously, Li Fuchen used a fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique to neutralize the soul poison. Right now, Li Fuchen was executing a Soul Dao secret technique, and it shouldn't be possible to execute a fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique at the same time. But soon enough, the Soul Emperor knew he was wrong. While executing the Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen was still able to execute the fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique. Swish! There was the sound of chains as a purple chain was shot into the Soul Emperor's mind. Right now, the Void Swallow Octopus, Griffin, and the Soul Emperor were all shackled by Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain. Damn it, the Soul Emperor didn't expect to be trapped too. But it was nothing to him. His body emitted a dim light, and the spirit soul chain instantly fell off. Let's go. If Li Fuchen was able to break free from Li Fuchen's Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't executing a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique. If it was a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor would have to pay a huge price to break free. Despite the case, the Soul Emperor knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen today. The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin, who had their spirit souls shackled, couldn't even utilize 10% or 20% of their strength. How were they going to take down Li Fuchen? The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin's body flashed with dim light as the spirit soul chain fell off automatically. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the two beasts vanished. Seven Emotions Martial Emperor, stay behind. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and shot a spirit soul chain into the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's mind. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yen Qingwu made use of the opportunity and cleaved the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor into two. As for the Blue Sun Emperor and Red Moon Emperor, they reacted quickly and had already executed their shifting techniques to escape. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, the Soul Emperor reacted quickly and ordered the duo to escape. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor wasn't the Soul Emperor's soul slave. Therefore, he was a step slower. Elderly, are you all right? The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others walked over. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Safflower Empress said, if we were to deal with half-overlords, we would already be dead. I wonder what method the Soul Emperor used to allow half-overlords to utilize most of their strength. The strength of half-overlords wasn't limited to just this. The Safflower Empress once saw a half-overlord in the sea region. That half-overlord's strength was at least 2 times stronger than the Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin. The Soul Emperor was probably only able to allow the 2 half-overlords to utilize most of their strength, and he must have paid a significant price. Yen Qingwu said, Heaven's fate can be deceived. Similarly, the continent willpower can also be deceived. The trio knew that Li Fuchen was a Soul Dao cultivator. Therefore, they were rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to force the Soul Emperor and 2 half-overlords to retreat, but they weren't particularly surprised. But those people that were watching from 10,000 miles away were rather baffled and shocked. It turns out that the Sword Emperor is also a Soul Dao cultivator. With the Celestial Eye, the Celestial Eye Emperor was able to see some mysteries. A single Soul Emperor was already enough to cause a storm in the Emperor Sky Continent. With the addition of the Sword Emperor, there was no place for the Celestial Eye Emperor in the Emperor Sky Continent. It seems like I have to reconsider if I should go to the Cursed Temple 10 years later. The Celestial Eye Emperor thought to himself, only by heading to the Saint Spirit Continent would he have a chance to progress further. Otherwise, he would have to die of old age on the Emperor Sky Continent. It didn't matter if he died earlier or later. The Celestial Eye Emperor was more inclined to venture into the Cursed Temple. At most, he would just die. As expected, seeing that Li Fuchen had forced the Soul Emperor to retreat, Chu Qingyan understood that her intuition wasn't wrong. Li Fuchen was more dangerous than the Soul Emperor. With Li Fuchen's help, she might really be able to return to the Saint Spirit Continent. As for the Cursed Temple's curse, she was rather confident that she could be immune. She was only worried about the cursed warriors in the Cursed Temple. These cursed warriors were undying and could continue to exist with the cursed temple. Chu Qingyan wouldn't be able to deal with these cursed warriors by herself. Therefore, she needed the help of Li Fuchen and the others. Time elapsed. After the Imperial Flower Feast, Li Fuchen had solidified his title as the #1 expert in the Emperor Sky Continent. The title of the Sword Emperor had completely surpassed the Soul Emperor and the Sky Horn Great Ruler. As for the Soul Emperor and the others, they had completely vanished after the Imperial Flower Feast. There was news that the Soul Emperor and the others were already out at the sea. As for whether they were heading to other continents or if they were temporarily out at sea, no one knew. Void Grand Canyon. After making arrangements for the Petrified Queen, Li Fuchen arrived at the Void Grand Canyon alone. In order to condense the Void Tao Heart, one had to comprehend the void law of heaven and earth. In the Emperor Sky Continent, the Void Grand Canyon was definitely the place with the clearest void law. As days passed by, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the void law was getting higher. Correspondingly, his Void Heaven Sword Art proficiency was also getting higher. However, he was still lacking in order to condense the Void Tao Heart. Li Fuchen felt that he had yet to make contact with the core of the void law. Only by making contact with the core of the void law would there be a chance to condense the Void Tao Heart. After drawing the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed at the end of the canyon. This slash was the Blade of Void from the Void Heaven Sword Art. PFFFTSS. The void was slashed open with a crack. Following the crack, Li Fuchen could feel the void law with even clearer clarity. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This Void Grand Canyon was obviously created by a saint. It didn't just contain the saint's void law, it also contained the Emperor Sky Continent's void law. If it was the former, it was useless for Li Fuchen to comprehend it, as it was someone else's void law. If it was the latter, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to comprehend anything within a short period of time. He would have to spend more time to comprehend it. The combination of the two gave Li Fuchen an opportunity. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness skimmed into the crack and tried his best to sense it. With the saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to sense the void law with ease. With the addition of his heaven-defying perception, the comprehension effect was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the blink of the eye, 1 month passed by. Li Fuchen's location suddenly distorted. Immediately after, Li Fuchen vanished. Inside the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This is the Void Tao Heart. Chapter 718. The Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain required the Void Key, but Li Fuchen casually entered. Walking in the Void Grand Canyon, Li Fuchen felt an unprecedented freedom. In the past, he didn't condense the Void Tao Heart and couldn't feel it. Now that he condensed the Void Tao Heart, he felt like a bird that flew out of a birdcage. From now on, he was free and unrestrained. After releasing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen realized that his spiritual awareness could actually fuse with the void law and scan deep into the void. This was incredible. Spiritual awareness could see through the void, and most saints couldn't do it. There were usually 2 types of saints that could do it. One was to condense the Void Tao Heart like Li Fuchen and was a Void Tao saint. The other was a Soul Tao saint that cultivated a Soul Tao scouting secret technique. Void Law Void Tao Heart. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found an independent space in the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this independent space should be the Saint's Garden. With a flash, Li Fuchen was about to escape into the Void Garden. Bang! But in the next moment, Li Fuchen was immediately ejected. Incredible! The Saint's Garden contained void law that was too powerful, and Li Fuchen couldn't escape in it all. Without leaving the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen immediately cultivated the Void Heaven Sword Art's 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was a sure kill move. Once mastered, Li Fuchen was confident that he could eliminate any great emperor in a single move. With the Sword Heart and Void Tao Heart, Li Fuchen had a much easier time cultivating the Void Heaven Sword World. In just 1 day, he had comprehended plenty of essences. 1 week later, Void Heaven Sword World. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword light spread out. Everything within the sword light was motionless. To be exact, it wasn't motionless, but it was 1,000 times slower. Void Heaven Sword World, the world of Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with the radiance of comprehension. Li Fuchen wanted to eliminate the Blood Sift Union and the Clan of Darkness in one fell swoop. But these two dark organizations seemed to have vanished, and there weren't any traces. Li Fuchen knew that these two organizations were avoiding him. The Emperor Sky Continent was massive, and if they were intentionally avoiding him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to find them no matter how capable he was, unless his spiritual awareness could cover the entire Emperor Sky Continent. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Most great monarchs probably wouldn't be able to do it. Since they were hiding from him, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his energy to search for them. He was planning to return to the Seven-Color Continent and the East Unicorn Continent. I won't suffer any backlash from the power of space this time, right? Li Fuchen had already left behind a void imprint on the Emperor Sky Continent. Even if he returned to the Seven-Color Continent, he would still be able to return. He just needed to spend some time on the journey, and Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't take more than 10 years. Taking out the teleportation board, Li Fuchen didn't even think and activated it. The void distorted and Li Fuchen suddenly vanished. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he was in the deep sea. Apart from the faint chi presence, Li Fuchen was completely fine this time. Thinking about it, compared to the last time, not only had his cultivation reached the transcendence realm, but he had also condensed the void Dao heart. It would be strange if the power of space could backfire on him. Jiangyi turned around and took a look. He could sense the void imprint's existence, but with the obstruction of the Emperor Sky Continent's willpower, he wasn't able to sense the distance. He only knew the exact direction. After calming down his breath, Li Fuchen continued to activate the teleportation board. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. Li Fuchen suspected that as his cultivation increased, the teleportation distance would decrease drastically when he used the teleportation board. Otherwise, why hadn't he arrived at the Seven-Color Continent after teleporting almost 100 times? In order to verify the teleportation distance, Li Fuchen left behind a void imprint and teleported away. As expected, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The distance of a single teleportation was much shorter than he had imagined. It was less than 300,000 kilometers. 100 teleportations would be 30 million miles. As compared to the vast ocean, 30 million miles was nothing. In fact, Li Fuchen felt that his void shift speed wasn't much slower than the teleportation speed. After all, after each teleportation, Li Fuchen had to calm his chi presence. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so foolish to travel by himself. Using shifting techniques to travel would consume a shocking amount of sword energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that his sword energy would be exhausted after traveling for a few tens of millions of miles. 500 times, 1,000 times. After close to 2,000 times, Li Fuchen finally sensed the chi presence of the Seven-Color Continent. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already used up a few 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and it was equivalent to a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum for primary Sea Realm monarchs, but it was nothing for Li Fuchen. After lifting the teleportation board to take a look, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. This teleportation board couldn't be used for a few more times. After close to 2,000 teleportations, the teleportation board was overwhelmed and there were several cracks on it. That's true. It is just a low-grade teleportation board. The teleportation board might be precious, but it was also divided into 4 grades. The low-grade teleportation board was the lowest grade and could only be filled with low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the teleportation distance was short. The mid-grade teleportation board could be filled with mid-grade spirit stones, and the teleportation distance would be increased by a few dozen times. There were also the high-grade and peak-grade teleportation boards. But in mid-class continents and low-class continents, the teleportation board was definitely an extremely precious treasure. Even a low-grade teleportation board was extremely precious. It was mainly because no one could refine a teleportation board. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the seven-color continent. What is going on? After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that on the green soil continent, countless demonic beasts and sea beasts were wreaking havoc on the continent. The green soil continent's controller, the Green Pine Pavilion, could only activate the array to resist the demonic beasts and sea beasts. They didn't have any strength to retaliate. Frowning, Li Fuchen increased his speed and headed straight for the Green Pine Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Green Pine Pavilion, hundreds of demonic beast kings were constantly blasting at the Green Pine Pavilion's array. If this was the case, the Green Pine Pavilion wouldn't be in such a passive state. Among the hundreds of demonic beast kings, there was one extremely powerful demonic beast king. Every time he made a move, he would be able to shake the Green Pine Pavilion's array. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew that this demonic beast king's strength wasn't inferior to a mid-class combat emperor. Half-emperors were already very terrifying on regular mid-class continents. If it was a combat emperor, they would definitely be able to wipe out everything, and no one would be able to stop them. Sensing that Li Fuchen was approaching, one of the demonic beast kings charged at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the demonic beast king could get close to Li Fuchen, it was blasted into a blood mist by Li Fuchen's chi presence. Immediately after, Li Fuchen waved his hand and swept out a majestic and sharp power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. There was a scene that shocked everyone in the Green Pine Pavilion. Hundreds of demonic beast kings, including the most formidable demonic beast king, were instantly blasted into a blood mist. When the wind blew, they vanished without a trace. Such power! The Green Pine Pavilion master's eyes contracted. After eliminating hundreds of demonic beast kings, Li Fuchen didn't stop and flew towards the other continents of the seven-color continent. His strength might have been suppressed by the seven-color continent's willpower, but Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too high. It didn't matter which demonic beast king or how many demonic beast kings there were. They were all eliminated in a single move. There wasn't a need for a second move. Half a day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow sect on the Red Soil continent. As compared to the other continents, the Red Soil continent was definitely much more miserable. There were at least 1,000 demonic beast kings gathered here, and there were 3 demonic beast kings that had the strength of combat emperors. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could even feel the chi presence of demonic beast rulers in the Red Sea that was next to the Red Soil continent. That Red Flood Dragon King has progressed to a demonic beast ruler. It was obvious that after the Red Flood Dragon King obtained the corpse of the Black Flood Dragon ruler, it took less than 10 years to evolve. If Li Fuchen didn't return, the seven-color continent might turn into a demonic beast world in a short period of time. Chapter 719. Seeing that the Red Rainbow sect was in imminent danger, Li Fuchen waved his hand and annihilated 1,000 demonic beast kings. With a few flashes, he arrived at the Scarlet Sea. The Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, who was once the overlord of the Scarlet Sea and was now the Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, was stunned when he saw a human suddenly appear before him. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He grabbed with his hand and crushed the Red Flood Dragon ruler to death. But this time, he didn't turn the demon ruler into a blood mist and left the corpse intact. After all, the corpse of a demonic ruler was extremely precious. It might be useless to him, but it was definitely useful to the Red Rainbow sect. Carrying the Red Flood Dragon ruler's corpse, Li Fuchen returned to the Red Rainbow sect. You are. The Red Rainbow monarch wasn't able to recognize Li Fuchen immediately. Li Fuchen said, I am Li Fuchen. I used to be a disciple of the Red Rainbow sect. After the Red Rainbow sect retreated from the Emperor Sky Continent, I stay behind. You are my Red Rainbow sect's disciple? The Red Rainbow monarch suspected that he heard wrongly. With the high-grade Heaven Stone, he was only at the strength of a combat emperor. If he wanted to break through to the Law Phase realm, he would need at least a few hundred years, unless he could continue to stay in the Emperor Sky Continent. Instead, it was Li Fuchen who was a disciple that actually made a huge leap and reached the Law Phase realm. Furthermore, he actually found the seven-color continent from the Emperor Sky continent. How formidable was he? For a moment, the Red Rainbow monarch felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. For the next few days, everyone in the Red Rainbow sect knew who Li Fuchen was. After all, Li Fuchen had lived in the Red Rainbow sect for a period of time, and there were plenty of people who recognized him. Does the Red Rainbow sect wish to return to the Emperor Sky continent? In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen asked the Red Rainbow monarch. Yes, of course, but what about the Emperor Sky continent? The Red Rainbow monarch was rather hesitant. The Emperor Sky continent wasn't an easy place to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to retreat back to the seven-color continent miserably and even destroy the teleportation array. Right now, I have the final say in the Emperor Sky continent. It doesn't matter if the Red Rainbow sect moves over. Li Fuchen said, "You have the final say?" In response, the Red Rainbow monarch and the Red Rainbow sect's elders looked at each other in dismay. If what Li Fuchen said was true, then Li Fuchen wasn't a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor. He was a great emperor. For a moment, everyone felt dizzy. Li Fuchen continued, "The only troublesome thing is to head to the Emperor Sky continent. We will need to head to a low-class continent." The East Unicorn continent had a teleportation array that could teleport to the Emperor Sky continent. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But there were too many people, and the distance between the two continents wasn't short, making it a little troublesome. Furthermore, he didn't know if the East Unicorn continent's willpower would kill those whose cultivation was above the reincarnation realm. He didn't have to fear it, but others might not. The Red Rainbow monarch returned to his senses and said, "You don't have to worry about that. My Red Rainbow sect has an extremely concealed teleportation array in the Emperor Sky continent. As long as we install a space crystal on the teleportation array here, we will be able to teleport over." The teleportation arrays were able to teleport each other because the teleportation array patterns on both sides were the same. As such, they would be able to attract each other and carry out a precise teleportation. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect was only left with a relatively large spatial crystal. A smaller spatial crystal wouldn't be able to sustain such a long teleportation. Therefore, the Red Rainbow monarch didn't activate the teleportation array. He was planning to increase his strength a little more before heading to the Emperor Sky continent. That would be best. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Red Rainbow sect to still have a trump card. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for a few days, Li Fuchen conveniently returned to the Evergreen Martial Institution. After leaving behind some resources that could assist Dean Meng Qihang to break through to the Primary Sea realm, Li Fuchen gave some resources to some of his acquaintances before activating the teleportation board and returning to the East Unicorn continent. Rumble. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the East Unicorn continent, the East Unicorn continent's willpower reacted and a destructive wave swept at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too high and the East Unicorn continent felt an intense threat. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. He assumed that the East Unicorn continent's willpower wouldn't be able to suppress him. He didn't expect for the East Unicorn continent to be much stronger than he imagined. At least, the suppression was stronger than the seven-color continent. After executing his spirit soul ability, Li Fuchen's chi presence instantly vanished. At the same moment, the destructive wave in the world gradually withdrew. It seems like the East Unicorn continent isn't as simple as a low-class continent. Li Fuchen said to himself. The East Unicorn continent was still the same as when he left. The only difference was that there were too many people who left the East Unicorn continent through the teleportation array. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and couldn't see many reincarnation realm experts in the entire East Unicorn continent. It was fortunate that the important members of the Yi clan and most of the Azure Water sect were still around. Li Fuchen didn't return to the Yi clan immediately as he planned to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Firstly, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the mystic martial hidden domain. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed a spatial zone. If he wasn't mistaken, this spatial zone should be the mystic martial hidden domain. Bang! Li Fuchen was surprised that he couldn't enter the mystic martial hidden domain. This meant that the mystic martial hidden domain was also a hidden domain created by a saint. If it was a hidden domain formed by heaven and earth, it shouldn't be impossible to enter. That's right, the mystic martial hidden domain has a hidden domain spirit. I have never heard of any hidden domain having a hidden domain spirit. Li Fuchen suddenly thought of something. There were plenty of hidden domains in the Emperor Sky Continent, and there were plenty of hidden domains created by saints. But none of them had a hidden domain spirit. I wonder where's the Star Road? Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness permeated the void and searched within the East Unicorn Continent's range and even the surrounding sea region. However, he couldn't find any traces of the Star Road hidden domain. In the end, Li Fuchen still didn't have any clues about the East Unicorn Continent's greatest secrets. If he still didn't know that the East Unicorn Continent was special, then he would be a fool. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at a valley with a teleportation array. This teleportation array allowed the people from the East Unicorn Continent to teleport to the Emperor Sky Continent. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if it would restrict the cultivation level. Teleportation arrays were different from teleportation discs. Teleportation discs were more mystical and complicated. Even if the teleportation distance wasn't enough, it could still be teleported. However, there would be a void drop in the middle. If the teleportation array's spatial crystal wasn't big enough and the teleporter's cultivation level was too high, there might be a teleportation error or the teleportation wouldn't work. After all, the difference between teleporting a reincarnation realm expert and a law phase realm emperor was too great. Before returning, Li Fuchen had already made plans to try the East Unicorn Continent's teleportation array. He believed that with the Void Dao heart, even if there was a teleportation error, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. If it really didn't work, he would have to slowly travel back to the Emperor Sky Continent. It was fortunate that the Seven-Color Continent had a teleportation array that connected to the Emperor Sky Continent. Therefore, he didn't need to try. After taking a closer look at the teleportation array, Li Fuchen suddenly realized that this wasn't a regular teleportation array. When he scanned the teleportation array with his spiritual awareness, he saw an arrow-shaped array pattern in the depths of the void. Furthermore, this teleportation array actually didn't use spatial crystals. The person who constructed this teleportation array must have a proficiency in void law that is at least 10 times better than me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. To construct the teleportation array without using spatial crystals, it meant that the person wasn't just an array saint, but also a Void Dao saint. Furthermore, it was a top-notch Void Dao saint. It seems like this teleportation array might really be able to teleport me to the Emperor Sky Continent. Li Fuchen said to himself. When Li Fuchen returned to the Li clan was instantly bustling with noise. Li Fuchen had left for too long and had almost become a legend. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly return. The Li clan had a huge change. In the past, there weren't a lot of Earth-Shatter Realm experts in the Li clan. Right now, there are almost all of them. There were also more than 10 Heaven Dipper Realm experts. As for those that had reached the Reincarnation Realm, only Li Fuchen's parents, Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyan. Li Fuchen was rather surprised that his parents actually gave him a younger sister. The younger sister's name was Li Fuxiang, and she was only 6 years old this year. She was very timid and wanted to speak, but didn't dare to. Li Fuchen smiled and carried her up. It might be due to her high cultivation level or chi luck, but the little fellow's bone frame was much better than Li Fuchen back then. It was actually a 5-star bone frame. There was still a difference between an innate 5-star bone frame and an acquired 5-star bone frame. If the environment was the same, an innate 5-star bone frame would definitely have a higher achievement than an acquired 5-star bone frame. Since the younger sister had an innate 5-star bone frame, it meant that she would be able to cultivate to the Reincarnation Realm in the East Unicorn Continent. Once she reached the Seven-Color Continent and the Emperor Sky Continent, she would have a great chance to cultivate to the Battle Spirit Realm. If coupled with top-notch resources, the Battle Spirit Realm would be very common. Even the Primary Sea Realm would have a great chance. Li Fuchen didn't plan to stay in the East Unicorn Continent for a long time. On the next day, Li Fuchen informed the Li clan and the Azure Water sect of the purpose of his return. If they were willing, they could head to the seven-color continent, as the cultivation environment was better. Furthermore, they could head to the higher-class Emperor Sky continent. If it wasn't unexpected, everyone was willing. Since everyone was willing, Li Fuchen started to think of a method to head to the seven-color continent. There were two methods. The first method was to build a large ship and cross the sea to the seven-color continent. With Li Fuchen around, there wouldn't be any danger along the way. After all, in such a small place, the chances of encountering a demonic beast overlord were too low and infinitely close to zero. However, this method was rather time-consuming and would require at least a few years. The second method was to build a teleportation array. As long as one teleportation array was constructed on the seven-color continent and the East Unicorn continent, they would be able to travel back and forth. Li Fuchen arrived at the seven-color continent and asked the Red Rainbow Sect's only array monarch to help build the teleportation array. As for the spatial crystals, Li Fuchen had some and didn't need the Red Rainbow Sects. The construction of the teleportation array might be rather time-consuming, but it was still completed a few months later. This teleportation array was a mid-grade teleportation array and could teleport 100 individuals at once. Each teleportation would require 50 million low-grade spirit stones, and on average, it would cost 500,000 low-grade spirit stones per individual. It was obviously more expensive than the teleportation board. Chapter 720. Emperor Sky Continent. In an underground cavern. Buzz. A radiance descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. The teleportation array from the seven-color continent to the Emperor Sky Continent was a mid-sized teleportation array. It could teleport 20 individuals at a time, but Li Fuchen's cultivation was too high and was equivalent to 20 individuals. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was only at the third level of Law Phase Realm. If he was at the high levels of Law Phase Realm, he might not be able to teleport. It is indeed the Emperor Sky Continent. Li Fuchen could sense the void imprint that he left behind. In the next few days, a group of people came from the seven-color continent. Li Fuchen arranged for these people to stay at the floating sky mountain. What a thick heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyan were shocked. The seven-color continent's heaven and earth energy was already concentrated enough and was several times more than the East Unicorn continent. He didn't expect that the Emperor Sky Continent's heaven and earth energy was actually 10 times more concentrated than the seven-color continent. It was truly infuriating to compare. Even an ordinary person living in the Emperor Sky Continent would be able to easily cultivate to the Origin Return realm or the Earth-Shattering realm. If I cultivate in this place, I should be able to break through to the Battle Spirit realm. Zhao Wuji said excitedly. He was already old enough, but with Li Fuchen's help, he broke through to the Reincarnation realm, increasing his lifespan. Therefore, he looked much more spirited than before and didn't age with the elapse of time. Zhao Mingwei was there too. She was one of the few youths that didn't use the teleportation array to leave the East Unicorn continent. In fact, the reason why the Li clan and the Azure Water sect had so few people leaving was mainly because of Li Fuchen. Without Li Fuchen, they might have already left the East Unicorn continent and ventured out. The floating sky mountain was massive. Let alone a few hundred, even if there were a few thousand people, it would still be able to accommodate them. Furthermore, due to Li Fuchen's relationship, the floating sky mountain didn't arrange for these people to be placed in the corners of the mountain. Instead, they were arranged to be placed on superior cultivation peaks. After making arrangements for everyone, Li Fuchen was planning to cultivate properly. He might be formidable now, and no one in the Emperor Sky Continent could deal with him, but if he went to a high-class continent, he would probably be nothing. First, I have to create the 40th level of the Divine Flame Sword Energy Art. The limit of a Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique was level 39, so level 40 was undoubtedly a Heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor wanted to break through to the Soul Unity Realm, they would need a Heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. This was also why, be it the Emperor Sky Continent or the Heaven Pillar Continent, there wasn't a single half-saint. Everyone didn't have a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If Li Fuchen was a regular law phase realm emperor, it would be impossible for him to deduce a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. But when Li Fuchen was at the primary sea realm, his perception had already surpassed emperors. Right now, his perception might not be superior to regular saints, but it was at least at the saint's level. As long as he was willing, it wasn't difficult to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. It would just take some time. Just as Li Fuchen expected, he took just half a year to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. The sword energy from this cultivation technique was already able to make heaven and earth law retreat. If Li Fuchen was to face the griffin and the void swallow octopus again, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to deal with the two half-overlords without using the spirit soul chain and the void heaven sword world. Since the 40th rank was created, the 41st rank was naturally not far away. 1 year later, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy technique broke through to the 41st rank again. After 2 years, the Soul Emperor and the others still didn't appear. Even the Clan of Darkness and the Blood Sith Union had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen frowned. If he didn't eliminate these people, he would feel that the Emperor Sky continent wasn't safe. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and arrived at the Thunderbolt layer. Bang boom! Bolts of heaven thunderbolts blasted on Li Fuchen's body, causing sparks to burst out. Li Fuchen's cultivation might not have broken through, but his sword energy was more than 2 times stronger. With the support of the sword energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was twice as powerful, allowing him to block the heaven thunderbolts with ease. Middle section of the Thunderbolt layer, upper section of the Thunderbolt layer. Rumble. A black thunderbolt cleaved down violently. It didn't just shatter the sword intent, it also shattered the law field. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to descend and didn't dare to face the attack head-on. It seems like I have to break through to the 42nd rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique or break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm in order to have some hope. Li Fuchen's body refinement progress was already very fast, but without peak-grade spirit stones or heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs, it was impossible to break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm within a few years. The Emperor Sky Continent and the Heaven Pillar Continent had plenty of heaven-class high-tier herbs, but heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs were nowhere to be seen. I can go to the Latent Shadow Abyss to take a look. The Latent Shadow Abyss was underground and spirit stones were produced by the continent. The deeper one went, the higher the chances of finding peak-grade spirit stones. That peak-grade spirit stone was found in the Latent Shadow Abyss. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he could easily find the lowest few layers of the Latent Shadow Abyss. After all, these Latent Shadow Abyss were created by battles, unlike the Saint Garden and the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, which were intentionally created. It wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen to find and enter. In the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss, the Shadow Corpses and Berserk Corpses were extremely powerful and were obviously at the Law Phase Realm. Most of them were only at the low levels of Law Phase Realm, but in the Latent Shadow Abyss, it wasn't that easy for great emperors to destroy them. Li Fuchen didn't even need to fight. With the Void Dao Heart, he could travel freely in the Latent Shadow Abyss. 1 week, 2 weeks, Li Fuchen didn't sleep or rest as he searched the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss for over a month. No wonder the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others didn't have any peak-grade spirit stones. They might have obtained some before, but it was probably luck. After over a month, Li Fuchen didn't find anything, but he found a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen speculated that the Emperor Sky Continent must have plenty of peak-grade spirit stones, but the Emperor Sky Continent was too massive, and these peak-grade spirit stones were all hidden deep underground. Without earthquakes or factors like the Latent Shadow Abyss, one could only find the peak-grade spirit stones by chance. The Latent Shadow Abyss had plenty of layers, and Li Fuchen couldn't find the bottom layer, but he wasn't discouraged. He started from the bottom layer and gradually headed upwards. When he was about to reach the surface, Li Fuchen's face flashed with surprise. It seemed like finding peak-grade spirit stones really depended on luck. The bottom layer of the latent shadow abyss didn't have any, but he didn't expect for the surface layer to actually have a peak-grade spirit stone. After obtaining the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate the hand of Force's chi power. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement finally reached the subcompletion level of Law Phase realm. At this moment, the peak-grade spirit stone spirit chi was still at 30%. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and cleaved at his arm. Bang! The joint heaven sword wasn't able to touch his arm and was repelled. After reaching the subcompletion level of Law Phase realm and body refinement, Li Fuchen's body's law field was even stronger. Li Fuchen was confident that a full-powered slash could break the law field, but he still had the sword intent protection. Furthermore, his physical toughness was already extremely fearsome and wasn't inferior to the law field. With 3 layers of defense, Li Fuchen felt that his full-powered slash wouldn't be able to injure himself. After flashing out of the latent shadow abyss, Li Fuchen soared into the sky. This time, he didn't believe that he couldn't enter the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. Crackle boom! At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, pitch-black thunderbolts struck down violently. This time, they only shattered the sword intent and weren't able to shatter the law field. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile and continued to ascend. There were more pitch-black thunderbolts, and Li Fuchen's law field was also damaged. But Li Fuchen was still ascending. Crackle! The law field was broken, and Li Fuchen's body was charred. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the area between the upper section of the thunderbolt layer and the thermal layer. There was nothing here, just a void and emptiness. Through the thermal layer, Li Fuchen saw the starry sky. The starry sky was extremely realistic. The closest star to him felt as though it was hanging above his head. It was unimaginably massive and grand, causing Li Fuchen's heart to palpitate. In the starry sky, there were countless starlight twinkling. If Li Fuchen only had the green spirit soul, he would probably have some comprehension after seeing this. But Li Fuchen possessed the purple spirit soul, and the purple spirit soul was 2 grades higher than the green spirit soul. Therefore, in an instant, Li Fuchen comprehended the star's law. The star's law wasn't a pure law. It was a comprehensive law, and it contained the 5 elements law. In fact, without the star's bone frame, even a saint would find it hard to comprehend the profound star's law. After all, the bone frame was extremely important. What kind of bone frame one possessed would be compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth? It was hard for outsiders to understand the subtle feeling. Only an anomaly like Li Fuchen could forcefully comprehend the star's law. It's so hot. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen felt his skin was burning. The transparent thermal layer above his head was emitting residual heat, and it was actually able to ignore the sword intent and law field and affect his body. This meant that the great Tao of law contained in the thermal layer was far beyond heaven-class high tier. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen couldn't take it anymore and descended. After comprehending a few more times, I should be able to comprehend the hand of star, Li Fuchen said to himself. Before returning to the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen's communication token suddenly vibrated. This was an extremely high-grade communication token that could transmit voices. After pouring in the sword energy, the vacant mountain emperor's voice echoed. Elderly, a cursed warrior rushed out for the cursed temple. Right now, countless people are cursed, and we are unable to kill him. Cursed warrior? Li Fuchen put away the communication token and rushed towards the vacant mountain emperor's location. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw the vacant mountain emperor, the safflower empress, mystic dark great emperor, celestial eye emperor, and even Chu Qingyan were here too. The 5 of them worked together to attack a strange figure with pale skin and pitch-black eyes. An extremely horrific and inauspicious chi presence was emitting from the strange figure. If it wasn't for the fact that the people attacking him were great emperors and had intent protection, he might have been cursed. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew how terrifying the cursed warrior was. No matter how severe the injuries were, the cursed warrior would be able to recover in the next moment, and there wouldn't be a single scar left on the body. Elder Li is here. When a vacant mountain emperor saw Li Fuchen, he was delighted. Right now, Li Fuchen was probably the only one who could deal with the cursed warrior. They could only resist and couldn't kill it. Extinguish. Chapter 721. The body of the cursed warrior that was slashed closed up again, but everyone realized that the cursed warrior's recovery speed was slower this time. It might just be slower, but it gave everyone hope. For a moment, everyone was attacking the cursed warrior in a frenzy, attempting to slow down the recovery speed. But everyone realized that their attacks weren't very effective. Chu Qingyan said, "To deal with the cursed warrior, one must have a powerful intent. Our intents are inferior to the Sword Emperor." Li Fuchen nodded. Chu Qingyan was right. To deal with the cursed warrior, one had to rely on intent. Curses were actually a type of great Tao law. Therefore, one had to rely on the law intent to wear it down. Incineration sword. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and a blazing wave engulfed the cursed warrior. The cursed warrior's body was burnt into ashes at a visible speed. But the ashes didn't scatter and reformed into the cursed warrior. I wonder how powerful this sword move is. Li Fuchen followed up with another sword move, and it was actually the Void Heaven Sword World. When the sword was brandished, there was a burst of sword light that blinded everyone's eyes. PFFF. A pile of ashes fell on the ground and couldn't reform again. What? A single sword move killed the cursed warrior? Chu Qingyan looked at Li Fuchen with shock. The others were also bewildered. In their opinion, even Li Fuchen would need at least a few dozen or 100 sword moves to kill the cursed warrior. How could they know that Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World had slowed down the cursed warrior by 1,000 times? In that instant, Li Fuchen had already attacked 1,000 times. Once the cursed warrior perished, the ominous qi presence that was lingering in the air gradually dispersed. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that those who were cursed, as long as they didn't die, had already returned to normal. They were just very weak, and it felt like their essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked away. Why would the cursed warrior come out from the cursed temple? The vacant mountain emperor was puzzled and looked at Chu Qingyan. Among everyone, Chu Qingyan was definitely the one who understood the cursed temple the best, even if she wasn't from the Emperor's Sky Continent. Chu Qingyan said, "Someone must have entered the cursed temple and touched the item inside, causing the cursed temple to have such a change." "Who can enter the cursed temple and touch the item inside?" the Safflower Empress asked. Li Fuchen said, "I know of such a person, but I don't know if it is him." The person who chased after the incantation Martial Emperor had come out of the cursed temple. According to the incantation Martial Emperor, the fact that he could come out meant that he had comprehended a high-level curse. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was someone else. The Soul Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, these people were all possible. Fearing that a second cursed warrior would come out of the cursed temple, the 6 of them rushed toward the cursed temple. The cursed temple wasn't big. From the outside, it looked like a group of temples that spanned hundreds of miles. However, everyone knew that this was just a facade. The cursed temple was filled with layers of space, and the slightest mistake would cause one to be trapped within. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and realized that there were too many spatial zones inside. Some of the spatial zones were connected, while some of the spatial zones existed independently. His spiritual awareness felt as though it was trapped in a maze and wasn't able to see everything. Most importantly, the cursed qi presence had an extreme restriction on the spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen simply couldn't sense anything in the center of the temple. There was only nothingness and inauspiciousness. When Li Fuchen withdrew his spiritual awareness, the cursed qi presence had also arrived. But before the cursed qi presence could get close to Li Fuchen, it had suddenly melted like a candle that encountered the sun. Li Fuchen knew that ever since his spirit soul transformed into the purple color and even had a hint of red, it was already extraordinary and could be said to be impervious to all evils. Of course, when his spirit soul was pale purple or even blue, it could be said that he was impervious to all evils. But back then, only his spirit soul was impervious to evils, but his body wasn't protected. Right now, the chi field that the purple spirit soul emitted was enough to extinguish the cursed chi presence. Li Fuchen didn't get complacent. This was just the cursed chi presence that was emitted from the cursed temple. As compared to the cursed chi presence inside, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Even the cursed chi presence from the cursed warrior was far inferior. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fuchen was planning to familiarize himself with the outer region first. All right, everyone nodded in agreement. The outer region of the cursed temple wasn't too dangerous for great emperors. After entering the cursed temple, everyone felt as though they had arrived in a different world. This place was so quiet that it was hair-raising. At the same time, even the color of the spatial zone was drastically different from the outside. When walking in between the temples, everyone could only hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. Clang! Some of the temples had walls. When passing by a temple that had walls, there were sounds of pots and pans falling on the ground. Everyone might be great emperors, but apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else was shocked. There were sounds of footsteps as a cursed warrior appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Before the cursed warrior could react, he was turned into ashes by a sword light. The Void Heaven Sword world was too powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Void Heaven Sword Art's second move, Blade of Void. Anyone who didn't have a tough defense and didn't rely on external forces would be instantly killed by the Void Heaven Sword world. Even if a demonic beast half-overlord came, Li Fuchen was confident he could instantly kill them. As for dodging it, that was impossible. Perhaps it was because they were in the cursed temple, but the cursed cultivator, who had turned into a pile of ashes, still tried to reform himself. However, after a long time, he still failed. A cold wind blew over, and the ashes scattered. They might have witnessed Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword world before, but this time, everyone was still shocked. This sword move was so powerful that it was hair-raising. Most importantly, when facing this sword move, they couldn't feel anything. They only felt their eyes getting blinded by the sword light. With his strength, even on the Saint Spirit continent, he should be able to rank top 100 on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan said to herself, in the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent, there were only around 10 great emperors. But on the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless great emperors. Just the Great Emperor rankings alone had 10,000 great emperors. Normally, those that were ranked in the Great Emperor rankings were rather formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 1,000 were extremely formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 100 were heaven-defying great emperors. Any of these heaven-defying great emperors could instantly kill most of the great emperors. They were considered invincible below the saints. The Soul Emperor might be incredible, but in Chu Qingyan's eyes, the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to rank in the top 1,000 on the Saint Spirit continent. Furthermore, on the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't any difference between great emperors and half-saints. As long as one wasn't a saint, they were all great emperors. Among the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, there were plenty of half-saints. It was imaginable that Chu Qingyan was already overestimating Li Fuchen if he was able to rank in the top 100. Senior Incantation. After walking for a moment, Li Fuchen saw a familiar figure. It was obviously the Incantation Martial Emperor. Chapter 722. He is transforming into a cursed warrior. Chu Qingyan said, cursed warriors didn't appear out of nowhere. They were transformed after entering the cursed temple by mistake. The stronger the cursed warrior when he was alive, the stronger the cursed law would be after transforming into a cursed warrior. If a great emperor transformed into a cursed warrior, no one else apart from Li Fuchen would be able to resist. Even Li Fuchen probably wouldn't be able to kill a cursed warrior of this level. Senior Incantation. Li Fuchen walked over and placed a hand on the Incantation Martial Emperor's shoulder. The shoulder was very cold like a block of ice. At the same time, an intense cursed chi presence followed the Incantation Martial Emperor's shoulder and extended towards Li Fuchen. This time, Li Fuchen's spirit soul chi field didn't extinguish the cursed chi presence. Of course, the cursed chi presence seemed to have encountered a layer of barrier and couldn't reach Li Fuchen no matter what. Such a strong curse law. Li Fuchen executed an evil vanquish incantation on the incantation Martial Emperor. The evil vanquishing curse was a low-level curse that could expel evil energy. Puff! If Li Fuchen's evil vanquish incantation was a small flame, then the incantation Martial Emperor's curse law was like a huge river. The small flame would be extinguished when it approached. The unresigned Li Fuchen executed another mid-class, Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation didn't have any effect on dispelling the curse law, but Li Fuchen felt that the incantation Martial Emperor should still have a trace of consciousness. As long as this trace of consciousness was protected, there would be a way to dispel the curse law. As expected, after the Clear Heart Demon Locking incantation was executed, the incantation Martial Emperor's eyes regained some consciousness, and he said hurriedly, "Quickly bring me out." Go! Li Fuchen grabbed the incantation Martial Emperor's shoulder and was about to leave. In the void, a huge gray hand grabbed onto the incantation Martial Emperor's calf. Kill! Li Fuchen slashed at the gray hand. There was a cracking sound. The gray hand was severed. Immediately after, Li Fuchen and the incantation Martial Emperor vanished. Let's go too. Chu Qingyan and the others retreated. In the depths of the void, Li Fuchen brandished his sword to sever the gray hands. Finally, the two of them arrived at the cursed temple. Before long, Chu Qingyan and the others also came out. Seeing that Li Fuchen had really rescued the incantation Martial Emperor, the five were very impressed. Chu Qingyan said, "The curse law on his body is too intense. If it isn't neutralized, he will still turn into a cursed warrior, but the transformation speed will be slower." The incantation Martial Emperor nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect to be cursed by the evil curse Martial Emperor. His curse originated from the cursed temple. Even if I escaped to the ends of the world, I would still walk into the cursed temple if I lost control of my mind." Back then, the evil incantation Martial Emperor didn't manage to catch up to Li Fuchen, but the evil incantation Martial Emperor actually used a trace of chi presence to transfer the curse onto the evil incantation Martial Emperor. After enduring for so many years, the evil incantation Martial Emperor still wasn't able to resist it. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the evil incantation Martial Emperor would probably cease to exist in this world. How do I remove it? Li Fuchen asked. The incantation Martial Emperor said, "If I can't control my consciousness, I have a 50% chance of removing it. After all, he is only using his aura to curse me." After he was cursed, his thoughts became unfocused, and his mind gradually became lax. "Leave that to me." Li Fuchen's incantation Dao was already confident that it wasn't inferior to the incantation Martial Emperor. If he executed the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation once a day, he should be able to maintain the incantation Martial Emperor's consciousness. Alright, the incantation Martial Emperor also knew that Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. As he was worried that the incantation Martial Emperor's curse would be transmitted to others, Li Fuchen arranged for the incantation Martial Emperor to stay on a desolate mountain. The surroundings of the desolate mountain were uninhabited. Days passed by and Li Fuchen's star's law was gradually getting stronger. But he was still quite a distance away from comprehending the Hand of Star. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. Only 2 years had passed to the 10 years, and there was enough time for him to increase his strength. 1 year, 2 years, cultivation knew no time, and there were no cycles of 60 years in the mountains. 3 years was like a white steed that flashed by. I'm finally at the 5th level of Law Phase realm. In addition to the past few years, Li Fuchen used over 6 years to break through from the 3rd level of Law Phase realm to the 5th level of Law Phase realm. This was also because of the peak grade Spirit Stone. Without the remaining 30% Spirit Chi in the peak grade Spirit Stone, Li Fuchen's cultivation would probably be stuck at the later stage of the 4th level of Law Phase realm and wouldn't be able to reach the 5th level. 2 levels in over 6 years. This was rather unbelievable for Li Fuchen's previous progress. But Li Fuchen knew that this speed was already at the extremity. In the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, the most elite prodigies of the Law Phase realm would need at least over a dozen years to break through 1 level. In order to cultivate from the 1st level of Law Phase realm to the 9th level of Law Phase realm, it would be impossible without at least 100 to 200 years. Only Li Fuchen was an anomaly that was able to break through 2 levels in over 6 years, even with the peak grade Spirit Stone. The reason why Li Fuchen could progress so quickly was mainly because his Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was already at the Heaven Class High Tier. If it was the Heaven Class Mid-Tier Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be able to break through 1 level in over 6 years. But after 3 years, Li Fuchen was depressed that the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique still wasn't able to break through to the 42nd rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was related to the Blazing Flame Dao Heart. Back then, he was able to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword World because he condensed the Void Dao Heart. Right now, if he wanted to break through to the 42nd rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, he would probably need to condense the Blazing Flame Dao Heart. But to be honest, Li Fuchen didn't wish for his sword energy to be mixed with other attributes. He planned to remove the Blazing Flame attribute and turn his cultivation technique into a pure Sword Dao cultivation technique, not a Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. He already had a feeling that when using the Divine Flame Sword energy to execute Void Dao Sword Arts or Wind Dao Sword Arts, it would be a little awkward and unnatural. This was because the attributes weren't compatible. Li Fuchen immediately started to remove the Blazing Flame attribute. This was an extremely arduous path because from the very beginning he had cultivated a Fire Path cultivation technique, and later on he had added the Sword Path attribute. Now he had to remove the Fire Path attribute, which was the most important at the beginning, and it was almost equivalent to creating a complete heaven-level high-rank cultivation technique. In order to make the process smoother, Li Fuchen first searched the continent for Sword Dao cultivation techniques. Only with enough Sword Dao cultivation techniques, he would be able to learn from others and use the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique as a foundation to create a Sword Dao cultivation technique that belonged to him. In addition, Li Fuchen had also paid a price to exchange for some Sword Dao cultivation techniques from the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. As for the Sword Dao cultivation techniques from the Red Moon Emperor's treasury, they had already been plundered by Li Fuchen. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had over 100 Sword Dao cultivation techniques. These Sword Dao cultivation techniques range from the Earth class to the Heaven class. There was everything, and it could be said to be from shallow to profound. There is still close to 5 more years. It should be about time. Just like that, apart from comprehending the star's law, Li Fuchen would use the rest of his time to dissect and research Sword Dao cultivation techniques. As he dissected and researched Sword Dao cultivation techniques, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Dao foundation was much broader. The achievement of Sword Dao didn't just require height, it also required width. In the past, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao achievement had reached a certain height, but the width wasn't enough. Right now, the width was being replenished. Chapter 723. There are actually so many styles of Sword Dao. Different Sword Dao cultivation techniques allowed Li Fuchen to see different Sword Dao styles. Some were tyrannical, some were feminine, some were nimble, some were simple, some were courageous, some were self-sacrificing. What is the Sword Dao style that I want? Li Fuchen started to think about his Sword Dao. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, there were only 2 years left before the 10 years were up. During this period of time, Li Fuchen wasn't the only one with rapid progress. Yin Qingwu and the Thunder Beast were also progressing very quickly. Yin Qingwu had already cultivated to the 4th level of Law Phase realm. The reason why she was progressing so quickly was mainly because she had already cultivated to the peak level of the 9th level of Law Phase realm in her previous life. Her cultivation and mental state were sufficient, and she was just lacking heaven and earth chi absorption. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if she had enough peak-grade spirit stones, her cultivation would probably surpass Li Fuchen. As for the Thunder Beast, he had already become a mid-tier demonic beast ruler. As an overlord beast, the Thunder Beast might only be a mid-tier demonic beast ruler, but his combat strength was superior to regular mid-tier demonic beast rulers. Even high-tier and peak-tier demonic beast rulers were inferior to him. He could almost contest with demonic beast great rulers and was only inferior to half-overlords. But speaking of which, Yin Qingwu was exaggerating when she said that the Thunder Beast could progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. There might be no bottleneck for overlords to progress, but the resources required weren't a small amount. Not only did it require a massive amount of high-grade spirit stones, but also required precious herbs that could stimulate the bloodline potential. If it was only the former, the Thunder Beast would at most be a low-tier demonic beast ruler. Even though he was still far from becoming a demonic beast overlord, the Thunder Beast didn't blame Yin Qingwu for deceiving him and was still very happy. He reckoned that he would need another 10 years to progress to a high-tier demonic beast ruler. After that, it would be half-overlords and overlords. As for peak-tier demonic beast rulers and demonic beast great rulers, it was mainly about strength and had nothing to do with the demonic beast class. It was just like high-level emperors. Some were normal high-level emperors, some were peak-tier emperors, and some were great emperors. The Thunder Beast didn't know that Yin Qingwu wasn't intentionally deceiving him. If he was on the Saint Spirit continent, the Thunder Beast might really progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. That place didn't just have perfect heaven and earth laws. The resources were also 1,000 times more than the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent. If one hadn't been to a high-rank continent, one wouldn't know how prosperous a high-rank continent was. Compared to high-grade continents, mid-grade continents were just a corner. As for low-grade continents, they couldn't even be considered continents at all. They could only be considered as small islands. Even if there were 100 million or a billion of such islands, they still couldn't compare to the tip of an iceberg of a high-grade continent. Only those who had been to a high-tier continent would know what the world of martial arts was. There were tens of thousands of Daos contending for supremacy, and every Dao path had countless cultivators walking on it. Even the Soul Dao was a relatively special Dao path in the high-rank continents, and there were many cultivators walking on it. My Dao of the Sword is eternal, all-conquering, indomitable, and piercingly cold and fierce. After researching Sword Dao cultivation techniques every day, Li Fuchen's aura was getting purer and more fearsome. It was like a piece of steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. After being tempered 1,000 times, all the impurities had been removed, and what was left was the best of the best. It's about time to remove the fire path attribute. Li Fuchen didn't have enough time to create a new Sword Dao cultivation technique. If he was given 10 or 20 years, he was confident he could create a new Sword Dao cultivation technique. After all, creating a cultivation technique involved too many aspects. It needed to be constantly perfected and strengthened. Not even saints could create a perfect cultivation technique in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Fuchen could only use the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique as the foundation to modify the cultivation technique. After several years of research, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was extremely deep, and it was simply a burst of accumulation. In just 1 month, Li Fuchen had modified the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique to the 24th rank. 3 months later, it was at the 33rd rank. The 33rd rank represented the Earth class peak tier. But this wasn't enough. It was far from enough. According to Li Fuchen's thoughts, he had to modify it to at least the 40th rank. Only then his combat strength wouldn't decrease and would increase instead. If it was only the 39th rank, it would only be a heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Half a year later, it was at the 36th rank. 1 year later, it was at the 39th rank. The further one went, the longer the time required. Because the further one went, the more severe the exhaustion of the Sword Tao Foundation. It wasn't like the start, where the accumulation was sufficient. Big brother, I'm already at the Heaven Dipper realm. Every few days, Li Fuchen would gather with his family and friends. He didn't know if he would survive this trip to the Cursed Temple. If he succeeded, he probably wouldn't be able to return from the Saint Spirit Continent within a short period of time. According to Yin Qingwu, the Saint Spirit Continent was a cultivation sacred land and also a prison. In normal situations, it was impossible to leave the Saint Spirit Continent before reaching the Soul Unity realm. It also meant that if special factors were excluded, when Li Fuchen returned, he would already be a Soul Unity realm saint. It was unknown how many years had passed by then. Li Fuchen revealed a doting expression while looking at his childish younger sister, Li Fuxian. Li Fuxian was only 14 years old and had already reached the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. Without a doubt, it was extremely fast in the entire Emperor Sky continent. In terms of cultivation speed, she was definitely a top-class prodigy. However, Li Fuxian was no longer a 5-star bone frame. After consuming a Heaven-class low-tier herb, the Star Call herb, and a Heaven-class mid-tier, the 7-star life-changing herb, Li Fuxian's bone frame had already reached the 7-star level. With the combination of the best resources, it was normal for her to reach the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't find the Heaven-class high-tier Destiny herb in the Angarax Abyss. It was a top-class herb that could upgrade the 7-star bone frame to the 8-star bone frame. Of course, one stock of Destiny herb wasn't enough to be distributed, as he was still stuck at the 7-star bone frame. Cultivate well. 1 year later, I will leave the Emperor Sky continent for a period of time. When I return, I hope you will have reached the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen rubbed Li Fuxian's head and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I will not embarrass you." The little fellow had already heard about Li Fuchen's achievements from many people. Right now, she admired her big brother the most. The curse on the incantation Martial Emperor was already much lighter, and Li Fuchen didn't need to execute the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation every day. After withdrawing, Li Fuchen's eyes turned sharp. He was about to leave and was truly worried about the safety of his family and friends. After all, there were still plenty of threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sith Union, the Soul Emperor, the Zombie Great Emperor, and the Skull Great Emperor were all threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sith Union, the Soul Emperor, and the others had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen mobilized the entire continent's resources and couldn't find any traces. But according to what Li Fuchen knew, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Skull Great Emperor were still in his lair. Right now, the duo was apprehensive of Li Fuchen, but once he left, who knew what would happen? After arriving at the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the Zombie Great Emperor's zombie guild. In one of the zombie guild's hidden domains, the Zombie Great Emperor was cultivating. This hidden domain imprisoned thousands of Battle Spirit Realm body refinement masters and hundreds of body refinement monarchs. Every once in a while, the Zombie Great Emperor would use these people to cultivate and absorb their chi blood essences. Too slow. If there are a few body refinement emperors, my strength will be able to improve further. By then, so what if the Sword Emperor is here? He still won't be able to break my defense. The Zombie Great Emperor frowned. These body refinement martial artists were nurtured by the Zombie Guild. The Zombie Guild disseminated body refinement techniques everywhere. It wasn't just in the zombie region, it was also in other regions. The entire Heaven Pillar continent had a massive population. Even if 1 in 10,000 people cultivated body refinement techniques, it was still a terrifying number. As such, the Zombie Guild would have an endless supply of cultivation resources. Unless the Heaven Pillar continent's population was wiped out, the Zombie Guild would only continue to grow stronger. But the only problem was that this method wasn't able to nurture body refinement emperors. Once they became body refinement emperors, they would join other sections. Normally, these sects wouldn't bother about them, but once they overstepped their boundaries, it would be hard to say. The zombie Great Emperor had thought of allowing these people to break through in a zombie guild environment, but he realized that these people would only be able to break through a small level in a zombie guild environment. It was hard for them to break through a major realm. In his opinion, to break through a major realm, resources, mental state, and tempering were all indispensable. After letting out a forceful breath, the zombie Great Emperor grabbed a body refinement monarch and was planning to continue cultivating. Zombie Great Emperor, how have you been? Right at this moment, in the hidden domain, the void distorted and a figure appeared in front of the zombie Great Emperor. Sword Emperor, how did you enter? The zombie Great Emperor was shocked. Apart from him, no one else was able to enter this hidden domain. Li Fuchen scanned the hidden domain with his spiritual awareness, and his expression gradually turned cold. The Inchi here was too dense, and it was unknown how many people had died here. Sword Emperor, we have minded our own business. Why are you looking for trouble with me? Do you think that I, the zombie Great Emperor, is so easy to bully? The zombie Great Emperor was already thinking of a way to escape. Die! Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of the zombie Great Emperor. He then tapped on the zombie Great Emperor's forehead. PFFF. Chapter 724. Right now, Li Fuchen's strength was too formidable and wasn't just 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and cultivation technique, but he had also grasped the Tao heart of Void and mastered the Void Heaven Sword realm. That finger attack seemed ordinary, but in reality, the force of the finger had seeped into the zombie Emperor's brain, turning it into nothingness. Putting aside the fact that the zombie Great Emperor had not improved at all, even if the zombie Great Emperor's strength had been doubled, he would still have no chance of survival against this finger at 0 distance. With a wave of his hand, the zombie Great Emperor's storage bag appeared in his hand. Li Fuchen opened it and revealed a smile. The zombie Great Emperor was indeed a great emperor. Putting aside the other artifacts, just the high-grade spirit stones alone were around 6 million. Li Fuchen only had slightly over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skull Mountain Range was enveloped by a peak level 8 formation, the Scarlet Sky Formation. Under normal circumstances, even a great emperor would not be able to blast it open in a day or two. Skull Mountain, the mountain peak where the Skull Great Emperor resided. The White Bone Saint Crown has already been refined to 80%. I still need 20% more before I can completely master it. Killing intent flashed in the Skull Great Emperor's eyes. Once the White Bone Saint Crown was completely refined, it would be the time for the Sword Emperor Li Fuchen to perish. By then, no matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon, withdrawing his killing intent, the Skull Great Emperor closed his eyes and prepared to continue refining the White Bone Saint Crown. Just as he closed his eyes, the Skull Emperor opened them again. The void distorted and a figure appeared. Sword Emperor, I didn't look for you, but you actually dared to look for me? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent erupted as he roared in a low voice. He believed that if he didn't find trouble with Li Fuchen should be grateful. Otherwise, with the might of the Holy White Bone Crown, how could the other party block it? Li Fuchen said, Skull Great Emperor, it seems like you have improved greatly. More than enough to kill you. The Skull Great Emperor stood up and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen blocked the Skull Great Emperor's palm art. What? The Skull Great Emperor paled. Back when the White Bone Saint Crown was refined to 50%, he was already able to suppress Li Fuchen. Now that the White Bone Saint Crown was refined to 80%, he was actually unable to suppress Li Fuchen. What was going on? I have indeed improved a lot. Li Fuchen understood. Die! Frenziedly activating the White Bone Saint Crown's power, the Skull Great Emperor blasted palm after palm at Li Fuchen, vowing to blast Li Fuchen into scraps. But no matter how the Skull Great Emperor attacked, he couldn't break Li Fuchen's sword art. It felt as though it wasn't a sword art that was obstructing him, but a void. Impossible. Impossible. The Skull Great Emperor couldn't believe what he was seeing. Nothing is impossible. Skull Great Emperor, rest in peace. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance as he executed the Void Heaven Sword World. The sword light was like water, and the Skull Great Emperor's movements were much slower. Even the blink of an eye took a lot of effort. One could see with the naked eye that the white-boned Saint Crown's defensive layer was sliced apart by layers of sword light. In the next instant, the surging sword light engulfed the Skull Great Emperor's body. From the point of view of the outside world, one could only see a flash of sword light, and the Skull Great Emperor turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. With a suction force, the Skull Great Emperor's white-boned Saint Crown and storage bag landed in Li Fuchen's hand. The white-boned Saint Crown was a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact and had immense value. In the future, when Li Fuchen went to the Saint Spirit continent, he might be able to auction it off. Li Fuchen opened up the storage bag and couldn't help grinning. The Skull Great Emperor's wealth was much more abundant than the Zombie Great Emperor. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone were already 12 million high-grade spirit stones. With the addition of other artifacts and resources, the Skull Great Emperor's total wealth was obviously over 20 million high-grade spirit stones. The Saint Spirit continent is filled with emperors. It might not be possible to see saints, but according to Yin Qingwu, there are plenty of them. If I can obtain more high-grade spirit stones, it will be easier to make a living there. I might be able to purchase some precious resources that can't be found on the Emperor Sky continent. Li Fuchen wouldn't despise having too many high-grade spirit stones. He would only feel that it was too little. Right now, he really wanted to find the Soul Emperor and the others. As long as he killed them, his high-grade spirit stones would easily exceed 100 million. After eliminating the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, Li Fuchen immediately left. The entire Heaven Pillar continent didn't know that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult had been eliminated. 1 month later, the news of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult's destruction had spread throughout the Heaven Pillar continent and caused a huge commotion. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace, which were also part of the 4 Evil Dao factions, were in a state of panic. It was truly too strange that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult were eliminated just like that. However, everyone had a suspicion in their hearts, and that was the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. The Evil Emperor and the Poison Dragon Great Emperor had heard of the news of Li Fuchen defeating the Soul Emperor twice in a row on the Emperor Sky continent. They truly couldn't imagine that apart from the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, who else could eliminate the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult? At the same time, the two of them were silently rejoicing that they didn't offend Li Fuchen. Otherwise, the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult would be a lesson for them. It might be due to the destruction of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, or the decline of the Evil Dao. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace started to restrain themselves and weren't as arrogant as before. Only 2 out of the 4 Evil Dao factions were left, while the Righteous Dao still had 6 major factions. If they were too arrogant, they might be surrounded by the 6 major factions, and it wasn't something that the Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace wanted to see. I am finally at the 40th rank. When there was only half a year left before the 10-year deadline, Li Fuchen finally modified the cultivation technique to the 40th rank. It might only be the 40th rank, but Li Fuchen was confident that it wasn't inferior to the 41st rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique and might even be superior. Right now, Li Fuchen was emitting an extreme Sword Dao Qi presence inside and out. This extreme Sword Dao Qi presence had allowed his sword heart to be penetrated, and it felt as though he could see a higher Sword Dao level. Everything is worth it. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had spent a lot of time modifying the cultivation technique. If he had spent the time on other aspects, he might be stronger than now. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it, as he was already strong enough. To him, the most important thing was to purify himself and to clarify his own path. It would allow him to take fewer detours in the future. This Sword Dao cultivation technique is extremely pure. I shall call it the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme meant the source of all things, and the primary extreme sword technique meant the source of the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and burst out with a biting cold sword chi. When Li Fuchen drew with his finger, the void was split open. After withdrawing the sword chi, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I have already cultivated the primary extreme sword technique. I have to think of a way to solve the problem of my bone frame. Li Fuchen was a little regretful as he didn't allow his bone frame to be tainted with the fire Dao attribute. He didn't wish for his bone frame to turn into the sword Dao attribute, but he wanted it to be in an elemental state. As such, he would be able to utilize his sword Dao strength to the greatest extent. Forget it. I will think of a way after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent. That place is vast with abundant resources. There must be herbs that can change the bone frame's attribute. Chapter 725. The creation of the primary extreme sword technique might have exhausted most of Li Fuchen's energy, but Li Fuchen's remaining energy was still focused on comprehending the Hand of Star. On this day, Li Fuchen finally sensed the core essence of the star's law in the sky. The core essence of the star's law was naturally the gravity law. Without gravity, stars wouldn't be able to form. It was because of gravity, stars would be able to bloom with their own radiance in the dark and empty universe. Previously, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the star's law was already extremely profound, but it was because he lacked the gravity law that he couldn't truly cultivate the Hand of Star. Once the gravity law was formed, a horrific gravity was produced from Li Fuchen's body. Under the effects of this horrific gravity, Li Fuchen's Hand of Force's chi power was constantly collapsing and transforming. Rumble. Bolts of horrific heaven thunder blasted at Li Fuchen. In the past, Li Fuchen could only use his own defense to resist. But this time, the heaven thunder was actually absorbed into his body. In a split moment, Li Fuchen's body burst out with thunder radiance, and it was as dazzling as a star descending. In the sky above the Emperor Sky continent, everyone saw a star. This star was so dazzling that it caused panic. They thought that the star was descending and was going to destroy the world. But soon enough, the star vanished and the panic dispersed. What was left was a topic of idle conversation. At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. This is the Hand of Star's level. Li Fuchen could feel the unparalleled power, the power to dominate the universe. He knew that this was a misconception due to the sudden increase in power, but was imaginable how powerful and horrifying the Hand of Star was if it was able to give him such a misconception. After sensing a little, Li Fuchen knew that his body refinement had reached the completion level of Law Fei's realm. The Hand of Force's energy had transformed into the Hand of Star's energy. In addition to absorbing the power of countless heavenly lightning bolts and using the heavenly lightning to temper and strengthen his body tempering cultivation had stepped into the Transcendence realm's greater success realm. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen almost subconsciously circulated the void heaven sword world's power and blasted at himself. Clang! Sparks burst out, but Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. This time, Li Fuchen didn't even circulate the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent. He purely used the law field and his own defense to resist the sword. In the end, he was unscathed. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if his sword Dao strength was doubled, he wouldn't be injured at all. What kind of defense was this? Star Immortal Body. Li Fuchen understood that he had already cultivated the Star Immortal Body. The Star Immortal Body was a derivative ability of the Hand of Star Realm. Once one succeeded in cultivating the astral undying body, not only would they be undying, but their lifespan would also be extremely long. According to the introduction of God's Hand, the lifespan of the astral undying body was impossible to calculate. It would at least be over 100,000 years. It also meant that Li Fuchen might not be a saint yet, but his lifespan was already longer than regular saints. Most probably, even a master of God's hands wouldn't have expected that after countless years, there would be someone who managed to master the star hand within such a short period of time. After all, the God's Hand was a body refinement art. It was a fusion of body refinement arts and body refinement martial arts. If one wanted to master the God's Hand, the difficulty was several times or even 10 times higher compared to cultivating a heaven-tier, high-tier martial art. But right now, the star immortal body was only at the primary rank. After mastering the Hand of Moon, the star immortal body would reach the mid-rank. After mastering the Hand of Sun, it would reach the high rank. After mastering the Hand of Calamity, the star immortal body would transform again and turn into the Calamity immortal body. It meant to be undefeatable and indestructible. Of course, in Li Fuchen's opinion, the so-called Calamity immortal body probably wasn't truly indestructible. Otherwise, why would the master of the Hand of God die? Too powerful. Li Fuchen was already unable to sense how powerful his body refinement strength was. He reckoned that it was at least 10 times stronger than his sword Dao strength. With a flash, Li Fuchen rushed to the heat layer above the thunderbolt layer. The heat layer's heat energy gathered the heat energy of the entire plane. This plane was of a much higher class than the stars. The law field on the surface of Li Fuchen's body distorted, and he felt the Hand of Star's chi power was being consumed violently. Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer and descended out of the heat layer. Immediately after, he returned to the Emperor Sky continent. This was a desolate and silent mountain range that was around 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. When the Hand of Star's chi power was circulated, a horrific gravitational force was produced and instantly acted on the void where the mountain range was. Crackle. The mountain range that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size was instantly attracted by the gravitational force around Li Fuchen. It created a solid sphere that was a few thousand miles in size and a bottomless abyss that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. Inside the solid sphere, Li Fuchen continued to circulate the Hand of Star's chi power. At the same time, the solid sphere that was wrapped around him continued to shrink. A horrific heat energy was emitting from the surface of the solid sphere. It looked dark and was just like a solid metal sphere. But right at this moment, there was a ripple of destruction, and the solid sphere immediately collapsed. Li Fuchen, who was inside, felt his chi and blood boiling as he suffered a slight injury. Continent willpower? Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't expect for his current body refinement strength to actually draw out the continent willpower. He had a premonition that if he continued to circulate the Hand of Star's chi power without restraint, he would draw out the continent willpower's destructive power. It seems like my body refinement strength has reached the critical point of the Emperor Sky continent. In the past, Li Fuchen thought that only his cultivation level would draw out the continent willpower's warning. From the looks of it now, when his strength reached a certain level, it would also draw out the continent willpower's warning. Time elapsed, and when there were only 3 months left before the 10 years were up, Li Fuchen received a piece of information. The Blood Sift Union headquarters had been discovered. It was the vacant Mountain Emperor who discovered the Blood Sift Union headquarters. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one else was superior to him in terms of void law proficiency. Originally, with the vacant Mountain Emperor's strength, it should be easy to eliminate the Blood Sift Union. But no one would have expected for the Blood Sift Union leader to be a great emperor and an extremely elite great emperor. After exchanging moves, the vacant Mountain Emperor wasn't a match. After receiving the information, Li Fuchen immediately headed for the Blood Sift Union headquarters. From far away, Li Fuchen could already sense a shocking chi wave. The battle was much more intense than he imagined. The void distorted and Li Fuchen appeared on the battlefield. Sword Emperor. The Blood Sift Union leader was a man wearing a blood-colored mask. He had an extremely terrifying chi presence, as though he walked out from the blood-colored hell. On the opposite side, the vacant Mountain Emperor was already injured, and his chi presence was rather dispirited. Another evil Dao cultivator. Li Fuchen sized up the Blood Sift Union leader and saw countless blood souls on the Blood Sift Union leader. It was obvious that the Blood Sift Union leader was the same as the Skull Cult and the Zombie Guild. They used living beings to cultivate, and after a long period of time, they would be tainted with resentment chi. As the resentment chi increased, they would gradually form blood souls. Elderly, you are here. The vacant Mountain Emperor revealed a delighted expression. He alone wasn't a match for the Blood Sift Union leader. But with Li Fuchen around, let alone a single Blood Sith Union leader, even 10 Blood Sith Union leaders wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Blood Sith Union leader for now. Blood Emperor. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed the Blood Emperor who was hiding in the Blood Sith Union headquarters. Li Fuchen extended his hand and a suction force burst out. The Blood Emperor was involuntarily pulled out, and even the Blood Sith Union's array couldn't isolate this suction force. Seeing the situation, the Blood Sith Union leader's eyes contracted. He had already overestimated Li Fuchen and believed that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. But he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be much stronger and more vast than he imagined. Union leader, save me. The Blood Emperor was terrified. Save you? No one in this world will be able to save you. Li Fuchen reached out and clenched his fist, causing the Blood Emperor to explode. Sword Emperor, you have already killed him. My Blood Sith Union will mind our own business, and I hope this will be the last time. The Blood Sith Union leader had a gloomy expression as he spoke slowly. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Li Fuchen looked at the Blood Sith Union leader. The Blood Sith Union leader didn't have any grudges with Li Fuchen, but the Blood Sith Union had plenty of blood debts. Shang Guanyu's Black Emperor Guild was also nearly killed. How could Li Fuchen spare them? Sword Emperor, do you really think you are invincible? The Blood Sith Union leader's battle intent burst out. He, the Blood Sith Great Emperor, was ranked 5,500th on the Saint Spirit Continent's Great Emperor rankings. If the Vacant Mountain Emperor wasn't proficient in Void Law, he would have died in the Blood Sith Union leader's hands. Furthermore, the Blood Sith Union leader hadn't executed his kill move to deal with the Vacant Mountain Emperor. If the Blood Sith Union leader burst out with his full strength, even if he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen would still have to pay a price in order to defeat him. Oh, it seems like your strength isn't limited to this. Li Fuchen said, bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Sword Emperor, I shall let you witness the Blood Sith Great Emperor's Blood Web World. The Blood Sith Union leader, who is also the Blood Sith Great Emperor, made his move. His hands are like a net that burst out with boundless blood Dao Law. They weaved into a net and enveloped Li Fuchen. This Blood Web World was the kill move of kill moves, and he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could deal with it easily. In the past, the Blood Sith Great Emperor used this move to turn a Great Emperor into a pool of blood. Elderly, be careful. When the Vacant Mountain Emperor saw that Li Fuchen was enveloped by the blood web, he was shocked. With his eyesight, how could he not see that this move was specifically targeted at shifting techniques? If he was enveloped, he would be in danger. Blood Dao Field. Li Fuchen understood. This move was indeed incredible and was a field kill move. But to the Vacant Mountain Emperor, it was still too weak. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Hand of Star, even if he didn't, killing the Blood Sith Great Emperor was still an easy task. When the blood web enveloped Li Fuchen, the Blood Sith Great Emperor felt as though he could already see Li Fuchen turning into a pool of blood. But in the next moment, the Blood Sith Great Emperor and the Vacant Mountain Emperor were stunned. When the blood web landed on Li Fuchen's body, it was like a cotton web that landed on a burning hot iron. It was instantly turned into ashes and didn't even have any reaction. This is your kill move? Too weak. It is time for me to make my move. Li Fuchen extended his hand and made a suction force. Just like the Blood Emperor, the Blood Sith Great Emperor flew towards Li Fuchen involuntarily. Sword Emperor, hurry up and let go of me. My master is the Heaven Sith Saint. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. The Blood Sith Great Emperor roared. Impatient. Chapter 726. On the floating sky mountain, a metal statue that belonged to Li Fuchen was erected overnight. This seemingly ordinary metal statue was, in fact, completely made of heaven-grade low-tier metal. Its value was extremely shocking. After all, heaven-grade metal could be used to forge heaven-grade weapons. The metal used to forge this statue was more than enough to forge 100 or even 1,000 heaven-grade weapons. The metal statue wasn't built to commemorate Li Fuchen. It was used to carry Li Fuchen's willpower. This metal statue contained the true intent of the Hand of Star and the Void Heaven Sword intent respectively. If an enemy came and touched the metal statue, it would burst out the true intent of the Hand of Star or the Void Heaven Sword intent to kill the enemy. According to Li Fuchen's speculations, even a demonic beast half-overlord would be blasted into a blood mist by the Hand of Star intent or split into two by the Void Heaven Sword intent. Furthermore, the intent or sword intent wouldn't be used up in one go. It was just that each time it was used, there would be less of it. As such, even if a large number of demonic beast half-overlords attacked the floating sky mountain, they would still perish on the spot. Furthermore, how could there be so many demonic beast half-overlords that wanted to find trouble with the floating sky mountain? In the blink of the eye, the 10-year period was up. On this day, the cursed temple emitted a weak wave. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to detect this wave. According to Chu Qingyan, the cursed temple would have a wave every 49 years. Each time there was a wave, the curse array inside would be activated and corrode a large hole in the time-space. Once inside the hole, one would be able to head to the Saint's spirit continent. It is time to leave. Li Fuchen's communication token vibrated. He knew that today was the day to enter the cursed temple. With a flash, Li Fuchen appeared outside the floating sky mountain. Yan Qingwu and the vacant mountain emperor appear by his side. The thunder beast had also followed. The cursed temple was extremely dangerous. If one wasn't a great emperor, they would definitely die inside. I wonder how many people will enter the cursed temple this time. The vacant mountain emperor asked. Yan Qingwu said, they should all enter. After all, this is a chance to head to the Saint's spirit continent. It is a pity that we didn't find the Soul Emperor and the others. The vacant mountain emperor was still worried about the floating sky mountain. Li Fuchen said, don't worry. With the intent statue, even a Soul Emperor will be turned into ashes. He was even more worried about the safety of the Li clan and the Azure Water sect than the vacant mountain emperor. He naturally had to make ample preparations. The floating sky mountain's intent statue was just the first layer of preparation. He still had the second and third layer of preparation. However, it was best not to use these preparations. After turning back to look at the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen and the others flew towards the cursed temple. They're all here? The vacant mountain emperor was a little surprised. Outside the cursed temple, be it the Emperor Sky Continent's great emperors or the Heaven Pillar Continent's great emperors, they were all here. Even 3 demonic beast great emperors were here. There was also a person wearing a black mask. He was probably the most mysterious Dark Knight Emperor. If it was before, Li Fuchen would definitely kill the Dark Knight Emperor if he encountered him. The clan of darkness that this fellow established wasn't much better than the Bloodsift Union. It was just that the clan of darkness did things more covertly. The Dark Knight Emperor had been observing Li Fuchen in the dark. As long as Li Fuchen made any strange movements, he would immediately escape. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't even look at him, allowing the Dark Knight Emperor to let out a breath of relief. At the same time, he was secretly cursing in his heart. He decided that once they reached the Saint's spirit continent, he would teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Chu Qingyan took a glance at everyone and said, the cursed temple is extremely dangerous. I hope that everyone can work together and let go of all the grudges in the past. There were plenty of people who had grudges, therefore, Chu Qingyan had to give a reminder. Pavilion Mistress Chu doesn't have to worry, we know what to do. Even without Chu Qingyan's reminder, everyone wouldn't have a conflict at this moment. After all, nothing could be compared to their own martial Dao future. All right, let's all go in. Chu Qingyan led the way and entered the cursed temple. Everyone was familiar with the outer region of the cursed temple. Even if they encountered cursed warriors, they would be able to eliminate them quickly if they worked together. But as they got closer to the inner region of the cursed temple, the number of cursed warriors increased. Apart from Li Fuchen, who could eliminate a cursed warrior in a single move, no one else could. Those who had never witnessed Li Fuchen's strength had to admit that they were far inferior to Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, everyone arrived at the inner region of the cursed temple. There was a miserable scream as the Heaven Pillar Continent's five-river Great Emperor suddenly went crazy. He rushed out from the crowd and vanished into the distant temples in the blink of the eye. Such an incredible curse. The Celestial Eye Emperor had a grave expression. Chu Qin said, "In the inner region of the cursed temple, if one's true spirit isn't at the Great Emperor level, it is extremely easy to be cursed." The iron-blood Great Emperor frowned and said, "The five-river Great Emperor's spirit soul was once injured by the Soul Emperor. His spirit soul and true spirit aren't complete." Five-river Great Emperor's madness caused everyone's heart to sink. A Great Emperor going crazy just like that was out of their expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that they had already entered the inner area of the cursed temple, they wouldn't rule out the possibility of people leaving the cursed temple. After all, no matter how great the Saint Spirit Continent was, one had to be alive to enter. Rip. After the five-river Great Emperor, another Great Emperor suffered a calamity. This time, it was the Poison Dragon Great Emperor. The Poison Dragon Great Emperor wasn't considered weak among the 10 Great Emperors of the Heaven Pillar Continent. He was at least in the top 8 or even top 6. His Poison Dragon transformation technique could even turn him into a poison dragon. However, the cursed martial artist that killed him was too powerful. With a single rip, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor was torn into two. Originally, even if his body was torn into two, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor would still be able to recover. However, this was the Cursed Temple. Once the Poison Dragon Great Emperor's body was split into two, he would immediately be corroded by the curse law. His consciousness and vitality would immediately dissipate, and a dense curse aura would be emitted. From the looks of it, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor would soon turn into a cursed martial artist. When seeing the situation, the other Great Emperors had a change in expression. How could they not know that they couldn't be injured in the Cursed Temple? Once they were injured, they would be corroded by the curse law and turned into a cursed martial artist. Previously, the Five-River Great Emperor had only gone crazy, but he still had a trace of consciousness. Kill. All the Great Emperors worked together to attack this cursed martial artist. Bang, 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 bang. No matter how they attacked, this cursed martial artist wasn't injured at all. As compared to those cursed martial artists, this cursed martial artist wasn't just a little bit stronger. It was simply several times stronger. Clang! A sword light flashed by, and the cursed martial artist was easily slashed apart. The one who made the move was naturally Li Fuchen. Only Li Fuchen was able to slash apart the cursed martial artist's body. But this time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to kill the cursed martial artist. The cursed martial artist's body instantly healed. There were flashes of sword lights, and it was so fast that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. They suspected that if they stared at the sword lights, their eyes would go blind. PFFF. Finally, this extremely powerful cursed martial artist was turned into ashes and scattered. Chu Qinyin looked at Li Fuchen with admiration and explained, "This cursed martial artist should be a great emperor when he was alive. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be so powerful. What if he was a half-saint when he was alive?" The mystic dark great emperor had a lingering fear. The celestial eye emperor said, "It is impossible for half-saints to exist in the Heaven Pillar Continent and the Emperor's Sky Continent." Chu Qinyin nodded. In order to become a half-saint, one would need a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. I believe everyone should know how precious a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique is. Heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques were too precious. Chu Qinyin might be from the Saint Spirit Continent, but she didn't have a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If she had one, she wouldn't have ended up in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Of course, if there's truly a cursed martial artist at the half-saint level, apart from the Sword Emperor, all of us will have to die. Chu Qinyin continued, "I hope our luck isn't that bad." The mystic dark great emperor gulped down his saliva. No one knew how big the cursed temple was. Every once in a while, everyone would feel the scenery changing. Something isn't right. The mystic dark great emperor is gone. The celestial eye emperor suddenly said. In response, everyone looked around, and as expected, the mystic dark great emperor was nowhere to be seen. He was still speaking a moment ago, but he vanished in a blink of the eye. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. His spiritual awareness had always been released. If something happened to the mystic dark great emperor, it was impossible to escape his spiritual awareness. The only explanation was that when the spatial zone changed, the mystic dark great emperor shifted to another spatial zone. But why did the mystic dark great emperor shift to another spatial zone? It didn't make sense. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen saw a strange figure behind the Heaven Fire Doyen. Even Li Fuchen was nearly fooled by this strange figure. Dodge! Li Fuchen cleaved at the strange figure. Huff! The sword light pierced through, and the strange figure rippled like water before vanishing. However, Li Fuchen, who was alert, immediately noticed that the strange figure was behind the purple bamboo Great Emperor. Chu Qingyan was carrying a grayish-white jade talisman that was flashing with a frenzied radiance. This jade talisman was called the Evil Warding Jade Talisman, and it was an artifact refined by the Evil Warding Saint. If the jade talisman was flashing with radiance, it meant that there was an evil presence nearby, but she couldn't detect it. After taking a deep look at Li Fuchen, Chu Qingyan knew that Li Fuchen was much stronger than she imagined. Before Li Fuchen could continue attacking the strange figure, a large number of cursed martial artists surrounded from all directions. For a moment, everyone was in a chaotic battle. Void Heaven's Sword World. A dazzling sword light extended out and froze everyone. To be exact, their speed was slowed down by 1,000 times. At the same moment, the cursed martial artists were also slowed down by several times. PFFF. In the next moment, most of the cursed martial artists were turned into ashes, and that strange figure had vanished too. When the sword light vanished, everyone only felt that an instant had passed. They didn't even know what had happened earlier. The sword light continued to flash, and the remaining cursed martial artists were slain one by one. Let's go. Li Fuchen increased his speed. The cursed temple was too dangerous. If he was alone, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid, but there were too many people here. He wasn't confident that he could protect the people he valued. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the depths of the cursed temple. This temple was majestic and massive, but at the same time, it was sinister and strange. Even great emperors felt a chill, and their teeth were chattering. No, I am leaving. One of the demonic beast great emperors was on the verge of collapse. He turned and left quickly. Chapter 7:27. Leaving now is the same as courting death. The Dark Knight Emperor sneered in his heart. He was also clear about the dangers of the cursed temple. In the Saint Spirit continent, there was a cursed temple. This cursed temple was something that even saints weren't willing to enter. Right now, they were already in the depths of the cursed temple, and it was basically impossible to retreat. They could only walk to the end. In between the majestic temples, there were walls, and on the walls, there were plenty of human carvings. All of a sudden, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that the carvings on the walls were very familiar. It is the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Why am I here? The person who spoke didn't know that he was already on the walls and had become a part of the carvings. Li Fuchen looked over, and apart from him and Chu Qingyan, everyone else was on the walls. Some were still struggling, while some were already motionless and had lost their vitality. Li Fuchen looked at the struggling Yin Qingwu and approached her without hesitation. Don't! Chu Qingyan wanted to stop Li Fuchen. The walls were more dangerous the closer they were. Li Fuchen wasn't in any danger, but if he touched the walls, it would be hard to say. However, it was already too late. Li Fuchen's hand touched Yin Qingwu, and his entire body merged into the walls. Sigh. Chu Qingyan shook her head. Originally, if she worked together with Li Fuchen, the chances of successfully heading to the Saint Spirit continent were very high. Now that Li Fuchen had also merged into the walls, she wasn't even 50% confident if she was alone. After merging into the walls, Li Fuchen saw Yin Qingwu. Yin Qingwu also saw Li Fuchen. However, there was an invisible force that was dragging Yin Qingwu and trying to pull her into the depths. Li Fuchen circulated the hand of Star's chi power and grabbed onto Yin Qingwu's hand with lightning speed. Hurry up and leave. Yin Qingwu shook her head. The walls were too powerful. Yin Qingwu, who was a great emperor in her previous life, felt that her consciousness was fading and she didn't wish to implicate Li Fuchen. Don't worry. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he pulled Yin Qingwu over. The powerful force had caused the surrounding curse power to disperse. Open. A horrific gravitational force was produced from Li Fuchen's body and cracks appeared on the walls. Chu Qingyin looked at Li Fuchen, who was on the walls, with a shocked expression. Rumble. The perimeter wall exploded and shattered rocks were flying everywhere. Li Fuchen's left hand was hugging Yin Qingwu, while his qi presence was unparalleled. It felt as though even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to affect him. It felt as though even if the universe was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to kill him. At this moment, Chu Qingyin felt as though she was looking at a sage. How can he be so strong? Chu Qingyin had never seen an emperor as powerful as Li Fuchen, as he had already surpassed the limits of emperors. In the Saint Spirit continent, only the top 10 great emperor rankings would be comparable with Li Fuchen. Thanks to Li Fuchen, as long as the great emperors didn't lose their consciousness, they would all fall off the walls. I'm still alive. The vacant mountain emperor was extremely excited. He didn't know that when Li Fuchen detoxified the soul poison for him, it had purified his spirit soul to a certain degree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Didn't I say that I, the lightning beast, wouldn't have such a short lifespan? The thunder beast was like a puppy, jumping up and down happily. There weren't many survivors. The Emperor Sky Continent only had Li Fuchen, Yin Qingwu, the Thunder Beast, the Vacant Mountain Emperor, Chu Qingyin, the Celestial Eye Emperor, and the Dark Night Emperor. The Heaven Pillar Continent suffered great losses. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor, everyone else had perished, including the 2 demonic beast great rulers. It was very normal for the Celestial Eye Emperor to survive. After all, he was someone who was evenly matched with the Soul Emperor and wouldn't be that simple. It was more or less out of Li Fuchen's expectation that the Dark Knight Emperor was still alive. It seemed like the Dark Knight Emperor was someone who wasn't inferior to the Blood-Sift Great Emperor. Many thanks. Yin Qingwu's expression when looking at Li Fuchen had a subtle change. She could feel the changes in her body as well. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing their expressions, Chu Qingyin was rather envious of Yin Qingwu. Li Fuchen was definitely the most outstanding individual she had ever seen. It was almost certain that he would become a saint in the future. To have such a Tao companion was the dream of all female cultivators. When Li Fuchen and the others were exploring the Cursed Temple, the Soul Emperor returned. This time, the 2 demonic beast half-overlords didn't follow him, but the Skyhorn Great Ruler did. They should have already entered the Cursed Temple. The Soul Emperor said to the Skyhorn Great Ruler. The Skyhorn Great Ruler grunted, "Soul Emperor, you are truly sinister. But with just a few of us, we won't be able to break the Floating Sky Mountains array." The Skyhorn Great Ruler might be unhappy with the Soul Emperor, but before entering the Cursed Temple, it was also a great thing to eradicate the Floating Sky Mountain. Therefore, when the Soul Emperor invited him, he immediately agreed. The Soul Emperor said, "There is also this one." In the void, the griffin's head appeared. After using the forbidden technique to bring the Void Swallow Octopus ashore, the Void Swallow Octopus was a little out of control. Therefore, the Soul Emperor only brought the griffin this time. All right, with the griffin, we will definitely be able to break the Floating Sky Mountains array. The Skyhorn Great Ruler grinned sinisterly. He had always treated it as a great humiliation for Li Fuchen to snatch away his maidservant. Right now, the opportunity for revenge was here. In just a short moment, the group arrived outside the Floating Sky Mountain. Rumble. The Floating Sky Mountains array was trembling violently. The Cloud Emperor looked outside and was shocked. He yelled out sternly, "Soul Emperor, Skyhorn Great Ruler, do you still have any shame? You actually sneak attacked the Floating Sky Mountain while the Mountain Chieftain and Elderly aren't around." The Skyhorn Great Ruler laughed sinisterly. History is written by the victors. As long as we eradicate the Floating Sky Mountain, who will know that we did it? Shameless. The Cloud Emperor's heart was burning with anxiety. He knew that Li Fuchen had left behind some trump cards like that intense statue, but no one knew if it could stop the Soul Emperor. After all, Li Fuchen wasn't able to do anything to the Soul Emperor when he was around. Would a mere intense statue be able to scare the Soul Emperor away? No one would believe it. Break it from me. The Soul Emperor had a cold expression as he ordered the griffin to attack. Screech! The griffin let out a cry and grew in size. The horrific chi presence could penetrate metal and crack rocks. Soul Emperor, you have disappointed me. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect for you to still come. Right at this moment, the intense statue in the center of the floating sky mountain came to life and flew out of the array. Sword Emperor? The Soul Emperor's expression changed. How could he not see that Li Fuchen had left behind a spirit soul clone in the metal statue? But this time, the Soul Emperor guessed wrongly. Li Fuchen didn't have a spirit soul clone. He merely left a trace of spirit soul power in the metal statue. However, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too advanced, and even a trace of spirit soul power was comparable with a spirit soul clone. Do you think you can scare us away with a spirit soul clone? Who do you think you are? The Skyhorn Great Ruler let out a disdainful smile and smashed his fist over. Skyhorn Great Ruler, I didn't manage to kill you previously. Since you have delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The intense statue extended a metal sword and slashed at the Skyhorn Great Ruler. There was a flash of sword light, and the Skyhorn Great Ruler was frozen in place. In a single breath, the Skyhorn Great Ruler's body was turned into ashes. In the face of the Void Heaven Sword world, no matter how tough the Skyhorn Great Ruler's defense was, he wouldn't be able to block thousands of swords in an instant. It could be said that without the Void Heaven Sword world, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was completely different. Run! The Soul Emperor's expression changed. How could he not see that the intense statue's sword wasn't something a human could block? Even the griffin wouldn't be able to block this sword. Do you think you can escape? The metal sword fused into the body, and the intense statue stared at the Soul Emperor with a smile that didn't look like a smile. There was a horrific gravitational force that burst out. Not good. The Soul Emperor circulated his shifting technique and was about to escape. But he realized that his shifting technique wasn't able to be executed in the face of this horrific gravitational force. Even the void had been distorted by the pull. Bang, 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 bang. The horrific gravitational force had pulled the Griffin, the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, and the Blue Sun Emperor to the front of the intense statue. Immediately after, a powerful force rebounded and turned the trio and the beast into a blood mist. The Soul Emperor is dead. The Cloud Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. A mere intense statue was able to kill a formidable foe like the Soul Emperor. How powerful was Li Fuchen's original body? The Cloud Emperor couldn't imagine. Everyone from the floating sky mountain couldn't imagine either. After keeping the storage bag, the intense statue returned to the floating sky mountain and turned back into a statue. There wasn't a trace of spirit soul wave anymore. But at this moment, no one was foolish enough to treat the intense statue as a dead object. The Sword Emperor might have left, but the trump card he left behind was still able to intimidate the Emperor's Sky Continent. The Soul Emperor was a living example. Cursed Temple, Li Fuchen sneered. The Soul Emperor actually returned to the Emperor's Sky Continent. It seemed like Li Fuchen overestimated the Soul Emperor. Even if a person like the Soul Emperor didn't die, he wouldn't be a concern. The cursed chi presence here seems to be dissipating, Yen Qingwu suddenly said. Chu Qingyan thought of something and said anxiously, "Follow the direction where the cursed chi presence is dissipating. That should be the cursed void hole." The cursed void hole was a spatial tunnel that was corroded by the curse law. In just a short moment, everyone arrived in front of a giant black hole. Chapter 728. This is the cursed void hole. Through the cursed void hole, I should be able to head to the Saint Spirit Continent. However, I don't know if I will appear in the same place. Chu Qingyan revealed a delighted expression. After leaving the Saint Spirit Continent for dozens of years, she could finally return. I'll make a move first. The Dark Knight Emperor turned into a black shadow and entered the cursed void. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would suddenly make a killing move. Li Fuchen remained calm. He didn't have a strong desire to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Emperor would already be dead. Sword Emperor, many thanks for this. The Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, Iron Blood Great Emperor, and Purple Bamboo Great Emperor cupped their fists towards Li Fuchen. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, they wouldn't have been able to make it here. Li Fuchen nodded and cupped his fist in return. The three of them were able to survive mainly because of their willpower. The Heaven Pillar Great Emperor was the #1 Great Emperor of the Heaven Pillar continent, and it was normal for him to survive until now. The Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor were Sword Dao Great Emperors, and their willpower was extremely firm. Therefore, they were able to survive as well. The Demonic Emperor and Heaven Fire Doyen were obviously inferior as they perished on the wall. Sword Emperor, I, the Celestial Eye Emperor, owe you a favor. After the Sky Pillar Great Emperor's trio left, the Celestial Eye Great Emperor also entered the Cursed Void Hole. In the end, only Li Fuchen's group and Chu Qingyan were left. Chu Qingyan cleared her throat and said, Sword Emperor, if you encounter any trouble on the Saint Spirit continent, you can look for me at the Sacred Heart Park. She did not say where the Sacred Heart Park was. In a flash, she disappeared into the Cursed Void Hole. Sacred Heart Park? Li Fuchen rubbed his chin. Yin Qingwu said, the Sacred Heart Court is a famous saint-class faction in the Saint Spirit continent. Even if you offend a saint, the Sacred Heart Court can mediate and resolve the matter. He has quite a powerful background. What about you? Li Fuchen looked at Yin Qingwu. Yin Qingwu said, I have already changed my appearance. Whether I can successfully return to the sect is another matter. Li Fuchen nodded. Yin Qingwu was this lifetime's Yin Qingwu. The previous lifetime's memories were only left behind. It wasn't an easy task to return to the sect smoothly. Elderly, let's enter the Cursed Void Hole together. We might even be teleported to the same place, Vacant Mountain Emperor suggested. All right. Li Fuchen waved his hand and used the Void Heaven Sword intent to protect Yin Qingwu, the Vacant Mountain Emperor, and the Thunder Beast. Just like that, 3 humans and 1 beast entered the Cursed Void Hole. It was as if they were wrapped in a colorful paste, making it difficult for them to even move. Fortunately, the pressure in the Cursed Void Hole was not as great as they had imagined. It was probably due to the corrosion of the Cursed rules. Li Fuchen tried to release his spiritual awareness, but soon enough, his spiritual awareness was scattered by the void turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the void turbulence was getting stronger. Could be a void storm? Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. A nether storm was a very rare phenomenon, but no matter how rare it was, there was still a chance of it happening. If one encountered a nether storm during the process of teleportation, they would either be smashed to pieces or be teleported to an unknown place. No matter what the result was, it wasn't what Li Fuchen wanted to see. Soon, even Yin Qingwu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor felt the movement of the Cursed Void Hole. However, the two of them could not speak, nor could they transmit voice transmissions. They could only secretly feel anxious. Fortunately, after a short while, the 3 of them saw the exit. There was a faint light, and at the same time, there was a very perfected law aura surging over. It was obviously the aura of the Saint Spirit continent. We are finally here. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If he was alone, he had some confidence that he could survive. After all, he had already cultivated the Hand of Star and possessed the Star Immortal Body. He had also condensed the Void Dao Heart. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for the Nether Storm to kill him. But he didn't have the strength to protect Yin Qingwu, the Vacant Mountain Emperor, and the Thunder Beast. The light was getting brighter, and the trio and the beast could even see a trace of the scene through the light. But right at this moment, a giant shadow suddenly scuttled in front of them. Immediately after, the light vanished. It is over. The Vacant Mountain Emperor's face was filled with despair. He who cultivated the Void Law, how could he not know that the Cursed Void Hole had been severed? Could it be that I, the mighty Thunder Beast, is going to die in the void? The Thunder Beast roared in his heart. Let me send you off. A voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the two humans and the beast. Following this, a pair of enormous palms tore the rift apart and pushed the two humans and the beast out. Crash! The trio fell out of the crack. This was a world with extremely complete heaven and earth law. The vacant mountain emperor felt that every time he took a breath of air, a large amount of heaven and earth chi would surge into his body. Li Fuchen, the usually calm Yin Qingwu, was now filled with panic. I will come and look for you. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from the crack. Immediately after, the crack closed up. The vacant mountain emperor consoled Yin Qingwu. Elderly is the most outstanding individual that I have ever seen. I believe he won't die so easily. A person that could forcefully rip open the void storm would die easily? The vacant mountain emperor wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. After taking a deep breath, Yin Qingwu nodded slowly. She also believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't die, and she was just too panicked earlier. Li Fuchen, you must come back and look for me, Yin Qingwu said in her heart. A few million miles away, Chu Qingyin stood in place for 1 hour and didn't see anyone falling out of the void. As expected, there are too many uncertain factors when it comes to time and space. A slight error can lead to a huge error. Chu Qingyin shook her head and left. Without the void storm, Li Fuchen could rip open the spatial zone and enter the Saint Spirit continent. But when facing the void storm, he was only able to rip open a hole and send Yin Qingwu and the others out. He was enveloped by the void storm and deviated from his original path. This is the void storm. With the void heaven sword intent protecting his body, the void storm wouldn't be able to touch Li Fuchen's body for a short period of time. Li Fuchen might not be able to release his spiritual awareness, but he still had the void Dao heart. When Li Fuchen sensed it carefully, he realized that the void storm contained extremely violent void law. Li Fuchen had never come into contact with such void law. PFFF. The void heaven sword intent was destroyed. As compared to the void storm, Li Fuchen's void law was still inferior. If it was someone else, they would definitely be turned into nothingness by the void storm. But Li Fuchen's body still had the law field. The law field was the combination of the hand of star intent and the vitality field. In terms of pure defense, it was much stronger than the sword intent. But when facing the void storm, the effect was almost the same. It was mainly because the void heaven sword intent contained the void law, and to a certain extent, it was able to offset most of the damage. In just a short moment, the law field was also destroyed. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. Curling up his body, Li Fuchen released his sword intent and did his best to protect the storage bag. The void storm wouldn't continue to wreak havoc. It was like the wind and would gradually calm down. When Li Fuchen's body was covered with wounds, the void storm finally subsided. Rip! Li Fuchen used both hands to forcefully tear open the spatial zone before burrowing out. So dangerous. Even with the star immortal body, Li Fuchen would still be turned into scraps by the void storm in another hour. Landing on the ground, Li Fuchen looked around. This was a giant ermine. Within the ermine, there were countless miners mining a bright silver metal ore. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revealed an astonished expression. The heaven and earth chi here was dozens of times more concentrated than the Emperor's Sky continent. Furthermore, the heaven and earth law contained here was very complete and didn't have a trace of flaw. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this place was considered a true continent. The other places lacked the presence of the great Tao of heaven and earth, as though they were man-made. The wounds on Li Fuchen's body closed up, and he took out a set of clothes from the storage bag to wear. What are you doing? Hurry up and mine the ores, otherwise I will skin you. Not far away, a ferocious middle-aged man walked over while holding a whip. What is this place? Li Fuchen asked, courting death. When the ferocious middle-aged man saw that Li Fuchen was feigning ignorance, he lashed out with his whip. The whip was fiery red, and if it lashed on Li Fuchen, it would definitely leave a mark. However, before the whip could even get close to Li Fuchen, it turned into ashes. Law Phase Realm Emperor? The ferocious middle-aged man was shocked. He was just a 9th-level monarch. Strange. Why would a Law Phase Realm Emperor come to the Meow clans or mine? Could he be a member of the Meow clan's upper echelon? No. If he was a member of the Meow clan's upper echelon, it was impossible that he didn't know where this place was. The ferocious middle-aged man crushed the communication token and said to Li Fuchen, "This is the Meow clan's or mine." Where is the Meow clan's or mine located in the Saint Spirit continent? Although he had deviated from the trajectory, he had a feeling that this place should still be within the range of the Saint continent. It was impossible for him to be teleported to another continent. The fierce middle-aged man was startled and said, "This isn't the Saint Spirit continent, but the Flying Silver Island." Of course, the Flying Silver Island is also a part of the Saint Spirit continent and is located in the Western Sea region of the Saint Spirit continent. Flying Silver Island, West Sea. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. "Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now." Li Fuchen soared into the sky. "Leave?" The ferocious man sneered. The Meow Clan's or mountain was set up with a top-notch Class 8 array. Even a great emperor wouldn't be able to escape. Earlier on, he had already informed the Meow Clan's experts and was preparing to capture Li Fuchen. What? The fierce middle-aged man widened his eyes. When Li Fuchen flew in the air, he used both hands to tear a huge hole in the Meow Clan's array. It was just like tearing a piece of paper. Peak Great Emperor. He must be a peak Great Emperor. The fierce middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. Even the Meow Clan wouldn't be willing to provoke a peak Great Emperor, even though the Meow Clan also had a peak Great Emperor. When he crushed the communication token earlier, Li Fuchen must have seen it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't make a fuss, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Third Gong, what is it? Two Law Phase Realm Emperors flew over. Third Master Gong told them everything that had happened just now in full detail. "You are truly lucky. That person should be one of the top rankers on the Great Emperor rankings. Our Meow Clan might have saints in our ancestors, but we don't have any now. It is not good to offend such a person. Just treat it as if nothing happened." Chapter 729. I can't even use any escape techniques. After leaving the Meow Clans, or mountain, Li Fuchen started to test the difference between the Saint Spirit continent and the Emperor Sky continent. He realized that all escape techniques were ineffective in the Saint Spirit continent. There seemed to be a layer of formless energy obstructing him. In addition, the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law was unimaginably firm. This meant that everyone's strength had declined. Furthermore, it wasn't just a few times or 10 times. According to Li Fuchen's estimations, it was at least 1,000 or a few thousand times. In the outside world, Li Fuchen would be able to destroy a low-class continent in a single move. In mid-class continents, he would also be able to cause a huge disaster. But in the Saint Spirit continent, he would only be able to create some small waves. He might not even be able to destroy a mountain. Li Fuchen reckoned that even saints wouldn't be able to cause much destruction on the Saint Spirit continent. The reason why Li Fuchen was able to tear the spatial zone of the Saint Spirit continent was probably related to the Void Storm. The Void Storm contained violent void law and caused the spatial zone of the Saint Spirit continent to be extremely unstable. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to tear it easily. Right now, even if Li Fuchen used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake the spatial zone. Whoosh! A silver light skimmed over the top of Li Fuchen's head. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a silver flying ship. The silver flying ship was unbelievably fast and was actually faster than Li Fuchen, although Li Fuchen didn't travel at full speed. The material of this silver spaceship is very similar to the bright silver metal ore in the Meow family's mine. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The journey was not peaceful. The flying silver island was much more chaotic than Li Fuchen imagined. There were killings everywhere, but they were basically at the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen only revealed a trace of Qi presence, and it had already frightened these people. Li Fuchen's Law Phase realm cultivation might be able to intimidate primary sea realm monarchs, but not Law Phase realm emperors. Along the way, there were actually 2 Law Phase realm emperors that wanted to rob and kill Li Fuchen. The outcome was obvious. Crazy. Does this flying silver island have no rules at all? Li Fuchen frowned. Such a matter was unimaginable in the Emperor Sky Continent. Unless there was a feud, otherwise, the Law Phase Realm Emperors of the Emperor Sky Continent wouldn't normally kill each other. Unless the Flying Silver Island had too many Law Phase Realm Emperors. In the Emperor Sky Continent, Law Phase Realm Emperors normally wouldn't kill each other, but it was very common for Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to kill each other. After rushing for a few hours, Li Fuchen came to a town. This town was very flourishing and was more flourishing than any city in the Emperor Sky Continent. It was only a few dozen miles in size, but there were thousands of Primary Sea Realm Monarchs and dozens of Law Phase Realm Emperors. A single town actually has dozens of Law Phase Realm Emperors, and this is just the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuchen was speechless. He couldn't imagine how many Law Phase Realm Emperors were in the entire Flying Silver Island or the entire Saint Spirit Continent. After paying the entrance fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen entered the town. Inside the inn, Li Fuchen intentionally listened and finally found out some of the specialties of the Saint Spirit Continent. Be it the Saint Spirit Continent or the Flying Silver Island, only those who cultivated to the Law Phase realm would dare to travel in the wilderness. When Primary Sea Realm Monarchs traveled in the wilderness, they might be lucky and wouldn't encounter any danger. But if they always walked by the river, their shoes would always get wet. There would be a day when they would be robbed and killed. As for the silver airship, it was called the Flying Silver Airship, and it was forged with the Flying Silver Iron. The so-called Flying Silver Iron was a metal that naturally contained the Void Law and Wind Owl Law. After forging the Flying Silver Airship, the flying speed would be extremely fast, and it was an excellent tool for traveling. The Meow Clans, or Mountain, was a Flying Silver Iron or Mountain. I can make a Flying Silver Airship to play with. Li Fuchen was confident that his speed wouldn't be slower than the Flying Silver Airship. If he traveled at full speed, only some high-grade Flying Silver Airships would be able to catch up to him. However, traveling was too boring. Very few people would waste time on traveling. The Flying Silver Island had a radius of 100 million miles. Even if a Law Phase Realm Emperor traveled, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to travel across the Flying Silver Island. If there was a Flying Silver Airship, one could sit on the Flying Silver Island and drink tea while admiring the scenery. Wouldn't it be wonderful? In the town, there was a shop that specialized in selling Flying Silver Airships. This shop was huge and spanned over 100 hectares. There were plenty of Flying Silver Airships of various sizes. Dear customer, our shop's Flying Silver Airship is very famous in the entire Flying Silver Island. Any other town will have a branch of our shop. As for the main shop, it is located in the Flying Silver City. The shop attendant spoke to Li Fuchen with pride. Is there a high-grade Flying Silver Airship? Li Fuchen asked. In response, the shop attendant replied awkwardly, high-grade Flying Silver Airships are only available in the Flying Silver City. However, high-grade Flying Silver Airships are extremely expensive. The cheapest one would cost at least 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Why don't you take a look at the mid-grade Flying Silver Airship first? 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones wasn't a small sum. Most of the Law Phase Realm Emperors would only have a few tens of thousands to a few 100,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. They wouldn't be able to take out 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones, let alone purchasing a high-grade Flying Silver Airship. Furthermore, the high-grade Flying Silver Airship might be fast, but it would attract covetous eyes. If the cultivator wasn't strong enough, they would be devoured completely. After the introduction from the shop attendant, Li Fuchen found out that the low-grade Flying Silver Airship would cost a few thousand to a few tens of thousands of high-grade Spirit Stones. The mid-grade Flying Silver Airship would cost 100,000 to a few 100,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. The high-grade Flying Silver Airship would cost at least 1 million high-grade Spirit Stones. In the end, Li Fuchen spent 200,000 high-grade Spirit Stones to purchase a mid-grade Flying Silver Airship. The speed of this mid-grade Flying Silver Airship was around 10% of Li Fuchen's full speed, and it was already very shocking. When dusk arrived, Li Fuchen noticed that plenty of people were rushing into the town. On the tall town walls, there were a large number of Primary Sea Realm Monarchs that started to patrol. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised anymore. The Saint Spirit continent, or rather a high-class continent, was different from the other continents. During the day, it was the human world, while during the night, it was the demonic beasts and demons' world. When night arrived, most of the demonic beasts and demons would be active. At this time, if one was still traveling in the wilderness, one would definitely become food for the demonic beasts and demons. Even a law phase realm emperor wouldn't dare to travel alone in the pitch-black night. When night descended, there were roars of demonic beasts that could be heard from outside the town. Li Fuchen sensed carefully and noticed that there was a huge difference between day and night. During the day, his body and mind would be comfortable, but during the night, he would feel pressured. It is the brightness law and darkness law. Li Fuchen understood. The Saint Spirit continent was indeed a high-class continent, as the heaven and earth law was flawless. In low-class continents and mid-class continents, the brightness law and darkness law weren't obvious. Apart from the change in vision, there wasn't much of an effect. But on the Saint Spirit continent, the brightness law and darkness law were very concentrated. During the day, the brightness law was very powerful, but during the night, the darkness law would be the dominant position. The demon race and the demon race were innately ferocious and undoubtedly belonged to the dark side. In the dark night, they would be strengthened in all aspects. Although the human race always schemed against each other, they belonged to the light side and would be suppressed at night. The night was getting darker and there were horrifying roars. Occasionally, Li Fuchen would be able to hear miserable screams coming from the outside. When Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness, he realized that demonic beasts and demons were everywhere. Due to the darkness law, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness range was much smaller than during the day. But Li Fuchen still possessed the Saint Spirit, and his spiritual awareness range wasn't inferior to Saints. He could sense everything within a few hundred miles. "We're about to reach the town. Hold on." A group of people were rushing towards the town frantically. The one speaking was a blue-clothed woman who was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. However, there were too many demonic beast kings attacking from all directions, and there was even a demon king mixed in. This woman has soft and tender skin. She must be delicious. The demon king with grayish-black skin reached out to grab the blue-clothed woman. "Forget it. Let's help them." Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was like a sword that shot into the minds of the demon king and the demonic beast king. In an instant, the demon king and demonic beast king collapsed, and their chi presence scattered. To others, it was rather difficult to use spiritual awareness to kill the demon king and demonic beast king while being enveloped by the darkness law. But to Li Fuchen, it wasn't a difficult task. With Li Fuchen's help, the group finally entered the town without any mishaps. On the first night, Li Fuchen rested in the town and worked hard to familiarize himself with the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law. On the second day, Li Fuchen boarded the silver airship and departed for the flying silver city. When night arrived, the darkness law enveloped the land. Countless demonic beasts and demons were summoned by the darkness law to wreak havoc in the world. Li Fuchen's silver airship was very eye-catching, like a candle in the night. Roar! A large number of demonic beast kings, demon kings, and even 2 demonic beast rulers lunged at Li Fuchen's silver airship. Inside the silver airship, Li Fuchen sneered and burst out with sword intent. PFFF, 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 PFFF. It was as though there was a rain of blood. None of the demonic beasts were able to get within 1,000 feet of the silver airship. Finally, Li Fuchen's strength had attracted a demon ruler. A demon ruler was a Class 8 demon, and the weakest demon ruler would have the strength of a peak-class emperor. A powerful demon ruler would have the strength of a great emperor or a half-saint. A mere demon ruler dares to flaunt his prowess. At the bow of the airship, Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed the demon ruler to death. "This human is very powerful. Hurry up and retreat." Li Fuchen's methods had frightened the demonic beasts and demons. As compared to Li Fuchen, they felt that they were more like humans, and Li Fuchen was the most ferocious existence. Chapter 730. The Flying Silver City was one of the 9 major cities on the Flying Silver Island. It was located in the center of the flying Silver Island. This place was filled with factions, and plenty of famous factions on the Saint Spirit continent had branches here. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that there were a few thousand emperors on the flying Silver Island. It was a massive number, and not even 10 Emperor Sky continents could compare. There are actually no teleportation arrays. Li Fuchen wandered around the flying Silver City for half a day and didn't see a single teleportation array. This meant that if he wanted to head to the Saint Spirit continent, he would have to drive the silver airship and fly over slowly. Yue, I will definitely become a rank 1 guard this time. By then, we will be able to head to the Saint Spirit continent. When passing by a couple, Li Fuchen heard the man's voice. Guard was an extremely popular occupation on the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent was too chaotic, and it wasn't easy to travel between cities. It wasn't enough to rely on one's own manpower. Some of the smaller merchant companies and even larger merchant companies would hire guards to escort them. However, it wasn't easy to become a guard. On the Saint Spirit continent, guards were separated into 9 ranks. Rank 1 guards were normally low-level emperors, but they had to be rather powerful low-level emperors. In order to become a rank 2 guard, one's strength had to reach the required standard, and they had to complete 5 rank 1 guard missions before they could be promoted to a rank 2 guard. It was the same for rank 3 guards. Apart from having the required strength, one had to complete 5 rank 2 guard missions. A regular rank 5 guard was already a high-level emperor, while a rank 7 guard would have the strength of a peak-level emperor. A rank 9 guard would definitely be a great emperor. However, in normal situations, it was very hard to hire a rank 9 guard. Most of the great emperors wouldn't even bother to work as guards. They had too many ways to earn spirit stones. I will go buy a high-grade silver airship first. Li Fuchen headed for the largest silver airship shop in the flying Silver City. After entering the shop, an attendant came over to welcome him. Li Fuchen immediately said, "I want a high-grade silver airship. Bring me over to take a look." High-grade silver airship? Dear customer, please wait a moment. The attendant was shocked and knew that a big customer had arrived. Normally, such big customers would be served by the shopkeeper. Soon enough, an elder with a long beard walked over. Li Fuchen could easily identify that the elder was a second-level emperor. Guest, my Flying Sky Pavilion silver airship is extremely famous in the entire Saint Spirit continent. You have come to the right place. However, this high-grade silver airship isn't cheap. The cheapest one would cost 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The long-bearded elder was afraid that Li Fuchen didn't have enough high-grade spirit stones and specially reminded Li Fuchen, "Bring me there." Li Fuchen said, "All right." The long-bearded old man did not suspect anything. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Flying Sky Pavilion? Even a great emperor would have to think twice before doing so. After all, the Flying Sky Pavilion had a saint behind it. The Flying Silver City's Flying Sky Pavilion's main branch was just a branch of the Flying Sky Pavilion. The real main branch was on the Saint Spirit continent. The Flying Sky Pavilion was huge. The Flying Sky Pavilion in the town was more than 100 mu in size. The Flying Sky Pavilion in the Flying Silver City was more than 1,000 mu in size. Following behind the long-bearded elder, Li Fuchen arrived at a grand hall in the depths of the Flying Sky Pavilion. Inside the grand hall, there were 3 giant silver airships. Guest, these are the last 3 high-grade silver airships. The next batch of high-grade silver airships will only be delivered 2 years later. Please take a look and see which one you like. The long-bearded elder smiled. "I shall take this one." Li Fuchen picked the most expensive and also the fastest one. This one is worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The long-bearded elder was certain that Li Fuchen had at least 5 million high-grade spirit stones, or even more than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. If the long-bearded elder only had a few million high-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't be willing to use 30% of his wealth to purchase a high-grade silver airship. Here, Li Fuchen handed over a storage bag that contained 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The long-bearded elder took a look and counted. There were indeed 5 million high-grade spirit stones. He smiled and said, guest from now on, this silver airship belongs to you. It naturally belongs to me. Li Fuchen didn't keep the silver airship immediately. This silver airship was too big, and his storage bag wasn't able to store it. But after refining it, he would be able to control the size of the silver airship. Soon enough, Li Fuchen refined the silver airship. Under Li Fuchen's control, the silver airship turned into the size of a palm and looked like a toy airship. After keeping the silver airship, Li Fuchen left the Flying Sky Pavilion. Elder Tong, did a big fish arrive earlier? A moment after Li Fuchen left, a stalwart man walked in. This stalwart man was at the 8th level of Law Phase realm. The long-bearded Elder Tong frowned. Zhang Hu, your black hatchet gang has been too active recently. Zhang Hu chuckled. Elder Tong, I shall give you 20%. How about it? Zhang Hu, I will not divulge my client's information. Elder Tong shook his head. 30% is my bottom line. You should know that our Black Hatchet gang has a lot of members, and everyone won't get much. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth. Elder Tong's eyes flashed with radiance. He just bought a high-grade silver airship that is worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones. I only want this high-grade silver airship. If he brought the silver airship back, the 5 million high-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen gave him would belong to him. All right, give me the tracking token. Zhang Hu reached out his hand. Elder Tong sneered. I don't trust you, therefore, I will pay 5 million high-grade spirit stones in advance. When the time comes, I will hand over the spirit stones and the silver airship. This shopkeeper is truly audacious. On the street, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. When he refined the silver airship, he knew that the silver airship was marked with a tracking imprint. The imprint was extremely obscure, and regular Law Phase realm emperors wouldn't be able to detect it. Even great emperors wouldn't be able to detect it if they didn't observe carefully. Let's see what tricks they're playing. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about being schemed against. In the Saint Spirit continent, apart from saints, Li Fuchen didn't need to fear anyone. In fact, if it wasn't for the saint backing the Flying Sky Pavilion, Li Fuchen would have demolished the Flying Sky Pavilion at any time. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen piloted the high-grade silver airship and flew towards the east. It is fortunate that our high-grade silver airship is faster, otherwise we wouldn't be able to catch up. At the back, a high-grade silver airship burst out with speed and chased after Li Fuchen. Inside the high-grade silver airship, there were over a dozen Law Phase realm emperors. Zhang, who interacted with Elder Tong, was also among them. Once we catch this big fish, we will be free and unfettered for the next few dozen years. Zhang Hu grinned sinisterly. A big fish like Li Fuchen was something that was hard to find in a decade. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too low. The Flying Sky Pavilion had a surveillance array, and through the surveillance array, it was easy to identify that Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of Law Phase realm. If a 5th level Law Phase realm cultivator could casually purchase a high-grade silver airship, he must have found a treasure, and it was possible that his wealth was over 10 million. Big Brother Tiger, this person bought a high-grade silver airship in broad daylight. Is he not afraid of anything? The one speaking was a rather shrewd, middle-aged man who was at the 6th level of Law Phase realm. You are truly cowardly. Haven't you heard of this saying? Those who are cowardly will starve to death. Those who are courageous will be stuffed to death. How powerful can a 5th level Law Phase realm cultivator be? Big Brother who has strength that is close to a peak class emperor. That's right. Even if it is a peak class emperor, as long as we execute the Black Hatchet battle formation, we will be able to severely injure or even kill them. A battle formation at the Law Phase realm was different from a battle formation at the Primary Sea realm. It was too difficult to fuse the power of Law Phase realm emperors together. It required an extremely mystical battle formation. Chapter 731. No wonder it is a high-grade silver airship. Its speed is around 30% of my full speed. But the one behind me is traveling at about 35% of my full speed. While piloting the silver airship, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. Big Brother who, he is slowing down. One of the Black Hatchet gang members turned around and said, he probably thinks he can't escape. Zhang Hu didn't mind. The Black Hatchet Gang's high-grade silver airship was purchased through special channels. Its speed was faster than the market's high-grade silver airships. If they couldn't even catch up to their prey, how were they going to survive? Who are you? The silver airship turned around, and Li Fuchen stood at the bow of the ship. The dead don't need to know who we are. With Zhang Hu as the leader, over a dozen Black Hatchet Gang members flew out. Dead, huh? Indeed. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed. Apart from Zhang Hu, the rest of them exploded. You can speak now. Li Fuchen looked at Zhang Hu leisurely. Zhang Hu felt as though he was struck by lightning and was stunned. Ha! After slapping himself harshly, Zhang Hu woke up and his body was drenched in cold sweat. He had kicked an iron plate this time. A casual grab was able to kill over a dozen Black Hatchet Gang members. Such strength was probably only possible for a great emperor. My lord, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Zhang Hu spoke with a trembling voice. You have yet to tell me who you are. Li Fuchen looked at Zhang Hu indifferently. If it was before, Zhang Hu would only feel that Li Fuchen's chi presence was extraordinary and wouldn't have any other feelings. Right now, he felt that the entire world had vanished under Li Fuchen's gaze. Li Fuchen's figure was as massive as a star, terrifying and deathly still. We are members of the Black Hatchet Gang. Our leader is the famous Black Hatchet Great Emperor of the Flying Silver Island. Our two vice leaders are also great emperors. Zhang Hu hoped that Li Fuchen would let him off on account of his leader. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, huh? Li Fuchen had heard of this name before. On the Flying Silver Island, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was considered one of the top-ranked great emperors. It doesn't matter if it is the Black Hatchet Gang or the White Hatchet Gang. Those that provoke me will only have one outcome: death. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance, and Zhang Hu's body exploded. At Li Fuchen's realm, he didn't even need to make a move to kill Zhang Hu. Just his vision was enough. The Black Hatchet Gang's headquarters was located in a town not far from Flying Silver City. When Zhang Hu and the others' life tokens shattered, someone informed the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor, who was 5 meters tall and emitted boundless murderous aura, had a ferocious expression on his face. Whoever dares to kill a member of my Black Hatchet Gang must die, no matter who it is. Actually, his heart ached the most because of that high-grade silver airship. The Black Axe Gang only had 2 such silver airships, and it was one of the Black Axe Gang's important assets. This silver airship is worth at least 2 million superior spiritual stones. After refining the Black Hatchet Gang's silver airship, Li Fuchen kept his silver airship and boarded the Black Hatchet Gang's silver airship. This silver airship might only be 15% faster than Li Fuchen's silver airship, but it was already very exaggerated. In terms of traveling, Li Fuchen's silver airship would be able to fly 10,000 miles while the enemy would be able to fly 11,500 miles. Li Fuchen's silver airship would be able to fly 1 million miles while the enemy would be able to fly 1,150,000 miles. It would save a lot of time. It was a great weapon for escaping. After all, if the enemy couldn't even catch up to you, how could they rob and kill you? In normal situations, if the distance was a few miles, even a great emperor would have a hard time killing the enemy. However, Li Fuchen was an exception. Even if they were a few dozen miles apart, Li Fuchen was confident he could kill the enemy. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the east coast of the Flying Silver Island. On the other side of the east coast was the Saint Spirit continent. However, the distance between the two wasn't short and was at least 1 billion miles. If Li Fuchen used the high-grade silver airship to travel, it would take a few months, and there couldn't be any delays in between. There is so much fog. Li Fuchen frowned while looking at the dense fog above the sea. This fog had the effect of restricting spiritual awareness. On the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could extend out to close to 2,000 miles. But in the fog, it could only extend out to a few dozen miles. It was even more restrictive than the darkness law. Brother, stop looking. It is courting death to travel through the mist of death. Even saints aren't willing to travel through the mist of death. They might not be in danger, but they will lose their way. As for us, once we enter, we can forget about coming out in this lifetime. On the coast, there was a refined, middle-aged man who was at the 7th level of Law Fei's realm and was sighing. Li Fuchen had never heard of the Mist of Death, but in order to avoid suspicion, Li Fuchen nodded. That's right. We can only wait for it to disperse. The Mist of Death should disperse, right? Otherwise, the Flying Silver Island and the Saint Spirit Continent didn't have any teleportation arrays. How were they going to travel? The refined middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, No one knows when the Mist of Death will disperse. Sometimes it will be 1 year, sometimes it will be 2 years. Of course, it will not exceed 5 years. Every time it disperses, the Mist of Death will not appear for around half a year. Why don't you build a teleportation array on the Flying Silver Island? Li Fuchen asked a question that he really wanted to ask. The refined, middle-aged man explained, It is an extremely difficult task to build a teleportation array on the Saint Spirit Continent. The void law here is extremely firm, and it is hard to travel through. Furthermore, the depths of the void will often have void storms, making the teleportation process abnormally dangerous. In order to build a teleportation array on the Flying Silver Island that connects to the Saint Spirit Continent, the teleportation array must be at least Class 9 mid-tier. But in the entire Saint Spirit Continent, there is only one Class 9 mid-tier array saint. Furthermore, to set up a Class 9 mid-tier teleportation array, it will require a huge spatial crystal stone. Such a spatial crystal stone is rare, and no one will waste it on the Flying Silver Island. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. No wonder he would encounter a void storm. He thought that it was because of bad luck, but it turned out that the void storm would erupt frequently. As for a Class 9 mid-tier array saint, it was even harder than becoming a mid-level saint or a high-level saint. The Mist of Death was turbid and dense. Li Fuchen pondered for a moment and decided to head to the Saint Spirit Continent after the Mist of Death receded. He might be confident that he could protect himself, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't get lost. Li Fuchen didn't return to the Flying Silver City and stayed in the nearest town on the East Coast. Flying Silver City. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor arrived at the Flying Sky Pavilion. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, why are you here? Elder Tong still didn't know that Zhang Hu and the others were already dead. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said with a gloomy expression, Elder Tong, Zhang Hu is dead. Zhang Hu is dead? Elder Tong was in disbelief. That is impossible. The enemy is only at the 5th level of Law Fei's realm. Even if his strength is at the level of a peak-class emperor, he shouldn't be a match for Zhang Hu and the others. Elder Tong had heard of the Black Hatchet Gang's Black Hatchet battle formation. Unless it was a great emperor, no one would be able to defeat it. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said, but Zhang Hu is dead. This is enough to prove the problem. This is a tracking token. Remember, this is the last tracking token. If you lose it, you will never be able to track him again. Elder Tong tossed the token to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Don't worry, you won't have to use it in the future. After receiving the tracking token, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor turned and left. Zhang Hu actually failed. This is truly strange. Elder Tong shook his head, but he didn't treat this matter seriously in his heart. It didn't matter if the Black Hatchet Great Emperor could find Li Fuchen. He had already earned one. 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Back then, he was worried that there might be a mishap. Therefore, he didn't agree to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's share. He might get a higher share, but Elder Tong preferred to lower the risk to the minimum, even if it was a little less. He wasn't worried if Li Fuchen would detect the tracking imprint on the silver airship. Firstly, the tracking imprint would vanish after 1 month. Secondly, even if Li Fuchen detected it, would he be able to kill Elder Tong? This was the Flying Silver City, and even a great emperor wouldn't dare to make a move in the Flying Silver City. Furthermore, Elder Tong was the shopkeeper of the Flying Sky Pavilion. If the Black Hatchet Great Emperor makes a move, it should be in the bag. Elder Tong revealed a sneer. Eastern Sea Town was a large town that occupied a few hundred miles and had a population of over 100 million. After a period of time, Li Fuchen had gradually familiarized himself with the Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law. Isn't that the Black Hatchet Great Emperor? What is he trying to do? On this day, There was a figure flying above the eastern sea town. Everyone looked up, and some of them recognized the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Flying above an inn, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor blasted a fist at one of the rooms. Kacha! The room was smashed into smithereens. If they were in the Flying Silver City, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor would not dare to make a move. The array that enveloped the Flying Silver City was a low-tier, level 9 array. With a single thought from the Flying Silver City's City Lord, even 100 of him would die. Moreover, even without the formation, the Flying Silver City's City Lord could easily crush him. Donghai Town, on the other hand, was different. The formation that enveloped EC Town was only a top-notch grade 8 formation. Although it could suppress him, it wouldn't bring him a life or death crisis. Secondly, the mayor of EC Town wasn't as strong as the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, so he had to give him some face. Black Hatchet Great Emperor? Li Fuchen didn't remove the tracking imprint on the silver airship as he was waiting for the rest of the Black Hatchet gang to arrive. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Black Hatchet Great Emperor to find him. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, no matter what grievances you have, please settle them outside the Eastern Sea Town. The Eastern Sea mayor flew over. He was also a great emperor called the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor. With a wave of his hand, an invisible array power teleported the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and Li Fuchen out of the Eastern Sea Town. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't willing to be teleported, even if the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor used the Quasi-Class 9 array, he wouldn't be able to teleport Li Fuchen out. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes while looking at the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor with cold eyes. The Stormy Wave Saber Emperor's statement earlier didn't seem to be a problem. But after thinking about it, as the mayor of the Eastern Sea Town, he didn't stop anyone who was disrupting the order of the Eastern Sea Town and instead teleported the victim out of the town. He was obviously siding with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. No one was a fool, and many of them reacted. All of them looked at Li Fuchen with sympathetic eyes. Chapter 732. Outside EC Town, Black Hatchet Great Emperor took out a black hatchet and caressed its blade. I know you're a great emperor too, but there are at least 8 great emperors who died under my soul-severing hatchet. Great emperors were indeed high-end combat strength. If saints didn't appear, great emperors were undoubtedly the top group of people. There were strong and weak great emperors too. There were 10,000 great emperors on the Saint Spirit Continent's great emperor rankings, and there were at least 1 million great emperors that weren't on the rankings. He, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, was a great emperor on the great emperor rankings and was 1 in 100. Even 2 regular great emperors might not be a match for him. Hence, he didn't even put Li Fuchen in his eyes. 8 great emperors have died in my hands. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The great emperors that died in Li Fuchen's hands are the Skull Great Emperor, Zombie Great Emperor, Soul Emperor, Skyhorn Great Ruler, Red Moon Emperor, Blue Sun Emperor, and a Demon Ruler from the Flying Silver Island. The Griffin might not be a great emperor, but it was a half-saint. Oh, that's interesting. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor raised his head as killing intent exploded in his eyes. Soul severing and soul splitting. With a swing of the black axe, the blade light was like a black wave that swept at Li Fuchen. Dang! Li Fuchen lifted his sword and blocked the hatchet move. Die. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's hatchet attacks came one after another. The blade light was like a tide with overlapping whirlpools within the tide. The violent hatchet intent and killing intent caused the heavens and earth to change color. Some of the spectators felt their hearts turn cold as they retreated again and again to avoid being injured by the hatchet intent. Clang, 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 clang. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword blocked from top and bottom and easily blocked all the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's hatchet moves. He neutralized all the attacking force and gave off an impenetrable feeling. At this moment, everyone, including the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor, was astonished. How could they not see that Li Fuchen was also a great emperor? Furthermore, he was an extremely formidable great emperor. Wild Dragon splits the seas. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor roared and soared into the sky. He held the hatchet with both hands and swung it down. Roar! The roar of a dragon soared into the sky, and a black blade light that resembled an angry dragon came baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a point of the sword, the fiery dragon blade light dissipated. Li Fuchen lifted his eyes. Is this your ability? How disappointing. Don't underestimate me. The black hatchet Great Emperor's face turned green. He circulated his quintessential chi to the limit and wanted to continue attacking. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen drew his sword. This sword was extremely quick. With a flash of sword light, the black hatchet Great Emperor was rooted to the spot. Puff! First, an arrow of blood shot out from his shoulder, followed by his chest, throat, arms, waist, and legs. Countless arrows of blood shot out from the black hatchet Great Emperor's body, making it look gorgeous and bloody. Under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, the might of my sword art has been greatly weakened. If they were on the Emperor's sky continent, Li Fuchen's sword would have already turned the black hatchet Great Emperor into ashes. Not even his corpse would be left behind. You, pointing at Li Fuchen, the black hatchet Great Emperor collapsed with disbelief and crashed heavily on the ground. Black hatchet Great Emperor is dead? The stormy wave saber Emperor's body was trembling. He was silently regretting. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so powerful, he wouldn't have sided with the black hatchet Great Emperor. Well done. In the eastern sea town, some of the people were silently applauding. The Black Hatchet Gang was notorious on the Flying Silver Island. They had been directly or indirectly oppressed by the Black Hatchet Gang and were already dissatisfied with the Black Hatchet Gang. After keeping the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's storage bag, Li Fuchen opened it up and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Flying Silver Island had frequent robberies. Without a doubt, robberies were the fastest way to accumulate wealth. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's storage bag didn't just contain a high-grade silver airship. There were also 7 million high-grade spirit stones and a large amount of valuable cultivation resources. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's death was definitely big news on the Flying Silver Island. In less than a month, the news had spread throughout the entire Flying Silver Island. Black Hatchet Gang's headquarters, the two vice leaders were seated together. To be able to kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, his strength should be able to rank top 9,000 on the Great Emperor rankings. The Great Emperor rankings might not be accurate. Our Sky Thrust Union has too many people who are stronger than the Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings, but they are unknown. No matter what, since he killed the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, he must replace the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's position. Otherwise, he shall die. To kill him, I reckon the Josh Chief will have to make a move. Josh Chief? There's no need, right? The Black Hatchet Great Emperor is only considered a 3-star member in the Sky Thrust Union. There are 4-star and 5-star members that are stronger than him. The Josh Chief is above the 5-star members. The two of them were only 4-star members. For a long time, they had been supporting the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and had concealed a portion of their strength. From the outside, it looked like the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was the leader. 1-star to 5-star strength is almost the same. There is a difference, but it isn't enough to kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Only the Josh Chief can make a move. All right, then let's report to the Josh Chief. The Sky Thrust Union was a massive organization that had the shadow of a saint. On the Flying Silver Island, the Sky Thrust Union had set up a hall. Apart from a hall master, there were 8 Josh Chiefs. Each Josh Chief was a top-notch Great Emperor. If they were on the Great Emperor rankings, they would at least be in the top 6,000 or even top 5,000. Red Cloud Town, inside a large manor. A red-clothed swordsman was practicing his sword. The two vice leaders of the Black Hatchet Gang were brought here and were quietly observing. They didn't dare to disturb the swordsman. Chi! A spot of sword light lit up and split into thousands of red dots. Each red that contained extreme killing intent, causing the two vice leaders to feel a chill in their hearts. Ultimately, most of the red dots had vanished, leaving behind 7 red dots that were emitting dazzling radiance. We are both great emperors, but the Red Star Josh Chief is too powerful. That sword move would probably kill 10 of me. The two vice leaders were shocked. This was the first time they saw the Red Star Josh Chief executing his sword art. Clang! After sheathing the sword, The red-clothed swordsmen turn around. Greetings to the Josh chief. The two vice leaders quickly bowed and cupped their fists. It is for the matter of the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. The news of the Black Hatchet Great Emperor being killed had already reached him. Yes, he is the one who killed him. One of the vice leaders waved his hand, and Li Fuchen's image appeared on the chi screen. To be able to kill the Black Hatchet, his strength is rather good, and he is also a swordsman. There is no need for you to invite him. I will go over and meet him. If he is sensible, he will replace the Black Hatchet's position. If he isn't, he can only be used as a sacrifice to the sword. The Red Star Josh Chief let out a faint smile as though he was talking about an insignificant topic. As the Josh Chief of the Sky Thrust Union's Flying Silver Hall, he had his own pride. He didn't even care about the Great Emperor rankings. If he was willing, he was confident he could make it to the top 5,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. In the entire Flying Silver Island, he had yet to see a sword emperor that was stronger than him. He hoped that Li Fuchen would be able to entertain him. With the Josh Chief making a move, I believe that person will be convinced. The other vice leader flattered the Josh Chief. Let's go. Follow me to the Eastern Sea Town. The Red Star Josh Chief flashed and flew out of the manor. Yes, the two vice leaders followed closely. Chapter 733. The East Coast was perennially windy and had turbulent waves. It didn't feel like a sunny day at all. However, this was a great place to practice sword arts. At least no one would disturb them, and they didn't have to worry about not being able to execute their sword arts. There was no limit to the sword Dao. Li Fuchen might have cultivated Meteor Fall and Void Heaven Sword World. One of them was the extremity of the union of man and sword, while the other was the Sword Dao world. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied with just this. He felt that he had yet to touch the essence of the Sword Dao. Right now, the Sword Dao cultivation technique, primary extreme sword technique, was the closest to the essence of the Sword Dao. The primary extreme sword technique was the origin of the Sword Dao. It might be a Sword Dao cultivation technique, but be it a Sword Dao cultivation technique or a sword art, they both contain the Sword Dao truth and couldn't be separated. The violent wind was biting cold, and some fist-sized rocks were blown into the sky, but they couldn't shake Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen brandished his sword repeatedly. These sword moves were too simple and were as simple as the fundamental sword arts. There were no variations, and it was straightforward. But if a top-notch sword emperor was here, they would be able to see that these sword moves that didn't have any variations were faintly filled with endless variations. It was just like the Heaven Dao that couldn't be seen or touched, but the fates of all living beings were controlled by him. Swish! There was a subtle air-piercing sound, and Li Fuchen turned to look. Over a dozen miles away, 3 figures were flying over. The leader was a red-clothed man who had a chilling sword intent. It was obvious that he was a Sword Dao Great Emperor. Such a powerful sword intent. Li Fuchen raised his brows. This red-clothed man was the strongest Great Emperor that Li Fuchen had ever seen. It was obvious just from the chi presence. Did you kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor? In just a few blinks of the eye, the Red Star Josh Chief and the others appeared 100 meters away from Li Fuchen. There were too many people in the Eastern Sea Town who knew Li Fuchen. Therefore, the trio found him easily. That's right. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't have to deny it. The other party didn't have the qualifications for him to deny it. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor is dead. You shall replace his position. The Red Star Josh Chief said in an unquestionable tone. Li Fuchen shook his head. Not interested. He didn't know what relationship the other party had with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. He also didn't know why the other party wanted him to replace the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Then die. The Red Star Josh Chief's weapon was a dark red rapier. When a rapier was drawn, a fine sword chi appeared out of nowhere. It was accompanied by a violent wind and thrust at Li Fuchen. This was only the sword stance. The true killing move was within the sword stance. However, the Red Star Josh Chief was confident that other than him, no one else would be able to see through the killing move. Kacha! Li Fuchen stood on the cliff by the sea. A corner of the cliff behind him had been chopped off. That corner was a few dozen meters in size, and it caused the 2 men behind the Red Star Josh Chief to have goosebumps. They couldn't even see the trajectory of Red Star Josh Chief's sword and could only see the outcome. In other words, if they were to fight with the Red Star Josh Chief, as long as the Red Star Josh Chief drew his sword, both of them would definitely die. Clang! The Red Star Josh Chief's face was cold and solemn as he sheathed his sword. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man, but because his sword speed was too fast, Li Fuchen didn't fall. He was about to turn around. What do you mean? Did you think I was stabbed? Li Fuchen spoke. You weren't hit. The Red Star Josh Chief's pupils shrank. What do you think? Li Fuchen sneered. This red-robed man was too confident. His confidence was a little too much. How did you dodge? The Red Star Josh Chief took a deep breath and asked. I didn't dodge, you missed. This is impossible. The Red Star Josh Chief didn't believe it. It is up to you to believe it or not. It is my turn next. I wonder how you're going to block this sword move of mine. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. I will block it. The Red Star Josh Chief stared at Li Fuchen with full concentration. Is that so? There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. Such a fast sword move. The Red Star Josh Chief murmured. Bang! Bang! Beside the Red Star Josh Chief, the two vice leaders of the Black Hatchet Gang were the first to fall on the ground. Their foreheads were struck by the sword, and the sword intent had already destroyed their soul spirit and true spirit. Finally, the Red Star Josh Chief had also fallen, and his soul spirit had dissipated. At the moment of his death, he saw the trajectory of Li Fuchen's sword, but he wasn't able to block it at all, because his body was extremely stiff. Furthermore, there were too many sword chi that attacked in an instant. Finally, all the sword chi merged into one and penetrated his soul sea. If it was possible, the Red Star Josh Chief would never want to look for Li Fuchen. They were both swordsmen, but Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. From a distance, there was a gasp. The gasp might have stopped abruptly, but Li Fuchen still looked over. Senior, we didn't intentionally peek. A man and a woman stood out from behind a giant rock. The man had a ghastly pale expression. Li Fuchen recognized them. These two individuals were actually the couple that Li Fuchen encountered on the streets of the Flying Silver City. Back then, the man said he wanted to become a Tier 1 bodyguard and head to the Saint Spirit continent. The woman was called Yue. After keeping the Red Star Josh Chief and the other storage bags, Li Fuchen said, I know. These two individuals had indeed arrived not long ago. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Even if the two of them intentionally peeked, as long as they didn't have any ill intentions, Li Fuchen wouldn't kill them. Casually killing people was the behavior of the evil Dao. Senior, shall we leave now? The man was still afraid that Li Fuchen would silence them. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. Swish. The duo quickly left. After flying for a few dozen miles, the duo finally stopped. So terrifying. That red-clothed sword Emperor sword was able to slice off a corner of the cliff. Furthermore, the sword trajectory couldn't be seen at all. It felt as though the cliff was sliced in half. But that senior is even more terrifying. He didn't even move, but the red-clothed sword Emperor's attack didn't injure him. It is simply miraculous. That's right, that senior is too powerful. A single sword moved from the red-clothed sword Emperor, and the others couldn't react in time and were instantly killed. It was a pity that the duo was only at the low level of Luo Fei's realm. How could they come into contact with someone at Li Fuchen's level? From start to end, they were in the clouds. There's actually a peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen opened up the Red Star Josh Chief storage bag and found a peak-grade spirit stone that still had half of the spirit chi left. Peak-grade spirit stones were too rare. Li Fuchen had killed so many great emperors, but he didn't even obtain a single peak-grade spirit stone. Of course, Li Fuchen understood that it depended on luck to obtain a peak-grade spirit stone. If the Red Star Josh Chief had used up this peak-grade spirit stone earlier, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to see it right now. After all, anyone who obtained a peak-grade spirit stone would absorb the spirit chi within to enhance their strength. Only a fool wouldn't use it. With this peak-grade spirit stone, it will be easy for me to break through to the 6th level of Luo Fei's realm. Back then, Li Fuchen relied on the Emperor Dark Herb and the transformation of his Dantian when he broke through to the Law Phase realm. His Dantian's limit had reached the third level of Law Phase realm. Subsequently, as his body refinement reached the completion level of Law Phase realm and his primary extreme sword technique reached the 40th rank, Li Fuchen's Dantian was rapidly strengthening. In just a short period of time, his Dantian limit had reached the 5th level of Law Phase realm. After arriving at the Saint Spirit Continent's flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen's Dantian limit was probably at the 6th level of Law Phase realm. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the peak-grade Spirit Stone with half of the Spirit Chi allowed him to smoothly break through to the 6th level of Law Phase realm. I didn't expect a tiny flying Silver Island to have such a powerful Great Emperor. As compared to the Emperor Sky Continent, the flying Silver Island wasn't that small. However, Li Fuchen knew that the Saint Spirit Continent was at least 100,000 times bigger than the flying Silver Island. As compared to the Saint Spirit Continent, the flying Silver Island was naturally very small. The Red Star Josh Chief's death didn't cause much of a commotion in the flying Silver Island, but it caused a huge commotion in the Sky Thrust Union's flying Silver Hall. At the entrance of the flying Silver Hall, the Hall Master of the flying Silver Hall and the 7 Incense Masters were sitting together. The Red Star Josh Chief's strength is at least in the top 4 among us. Apart from the 9 city lords of the flying Silver Island, not many are his match. They can't even receive a single strike from him. Where did this person come from? A dark-skinned Joss Master said solemnly. No matter who this person is, since he dares to offend my Sky Thrust Union, only death awaits him. That's right. With the 7 of us working together, killing him will be a piece of cake. The 3 of us working together is enough. The 7 Incense Masters discussed animatedly. The Flying Silver Hall Master, Hun Wufeng, said, "This person isn't that simple. We must not act recklessly." The Flying Silver Hall only had a total of 8 Joss Masters, and they had already lost one. If they lost a few more, it would be detrimental to their future plans. Of course, he wouldn't do it personally. As the Flying Silver Hall Master, he rarely fought. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take the risk. Even if his strength was much stronger than the Joss Master, and he wasn't in the top 2,000 of the Great Emperor rankings, he would still be in the top 3,000. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the person who killed the Red Star Josh Chief was much stronger than him, then the Sky Thrust Union's hall in the Flying Silver Island would definitely be wiped out. Hall Master, are we going to allow him to roam freely like this? The Joss Master with the iron wristband couldn't help but ask. Hun Wufeng said, "Of course not. However, what we need to do now is to find out his strength. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious." The Red Star Josh Chief was killed because he didn't find out his strength. How are we going to find out his strength? Offer a reward. Whoever can injure him will be rewarded with a high-grade silver airship. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Everyone looked at Hun Wufeng with eyes of admiration. However, injuring and not killing would attract countless great emperors to pursue Li Fuchen. They would only need to pay the price of a high-grade silver airship. Most importantly, they would hide in the dark and launch a fatal attack at any time. By then, wouldn't Li Fuchen's wealth belong to them? In just a short half a month, Li Fuchen became famous. Those great emperors who believed they were capable were all rushing towards the Eastern Sea town. In the bounty hall of the 9 major cities, a bounty mission was published. This bounty mission wasn't an assassination mission. If it was an assassination mission, it wouldn't be posted so openly as it wasn't in accordance with the rules. However, it was different to injure someone. It was just like a spar. Injuries were inevitable. Chapter 734. I am Pei Yifan. I would like to seek advice from you. The usually desolate East Coast was now filled with a large number of people. Among the crowd, a saber-wielder walked out. Many people recognized this saber-wielder. Pei Yifan, one of the Saber Dao great emperors of the Flying Silver Island. His strength was on par with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. If it was a life and death duel, Pei Yifan naturally wouldn't dare to challenge Li Fuchen. But with so many people around, even if he had to pay the price of severe injuries, it would be enough if he could injure Li Fuchen lightly. Why do you want to challenge me? Li Fuchen asked. He had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. Why were there so many people on the East Coast all of a sudden? It seemed like they were all here to look for him. Of course, most of them were here to spectate. Pei Yifan didn't reply immediately. Pardon me. While speaking, he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen made a move later, but arrived first. A single fist sent Pei Yifan flying and severely injured him. There was a price to pay for challenging him. Such power. Unless one's strength is far superior to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and Pei Yifan, it is impossible to injure him. Not necessarily. As long as everyone attacks together, there's a chance to injure him. Isn't this too shameless? We are just injuring him, not killing him. It is worth it for a high-grade silver airship. Among the crowd, some of the great emperors were discussing softly. Senior, I know why they want to challenge you. A voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw the couple that watched the battle between him and the Red Star Josh Chief. Why? Li Fuchen asked. Because in the bounty hall of the 9 major cities, there are missions related to you. As long as someone can injure you, they will be able to obtain a high-grade silver airship. To Senior, a high-grade silver airship might not be considered much, but most of the great emperors are using mid-grade silver airships. High-grade silver airships are very attractive to them. I see. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. He didn't know who issued this mission, but his intuition told him that it should be related to the Red Star, Josh Chief. But what was the opposition's objective? To test him? I am the Black Smoke Sword Emperor. I would like to learn from you. The Black Smoke Sword Sovereign was a sword Dao Great Emperor with a petite body. When he executed his sword move, an extremely sharp sword force burst out from his sword. His body turned into a black smoke that flickered and pervaded the air. In an instant, countless sharp swords flew out like a violent storm and wrapped around Li Fuchen like a tornado. It's the Black Smoke Sword Emperor. He is publicly acknowledged as one of the top 15 great emperors in the Flying Silver Island. Among the top 15 great emperors, the 9 great city lords make up more than half of them. Apart from the 9 great city lords, the Black Smoke Sword Monarch can be considered as one of the top 5 experts of the Flying Silver Island. That's right. The Flying Silver Island is rich in flying silver ores and is an important resource location. Those that can assume the position of a city lord are all top-notch great emperors. Just like the Flying Silver City's city lord, Silver Spear Great Emperor. He is known as the #1 expert of the Flying Silver Island and is ranked 3030th on the Great Emperor rankings. In everyone's opinion, even if Li Fuchen's strength was superior to the Black Smoke Sword Sovereign, he would still suffer light injuries if he was caught off guard. Bang! The tornado dissipated, and a figure flew out. Blood splattered all over the sky. What? Even the Black Smoke Sword Sovereign was defeated so easily? What is this person's background? Everyone attacked together. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right, attack together. We will only have a chance if we attack together. In an instant, at least 20 figures lunged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. He wasn't afraid of these 20 individuals. In fact, even if there were over 200 of them, Li Fuchen would be able to kill them with ease. However, without knowing what the opposition was thinking, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to reveal too much of his strength. Let me stall for a while. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and started to deal with these people. Cling, cling, clang, clang. Even the Red Star Josh Chief wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from over 20 great emperors, but Li Fuchen forcefully withstood the attacks. The 5 Josh Chiefs of the Flying Silver Hall were very shocked. This person is so powerful. No wonder he can kill the Red Star Josh Chief. But this should be his limit. He is surrounded by over 20 great emperors, and there are plenty of outstanding great emperors. Even the second Josh Chief wouldn't be able to do it, right? It is uncertain. Since we have already tested his bottom line, let's attack together later. The 5 Josh Chiefs were waiting for a surefire opportunity. Let's go too. Seeing that Li Fuchen was struggling, many of the great emperors who were waiting for an opportunity had their eyes lit up as they rushed over. The opportunity is here. The 5 Josh Chiefs of the Flying Silver Hall instantly burst out. The 5 of them were too powerful, and each of them was able to fight against 10 individuals. These 10 individuals were naturally great emperors, especially the leader, the second would Josh Chief. His strength was even stronger than the Red Star Josh Chief, and he was ranked number 2 in the Flying Silver Hall, just inferior to the Hall Master, Hun Wufeng. 4 of them charged at Li Fuchen, while the other Josh Chief, who was adept at spiritual awareness attacks, had launched a powerful spiritual awareness attack. Among the great emperors present, there were plenty of them who had used spiritual awareness attacks on Li Fuchen. But their spiritual awareness attacks were too ordinary and couldn't even shake Li Fuchen's true spirit. 4. No, 5 great emperors that are comparable with the red-clothed man. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was incredible. Once the 5 of them revealed their chi presences, Li Fuchen immediately knew their strength levels. With a quick thought, Li Fuchen basically knew what the opposition was planning. They issued the bounty mission to test Li Fuchen's strength. Once they were done, they would launch a thunderous attack to kill Li Fuchen. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that the 5 of them were from the same faction as the red-clothed man, and they were here to take revenge for the red-clothed man. Disturbing me over and over again is truly annoying. You must be feeling heartache after losing 5 experts this time. Li Fuchen didn't believe that there would be a lot of experts that were as powerful as the red-clothed man. If he killed 5 of them at once, no matter which faction it was, they would definitely suffer a huge blow to their vitality. Li Fuchen ignored one of the spiritual awareness attacks and brandished his sword. The sword light spread out, and everything within the sword light became still. Of course, this was from Li Fuchen's perspective. From the perspective of the spectators, they felt that their eyes were dazzled by the sword light and couldn't help but blink. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Over 50 great emperors were all sent flying. 5 of them had their soul seas penetrated by the sword intent. In fact, if Li Fuchen was willing, he would be able to kill over 50 great emperors in a single sword. Back then, Chu Qingyan believed that Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was able to rank top 100 on the great emperor rankings was because of the Void Heaven Sword World. This move was too powerful and was simply a sure kill move. Without the Void Heaven Sword World, Li Fuchen's strength would definitely be ranked lower than 1,000 or even lower than 2,000 or 3,000. As for the exact ranking, it would only be known after the battle. A single sword to defeat over 50 individuals and kill 5? On a reef far away, the flying Silver City Lord, the Silver Spear Great Emperor, revealed an appalled expression. He was ranked 3,030th on the Great Emperor rankings and was naturally very powerful. However, he believed that he wouldn't be able to do what Li Fuchen did. In fact, he was far from being able to do it. If it was a few great emperors, he would be able to kill them in a single spear strike. If it was 10 or 20 great emperors, he wasn't confident he could kill them in a single move. Unless the 10 or 20 great emperors were all gathered in one area and couldn't be separated, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat them in a single move. He was confident he could defeat over 50 great emperors, but it wouldn't be easy. After all, he didn't have an absolute defense. Top 1,000 or top 500. The Silver Spear Great Emperor was estimating Li Fuchen's strength, but he didn't know that no matter how he estimated, he wouldn't be able to estimate Li Fuchen's true strength, because this was just the tip of the iceberg for Li Fuchen. My patience is limited. This matter shall end here. If there are any more challengers, I shall kill without mercy. Li Fuchen's tone was very calm. There was a cold and emotionless murderous intent that caused the void to turn icy cold. Chapter 735. After the battle at the East Coast, Li Fuchen was known by everyone on the Flying Silver Island. Previously, when the number 1 expert of the Flying Silver Island was mentioned, it would definitely be the Silver Spear Great Emperor. Now, it was the Flying Silver Sword Emperor. Flying Silver Sword Emperor was a very high title. It meant that he was the strongest Sword Emperor on the Flying Silver Island. As for the title of Sword Emperor, they couldn't give it even if they wanted to. Li Fuchen might be formidable, but he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. After all, the Saint Spirit Continent had a Sword Emperor, Furthermore, this Sword Emperor was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings. In addition, the Saint Spirit continent had a Sword Sovereign who was ranked 7th on the Great Emperor rankings. Whether it was the Sword Emperor or the Sword Sovereign, their strength had already reached the extraordinary sage level. The so-called transcendence in a sainthood naturally meant that one would be able to wrestle with the weaker saints. It was said that the Sword Emperor had once cut the Sangjiang River in half with one strike. The Sword Emperor had once fought with a low-level demonic saint for a day and a night. With these two around, who would dare to call themselves the Emperor? Flying Silver Hall's entrance. There was a moment of silence. After a long time, Hun Wufeng said in a gloomy voice, "We've underestimated him. This person's strength is not something that you can deal with, nor is it something that I can deal with. Only altar masters and division masters can deal with him." In the Sky Thrust Alliance, the altar master and the branch master had a higher status than the hall master. However, the Flying Silver Island was only a small island. There were no altar masters or division masters. It's a pity that we're not at the mouth of the altar. If we were, we could use the altar to transmit the news to the Saint Spirit continent. One of the two remaining incense masters, a bald incense master, said helplessly, "Let it be arrogant for a while more. Once the mist of death disperses, the two of us will immediately head to the Saint Spirit continent." Another Xiangzhu said angrily, "There was a lake not far from the Miao family's mine. On this day, a figure covered in blood jumped into the lake and dived to the bottom. Soon, a few figures caught up. Seeing the bloodstains in the lake, one of them said, 'He escaped into the lake.' A fiend emperor was hidden in the lake. The group did not want to go in. Forget it. Even if he wasn't eaten by the shifter emperor, could he still threaten our Miao family? Yes, he was lucky this time. He won't be so lucky next time." They wandered around the lake for a while before leaving. Whoosh! On the other side of the lake, several thousand miles away, a figure broke out of the water. "Yue, I will definitely save you. Just you wait." The young man's eyes were filled with determination as he madly rushed towards the east. After 10 days and 10 nights of sleepless nights, the young man finally arrived at the East Coast. At this time, he was close to the end of his life. If he did not rest, he might even die from exhaustion. After all, the injuries in his body were not light. Finally, the youth saw Li Fuchen on the seaside cliff. Li Fuchen was practicing his sword as usual. The wind was biting cold, but the area he was in was very quiet, giving people a strong sense of security. "Senior, please save Yue." The young man fell to his knees with a thud. What happened to her? Li Fuchen helped the youth up. "She's in the Miao family. Senior, please save her." With that, the young man fainted. Miao family. When the young man woke up, he was already on a high-grade airship. "You're awake," Li Fuchen said. "Senior, are we going to the Miao family?" The young man felt that his injuries had recovered a lot. Li Fuchen nodded. "That's right. We will arrive in half a day." "Senior, I am Gao Xiaofeng. Gao Xiaofeng will never forget Senior's kindness. I am willing to be your slave in the future to repay the kindness." Gao Xiaofeng knelt again. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and used an invisible force to help Gao Xiaofeng up. "Tell me the details." Gao Xiaofeng nodded and explained the whole story. A few months ago, Gao Xiaofeng fulfilled his wish to become a rank 1 bodyguard. He was planning to follow a caravan to the Saint Spirit continent after the mist of death dispersed. Finally, 1 month ago, a caravan that belonged to the Miao family was willing to hire him. Everything was going well, but for the next few days, Gao Xiaofeng found out that the Miao family's caravan was willing to hire him because of his Dao companion, Yue. The Miao family's Flying Silver Islands manager, Miao Hailong, had been harassing the Dao companion, Yue. Ultimately, the duo had no choice but to cancel the contract with the Miao family's caravan, who knew that Miao Hailong would send people to capture them and bring them to the Miao family's mine. It was fortunate that Gao Xiaofeng had cultivated a powerful secret technique and was able to break free at the crucial moment. He was able to reach the East Coast, otherwise he would have been killed. Li Fuchen was enlightened. Be it on the Emperor Sky continent or the Saint Spirit continent, female emperors were rather rare. On the Flying Silver Island, There might not even be a single female among the dozens of Law Phase realm emperors. It would be fine if Yue was a primary Sea realm monarch, but she was just a low-level emperor. Furthermore, her looks and aura were rather outstanding. It would be strange if she wasn't fancied by others. Gao Xiaofeng could only blame himself for being too weak. If Gao Xiaofeng was a great emperor, the Miao family would naturally restrain themselves. You and I are fated. I will rescue your Dao companion, Li Fuchen said. Senior, you just need to rescue Yue. You must not kill anyone from the Miao family. Gao Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said seriously, Why? Does the Miao family have experts? Gao Xiaofeng nodded. The Miao family was once a saint clan and had a deep foundation. For the recent few thousand years, there might not be a saint overseeing the clan, but there are two extremely powerful great emperors. One is the saber demon Miao Qingxin, who is ranked 34th on the great emperor rankings. The other is the saber ghost Miao Xinyu, who is ranked 64th on the great emperor rankings. The two of them are extremely protective, and anyone who dares to kill a direct descendant of the Miao family will suffer from the two of them. The Flying Silver Islands Miao family head, Miao Hailong, is a direct descendant of the Miao family. Saber Demon, Saber Ghost. Li Fuchen laughed, as these two names were rather intimidating. Of course, their strength was also extremely formidable. With just his sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen didn't dare to say that he could contest with the two of them. Don't worry, I know my limits. Li Fuchen had been pouring sword energy into the silver airship. Otherwise, even a high-grade silver airship would need at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Miao family. Half a day later, the duo arrived outside the Miao family's residence. Standing at the bow of the airship, Li Fuchen yelled out, Hand over this person's Dao companion, Yue. Otherwise, my sword shall be merciless. Who dares to barge into the Miao family? A large group of Law Fei's realm emperors flew out. However, when everyone saw Li Fuchen, their expressions immediately changed. During this period of time, Li Fuchen was too famous, and everyone had seen his appearance. Flying Silver Sword Emperor, my Miao family has no enmity with you. Why are you helping an outsider to deal with my Miao family? An aged high-level emperor spoke. Li Fuchen sneered. It is my freedom to help whoever I want. Hurry up and hand over this person's Dao companion. My patience is limited. Flying Silver Sword Emperor, you are deliberately going against my Miao family. Do you know that my Miao family also has experts on the Great Emperor rankings? Furthermore, they are in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings. A younger Law Phase Realm Emperor was unconvinced. Impatient, Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent that person flying while vomiting a large amount of blood. At the same time, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to search for traces of Yue. Soon enough, Li Fuchen saw Yue in a large courtyard at the center of the Miao family residence. However, Yue's current condition wasn't very good. She seemed to have consumed something that caused a slight change in her aura. Apart from that, there was another youth in the courtyard too. He should be the Flying Silver Islands Miao family's manager, Miao Hailong. Swish! With a single slash, the Miao family residence's array was broken. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled Yue and Miao Hailong over. Yue! Gao Xiaofeng grabbed Yue's shoulder with excitement. You are? Yue didn't recognize Gao Xiaofeng. Yue, what happened to you? Miao Hailong, what did you do to her? Gao Xiaofeng questioned Miao Hailong. Miao Hailong didn't bother about Gao Xiaofeng and looked at Li Fuchen with fear. Earlier on, Li Fuchen broke the array with a single slash and pulled them over from such a distance. Such strength was simply unbelievable. I am Miao Hailong. Greetings to the Flying Silver Sword Emperor. Li Fuchen said, think of a way to help her recover. I will treat it as though nothing happened. He didn't have any grudges with the Miao family. If Miao Hailong was sensible, he wouldn't touch a single hair of the Miao family. Miao Hailong shook his head. I have given her the emotion loss elixir. She will gradually forget the past, and it is irreversible. The emotion loss elixir was able to make a person forget the most important memories. There is such an elixir? Li Fuchen pointed at Yue's forehead and activated the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. In an instant, Yu Wei's eyes had something extra. Xiaofeng. Yu Wei, you recognize me? Gao Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised as he thought Yu Wei had recovered her memories. Li Fuchen said, "She hasn't forgotten everything. That is why I can recognize you." The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation was able to protect Yu Wei's remaining memories. If Yu Wei forgot everything about Gao Xiaofeng, then there was nothing he could do. This is an incantation seal? Miao Hailong's eyes contracted. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to know the Tao of incantations. You have harmed the two of them so miserably. Shouldn't you do something? Li Fuchen wasn't planning to leave the Miao clan just like this. Miao Hailong nodded and handed over a storage bag. There are 200,000 high-grade spirit stones inside. A regular Law Phase Realm Emperor would only have a few tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, and was almost the entire wealth of a peak-class emperor. After receiving the storage bag, Li Fuchen took a deep look at Miao Hailong. Before coming here, Li Fuchen thought that this person was arrogant and despotic. From the looks of it now, Miao Hailong was very shrewd and wasn't someone a tender youth like Gao Xiaofeng could compare with. Let's go. Li Fuchen left with Gao, Xiaofeng, and Yu Wei. Miao Hailong might be shrewd, but in the face of absolute strength, shrewdness was useless. The Miao clan's greatest reliance was the Saber Demon and Saber Ghost. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of either of them. Therefore, Li Fuchen wouldn't eliminate the Flying Silver Islands Miao clan just because Miao Hailong was shrewd. It was meaningless. Of course, if the Miao clan dared to play any tricks, Li Fuchen wouldn't be merciless. He wasn't a person who liked to be schemed against. What are the two of you going to do next? Li Fuchen asked Gao, Xiaofeng, and Yu Wei. Gao Xiaofeng glanced at Yu Wei and said, "Once the mist of death scatters, Yu Wei and I will head for the Saint Spirit continent." Without the incident with Miao Hailong, Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei didn't plan to stay on the Flying Silver Island. Right now, they didn't want to stay here either. Li Fuchen said, "It just so happens that I am leaving the Flying Silver Island too. You two can follow me." Since it was along the way, they would go their separate ways after reaching the Saint Spirit continent. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 736. Apart from sword practice, Li Fuchen was also researching spiritual awareness secret techniques every day. With the Saint Spirit, his spiritual awareness was comparable with Saints. If he didn't make good use of it, it would be a waste. Therefore, he planned to create an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, apart from a select few, no one below the Saint level would be able to block his spiritual awareness attack. When Li Fuchen was at the Emperor Sky Continent, he already had plenty of inspiration for spiritual awareness secret techniques. After arriving at the Flying Silver Island, the Heaven and Earth Law was flawless. It was unknown how much easier it was to comprehend and research. Finally, 4 months after arriving at the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen used the various 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. The Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow wasn't just a simple spiritual awareness attack secret technique. It also contained the Sword Tao Marvel. It was considered a Sword Tao spiritual awareness attack secret technique and had terrifying lethality. Li Fuchen was confident that if the opponent didn't cultivate an 8-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, they would instantly perish when facing his Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. Even if the opponent cultivated an 8-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, their true spirit would be severely injured when facing the Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. Unless the opponent cultivated a 9-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. As such, even if Li Fuchen didn't rely on his body refinement strength and sword Tao strength, he would be able to rely on his spiritual awareness to dominate the world. No one below the Saints would be a match for him. The mist has dispersed. Senior, the mist has dispersed. On this day, Gao Xiaofeng was yelling on the beach. Li Fuchen looked over and, as expected, The turbid and dense mist of death was dispersing at a visible speed. There is no hurry. I will depart after it has dispersed completely. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been trapped on the flying Silver Island for over 4 months. He thought he would need another year or two before heading to the Saint Spirit continent. He didn't expect for the mist to disperse so quickly. As the fog of death dissipated, the sea became bright and sunny, and the waves sparkled. Come, let's depart. Li Fuchen took out the high-grade silver airship and boarded it with a flash. Subsequently, Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei boarded too. Swish! The high-grade silver airship turned into a silver light and flew towards the depths of the sea. The silver airship could be big or small, but under normal circumstances, the bigger one would definitely be more comfortable. Li Fuchen's high-grade silver airship was 100 meters in length and 20 meters in width. Let alone 3 individuals, even 300 individuals, could be accommodated and it wouldn't be crowded. Furthermore, this wasn't the limit. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could make the silver airship 1,000 meters long and 200 meters wide. It would be easy for him to accommodate 10,000 people. In the luxurious dining hall of the ship, 3 people were having a meal. On the side, there was a transparent silver cabin wall. Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei were rather reserved. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, they would have become the guards of the caravan and would have to squeeze together with hundreds or even thousands of people. It wouldn't be as comfortable as it was now. I'm going to practice. You guys take your time. At their level, it didn't matter whether they ate or not. Eating was mainly for enjoyment. After finishing his meal, Li Fuchen returned to the cultivation room. The technique practicing room was located at the stern of the airship. It was 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 15 meters tall. It was the largest place on the airship. The silver airship was like a huge silver bird as it flew across the sky. Rumble. The seawater exploded as a sea beast that was a few hundred miles in size leaped out and wanted to devour the silver airship. It was a demonic beast ruler, and it was a high-tier one. Bang! A few thousand miles of the sea region had a rain of blood. Before the high-tier demonic beast ruler could even touch the silver airship, it was already turned into a blood mist by the sword light outside the silver airship. Senior strength is truly astounding. I wonder what rank is he on the Great Emperor rankings. Gao Xiaofeng was envious and curious. He was envious because at Li Fuchen's level, he could simply do whatever he wanted. Unlike them, they had to follow a caravan in order to head to the Saint Spirit continent. He was curious because with Li Fuchen's strength, he wanted to know what rank he would be on the Great Emperor rankings. He also wanted to know how terrifying those who were ranked at the top were. Along the way, Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei had a deep understanding of Li Fuchen's strength. Be a high-tier demonic beast ruler, a peak-tier demonic beast ruler, or a demonic beast great ruler. None of them would be able to break through the layer of sword intent outside the silver airship. The first 2 would be immediately killed by the sword intent, while the latter were extremely powerful and were equivalent to human top-class great rulers. Even the weakest of them wouldn't be inferior to the Black Hatchet Great Ruler. But whenever a demonic beast Great Ruler wanted to break the sword intent, there would be a sword light outside the silver airship. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast Great Ruler would fall down while covered in blood. Inside the technique practicing room, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. A demonic beast Great Ruler is too powerful. Without relying on my body refinement strength and the Void Heaven Sword world, it is too difficult to kill them in a single move. But once I create the primary extreme sword art, I should be able to ignore demonic beast great rulers. The primary extreme sword art was a sword art that corresponded to the primary extreme sword technique. It was extremely difficult to create. According to Li Fuchen's imagination, each sword move of the primary extreme sword art should be comparable with the Void Heaven Sword world or even stronger. It was a pity that Li Fuchen hadn't even created the first move of the primary extreme sword art. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, over a month had passed. Gao Xiaofeng estimated that the silver airship had flown over 30 million miles. After flying for another 3 months, they would probably be able to reach the Saint Spirit continent. Yu Wei, Once we reach the Saint Spirit continent, we will choose a sect to join. In the future, we will no longer be wandering souls. At the bow of the airship, Gao Xiaofeng held Yu Wei's hand and said, Yu Wei nodded. I will listen to you. She might have lost a lot of memories, but she had too many memories with Gao Xiaofeng. Even if she had forgotten half of them, the remaining half was enough for her to love Gao Xiaofeng. Human, come down. A palm that was 100 miles in size suddenly broke out of the water and grabbed at the silver airship in the sky. It was obvious that this was a demonic beast half-overlord. Regular demonic beast great rulers wouldn't have such a huge body. The strength of a demonic beast half-overlord was extremely shocking. Back at the Emperor Sky Continent, the Void Swallow Octopus and the Griffin were suppressed by the Emperor Sky Continent willpower and could only utilize a portion of their strength. Right now, this demonic beast, half-overlord, wasn't being suppressed and could utilize 100% of its strength. If Li Fuchen was the Red Star Josh Chief or the Silver Spear Great Emperor, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just nice. I will use you to test the power of the spirit-extinguishing sword shadow. In the cultivation room, Li Fuchen's glabella flashed with radiance. A sword shadow pierced through the silver airship and pierced at the seawater below. Roar! There was a mournful roar. In the next moment, the seawater started to rumble and a horrific power burst out. A large number of demonic beast kings and demonic beast generals in the vicinity were smashed into smithereens. There were also some demonic beast rulers that couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Gradually, the roars got softer. It was unknown if they were dead or severely injured. A demonic beast half-overlord must not be wasted. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared at the top of the silver airship. He reached out and was about to harvest the corpse of the demonic beast half-overlord. You killed my race's demonic beast half-overlord and still want to take the corpse? In your dreams, hand over your life. The deep voice was like a thunderclap, causing Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei, who were in the silver airship, to faint from the shock. Demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He didn't expect to encounter a demonic beast overlord so quickly. The flying silver island was more than 100 million miles away from the Saint Spirit continent. There would definitely be demonic beast overlord along the way, but it was rare for anyone to encounter one. Firstly, as a demonic beast overlord, it was disdainful to make a move. Secondly, demonic beast overlords had a long lifespan, much longer than human saints. Most of the time, they would be in hibernation to nurture their bloodline. Thirdly, the demonic beast race and the human race had an agreement that saints weren't allowed to make a move casually to prevent a race war. Due to various reasons, it was rare for anyone to encounter a demonic beast overlord. Of course, most importantly, demonic beast overlords weren't everywhere, and it wasn't easy to encounter one. There was extreme pressure in the air. A claw that was covered in fine scales suddenly appeared in Li Fuchen's vision and smashed at the silver airship. Not good. Li Fuchen's body was circulating the hand of Star's chi power frenziedly before he executed a palm strike to counter the claw. Boom! The seawater caved in, and there was a horrific explosion that could be heard clearly within 100,000 miles. Li Fuchen and the silver airship were sent flying a few hundred miles away. Swish! Li Fuchen didn't continue fighting and circulated his chi power to wrap the silver airship to escape. A few breaths later, a massive head emerged from the sea surface with a grave expression. He is actually able to receive a claw attack from me. Who is this person? Could he be a top 10 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings? He was a low-tier demonic beast overlord, and apart from saints, only the top 10 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings could contest with him for a period of time. Forget it. Since you are able to receive a claw attack from me, I shall not make things difficult for you. He might be speaking like this, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Otherwise, with his ferocious nature, he wouldn't let Li Fuchen off. A few tens of thousands of miles away. Is this the strength of a demonic beast overlord? Li Fuchen had already used his full strength earlier, but he still felt a copious power assaulting him, causing his chi blood to boil. However, This also proved how terrifying the Hand of Star was. The strength difference between a demonic beast overlord and a half-overlord was dozens of times. It was obvious how powerful the Hand of Star was if Li Fuchen was able to receive a claw attack from the demonic beast and wasn't even injured. This was just the Hand of Star. If Li Fuchen could cultivate the Hand of Moon and the Hand of Sun, he would probably be able to suppress the demonic beast. A short moment later, Gao Xiaofeng and Yue woke up. "Senior, what happened earlier?" Gao Xiaofeng only remembered a thunderous voice before he fainted. Li Fuchen said, "Don't worry. We are already far away from that sea region." He didn't need to tell Gao Xiaofeng that he had just exchanged a palm attack with the demonic beast overlord. Oh, Gao Xiaofeng wasn't a fool and knew that Li Fuchen didn't want to say. For the following period of time, the trio was getting closer to the Saint Spirit continent without any danger. Chapter 737. From far away, the boundless coastline appeared in Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei's vision. The duo had excited expressions and turned around to call out to Li Fuchen. Thud, thud, thud. There were sounds of footsteps. Li Fuchen didn't need to be reminded as he walked out of the cabin. What a Saint Spirit continent! Li Fuchen felt a boundless and invincible willpower pressing over. In this world, if there was anything that was superior to saints, a high-class continent willpower would definitely be one of them. The coastline didn't seem far, but it was actually extremely far. After 1 week, the silver airship officially landed on the Saint Spirit continent. The heaven and earth chi here is several times purer than the flying Silver Island. Gao Xiaofeng greedily breathed in the air. Yu Wei smiled and said, "The flying Silver Island might be a part of the Saint Spirit continent, but it is just an island and cannot be comparable with the main body of the continent." In just a short moment, the trio rode the silver airship and arrived at a port city. This port city was called the Sky Sea City, and it was very flourishing. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that there were more Law Phase realm emperors than the Flying Silver City. There were at least 7,000 or 8,000 of them. There are truly as many primary sea emperors as there are dogs and Law Phase realm emperors everywhere. Li Fuchen lamented. A random city had close to 10,000 Law Phase realm emperors. To Li Fuchen, who just came from the Emperor Sky continent, it was truly unbelievable. He reckoned that there were 10,000 great emperor rankings experts and more than 1 million great emperors. It meant that there were probably more than 100 million Law Phase realm emperors. It was a terrifying number, and if there were so many Law Phase realm emperors in the Emperor Sky continent, it was enough to destroy the Emperor Sky continent countless times. Turning around, Li Fuchen looked at the duo and said, "Since we have arrived at the Saint Spirit continent, it is time to part ways. This storage bag is a small gift from me." While speaking, Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and tossed it to Gao Xiaofeng. Gao Xiaofeng wanted to reject, as Li Fuchen had already treated them very well. He hadn't repaid the favor from before, and now he had to accept another gift. He was truly embarrassed. Li Fuchen said, "Once you have enough strength to protect yourself and the people you want to protect, you will then be qualified to reject. Just treat it as your fate to meet me." Gao Xiaofeng went silent for a moment before nodding. Senior's kindness is something Xiaofeng will never forget for my entire life. Work hard. After patting on Gao Xiaofeng's shoulder, Li Fuchen flashed into the silver airship. With a swish, the silver airship turned into a silver light and flew out. Heaven Sea City was just a port city, and Li Fuchen didn't intend to stay here. When Li Fuchen left, Gao Xiaofeng opened the storage pouch. "Xiaofeng, what's inside?" Yue asked curiously. "Look." Gao Xiaofeng took a deep breath and handed the storage bag to Yue. Yue could not help but cover her mouth when she saw this. The value of the things in the storage bag was too high. There was a mid-grade silver airship, a few Heaven-class equipment, and 3 jade slips. A mid-grade silver airship cost more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Both of them only had a total of 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was in addition to the 200,000 high-grade spirit stones that they had obtained from the Miao family a few months ago. The value of Heaven-class equipment was also very high. A heaven-class low-tier weapon would cost a few thousand high-grade spirit stones in the Saint Spirit continent. A heaven-class low-tier armor would cost over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The two of them only had heaven-class low-tier weapons. Lastly, there were 3 jade slips. Yue Wei's intuition told her that the value of these 3 jade slips was probably even higher. Xiaofeng, hurry up and take a look at what is inside the jade slips. Yue Wei took out the jade slips and handed them to Gao Xiaofeng. All right, Gao Xiaofeng extended his spiritual awareness inside. Swish! A sword light bloomed in the soul, sea, and Gao Xiaofeng was frozen in place. The 3 jade slips contained 2 sword arts and a heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. The 2 sword arts were the flowing merciless edge and the sky ring sword armor. The cultivation technique was the divine flame sword energy technique. Gao Xiaofeng was excited. He was a swordsman like Li Fuchen, and he just happened to possess the 8-star blazing flame bone frame. These 2 sword arts and cultivation technique were extremely suitable for him. If he could cultivate them one day, his strength would increase by at least 10 times or even dozens of times. In the sky, there was a silver light that skimmed across. Standing at the bow of the silver airship, Li Fuchen stood facing the wind. He gave Gao Xiaofeng some gifts because he thought highly of Gao Xiaofeng. In fact, even without his help, with Gao Xiaofeng's innate perception, as long as Gao Xiaofeng didn't die, Gao Xiaofeng would definitely become a top-notch great emperor in a few hundred years. Li Fuchen's appearance merely accelerated the process. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have the strength to protect yourself. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. The mist of death dispersed, and the flying Silver Island and the Saint Spirit continent were rapidly connected. There were people heading to the Saint Spirit continent from the flying Silver Island and vice versa. On this day, a high-grade silver airship appeared in the sky above the Heaven Sea City. Inside the silver airship were the 2 Josh chiefs of the Flying Silver Hall. The Sky Wave branch is in charge of dozens of surrounding cities. Send the information to the branch first and ask the branch to dispatch experts to pursue this person. The Sky Wave branch has a branch master and 6 altar masters. It should be easy to kill this person. In the Sky Thrust Union, the ranks from lowest to highest were star-class members, Josh Chiefs, Hall Masters, Altar Masters, Branch Masters, etc. Generally speaking, the strength of an Altar Master would be ranked around 1,000 on the Great Emperor rankings. There was once an extremely incredible Altar Master who secretly killed an expert that was ranked over 700 on the Great Emperor rankings. He was extremely famous in the Sky Thrust Union. As for the strength of a branch master, it was naturally unfathomable. The weakest branch master would be able to rank in the top 500 on the Great Emperor rankings. The stronger ones would be able to rank in the top 100 or even higher. In the duo's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most a few hundred on the Great Emperor rankings. A single altar master might not be able to defeat him, but 2 or 3 altar masters would be able to contest with Li Fuchen. If a branch master was to make a move, Li Fuchen would definitely die. A few days later, another high-grade silver airship arrived in the vicinity of the Heaven Sea City. On the silver airship were Miao Hailong and a group of Miao clan's emperors. You are dead for snatching the woman that I want. Miao Hailong's eyes were extremely cold. He was truly moved by Yue Wei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made her consume the extremely expensive emotion for getting elixir and would have just forcefully taken her. When Li Fuchen took Yue Wei away, it meant that he and Miao Hailong were absolutely irreconcilable. Li Fuchen probably didn't know that he, Miao Hailong, wasn't a regular Miao clan's direct descendant. Saber Ghost, Miao Xianyu, who was ranked 64th on the Great Emperor rankings, was Miao Hailong's second grandfather. Because Miao Hailong committed a crime, he was sent to the Flying Silver Island by the clan and was only allowed to leave after staying for 20 years. Young Master Hailong, there is no need to request for the Patriarch to make a move. Apart from the 2 Patriarchs, our Miao clan has another member that is also in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. It should be enough for him to make a move. One of the Miao clan's emperors said. Miao Hailong said, "You're talking about Miao Xiefeng?" Miao Xiefeng was ranked 713th on the Great Emperor rankings and had the title of Devil Wind Saber Emperor. Chapter 738. In the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless towns. No one knew how many towns there were in the entire continent. This was because every day there would be some towns destroyed, and every day there would be some towns emerging from the ground. According to what Li Fuchen knew, towns could be created casually. As for whether or not the town could be preserved or if people would stay in the town, that was the main problem. When flying over these towns, Li Fuchen would take a glance at the bottom at the start. Later on, he would simply ignore these towns. As compared to the flying Silver Island, the Saint Spirit continent was obviously much livelier. There were silver airships that could be seen from time to time. Some of the silver airships were obviously merchant airships. They were more than 1,000 meters in length and were whizzing past. Rumble. There was a shocking chi wave coming from ahead. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that someone was robbing a merchant airship. Those that dared to rob a merchant airship would definitely be a powerful faction. Small factions wouldn't be able to do it even if they wanted to. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to be a busybody. He controlled the silver airship to fly higher and was planning to fly over from above. As for taking a detour, Li Fuchen wasn't that afraid. This path is blocked. Please take a detour. When the silver airship rose to a certain height, two high-level emperors blocked Li Fuchen's path. Get lost. Li Fuchen controlled the silver airship to send the two individuals flying. Enemy attack. The two individuals that were sent flying quickly called out to their allies. In an instant, 8 high-level emperors surrounded Li Fuchen. At the front, there were hundreds of figures surrounding a high-grade silver airship. The leader had a chi presence that was even stronger than the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and was obviously a top-class Great Emperor. Hundreds of figures attacked the high-grade silver airship. After a few rounds of attacks, the high-grade silver airship instantly crumbled. Dozens of figures flew out from inside. The leader was a gray-haired middle-aged man. He had a tall and imposing body, and his chi presence was even stronger than the sinister man. Behind him was a pair of siblings. The older sister was around 12 or 13 years old, while the younger brother was around 7 or 8 years old. The two of them were hiding behind the gray-haired middle-aged man like startled deer. Black Snake Great Emperor, why must you exterminate them? Do you think the clan head will spare you when he returns? The gray-haired middle-aged man yelled out. The sinister man, the Black Snake Great Emperor, laughed and said, Patriarch, the clan chief is already dead. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned after a few hundred years? The current Wu clan chief is Master Wu Chenkong. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you think you can stop me with just these few people? The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor glanced behind the Black Snake Great Emperor and said in a deep voice, Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, are you really a fool, or are you pretending to be a fool? The Wu clan was once a Saint clan and had left behind plenty of Class 8 battle formations. Any one of them is enough to deal with you. As the Black Snake Great Emperor spoke, he waved his hand. Set up the formation and take them down. Yes. Most of the people that the Black Snake Great Emperor brought over were mid-level emperors. With a single order from the Black Snake Great Emperor, 108 mid-level emperors lined up. In an instant, a horrific battle formation power rushed at the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor. Heaven and Earth battle formation. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor's expression turned dark. The Heaven and Earth battle formation was able to combine the strength of 108 individuals into one. After the amplification of the battle formation law, it was able to exhibit 10 times the combined strength of 108 individuals. In other words, these 108 mid-level emperors were equivalent to a top-notch great emperor. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the Heaven and Earth battle formation could divert the power. If you attacked with 100% of the power, 70% or 80% of the power might be diverted by the battle formation. Unless your strength was far beyond the battle formation, you wouldn't be a match for it. Protect the young lady and young master. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He asked the people behind him to protect the siblings while he roared out. His law phase rose, and a mountain law phase smashed at the heaven and earth battle formation. Boom! A horrific chi wave burst out and sent the barbaric peak Great Emperor flying, but the heaven and earth battle formation only shook a little. Barbaric peak Great Emperor, since you are so stubborn, then die. Another heaven and earth battle formation. The Black Snake Great Emperor didn't have any intention to make a move. He ordered the other 108 mid-level emperors to set up the second heaven and earth battle formation. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of two heaven and earth battle formations, the barbaric peak Great Emperor didn't even have the strength to resist. In just a short moment, his law phase crumbled and he vomited fresh blood. Just as the barbaric peak Great Emperor was about to perish, there were suddenly over a dozen figures that were drenched in blood from the other side. What is going on? The Black Snake Great Emperor looked over. Black Snake Great Emperor, this person is looking for trouble and even injured our brothers. One of the severely injured high-level emperors said, looking for trouble, then let him die. Form the heaven and earth battle formation. The Black Snake Great Emperor brought over 300 mid-level emperors, and it was enough to set up 3 heaven and earth battle formations. In the blink of the eye, the third heaven and earth battle formation was formed, and the battle formation power was surging. Class 8 battle formation, huh? Li Fuchen sized up the heaven and earth battle formation. Class 7 battle formations corresponded with primary sea realm monarchs, while Class 8 battle formations corresponded with law phase realm emperors. Generally speaking, if a Class 7 battle formation was set up by a law phase realm emperor, the strength increase would be very small and it wouldn't be useful. If a primary sea realm monarch was to set up a Class 8 battle formation, the difficulty would be too high and the basic requirements wouldn't be met. Therefore, the corresponding battle formation was the best battle formation. Of course, battle formations of the same class were also separated into grades. For example, if it was a Class 8 battle formation, a 100-men battle formation would definitely be stronger than a 50-men battle formation. The heaven and earth battle formation before them had 108 people in it. It was clearly a very powerful level 8 battle formation. When the heaven and earth battle formation was formed, a majestic chi force blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could immediately see that the chi force contained a mystical battle formation law. This battle formation law restricted the power of 108 individuals into a small range and used a special method to fuse them. Bang! Li Fuchen casually waved his hand, and the chi force collapsed. It is much stronger than the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Is this the foundation of a powerful faction? Li Fuchen could imagine how strenuous it would be for an individual to face these powerful clans. You worked so hard to make it into the Great Emperor rankings, but others only needed 108 mid-level emperors to beat you up like a dog, even if one was ranked at the top of the Great Emperor rankings. But one mustn't forget that others could also use high-level emperors to set up the battle formation. If the array formed by 108 mid-tier emperors was already so powerful, then if it was formed by 108 high-tier emperors, even the top-ranked great emperors wouldn't be able to handle it. Of course, the battle formation had a limit too. Li Fuchen reckoned that the top 100 or top few hundred great emperors on the Great Emperor rankings wouldn't be able to deal with the battle formation, because these great emperors had too deep comprehension of laws and intents. A battle formation wouldn't be able to circulate profound laws, and there would always be a limit if one relied on numbers. After casually waving his hand to disperse the chi force, Li Fuchen didn't wait for the enemy to react and flicked his finger. The heaven and earth battle formation was indeed able to shift the force, but the prerequisite was that the enemy's attack didn't exceed the battle formation's endurance. Li Fuchen's finger force and the laws and intents were too mystical and couldn't be shifted. There was a loud bang, and the battle formation collapsed. 108 mid-level emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. What? The Black Snake Great Emperor was shocked and knew it wasn't good. Form the Heaven Mystic Formation. In response, 36 high-level emperors formed a 36-men battle formation behind the Black Snake Great Emperor. A battle formation power that was several times more horrific than the Heaven and Earth battle formation burst into the sky. Kill! The Heaven Mystic formation released a chi radiance that slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen strolled leisurely and waved his right hand to split the chi radiance. Subsequently, the Heaven Mystic formation had also collapsed. Why are you looking for trouble with my Wu clan? The Black Snake Great Emperor had an unpleasant expression. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely one of the top few thousand Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to destroy the Heaven Mystic formation that was set up by high-level emperors. Li Fuchen said, "I want to leave, but you don't allow me to leave. Now that I am not leaving, you say that I am looking for trouble. Do you have the final say in everything?" "Sir, my subordinates are ignorant. I shall apologize to you here." The Black Snake Great Emperor cupped his fist and said, "My lord, please save the siblings." The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor's voice suddenly echoed. The Black Snake Great Emperor's expression changed as he said to Li Fuchen, "This is our clan's matter. I hope that you do not interfere." "So what if I interfere?" Li Fuchen waved his hand and burst out two chi forces to destroy the two Heaven and Earth battle formations that surrounded the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor. The Black Snake Great Emperor said in a gloomy voice, "I am afraid you don't know yet. I am backed by the Wu clan, a former Saint clan. You still have a chance to leave now. Otherwise, my Wu clan will not let this matter rest." In the Saint Spirit continent, the Wu clan was considered one of the top 100 clans. Their ancestor was a saint, and if a regular person heard their name, they would never provoke them. A former saint clan, huh? That means that there are no saints now. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. As long as there were no saints, there was nothing to fear. Their clan might have set up a Class 9 array that Li Fuchen couldn't break, but they weren't qualified to find trouble with Li Fuchen either. "Sir, do you really want to interfere with my Wu clan's matter?" The Black Snake Great Emperor put on a strong front while feeling weak inside. "I am definitely interfering in this matter. Get lost." Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and burst out with horrific power to send the Black Snake Great Emperor flying. "Let's go." The Black Snake Great Emperor left with his men. Li Fuchen's strength was too powerful. Unless there were 108 high-level emperors to set up the Heaven and Earth battle formation or the elite experts of the clan, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Chapter 739. Thank you for saving us, sir. I thank you on behalf of young Miss and young Master. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, who was severely injured, was about to kneel as he spoke. His life was saved by the Patriarch, and Li Fuchen saved the young lady and young Master. He was willing to die, let alone kneeling. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and supported the Barbaric Peak Great Ruler with chi force. "It's nothing," Li Fuchen said. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but the Black Snake Emperor was too arrogant. "Where are you going?" "If it's not far, I'll escort you." Li Fuchen replied, "Be a good person until the end." The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, please send the young lady and young master to Jiang Province's Tong clan. Their aunt is there. This is a message token. When you reach the vicinity of Jiang Province's Tong clan, you can send a message to her. Meanwhile, my brothers and I will be responsible for attracting the Wu clan's attention." The Wu clan was too powerful. For the sake of the young lady and young master, and to avoid implicating Li Fuchen, the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor had no choice but to sacrifice himself. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to be so troublesome. Let's go together." The Wu clan wasn't a saint clan, and Li Fuchen didn't need to fear them. "My lord, you might not be familiar with the Wu clan. The Wu clan was once a saint clan. They might not have a saint anymore, but the items left behind by the saint are extraordinary. Take the Heaven and Earth battle formation, for example. If it is formed by 108 high-level emperors, even a great emperor ranked around 1,000 on the great emperor rankings wouldn't be able to do anything. Apart from that, the Wu clan has Heaven-class high-tier cardinal treasures, Heaven-class high-tier weapons, Heaven-class high-tier armors, etc. Most importantly, The Wu clan has 3 members that are ranked top 1,000 on the Great Emperor rankings. One of them is even in the top 100. The barbaric peak Great Emperor's intention was very clear. If one's strength wasn't in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, one wouldn't even be qualified to oppose the Wu clan. Li Fuchen laughed. Then how much do you know about me? Let's go. Since I dared to escort you, I'm naturally confident. My lord, the barbaric peak Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen with shock. How could he not understand that Li Fuchen's strength was definitely stronger than he imagined? But it was unknown how much stronger Li Fuchen was. Finally, the barbaric peak Great Emperor decided to head to the river province's Tong clan with Li Fuchen. Along the way, the barbaric peak Great Emperor told Li Fuchen everything. As an ancient clan, the Wu clan had boundless resources. If one could become the clan head, their lineage would be able to develop by leaps and bounds. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to become a saint monarch. However, for an ancient clan like this, the clan system was very strict and there wouldn't be any internal strife. The prerequisite was that the clan head position couldn't be vacant. A few hundred years ago, the young lady and the young master's grandfather, who was also the Wu clan's patriarch, left. He said that he was going to search for opportunities, but there had been no news of him in the past few hundred years. Everyone in the Wu clan believed that the patriarch had fallen. Otherwise, there would have been no news of him for hundreds of years. The position of patriarch was vacant, and some Wu clan members started to covet the position. Among them, Wu Qingkang's lineage was the strongest lineage apart from the patriarch's lineage. Just a dozen days ago, Wu Qingkang started an internal strife. He killed and imprisoned the members of the patriarch's lineage and took control of the entire Wu clan. As the patriarch's direct blood relatives, the young lady and young master became a thorn in Wu Qingkang's eyes. He wanted to get rid of them. Fortunately, the barbaric peak Great Emperor saw that the situation wasn't right and left with the young lady and young master. Where are their parents? Li Fuchen asked. The barbaric peak Great Emperor smiled bitterly and said, the young lady and young master's parents were killed by enemies a few years ago. Otherwise, Wu Qingkang wouldn't have become the Wu clan's patriarch so easily. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. This pair of siblings were truly pitiful. Their grandfather was missing and there was no news of them. Their parents had died miserably and they were now wandering around the world and being pursued by the Wu clan. The Saint Spirit continent was too massive. According to the barbaric peak Great Emperor, the Saint Spirit continent was tens of billions of miles in size. High-grade silver airships could only travel a few 100,000 miles in a day and around 200 million miles in a year. In order to travel across the entire Saint Spirit continent, it would take at least 1 or 200 years with high-grade silver airships. It was fortunate that this place was only a few tens of millions of miles away from the river province's Tong clan. On the Saint Spirit continent, one could cultivate at the age of 5. The Wu clan's young lady was called Wu Shi, and she was 12 years old this year. She was at the first level of reincarnation realm. Wu Zhuo was even more astonishing as he was already at the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 7. On this day, Li Fuchen saw Wu Zhuo who was cultivating. The surrounding Sword Dao law was automatically gathering, and a shocking amount of Sword Dao Qi was gathering towards him. Barbaric peak Great Emperor, this is... Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart. The barbaric peak Great Emperor let out a bitter smile first before saying with pride, that's right. Young Master has a 9-star Sword Dao bone frame, and is the second 9-star bone frame in the history of the Wu clan. This is also the reason why Wu Qingkang wants to eliminate Young Master. I see. Li Fuchen suddenly understood. 9-star bone frames were too terrifying, and Wu Qingkang wouldn't allow a 9-star bone frame to grow. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, elite 8-star geniuses would be able to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 100. On the Saint Spirit Continent, elite 8-star geniuses would probably be able to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 50 or 60. Furthermore, he was only an 8-star prodigy. If he was a 9-star prodigy, it would be normal for them to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 20 or 30. If Wu Zhuo was given more than 50 years, he would definitely become a huge threat to Wu Changkong. I didn't think that I would encounter a 9-star bone frame so soon after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen lamented. Only high-class continents would produce 9-star bone frames. 9-star bone frames were considered as preparatory saints. If there weren't any accidents, it was almost certain that they would become saints in the future. Half a month later, the group arrived at the Jiang province's territory. The Jiang province was famous for the Azure River. This Azure River was naturally the Azure River that the Sword Sovereign severed. However, the Sword Sovereign only severed the narrow portion of the Azure River's tributary. That portion was only a few hundred miles wide. Otherwise, even if the Sword Sovereign progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to sever the true Azure River. On the second day after Li Fuchen and the group entered the Jiang province's territory, a golden airship caught up. A peak-grade silver airship. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Above high-grade silver airships, there were peak-grade silver airships. The peak-grade silver airships were forged with the essence of the flying silver iron. They were several times faster than high-grade silver airships and were around 10 times more expensive. However, peak-grade silver airships weren't something that could be purchased just because one wanted to. Without a certain status, it was impossible to purchase one. The golden airship intercepted Li Fuchen and the group. The cabin door opened, and a group of people walked out. The leader had a cold expression, and there were traces of sword qi that were like continuous autumn rain that covered the void. This was an extremely terrifying sword Dao Great Emperor and was more than 10 times stronger than the Red Star Josh Chief. Li Fuchen's expression turned slightly grave. His body refinement strength might allow him to disregard everyone below the saints. But when facing a sword Dao Great Emperor, Li Fuchen didn't wish to use his body refinement strength to fight. It was a blasphemy to the sword Dao. Sword Rain Great Emperor. The barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others gulped down their saliva and were rather nervous. The Sword Rain Great Emperor was ranked 283rd on the Great Emperor rankings and was the number 2 expert of the Wu clan. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Sword Rain Great Emperor gave them an overwhelming pressure. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's title meant that his sword art was like rain that was extremely dense and couldn't be hidden. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, I don't wish to draw my sword. Bring the young lady and young master back. The Sword Rain Great Emperor said indifferently. After taking a deep breath, the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor said in a deep voice, Sword Rain Great Emperor, the young lady and young master are the patriarch's grandchildren. Are you going to watch as Wu Changkong harms them? I only listen to the patriarch. The current patriarch is Wu Changkong. The Sword Rain Great Emperor shook his head. What kind of patriarch is Wu Changkong? When the patriarch returns, I want to see how you're going to explain. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor gritted his teeth. Do you still not understand? Even if the previous patriarch returns, the situation is already over. The Wu clan has never been overthrown by a great emperor, unless the previous patriarch can progress to a saint. The Sword Rain Great Emperor had a much clearer view than the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor. All right, I don't wish to waste time. I will give you 2 choices, life or death. From the start to the end, the Sword Rain Great Emperor didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen. Even though he knew that Li Fuchen was very strong and wasn't a regular great emperor, he believed he was stronger. I will choose for him. Li Fuchen flew down from the silver airship. I nearly forgot about you. I will deal with you first, and it will be easier for him to choose. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's eyes turned icy cold. It was unknown when a white longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was slowly unsheathed. Clang! Rain poured down from the sky, and it was as fine as silk. After taking a closer look, it wasn't rain, it was obviously sword lights. Each sword light was excessively thin, and they were even thinner than silk. They contained the extreme, soft water sword Dao law. When the sword lights drew across the void, there was a silk-like sound. Such power! Is this the strength of the 283rd ranker on the Great Emperor rankings? Li Fuchen felt very excited. It was the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. It was the excitement of being able to verify his sword Dao. If the sword Rain Great Emperor's sword was meticulous and without any gaps, then Li Fuchen's sword was watertight. The two swords were very similar, but the two of them were displaying two different sword Dao styles. Seeing that his sword was completely blocked, the sword Rain Great Emperor's expression changed. There wasn't any contempt anymore. There was only battle intent and the desire to reach a higher level of sword Dao. The duo's swords were too fast, so fast that the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others couldn't keep up with the tempo. In the void, sword lights crisscrossed, flickered, and burst out. The sharp, murderous intent was enough to make the Red Star Josh Chief lose his battle intent, let alone the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others. Very good. Among the swordsmen that I have met, you are ranked top 20 or even top 15. If you can withstand this bleak wind, bitter rain move, I can spare your life. The sword Rain Great Emperor's sword prowess changed. There was a mournful and extremely cold intent that penetrated it, causing the sword move to have a sublimation. It felt as though the world had frozen. Not good. Li Fuchen realized that apart from the Void Heaven Sword world, he didn't have any other sword moves that could block this sword move. Li Fuchen originally wanted to verify his sword Dao, but he couldn't be bothered anymore. The Void Heaven Sword world was instantly executed, and a dazzling sword light was emitted. Bang bang. Chapter 740. Extreme State of Sword Dao. The barbaric peak Great Emperor felt as though his entire body was electrified. If the sword Rain Great Emperor and Li Fuchen's duel was just about offensive strength, he wouldn't have such a feeling. The reason why he had such a feeling was because their understanding of martial arts had reached a higher level, a level that was far beyond his reach. Heaven-class martial arts. Each rank was like heaven and earth. Heaven-class high-tier martial arts were the threshold to become a great emperor, but heaven-class high-tier martial arts also had different levels, which determined the difference in strength between great emperors. A strong great emperor could instantly kill a weak great emperor in one move. This was because the higher the level, the closer they were to the extreme of the martial Dao. What was the extreme realm of martial Dao? Naturally, it was the heaven rank top rank martial arts. That's right, once a martial art reached the peak of the heaven tier, it would be the peak. As for martial arts that reached the peak, it involved the workings of the heavenly Dao and the mysteries of the universe. In the early stages of martial arts, even if there was a difference of one level, the difference in power wouldn't be too big. It would be amazing if it was a few or 10 times stronger, but from the high rank of heaven class onwards, it would be easy for it to be 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger. Of course, the two of them had yet to truly reach the pinnacle of sword Dao, but their sword techniques were undoubtedly very close to the pinnacle of heaven-level sword techniques. Finally, their swords clashed. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the sword Rain Emperor's shoulder. There was also a line of blood on his throat. Then, blood started to flow from his cheeks. The sword Rain Great Emperor retreated at an astonishing speed. Because he retreated too quickly, it gave the illusion that he had left the world in front of him. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The sword Rain Great Emperor was definitely the most formidable Great Emperor that Li Fuchen had ever encountered. When facing the Void Heaven Sword world, the sword Rain Great Emperor was actually able to retreat. But the Void Heaven Sword world wasn't something that could be evaded just by retreating. The Void Heaven Sword realm contained the Void Law. The sword Rain Great Emperor seemed to be retreating rapidly, but he was still within the attack range. Blood spurted out from the sword Rain Great Emperor's body. In that instant, the scene was extremely shocking and strange. Suddenly, countless blood arrows shot out from the sword Rain Great Emperor's body. Then a blood figure flew out. As expected of the sword Rain Great Emperor, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. That burst of speed at the last moment had already far surpassed him. It was probably some kind of secret technique that stimulated his potential. This battle allowed Li Fuchen to know his sword Dao strength. When facing the top few hundred great emperors on the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen could only defeat them, and it was hard to kill them. In fact, if Li Fuchen's opponent was a great emperor in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, he might be defeated. One had to know that the Sword Rain Emperor was only ranked 283rd. As Li Emperor as Sword Emperor, the Emperor as his reign, and Emperor as the Emperor was his rank, the Sword Emperor was as the Emperor's rank. The battle between the two was too intense and too short. Before the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others came back to their senses, the Sword Rain Great Emperor was defeated. The Emperor as king, and as of the Emperor. The group of emperors that the Sword Rain Great Emperor brought along were flabbergasted. They assumed that the Sword Rain Great Emperor would be able to decide the outcome with a single sword. They didn't expect Li Fuchen to be stronger than they imagined and was actually evenly matched with the Sword Rain Great Emperor. However, they weren't worried. The top-ranked Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings all had their own kill moves. These kill moves were enough to increase their strength by several times. However, Li Fuchen also had a kill move, and it was even stronger and more horrific than the Sword Rain Great Emperors. A single sword had defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor. Furthermore, from the looks of the Sword Rain Great Emperor, it seemed like he would die under Li Fuchen's sword if he was slightly slower. Retreat. One of them wanted to take the peak-grade silver airship, but was turned into a blood mist by Li Fuchen's sword. The rest didn't bother about the peak-grade silver airship as they fled frantically. You defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was still in disbelief. The Sword Rain Great Emperor is indeed powerful, but he isn't a match for me. Li Fuchen recalled about Yin Qingwu. Yin Qingwu's black saber, Sikh Dao, was definitely extremely powerful, but as her cultivation hadn't reached the pinnacle and she didn't condense the Dao heart like Li Fuchen, she could only be considered as a regular Great Emperor. But once her cultivation reached the pinnacle, even if her strength wasn't at the Sword Rain Great Emperor's level, it wouldn't be too far off. Apart from that, weapons were also extremely important. Back then, Yin Qingwu's weapon was only a heaven-class low-tier artifact saber, and it restricted her strength. Li Fuchen reckoned that Yin Qingwu's strength should be around 1,000 in the Great Emperor rankings in her previous life. As for Chu Qingyan, her strength was far inferior and should be ranked at the bottom. The Soul Emperor and the Celestial Eye Great Emperor's strength should be around the same level as Chu Qingyan. However, the Soul Emperor's Soul Dao method was too incredible and hard to defend against. It wasn't something that could be calculated with common sense. If Li Fuchen couldn't kill him in an instant, he might suffer a huge loss. After reaching the Saint Spirit continent, her cultivation should be able to reach the pinnacle very quickly. Li Fuchen said to himself. After refining the peak-grade silver airship, Li Fuchen kept his own silver airship. Originally, he estimated that he would need a few months to reach the Tong clan in Jiang province. Right now, he reckoned that it would take less than a month. On the airship, the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others were still in a state of shock. The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, "The Wu clan is a clan that uses swords. Right now, the #1 expert is Wu Chengkong's younger brother, Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue. He is ranked 98th on the Great Emperor rankings. But from what I know, it isn't that easy for Wu Qingjue to defeat the Sword Rain Great Emperor. However, the two of them didn't use any kill moves during the duel." 98th, huh? Li Fuchen nodded. To be able to defeat the Sword Rain Great Emperor without using a kill move, it was needless to say that Sword Extinction, Wu Chengjue's Sword Dao strength was superior to Li Fuchen. As for which kill move was stronger, it was unknown and would only be known after a duel. Of course, even if it was a duel of Sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be the final victor. The Star Immortal body wasn't just for show. In the sky, a blood figure stopped. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's chi presence was dispirited, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. He had a rather gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's kill move was too powerful. The barbaric peak Great Emperor didn't know that he had fought with Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue using a kill move. However, the Sword Rain Great Emperor knew clearly that Wu Chengjue's kill move wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen's. In terms of profundity, Wu Chengjue's kill move wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen's. However, Wu Qingjue's kill move had greater destructive power. In a real duel, Wu Qingjue would definitely be injured. Of course, Li Fuchen would also be injured, and his injuries would be more severe than Wu Qingjue. The bleak wind and bitter rain isn't powerful enough. The next time I see you, I will surely kill you. The Sword Rain Great Emperor took a deep breath and rushed towards the Wu clan. Azure River City, the #1 major city in the River Province. In the surroundings of the Azure River City, there were plenty of clans and sections. Among them, the Tong clan was definitely one of the most famous clans. Similar to the Wu clan, the Tong clan also had saints in their ancestors, and it wasn't just one. In terms of clan's foundation, the Tong clan was superior to the Wu clan. After arriving at the Azure River City, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor booked a private room in a restaurant. He then used the communication token to send a message to Wu Shi and Wu Zhua's aunt. Half a day later, a beautiful young woman rushed over, looking travel-worn. Aunt. Wu Shi and Wu Zhua had seen the beautiful young woman several times. Therefore, they recognized her. This woman was their aunt, Wu Fian. Wu Shi, Wu Zhua. Wu Fian's eyes lit up as she carried Wu Zhua and held Wu Shi's hand. After finding out about the Wu clan situation from the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, Wu Fian's charming face turned cold. Wu Qinkong sure as guts. Her father went missing, her brother and sister-in-law were killed, and now the siblings were being pursued. Wu Fian was burning with rage and wished she could immediately return to the Wu clan to kill Wu Qinkong. But when thinking about the Tong clan situation, Wu Fian's expression turned gloomy again. She alone wouldn't be able to deal with Wu Qinkong. In the end, she was just a daughter-in-law of the Tong clan. Wu Fian, I was wondering why you were in such a hurry. It turns out that your little lover is here. Outside the private room, there was an exasperated voice. After hearing this voice, Wu Fian's expression changed. Tong Qinshan was actually following her. Chapter 741. Bang! The private room's door was kicked open, and a fair-skinned young man with a hint of hostility walked in. Tong Qinshan was a direct descendant of the Tong clan. His strength was not high, but he was still a great emperor. After all, there were no weaklings among those who came from the aristocratic clans. Tong Qinshan, what do you mean? Wu Fian glared at him. Tong Qinshan took a glance at Li Fuchen and sneered. What do I mean? What do you mean by that? Who is this person? Who are these two? Don't tell me they're your bastards. Tong Qinshan's feelings towards Wu Fian were very complicated. He liked her, he felt inferior, and most of all, he felt possessive. Wu Fian was beautiful and elegant, and she was from the Wu family. No one would dislike her. He felt inferior because Wu Fian was around the same age as him, but her strength had always been superior to him. She might even have the strength of a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. However, the more outstanding Wu Fian was, the more suspicious Tong Qinshan became. Get lost. Wu Fian's palm struck towards Tong Qinshan, causing him to stagger backwards. You dare! Tong Qinshan flew into a rage and retaliated with a palm strike. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight in the private room, Li Fuchen waved his hand and separated the two of them. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities, but not now. So powerful! Wu Fian and Tong Qinshan were secretly shocked. Li Fuchen easily separated them and didn't even give them a chance to struggle. His strength was definitely at the level of an expert on the Great Emperor rankings, and his ranking wouldn't be low. Good. Are you bullying my Tong family for not having any experts? Tong Qinshan pointed at Wu Fian and pointed at Li Fuchen before turning to slam the door and leave. This bastard. Wu Fian was so angry that her body trembled. What do we do now? The barbaric Peak Great Emperor asked. To be honest, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor was a little worried about entrusting Wu Shi and Wu Zhua to Wu Fian. Wu Fian said apologetically, stay in Songjiang City for now. I'll arrange everything else. The few of them had just walked out of the restaurant and arrived on the main street when Tong Qinshan came again. This time, he brought along a tall and sturdy youth. Tong Baiwei was the grandson of the Azure River City Lord, Tong Hung. At the same time, he was also a direct descendant of the Tang family. In fact, with the Tang family status, they didn't just control one city. They controlled many cities, and Sangjiang City was just one of them. Brother Budweiser, take them down, Tong Qinshan said hatefully. Brother Baiwei, Qinshan has misunderstood. These two are my nephew and niece. They're here to seek refuge with me. Wu Fian was a little anxious. Tong Baiwei wasn't Tong Qinshan. As the grandson of Tong Hung, Tong Baiwei could control the array of the Azure River City. Although he could only control a portion of it, it was enough to suppress any great emperor. Are they your nephew and niece? Tong Qinshan did not believe it. Wu Fian said coldly, the Wu family has changed. Wu Chenkong seized the position of clan leader and sent people to kill my nephew and niece. Do you think I would joke about this? Qinshan, it seems you have misunderstood Fian, Tong Baiwei said. Tong Qinshan was brilliant. Why didn't you say so earlier? Say it earlier? You've been spouting nonsense since the beginning. What am I supposed to say to you? Aren't I being too concerned? Tong Qinshan turned his head and said to Tong Baiwei, Brother Baiwei, it's fine. I'll let you see a joke. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Don't cause any more trouble. Tong Baiwei nodded and turned to leave. Fian, don't be angry. It's my fault. Tong Qinshan came over to apologize. Don't bother about me. Wu Fian turned around. Li Fuqin found it funny. In fact, this Tong Qinshan wasn't considered too bad. Such a person would easily become irritable and do impulsive things if things didn't go his way. But during normal times, he was still reasonable. There shouldn't be anything else. I will stay in the Azure River City for a few days before leaving. The Azure River City was the #1 major city in the River Province. Li Fuqin needed to understand more about the Saint Spirit continent. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Yin Qingwu and the others. Wu Fian didn't bring Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo back to the Tong clan. She arranged a large courtyard for them in the Azure River City. This courtyard was Wu Fian's personal property. As the days passed, Li Fuqin had a better understanding of the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent was a world of sects and clans. In the entire Saint Spirit continent, there were more than 50 saint sects and saint clans. Due to the massive size of the Saint Spirit continent, the law suppression was too horrific. The saint sects and clans might be powerful, but they weren't able to occupy too much territory. This was also the reason why the Saint Spirit continent was so chaotic. After all, there were too many factions, and each faction had their own territory. It wasn't like the Emperor Sky continent, which was controlled by the 7 elite Emperor-class factions. Within each of the elite Emperor-class factions' territories, there were rules. Anyone who dared to break the rules would be provoking the elite Emperor-class factions and would be easily eliminated. Unless the faction was as powerful as the Blood Sith Union or the Clan of Darkness. Otherwise, no one would dare to act recklessly. As there were too many clans, those clans that were ranked top 100 on the Saint Spirit continent were all extremely powerful clans. For example, the Miao clan, Wu clan, and Tong clan were all top 100 clans, and all of their ancestors at Saints. In comparison, the Tong clan had the strongest foundation, followed by the Miao clan and the Wu clan. Of course, among the top 100 clans, there were plenty of clans that didn't have saints in their ancestors. As for whether there were saints in their ancestors, there was a huge difference. There might be some clans that were ranked at the top of the Saint Spirit continent and had extremely formidable experts on the Great Emperor rankings. But in terms of foundation, they wouldn't be comparable to clans that had saints in their ancestors. After a few thousand years, these clans might perish, but clans that had saints in their ancestors wouldn't perish so easily. After all, these clans were protected by Class 9 arrays and had plenty of trump cards. Even a saint faction wouldn't dare to say that they could eliminate them casually. No wonder the Wu clan's Wu Chenkong wants to seize power. After understanding the situation on the Saint Spirit continent, Li Fuqin understood. Clans that had saints in their ancestors would leave behind plenty of resources and trump cards. But no matter how many resources there were, it wasn't limitless and could only be provided for a limited number of people to cultivate. But who didn't want to become a saint? It was fine if Wu Shi and Wu Zhua's grandfather was still around, but now that their grandfather wasn't around, it was inevitable for people to have thoughts. After all, not everyone would look at the big picture and wholeheartedly contribute to the clan. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqin raised his brows and said, I didn't think that the Sacred Heart Park has such a high ranking. It is actually ranked 9th among the Saint sects on the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent had a total of 24 Saint sections. It was already very terrifying to be ranked 9th among the 24 Saint sections. They were basically the top-class overlords of the Saint Spirit continent. However, Li Fuqin didn't think of going to the Sacred Heart Park to look for Chu Qingyan as it wasn't necessary. After all, he didn't have any friendly relationship with Chu Qingyan. If he were to head to the Sacred Heart Park rashly, who knew what would happen? Azure River City, City Lord Residence. In the City Lord Residence's main hall, City Lord Tong Hung was seated on the host seat. Below him was an elder. Wu Xinhai, why are you looking for me? Tong Heng's expression didn't change. Wu Xinhai was Wu Chengkong's trusted aide. As for the Wu clan's matters, Tong Hung already knew about it. Xinhai is here to seek the City Lord's help. Wu Xinhai cupped his fist. What help? Tong Hung asked. Wu Xinhai said, the Wu clan's descendants, Wu Shi and Wu Zhua, are in this Azure River City. I wish to bring them back. I'm not stopping you, Tong Hung said. Wu Xinhai shook his head. There's an incredible expert beside them. That person defeated our Wu clan's number 2 expert, Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. Oh, he actually defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu? Tong Hung revealed a surprised expression. The Sword Rain Great Emperor was ranked 283rd on the Great Emperor rankings, and Tong Hung was far from a match. Of course, if the Sword Rain Great Emperor dared to come to the Azure River City, even 10 Sword Rain Great Emperors wouldn't be a match for him. You want me to suppress him? That's right. Say it then. What price is your Wu clan prepared to pay? If the opposition didn't offer something that satisfied him, Tong Hung wouldn't make a move. After all, he wasn't suppressing a regular Great Emperor. He was suppressing an expert that was ranked top 300 or even top 200 on the Great Emperor rankings. It was all the same to Tong Hung. Wu Xinhai smiled and stated the price. Chapter 742. Phoenix Unicorn Water Garden was one of the more famous residential areas in Azure River City. In a courtyard of Phoenix Unicorn Water Park, Wu Fian was chatting with Wu Shi and Wu Zhua. Tong Qianshan was also present. Cici, Zhuozhua, don't worry. With your aunt here, you won't have to suffer anymore. Wu Fian promised. Thank you, aunt. Wu Shi nodded. Her eyes were a little red. She and Wu Zhuo were still children, but they had experienced many things that adults could not bear. Not only is your aunt here, but your uncle is also here. Tong Qianshan did his best to redeem his image. Umph. Wu Fian snorted coldly. There was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. I'll go. Tong Qianshan stood up and walked over. Budweiser, why are you here? Who is this? Tong Qianshan opened the door and saw Tong Baiwei and an old man. Tong Baiwei said, Qianshan, no matter what happens later, don't interfere. This is the clan's decision. As he spoke, he led the old man into the yard. Tong Qianshan was at a loss as he closed the courtyard door. Wu Fian and the other two looked over. When they saw the old man, Wu Shi pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, Aunt, he's Wu Chengkong's man. He must be here to take us away. Wu Chengkong's men? Wu Fian's face darkened. The old man was naturally Wu Xinhai. He chuckled. Miss, young master, you are, after all, members of the Wu family. Please follow this old man back. We're not going back. Wu Zhuo unsheathed his sword, exuding an imposing aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low and he was too young. No one cared about him at all. Wu Fian looked at Tong Baiwei and said, Brother Baiwei, what do you mean? Tong Baiwei's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, Our Tong clan and the Wu clan are, after all, old friends. The Wu clan's matters are not our Tong clan's business. You don't have to worry about this matter, Fian. Wu Fian's eyes turned red as she unleashed her killing intent. Today, she would fight anyone who dared to take Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo away. Wu Xinhai, you old fool. At this moment, The barbaric Peak Great Emperor heard the commotion and rushed over with his subordinates. Tong Baiwei's eyes swept across as an invisible force suppressed the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, causing this group of people to be unable to move or speak. As Tong Heng's grandson, even though Tong Baiwei could only control a portion of the array, it was enough to suppress any great emperor. Wu Xinhai smiled coldly. We need to bring these people back as a warning to others. At this moment, how could Tong Qianshan not understand what was going on? Brother Baiwei, Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo are my niece and nephew. Please let them go. Tong Qianshan stood in front of Wu Fian. Tong Baiwei said, Qianshan, I told you earlier that this is the clan's decision. And I can't change it. Tong Qianshan said anxiously, I'll talk to the clan. Not today. Just a moment ago, he said that he would not let Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo suffer. The next moment, he was slapped in the face. How could he accept this? Moreover, he did not want Wu Fian to be sad. Qianshan, there's nothing for you to do here. And Fian, there's nothing for you to do either. Stay at the side. Tong Baiwei had no time to waste with the two of them and directly suppressed them. Hee, young lady, young master, follow me back. Wu Xinhai walked towards Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo with a sinister smile. The two young fellows were shivering and had helpless expressions. As for Wu Fian, who was being suppressed, her eyes were about to crack, and she was filled with grief and indignation. The Wu clan's hand is really long. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist, and Wu Xinhai was instantly killed. In the backyard, Li Fuchen walked over slowly. Tong Baiwei's eyes contracted. It was too fast. Li Fuchen's attack was as fast as a spark, and he wasn't able to protect Wu Xinhai in time. Now that Wu Xinhai was dead, Tong Baiwei didn't know what to do. He couldn't possibly capture Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo personally and send them to the Wu clan, right? Do you know that killing is prohibited in the Azure River City? Tong Baiwei said in a deep voice. It didn't matter how the situation developed. Li Fuchen had already violated the rules by killing someone in the Azure River City. So what if I killed someone? Li Fuchen's hand silently produced a jade talisman. Presumptuous. Tong Baiwei waved his hand, and the heaven and earth power surged unrestrainedly. The horrific array power pressed at Li Fuchen. Tong Heng was the Azure River City Lord and was everyone's senior. If he came over, he would be suspected of bullying the weak. However, it was different if Tong Baiwei came over. In Tong Heng's opinion, it didn't matter if he or Tong Baiwei came over. A Class 9 low-tier array was able to restrain a low-level saint. Even if it could only control a portion of the array, it was enough to suppress a great emperor. Bang boom. However, Tong Heng and Tong Baiwei had underestimated Li Fuchen's strength. When facing an incomplete Class 9 low-tier array, Li Fuchen circulated the hand of Star's chi power and burst out with horrific gravity law. The array power instantly distorted and collapsed. Go! Li Fuchen waved his hand and pulled Wu Shi, Wu Zhuo, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, and the others over. Subsequently, Li Fuchen crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Swish! There was a dazzling radiance as Li Fuchen and the others vanished without a trace. Quasi-Class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman. Tong Baiwei had an extremely gloomy expression. Teleportation talismans had different grades and then the teleportation distance. Logically, the Quasi-Class 9 teleportation talisman shouldn't be able to tear a Class 9 low-tier teleportation array. However, Tong Baiwei wasn't able to fully control the array, and Li Fuchen was too powerful. He was actually able to repel the array power. In the wilderness that was a few thousand miles away from the Azure River City, a light descended and Li Fuchen and the others appeared. The 10,000 miles teleportation talisman could only teleport 10,000 miles. The Saint Spirit continent might have a powerful void storm, but the chances of encountering a void storm within 10,000 miles were too low and were almost negligible. Of course, no one would construct a teleportation array that could only teleport 10,000 miles as it was too wasteful. It is fortunate that I obtained a Quasi-Class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman from the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuchen was silently rejoicing. This quasi-class 9-10,000 miles teleportation talisman was one of his spoils of war. We cannot stay in the Azure River City anymore. The Tong clan and Wu clan have obviously come to an agreement. Li Fuchen said. The barbaric peak, Great Emperor nodded. I should have thought of it. The Tong clan values the Wu clan and not a single member of the Wu clan. What about my aunt? Wu Shi asked with concern. The barbaric peak, Great Emperor said. Your aunt is a member of the Tong clan. She won't be in any danger. After letting out a sigh, Li Fuchen looked at Wu Zhuo and said, You have the 9-star sword Dao bone frame and have exceptional innate talents. I am also rather accomplished in the sword Dao. I wonder if you are willing to acknowledge me as your master? If Wu Zhuo wasn't willing to acknowledge him as a master, Li Fuchen would leave after making arrangements for Wu Zhuo. Of course, if Wu Zhuo was willing to acknowledge him as a master, Li Fuchen would have to bring Wu Zhuo along. Young Master Wu Zhuo, hurry up and agree. The barbaric peak, Great Emperor, was delighted. Wu Zhuo might have the 9-star sword Dao bone frame and was destined to become a saint in the future, but that was at least a few decades or a century later. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao achievement was something that Wu Zhuo couldn't even catch up to. Disciple Wu Zhuo is willing. Even without the barbaric peak Great Emperor's reminder, Wu Zhuo knew that this was a rare opportunity. He quickly knelt down and performed a disciple's greeting. He might only be 7 years old, but he had an innate sensitivity towards sword Dao. The battle between Li Fuchen and the Sword Rain Great Emperor had already left a deep impression in Wu Zhuo's heart. Li Fuchen smiled and nodded. Master, what about my elder sister? Wu Zhuo looked at Wu Shi as he wasn't willing to be separated from his elder sister. Li Fuchen said, Wu Shi, are you willing to become my right-in disciple? Disciple Wu Shi is willing. Wu Shi had a delighted expression. She might only be a right-in disciple, but as long as she could be together with her younger brother, she would be satisfied. All right, you shall follow me from now on. Wu Shi's aptitude was inferior, but she was still an 8-star bone frame and was still able to be a right-in disciple. With the peak-grade airship, Li Fuchen and the others quickly left the Azure River City and flew deeper into the Saint Spirit continent. Azure River City, City Lord Residence. Tong Hung didn't have a great expression. If he knew that Tong Baiwei wasn't capable, he would have gone to suppress Li Fuchen even if he was going to be known as a bully. They shouldn't have escaped far. Tong Baiwei said. Tong Hung said, So what if they can catch up? Even the Sword Rain Great Emperor isn't a match. Who in my Tong clan is a match? The Tong clan didn't have any experts in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings. They only had one expert in the top 200. Furthermore, he wasn't in the Azure River City. Then what should we do? Tong Baiwei wasn't willing to accept it. After all, Li Fuchen escaped from his hands. Tong Hung said, Leave this matter to the Wu clan. They should have a way to track him. After leaving the city, individual strength was the most important. Otherwise, there was no need to discuss anything. Silver airship, inside the cultivation room. Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo were standing there. Li Fuchen asked the duo, What sword arts have you learned? Execute them for me to see. Li Fuchen wanted to see the duo's talent in sword Dao. Let me go first. Wu Shi first displayed a set of relatively beautiful sword techniques. Li Fuchen nodded. No wonder they came from a clan that used swords. Such sword Dao talent was truly rare and precious. Next, it was Wu Zhuo's turn. Wu Zhuo's sword Dao talent surprised Li Fuchen. In his entire life, he had never seen someone with such great sword Dao talent. The 9-star sword Dao bone frame was indeed worthy of being called a 9-star sword Dao bone frame. It was truly rare. Sword Dao is a postnatal Dao. Everyone's sword Dao is different, but the sword Dao has to follow the heaven Dao. Therefore, it will eventually converge. The two of you have rather good sword Dao talent, but it is because of your good sword Dao talent that you need to build a solid foundation. Only then will you be able to develop well in the future. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could teach his disciple well, but he knew that foundation was of utmost importance. Even though the two of them had learned a few sword arts, their foundation was still lacking. From his storage bag, Li Fuchen took out a few hundred manuals. These manuals were all low-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Li Fuchen spent an entire night to write them out. Next, the two of you will have to learn all of these sword arts, and you must learn them to perfection. I will test the two of you then. Li Fuchen said. Yes, master. Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo nodded and were filled with enthusiasm. Time elapsed quickly. The siblings were learning yellow-class low-tier sword arts, while Li Fuchen was studying his primary extreme sword art. As compared to the body refinement Dao, his sword Dao was still too shallow. Chapter 743. Half a month later, Li Fuchen didn't create the first move of the primary extreme sword art. Instead, he pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the 41st rank. If Li Fuchen were to fight with the Sword Rain Great Emperor again, he was 100% confident that he could make the Sword Rain Great Emperor stay. A few days later, the group arrived in the vicinity of the Lu River City, but Li Fuchen didn't plan to enter the city. It was too dangerous to enter the city in the River Province. Once he entered the city, it was the same as entering someone else's territory. Outside the city, Li Fuchen didn't fear anyone below the Saints. Even if he wanted to enter the city, he had to do it outside the River Province. When the primary extreme sword technique reached the 41st rank, Li Fuchen finally had some inspiration. The primary extreme sword technique was the root of the primary extreme sword art. Once the root was grown, it would be easier for a towering tree to grow. In the cultivation room, Li Fuchen used his finger as a sword and couldn't help but practice. After practicing for a long time, there was a burst of inspiration as Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword finger. This finger didn't use any sword energy or sword intent. It was just a simple finger. But Wu Zhuo, who was born with a 9-star sword Dao bone frame, felt a fluctuation in the heaven and earth sword Dao law. It felt as though it was responding to Li Fuchen's finger. Such an incredible sword art. Wu Zhuo's eyes were filled with admiration. Wu Clan, a bunch of trash. After knowing that the Sword Rain Great Emperor was defeated and Wu Xinhai died a miserable death, Wu Changkong was enraged. Leave this matter to me. I am rather interested in this swordsman. He might be able to improve my sword Dao to the next level. Beside him, Sword Extinction, Wu Chengjue said slowly. All right, I shall leave this matter to you. This is the Spirit Needle. Even if they escape to the ends of the world, they will not be able to escape the Spirit Needle's guidance. Wu Qingkong handed Wu Qingjue a palm-sized metal disc. Wu Qingkong was a meticulous person. Before he decided to seize power, he tampered with the Wu clan's array and intercepted a wisp of qi presence from everyone in the Wu clan. With this wisp of qi presence, no one would be able to escape. After keeping the Spirit Needle, Wu Qingjue flashed and left. A voice echoed in Wu Chengkong's ears. 3 months later, bring back their heads. The primary extreme sword art is the sword art that is closest to the origin of the sword Dao. Its ultimate state is the origin sword art. The first move must have a strong intent, otherwise it will affect the subsequent moves. The intention might seem unimportant, but it would affect the direction and upper limit of a sword technique. Of course, Li Fuchen couldn't come up with ideas without thinking. For example, making the primary extreme sword art's first move have the power to destroy the universe was obviously too ambitious and unrealistic. The creation difficulty would be at an unimaginable level, and with Li Fuchen's current sword Dao attainment, it was impossible. Not only did the first move have to be profound, but it also had to be precise. If there weren't these problems, Li Fuchen would have already created the first move of the primary extreme sword art. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the sword heart and was constantly resonating with the sword Dao law in heaven and earth. The deepest layer of inspiration was gathering in his mind, deducing in his spirit's soul, and glowing in his thoughts. On this day, Li Fuchen pointed with his finger again. The sword Dao law in the world started to fluctuate violently. Wu Zhuo's eyes lit up. Based on his innate sensitivity towards the sword Dao, he could feel that his master's attainments in the sword Dao were getting higher and higher. In that instant, he felt that he had left his original world and arrived in a world of the sword Dao. It was a pure sword Dao world, and as far as the eye could see, It was boundless and majestic. To be serious, the Void Heaven Sword world wasn't considered a pure Sword Dao world, because the Void Heaven Sword world contained the Void Law. A pure Sword Dao world would only have Sword Dao law and nothing else. Li Fuchen's first move of the primary extreme sword art was the intention of using the world as the source. 1 week, half a month, in Li Fuchen's mind, countless sword arts were flowing and countless Sword Dao laws were intertwining. Due to the fact that he was still some distance away from creating the first move of the primary extreme sword art, the Sword Dao Qi presence was emitted and actually produced all sorts of anomalies. Some people saw that the peak-grade silver airship in the sky had turned into a giant flying sword. Some people felt as though they saw a mirage. Some people felt as though they saw a sea of swords. Primary extreme sword art, boundless and limitless. Return to the origin, world within a world. On this day, Li Fuchen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out boundless sword lights from his eyes. Swish! Li Fuchen flew out of the silver airship and arrived above the sea of clouds. At this moment, in his mind, countless sword arts had fused into one and countless Sword Dao laws were completed. There was a shocking sword intent that burst out, causing the sky to change colors and the sun and moon to dim down. At the same time, the Sword Dao laws within a radius of a few thousand miles surged towards Li Fuchen. Chi! Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and thrust into the void. Roar! In the void, there were countless sword cries. It felt as though a sea of swords was roaring and tumbling. This place had suddenly turned into a Sword Dao world. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law had temporarily retreated. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law was extremely firm. In order to make it retreat, the difficulty was 10 times or 100 times harder than the Emperor's Sky Continent. Sensing the countless Sword Dao laws appearing and disappearing, Li Fuchen lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he slowly lifted his head. This move shall be called the Sword Sea Horizon. The Sword Sea Horizon was a pure Sword Dao world, and this was something the Void Heaven Sword world couldn't compare with. With the primary extreme sword technique and the primary extreme sword art, Li Fuchen believed that his strength had at least doubled. If he was to fight with the Sword Rain Great Emperor, he was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill the Sword Rain Great Emperor. Congratulations, Master, for reaching completion of the Sword Dao. After returning to the silver airship, Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo quickly congratulated. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "It isn't considered completion, it is just a minor accomplishment. In order to reach completion of the Sword Dao, one would need to create a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Even a saint would have a hard time creating a heaven-class peak-tier martial art. If a saint possessed a heaven-class peak-tier martial art, that saint would definitely be considered an extremely formidable saint. Generally speaking, a saint would only be close to the extremity of the martial Dao. Benefactor's Sword Dao talent is too high. Even the Wu clan's #1 expert, Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue, wouldn't be comparable to Benefactor in terms of Sword Dao talent. I reckon that only the top few Sword Dao Great Emperors would be able to compete with Benefactor." The barbaric peak Great Emperor was filled with emotions and excitement. With Li Fuchen around, they didn't need to be afraid of Wu Qingjue. Speak of the devil. 1 month later, Wu Qingjue had caught up. "Do you think you can just leave after seizing my Wu clan's peak-grade silver airship?" A figure that was as straight as a sword blocked the path of the peak-grade silver airship. Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue. The barbaric peak Great Emperor's expression changed. Li Fuchen walked off the airship and asked, "You are the Wu clan's #1 expert?" Li Fuchen was able to create the primary extreme sword arts, first move, Sword Sea Horizon, because of the inspiration from the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. Now that there was an even more incredible Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue, Li Fuchen was naturally excited. "You still have a chance to commit suicide now." Wu Qingjue stood with his hands behind his back. His long and narrow eyes were emitting a biting cold radiance. "Commit suicide? You overestimate yourself. I wonder if the Wu clan can still maintain a high profile after killing you. He could spare the Sword Rain Emperor, but he would definitely kill Wu Qingjue." Even if he had to use his physique refinement strength, he wouldn't hesitate. If he didn't guess wrongly, the Wu clan must have intercepted the aura presences of the barbaric Peak, Great Emperor, and the others. Therefore, even if they fled to the ends of the world, the Wu clan would still be able to catch up. Since that was the case, he had to sever the sharpest sword of the Wu clan. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know. Die. Wu Qingjue could see that Li Fuchen was very strong. In fact, if Li Fuchen could defeat the sword-reigned Great Emperor, Wu Yu, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was already extremely close to Wu Qingjue. However, the 283rd rank of the Great Emperor rankings and the top 100 ranks of the Great Emperor rankings had a huge difference. If Wu Qingjue was willing, he could take the sword-reigned Great Emperor's life within 100 moves. A sword appeared in Wu Qingjue's hand as he brandished it. Countless sword lights were shot at Li Fuchen. These sword lights were filled with a sword intent that could destroy everything. They were like sword lights from hell. The moment an expert made a move, it would be clear whether or not there was a real expert. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up, and he too brandished his sword. Kacha, kacha, kacha. There was the sound of the void shattering. The space between the duo had turned into ruins of laws, and everything had turned into nothingness. Li Fuchen and Wu Qingjue, who were at the edge of the ruins, were like gods of the sword as they stood there unmoving. Wu Qingjue stared at Li Fuchen closely. No wonder you can defeat Wu Yu. You have such strength, but it isn't enough. I shall let you know why I, Wu Qingjue, am known as the Sword Extinction. Extinguish life and death, limitlessly emotionless. Wu Qingjue spun the artifact sword in his hand, and it felt as though he had turned into a sword. Countless terrifying sword lights were shot out from his body, and his entire body was glowing. Without a doubt, Wu Qingjue's sword Dao proficiency was also close to extremity. But if they were both close to extremity, the difference would be extremely huge. It was very normal for the difference between the strong and the weak to be 100 or even 1,000 times. It was just like speed. At the start, the increase would be very fast, but the closer one was to the limit of speed, the difference would be limitless. Just in time. After creating the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely improved greatly. All of his previous sword moves had reached a new level. Seeing Wu Qingjue's attack, Li Fuchen's sword trembled and produced countless afterimages. Immediately after, countless meteors burst out. Sword move, meteor fall. The sword lights and meteors clashed. Li Fuchen and Wu Qingjue's figures quickly clashed too. The battle between Li Fuchen and the sword-reigned Great Emperor was still traceable, and the barbaric Peak Great Emperor was more or less able to see some mysteries. However, the battle between Li Fuchen and Wu Qingjue wasn't mysterious at all. When one closed their eyes, there would be a constant sound of slicing. It was the sound of the sword Dao law being sliced. The duo were frenziedly slicing at each other's sword Dao law, and were also looking for flaws. Extinguish life and death, extinguish life and death. At the climax of the battle, Wu Qingjue burst out with his kill move. In the chaotic void, there was a dazzling sword ring. Just by looking at the sword ring, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor could feel his vitality slipping away and his spirit's soul sinking. This was a sword move that was sure to kill. Once he was surrounded by it, he wouldn't be able to control his life and death. Sword Sea Horizon. A clear voice echoed in the world, and the sword ring was suddenly destroyed. Immediately after, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor saw countless bloody holes appearing on Wu Qingjue's body. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor's eyes widened. Chapter 744. The Sword Sea Horizon was too powerful. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen could do as he pleased. Wu Qingjue's sword intent couldn't even protect himself as it was shattered. A blood shadow burst out, and Wu Qingjue quickly retreated. His speed had reached an astounding speed. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. How could he not see that Wu Qingjue was wearing a heaven-class high-tier artifact armor? With this artifact armor, Li Fuchen's sword move was only able to injure Wu Qingjue lightly, and the injuries looked horrific. As expected, the bloody holes on Wu Qingjue's body started to close up. Wu Qingjue lifted his head and stared at Li Fuchen with murderous intent. He had underestimated Li Fuchen. He had completely underestimated Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen fought with Wu Yu, he definitely didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, Wu Yu would definitely be dead. While staring at Li Fuchen, Wu Qingjue said slowly, "I want you dead. You aren't able to do it." The sword intent of the sword sea horizon was condensing while Li Fuchen locked his eyes on Wu Qingjue. The Wu clan's foundation isn't something you can imagine. After finishing the statement, a ring on Wu Qingjue's right middle finger started to glow. Horrific power surged into Wu Qingjue's body, causing his chi presence to climb to a higher level. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact? Li Fuchen felt the power of a saint. Life and death extermination, merciless and limitless. Using the power of the heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, Bright Saint Ring, Wu Qingjue wasn't able to execute his kill move. Because the kill move required perfect control of every bit of power and sword intent. Despite the case, the power of this sword move had already greatly surpassed the power of the kill move. It was just like a saint's attack. The sword light that carried the power to destroy everything suddenly attacked. Li Fuchen felt as though a sun had appeared in front of him. The dazzling radiance made him unable to open his eyes. His entire body and all of his vitality had been locked by the sword chi. If Li Fuchen stopped here, he would be turned into nothingness by this sword move, and not a single trace of vitality would be left. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen countered with a sword move. The boundless sword prowess enveloped the sword prowess that was radiating with boundless radiance. In the sky, there were intense flashes of radiance. It was unknown how many times it was created and extinguished in an instant. Everyone had lost their judgment of light and darkness. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. If it wasn't for his body refinement strength, he would have been dead by now. With the support from the heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, Wu Qingjue was a half-saint. Master, Wu Shi and Wu Zhue screamed through the transparent walls of the silver airship. "It is your honor to die under my sword." Wu Qingjue sneered. Under the influence of the sword intent, he looked cruel and cold-blooded. What a heaven-grade high-rank artifact. Si Li and Li Fuchen was Chun who was standing in without damage. Fuchen, he said. Chun said. Wu. Although the other party's sword was unbelievably strong, under the Sword Sea Horizon's counterattack, it could not even break through the law force field on the surface of his body, not to mention injuring his star immortal body. Li let out. Fuchen's long as he Wu. Circulated. Li Wu Wu in. He the Wu. In fact, Wu Qingjue had a heaven-grade high-tier artifact, and so did he. This cardinal artifact was the Skull Great Emperor's White-Bone Saint Crown. But the White-Bone Saint Crown's power had a huge conflict with Li Fuchen's own power. Therefore, he didn't think of refining it. It seems like you have some artifacts too. But so what? In front of a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, everything is useless. Wu Qingjue knew how precious a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact was. Apart from the ancient aristocratic clans and sects, there were no traces of heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifacts. When the sword was executed, the dazzling and destructive sword prowess attacked again. Wu Qingjue, it is a pity that my strongest move isn't the sword Dao, it is the body refinement Dao. When facing the sword prowess that felt like it was going to devour the world, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike. This palm strike was boundless and felt like it came from the depths of the universe. It was going to destroy the stars and cleave the sun and moon. Wu Qingjue's sword prowess might be able to devour the world, but as compared to the universe, it was like a drop in the ocean and wasn't worth mentioning. Swish! The sword prowess was split apart and a palm print blasted on Wu Qingjue's body, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. No! Wu Qingjue was stunned. He didn't understand how Li Fuchen's strength could be so powerful. Even the top 10 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings were inferior. Flee! The bright saint ring was pushed to the limits, and a sacred light enveloped Wu Qingjue before shooting into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuqian executed another palm strike. The palm prowess ignored the distance between them and blasted on Wu Qingjue's body. Bang! There was an explosion of blood, and Wu Qingjue had instantly perished. Li Fuqian's body refinement was already at the completion level of Law Fei's realm and was equivalent to the 9th level of Law Fei's realm in qi cultivation. Furthermore, his body refinement Dao was invincible in the same realm. It wasn't a lie, it was the truth. When complemented with the tyrannical hand of Star, it was already incredible that Wu Qingjue wasn't killed on the first palm strike. Once Li Fuqian executed the second palm strike, Wu Qingjue wouldn't be able to survive. Li Fuqian extended his hand and pulled all of Wu Qingjue's belongings into his hand. Master 1. Yay! Wu Shi and Wu Zhua high-fived and cheered. Dual cultivation of sword and body refinement. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuqian's strength had definitely exceeded the limits of a Great Emperor. He wasn't sure what level Li Fuqian was at, but he had a feeling that Li Fuqian wasn't inferior to the top 10 of the Great Emperor rankings. With such strength, Li Fuqian could dominate the Saint Spirit continent. If a saint didn't appear, Li Fuqian would be nearly invincible. Young master and young lady truly followed an incredible master. The barbaric peak Great Emperor wasn't a fool and knew clearly that with Li Fuqian's proficiency, it was almost certain that Li Fuqian would become a saint. Wu clan, once Wu Qingjue died, his soul tablet had also shattered. The deacon that was guarding the soul hall felt his legs go soft and nearly fainted. Not good. The soul tablet has shattered. The second master's soul tablet has shattered. Wu Changkong was the patriarch, and as the younger brother of the patriarch, Wu Qingjue was naturally the second master. The upper echelons of the Wu clan had rushed over after receiving the news. When they saw that Wu Qingjue's soul tablet had shattered, they looked as though they had lost their souls. Wu Qingjue was even more important to the Wu clan than Wu Qingkong. In fact, it was all thanks to Wu Qingjue that Wu Changkong was able to seize the authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the patriarch. It could be said that Wu Qingjue was the Wu clan's cornerstone and the Wu clan signboard. Once Wu Qingjue died, the Wu clan wouldn't decline rapidly, but it wasn't any better either. In the past, whenever the Wu clan was mentioned, everyone would mention sword extinction, Wu Qingjue, who wouldn't give face to anyone below the saints. Right now, the sword reign Great Emperor, Wu Yu, wasn't able to hold up such a huge facade. Qingjue. Wu Qingkong's voice was mournful and heartbroken. Half of it was because of their brotherly relationship, while the other half was because of other reasons. Who is it? Who killed Qingjue? Wu Changkong gritted his teeth, and his eyes were red. He didn't think that Li Fuqian killed Wu Qingjue. Something must have happened along the way. It was a pity that he didn't know anything. On this day, the Wu clan was unprecedentedly silent. On the silver airship, Li Fuqian sized up the ring on his hand. This ring had a simple and imposing design and contained a trace of Heaven Dao presence. Anything that contained the Heaven Dao presence was definitely a great item. So this ring is called the Bright Saint Ring. After extending his spiritual awareness inside, Li Fuqian found out the name of the ring. The Bright Saint Ring contained extreme pure yang energy. This pure yang energy was almost equivalent to the qi of a saint that cultivated the pure yang Dao. It was truly blazing and boundless. It was fortunate that Wu Qingjue didn't cultivate the pure yang Dao. Otherwise, with the support of the Bright Saint Ring, it wouldn't be so easy for Li Fuqian to defeat Wu Qingjue, let alone kill him. This Bright Saint Ring is much better than the White Bone Saint Crown. I shall refine it first. The White Bone Saint Crown was too evil and wasn't suitable for Li Fuqian. If it was the Skull Great Emperor, it would take at least a few dozen years to refine the Bright Saint Ring. But in Li Fuqian's hands, the Bright Saint Ring was refined in just a week. With a flash, Li Fuqian flew out of the silver airship and arrived at a high altitude. Boom! After activating the Bright Saint Ring, Li Fuqian instantly felt a horrific pure yang energy pouring into his body. At this moment, Li Fuqian felt his strength rising steadily from the 6th level of Law Phase realm to the peak level of 9th level of Law Phase realm. It was an increase of 3 to 4 levels of strength. His body felt like it was inflated, and he had endless strength and energy. As expected, I'm unable to execute the Void Heaven Sword World and Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen felt that his control of his power and sword intent wasn't perfect anymore. The Void Heaven Sword World and Sword Sea Horizon required perfect control of one's power before they could be executed. But it is already incredible. Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword finger. There was a burst of dazzling radiance, and it felt as though the void was pierced through. With the support of the bright Saint Ring, the meteor fall's power had reached an extremely horrifying level. Even Li Fuchen felt extreme pressure from the sword prowess that froze time and space. Unknowingly, the group had left the River Province, passed the Southern Cloud Province, and arrived at the Strange Mountain Province. The Strange Mountain Province had many strange mountains. Due to the complicated terrain, this place was filled with filth, and it was considered a rather chaotic province. Half Mountain City was a city that was built on a mountain peak. At a glance, it was a majestic mountain peak. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, it was filled with city buildings, pavilions, and tall towers. It might be smaller than a city on flat land, but it was much more flourishing and flourishing. We have been traveling for a few months. Let's rest here for a period of time. Li Fuchen kept the silver airship and led the group into Half Mountain City. Have you heard? There's going to be a massive auction recently. I heard that all sorts of heaven-class high-tier artifacts will be appearing. On the street, Li Fuchen heard everyone discussing and paid attention to a sentence. Auction hunt. Li Fuchen was planning to auction off his white-boned Saint Crown and some other useless items too. On the Emperor Sky Continent and the Saint Spirit Continent, Li Fuchen had killed plenty of people and naturally had plenty of spoils of war. Chapter 745. After finding an inn to stay in, Li Fuchen and the others first had a feast. During these few days on the silver airship, they had been eating rations, and everyone was rather frugal. If they couldn't even satisfy their appetite, then what was the point of cultivation? After finishing the feast, it was already nighttime. Outside the city, there were roars of beasts and howls of ghosts. It was abnormally horrifying. On the next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the auction hall where the auction was going to be held. Dear customer, may I ask what business do you have? An attendant of the auction hall welcomed Li Fuchen. I wish to auction something. Call your supervisor over. Li Fuchen said. The attendant didn't immediately call for the supervisor. Instead, he said, this auction is of a very high standard. We won't accept regular items. The base price must be at least 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. What about this item? Li Fuchen took out a few heaven-class mid-tier equipment. The Saint Spirit Continent might be flourishing with martial Dao, but there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Heaven-class equipment were in high demand. Even a regular heaven-class low-tier equipment would cost at least a few thousand or 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Heaven-class mid-tier equipment would cost at least 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Normally, equipment stores would only sell heaven-class low-tier equipment. Heaven-class mid-tier equipment would only be sold in top-notch equipment stores. Furthermore, they would basically be sold as soon as they appeared. Enough, it is enough. The attendant quickly went to call for the supervisor. This auction hall was called the Long Rainbow Auction Hall, and it was one of the properties of the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was renowned in the entire Saint Spirit Continent and was backed by a Saint clan. In just a short moment, a middle-aged supervisor with a short beard and a rather dark complexion walked over. He was at the 9th level of Law Phase realm. This friend, my family name is Wang. Please come in. Manager Wang invited Li Fuchen into the small conference room. All right. Li Fuchen followed in. Friend, take out all your treasures. Manager Wang smiled and said. Clang. Li Fuchen took out a huge pile of items. Manager Wang narrowed his eyes. This was a little too much. He had seen plenty of people who came to auction their items, but it wasn't even 10% of what Li Fuchen had. After a short moment, Manager Wang set a base price for these items, and it was a total of 15 million high-grade spirit stones. It also meant that the auction hall would have to pay Li Fuchen 15 million high-grade spirit stones first. If the items were sold at a higher price, they would have to pay Li Fuchen the subsequent earnings. Of course, the auction hall would also have to collect handling fees. Li Fuchen originally thought that this was the end, but who knew that Li Fuchen would take out another artifact? This treasure was the heaven-grade high-rank secret treasure, the Holy White Bone Crown. Heaven-grade high-rank secret treasure? Steward Wang's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Heaven-grade high-tier secret treasures were treasures that even great emperors would go crazy for. If a regular great emperor had a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, they would be able to squeeze into the great emperor rankings. In fact, they might even be ranked at the top. If a great emperor on the great emperor rankings obtained a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, their ranking would easily increase by 10-folds. It wasn't exaggerating to say that a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact was several times more valuable than Li Fuchen's previous treasures. At this moment, Manager Wang had the intention to kill and seize the artifact. In fact, he had done it before, but he knew how to judge the person. There were some people he could kill, and some he couldn't. Li Fuchen obviously wasn't someone to be trifled with, and Manager Wang wasn't able to deal with him. But this was the auction hall, and if Manager Wang wanted to forcefully deal with Li Fuchen, he was confident he could deal with Li Fuchen. For a moment, Manager Wang lowered his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen leisurely took a sip of tea. Since he dared to come to the auction hall, he had already made all sorts of preparations. If Manager Wang dared to do anything foolish, Li Fuchen would immediately kill him and leave the auction hall. Li Fuchen believed that with his strength, even if he was trapped by Class 9 low-tier array, he wouldn't be captured without putting up a fight. This was his greatest reliance. After a long time, Manager Wang let out a breath and said slowly, "This cardinal artifact's base price is 30 million high-grade spirit stones." It also meant that the auction hall had to pay Li Fuchen an advance of 45 million high-grade spirit stones. It was 45 million. When the auction ended, 45 million might become 145 million or even 245 million. It was an astronomical figure, which was equivalent to the wealth of dozens of ordinary great emperors. Li Fuchen shook his head. "It is too low. I want an advance of 60 million high-grade spirit stones." He didn't believe that these items wouldn't be able to be auctioned for 60 million high-grade spirit stones. "This is against the rules," Manager Wang said. "Rules are set by humans. Furthermore, you said the base price, and it is whatever you want. It is obvious that I am at a disadvantage." Li Fuchen wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the follow-up income, but just in case, he still wanted to get a higher advance. "I cannot make the decision for this matter. I will go and invite the chief manager." Every auction house had a chief steward. All right. While speaking, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness. After 15 minutes, the small conference room's door opened. Including Manager Wang, a total of 4 individuals walked in. They were an elder with a ruddy complexion and sharp eyes. There were also 2 middle-aged men with reserved chi presences. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. This chief manager was obviously a great emperor, but Li Fuchen paid attention to the 2 middle-aged men. Their chi presences weren't inferior to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. In fact, no one knew how many great emperors there were on the Saint Spirit continent. The great emperor rankings weren't that accurate either. There would always be people who weren't willing to be famous. Apart from the top rankers on the great emperor rankings, the rest of the rankings were basically insignificant. Heaven-class, high-tier, cardinal artifact. "Is it yours?" The chief manager pointed at the white-bone Saint Crown and asked, "Isn't it obvious? Apart from mine, who else is it?" Li Fuchen didn't speak politely, mainly because the chief manager asked a question. "How can you speak to the chief manager?" One of the 2 middle-aged men stood up and questioned. "You don't have the right to interrupt." Li Fuchen glared and burst out with horrific chi prowess. The 2 of them were sent flying and crashed into the wall of the small conference room. The wall might have the support of an array, but there were still some cracks. SS. Manager Wang took a deep breath of cold air. The 2 of them were the protectors of the Long Rainbow Auction Hall. Even if their strength was on the Great Emperor rankings, they would be ranked in the top 8,000 or 9,000. If they couldn't even withstand Li Fuchen's chi prowess, then how strong was Li Fuchen? It seemed like he had to consider this carefully. The chief manager took a deep look at Li Fuchen and said with a smile, 60 million it is. You have great skills. We were too reckless. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I don't mind you having such thoughts, but you better think thrice before you act. Otherwise, I don't mind turning this place into a river of blood. Hearing the statement, the chief manager's face turned slightly pale. He could feel a murderous intent that was as deep as the galaxy from Li Fuchen. He could imagine the consequences if Li Fuchen was infuriated. His long rainbow auction hall might have a trump card, but who knew if it would be useful? He didn't dare to take the risk. Just like that, the long rainbow auction hall simply paid Li Fuchen an advance of 60 million. After Li Fuchen left, the chief manager's face turned dark. He's rather arrogant. Chief manager, what are we going to do next? Manager Wang asked. Observe quietly and remember not to act recklessly. Chapter 746. The following days were quite leisurely. Li Fuchen would occasionally give pointers to Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi while strolling around Half Mountain City during the rest of the time. On this day, Li Fuchen was seated near the window of the tea house. He asked the barbaric Peak Great Emperor who killed Wu Zhuo's parents. No matter what, since he had become their master, he had to bear their hopes of revenge. The reason why Zhang Xian didn't ask about it earlier was because he was busy creating the primary extreme swordsmanship, and he didn't want to be distracted. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor sighed and said, It's the Saint Clan, the High Clan. The High Clan had only become a Saint Clan in recent years. In the early years, the High Clan had enmity with the Wu Clan, especially with the previous clan head. Hence, when a saint appeared in the High Clan, the first thing they wanted to do was to take revenge. However, the Wu Clan had the protection of the Class 9 low-tier array, and it was impossible for the High Clan to eradicate the Wu Clan. It was just that Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi were pitiful, as they had lost their grandfather and parents at an early age. A low-level saint. Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence to fight with a saint. He might be able to exchange a palm strike with a low-level demonic beast overlord, but at the same realm, a saint was much stronger than a demonic beast overlord. Soon, the auction began. Normally, a city would have a few dozen great emperors. However, on the day of the auction, there were more than 100 great emperors. Many of them were famous great emperors. Look, it's the sky-shattering Great Emperor. The Sky-Ren Great Emperor is ranked top 800 on the Great Emperor rankings. I didn't expect him to be nearby. Yuang is here as well. Her ranking is even higher compared to the sky-shattering Great Emperor. The Knight of the Saint Spirit Continent could only hinder those ordinary people. For the Great Emperors, there was almost no danger at night, unless they were unlucky enough to encounter a Beastkin Great Emperor or a top demon overlord. Therefore, the Great Emperors of a city would change every few years. When the auction was held, the surrounding Great Emperors would come after hearing the news. Just as the auction was about to begin, a heavyweight arrived. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. In their line of sight, a crimson-haired middle-aged man was walking toward them. As he took a step forward, everyone seemed to see an overwhelming sea of blood surging toward them, and they could not help but take a step back. Blood Emperor, ranked 57th on the Great Emperor rankings. His Blood True technique was almost invincible. Li Fuchen and the barbaric Peak Great Emperor came to the auction together. In the VIP private room, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor looked outside and smacked his lips. There are so many Great Emperors. There are at least 500 to 600. He didn't have good eyesight like Li Fuchen. He was able to see through some chi presences, but he wasn't sure about those that didn't. Li Fuchen said, there are around 1,000 of them. As the auction house was filled to the brim, an auctioneer with a steady aura walked onto the stage. Pa! The auction hammer struck, and the auction officially began. This auction was undoubtedly very grand. There were thousands of items being auctioned, and there was no lack of treasures among them. For hours later, apart from the white-boned Saint Crown, the rest of the items that Li Fuchen sent for the auction had been sold. Li Fuchen calculated, and the total price was 48 million high-grade spirit stones. It was more than 3 times the reserve price. The 888th auction item is a Heaven-class high-tier treasure saber, the Extreme Black Saber. The starting price is 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Once the Extreme Black Saber appeared, it instantly caused an uproar. Just like martial arts, Heaven-class high-tier equipment were extremely precious. Heaven-class high-tier martial arts were crucial to becoming a great emperor, while Heaven-class high-tier equipment were crucial to becoming a top-notch great emperor. As compared to Heaven-class mid-tier equipment, Heaven-class high-tier equipment was dozens of times more valuable. 5, 2 million. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. The Extreme Black Saber's price was constantly climbing like a rocket. 10 million. Li Fuchen raised his paddle. The barbaric peak Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen with a puzzled expression. Li Fuchen was a swordsman. Why would he need a saber? Li Fuchen didn't explain, as he wasn't buying the saber for himself. Yin Qingwu also used a saber and had a special liking for the Extreme Black Saber. Li Fuchen was planning to bid for it as a gift for her. 12 million. A vigorous voice rang out. It was the Sky Ren Great Emperor. The Sky Ren Great Emperor was also a saber wielder, but his saber was only a Heaven-class mid-tier artifact saber. If he could obtain the Extreme Black Saber, his strength would definitely be in the top 500 or even the top 300. 15 million. Li Fuchen didn't lack high-grade spirit stones. Without including his future earnings, he already had more than 100 million high-grade spirit stones. 15 million wasn't considered much. 18 million. This brother, please give me the Sky Ren Great Emperor some face. The Sky Ren Great Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. The auction hall was originally isolated by an array to prevent anyone from being threatened and not daring to bid. It was a pity that the auction hall's array was only a quasi-class 9 array. The Sky Ren Great Emperor was still able to transmit a message if he used a little strength. Li Fuchen ignored the Sky Ren Great Emperor and bid 20 million. The Sky Ren Great Emperor's face turned dark as he increased the bid to 21 million. This brother, there are some things that you can't keep even if you obtain them. Why don't you do me a favor? The Sky Ren Great Emperor had to obtain the Extreme Black Saber, but he didn't wish to spend too many high-grade spirit stones. 25 million. Li Fuchen immediately increased the bid by 4 million. Right now, the Sky Ren Great Emperor didn't transmit a message anymore, but his heart was already filled with murderous intent. Since Li Fuchen didn't want his face, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Who is that person? He is so courageous to actually compete with the Sky Ren Great Emperor. I have seen the person inside before. He seems to be only at the 6th level of Law Phase Realm. TSK, a 6th level Law Phase Realm actually dares to be so arrogant. Everyone was in heated discussions and whispering to each other. Ultimately, the Extreme Black Saber was won by Li Fuchen. 889 auction item. Heaven-class high-tier Destiny Herb. There are plenty of people here who should be 7-star bone frames. With this Destiny Herb, they will be able to instantly reach the 8-star bone frame. Of course, 8-star bone frames can also consume the Destiny Herb to upgrade their bone frame to a higher level. Without further ado, the starting bid of the Destiny Herb is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. There is no need to explain the preciousness of the Destiny Herb. Most of the people might be 8-star bone frames, but there is still a difference between 8-star bone frames and 8-star bone frames. The difference would be reflected in daily cultivation and perception. 600,000, 700,000, 750,000. The sounds of bids rang out incessantly. I didn't expect to encounter the Destiny Herb on the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen smiled and raised his paddle to bid 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5 million high-grade spirit stones had shocked everyone. Those 7-star bone frames didn't have so many high-grade spirit stones to bid, while the 8-star bone frames felt that one. 5 million high-grade spirit stones wasn't worth it. As for top-class Great Emperors like the Sky Rend Great Emperor, their bone frames were already at the extremity of 8-star. Furthermore, they had consumed the Destiny Herb in the past and didn't feel any effects, therefore, they naturally wouldn't bid. Just like that, Li Fuchen obtained the Destiny Herb at a price of 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones. The auction was gradually coming to an end, and the auction hall's atmosphere had reached the peak. During this period of time, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact armor appeared and was won by the Blood Emperor for 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Logically, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact armor's price shouldn't just be 40 million high-grade spirit stones, but the competitor was the Blood Emperor. Apart from the top 100 experts of the Great Emperor rankings, no one dared to offend the Blood Emperor. Even the Sky Rend Great Emperor and Yuang had only bid a few times before giving up. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. As of now, the white-boned Saint Crown still hadn't appeared. The auction hall might be planning to use the white-boned Saint Crown as the finale item, but Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't that simple. I hope you don't force me. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath and withdrew his murderous intent. As expected, even when the finale item was brought out, the white-boned Saint Crown still wasn't seen. What great long rainbow auction hall! Li Fuchen sneered while his eyes flickered with radiance. Make your preparations. At the backstage, the chief manager was on guard. He didn't believe that the auction hall's trump card wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. If it was any other item, they would think twice before bidding, but Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifacts were too important and rarely appear in auctions. Everyone would keep it for themselves, and no one would auction it. After considering for a few days, the chief manager still decided to keep the white-boned Saint Crown. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was backed by the Saint Clan, the Gao Clan. The Gao Clan developed their merchant guild in order to collect rare artifacts to strengthen their clan. If the chief manager was to offer the white-boned Saint Crown, he was certain that he would definitely be promoted. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't make a move and left the auction hall with the barbaric peak Great Emperor. As for the Black Extreme Saber and Destiny Herb that were auctioned earlier, they had already been delivered to him after the prices were confirmed. Chief Manager, he has left. One of the individuals whispered into the chief manager's ear. It is good that he has left. Everyone can be harmonious. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. The chief manager let out a breath of relief while his eyes revealed a trace of pride. He might be a little suspicious, but Li Fuchen didn't seem like a person who was afraid of trouble. How could he just let the matter go? But so what? This was Half Mountain City. What else could Li Fuchen do? Even the Blood Emperor wouldn't act recklessly in the city. Of course, if the target was the Blood Emperor, the chief manager wouldn't offend him like this. After leaving the auction hall, Li Fuchen immediately led everyone out of the city. The reason why he didn't flip out during the auction was because he was worried he couldn't protect Wu Shi, Wu Zhua, and the others. After all, he didn't have the quasi-class 9-10,000 miles teleportation talisman. Even if he had it, he wouldn't take the risk. After exiting Half Mountain City, Li Fuchen asked the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others to wait for him outside. Wu Zhua asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "Killing people." While speaking, Li Fuchen entered the city again. At this moment, the auction had already ended and everyone was walking out. Li Fuchen sneered and walked in. Inside the auction hall, most of the people had left and the chief manager was making arrangements. "Chief Manager, he is here again." "Who is it?" The chief manager lifted his head and saw Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "I said before to think before you do anything. Otherwise, I don't mind turning the Long Rainbow Auction Hall into a river of blood. It is a pity that you didn't take my word seriously." "You dare!" The chief manager yelled out and waved his hand. The auction hall's array revolved violently, and the horrific array power-pressed at Li Fuchen. Boom! The Hand of Star circulated its chi power and burst out with chi spirit to blast the auction hall into smithereens. The so-called quasi-class 9 array was simply no different from tofu in front of Li Fuchen's attack. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Chapter 747. Li Fuchen's strength was extremely powerful. A single burst of strength was enough to cause a large number of Law Phase realm emperors to explode. Kill him. The chief manager staggered back and sat on the ground while yelling at the other protectors. With the addition of the 2 protectors that appeared earlier, the auction hall had a total of 8 protectors. Each of them was stronger than the other. The leader of the protectors was even stronger than the Red Star Josh Chief. He brandished his spear, and the spear was like a roaming dragon that swept at Li Fuchen. The other 7 protectors attacked from other directions. Li Fuchen grinned and walked forward casually as though he couldn't see the 8 of them attacking him. Kill. 8 attacks blasted at Li Fuchen from 8 different angles. Boom. It wasn't Li Fuchen that died, it was the 8 protectors. Their bodies instantly exploded into blood mist. With a wave of the hand, Manager Wang also exploded. Finally, Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the chief manager to his hand. Do you regret it? Li Fuchen asked. If you dare to kill me, the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan will not let you off. You still have a chance to stop now. The chief manager put on a tough front while feeling weak inside. I am asking you, do you regret it? Li Fuchen looked at the chief manager as though he was looking at a dead man. The chief manager had collapsed. He wasn't just regretting, he was regretting so much that his intestines were turning green. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so powerful, he wouldn't dare to embezzle Li Fuchen's items, even if he had 10 guts. It is useless to regret it. I said before, if you provoke me, this place will be filled with rivers of blood. Bang! The chief manager's body exploded. After keeping everything that should be kept, Li Fuchen flashed and flew out of the city. What is going on? Many of the people that didn't walk far felt the ground shaking. When they turned back, the entire auction hall had turned into ruins. Everyone gulped down their saliva and had an expression of disbelief. Their imaginations ran wild, and they thought that someone had destroyed the auction house and plundered its wealth. After all, the auction had just ended, and there were an unprecedented number of upper spirit stones. Judging from the scale of today's auction, there were at least 1 billion, if not 2 billion. As though to confirm their thoughts, a figure shot out from the ruins of the auction hall and flew out of the city. Interesting. The Blood Emperor, who was in the crowd, grinned and followed him. By the time the news of the auction hall's destruction reached the city lord residence, Li Fuchen had already left Half Mountain City. In a small valley, Essence Chi was vibrating. From time to time, Saber Chi would soar into the sky, bringing up large pieces of rocks. In the middle of the valley was a top-grade silver airship. Outside the silver airship, the sky-shattering Great Emperor was attacking frantically. Once Li Fuchen left the auction hall, the Sky-Rend Great Emperor sent someone to follow, hence the current scene. Fortunately, the defense of the peak-grade silver airship was outstanding. After all, it was worth tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Even a low-level Great Monarch might not be able to break through the peak-grade silver airship, let alone the sky-splitting Great Arch. Of course, if Li Fuchen was a little later, the silver airship would have been destroyed sooner or later. Sensing the commotion in the small valley, Li Fuchen's expression darkened as he increased his speed. Sky-shattering Great Emperor, you're courting death. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the small valley. You're not inside? The Sky-Rend Great Ruler was extremely astonished as he thought that Li Fuchen was inside the silver airship. You came at the right time, Dai. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor cleaved at Li Fuchen. As the cleave was executed, a lotus flower image appeared in the void. As a top 800 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings, the Sky-Rend Great Emperor saber art was naturally close to extremity. If it was a regular person, that person would have been cleaved into 8 pieces. You are the one who is going to die. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to contest sword art with the Sky-Rend Great Emperor and immediately blasted a fist. The fist force was like a comet and had an irresistible force. After penetrating the lotus flower image, it blasted the Sky-Rend Great Emperor apart. Until death, the Sky-Rend Great Emperor didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream. What a formidable body refinement, Great Emperor. Outside the small valley, the Blood Emperor stood in the air with a grave expression. Previously, he was planning to take advantage of Li Fuchen, but after seeing Li Fuchen killing the Sky Ren Great Emperor in a single fist, he couldn't help but hesitate. Blood Emperor, you wish to die too? After keeping the Sky Ren Great Emperor's items, Li Fuchen turned around and said indifferently. In response, the Blood Emperor's eyes burst out with blood light. Such arrogance. It has always been me, the Blood Emperor, who is arrogant. I have never seen anyone being arrogant. Forget it. Let me, the Blood Emperor, have a taste of your superior move. Blood True Technique. The Blood Emperor roared out, and a blood-colored halo appeared behind his head. The surging blood light exploded in the void and poured down at Li Fuchen. Such a tyrannical martial art. Li Fuchen could see clearly that every trace of the blood light contained extremely horrific power. When the blood light was gathered together, it could simply shatter mountains and rivers and refine everything. If Li Fuchen, Wu Chengjiue, and the others were considered skillful, then the Blood Emperor was definitely considered as a strength expert. Of course, Li Fuchen's body refinement Dao was also considered as a strength expert. It was a direct suppression. When facing the Blood Emperor's Blood True Technique, Li Fuchen simply blasted a fist. Immediately after, the blood light scattered and the Blood Emperor was sent flying. I will remember this fist. The Blood Emperor's voice echoed in the small valley. Li Fuchen ignored the Blood Emperor and opened the cabin door of the silver airship before flashing inside. In the sky, there was a silver light that flew. It had been a few days since the incident that day, and the silver airship was already a few million miles away. Can't you just conduct your own auction properly? Why must you provoke me? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After destroying the Long Rainbow Auction Hall, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones and the white bone Saint Crown. He knew that less than 10% of the 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones belonged to the auction hall. The rest of the spirit stones belonged to the victims who asked the auction hall to auction their items. However, it had nothing to do with Li Fuchen, as Li Fuchen wouldn't return the high-grade spirit stones. As for whether the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild would compensate those victims, Li Fuchen didn't know. Li Fuchen didn't know that after the Half Mountain City's Long Rainbow Auction Hall was destroyed, the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan were infuriated. They were preparing to hunt down Li Fuchen. The loss of over 1 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum and was equivalent to a few months of the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild's income. After all, the auction wasn't held every day, and the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild only had auction halls in a small portion of the cities. Furthermore, it was a huge expenditure to support such a large group of people. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't enough to deal a huge blow to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild, but it was enough to make them feel heartache. In the dark, the Gao clan contacted the Saint Spirit Continent's dark faction, the Clan of Darkness. They planned to hire the Clan of Darkness' most elite Emperor-class assassins to hunt down Li Fuchen. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Gao clan's upper echelons didn't plan to alert the Saint Ancestor. Chapter 748. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good, as he found a peak-grade spirit stone from the Sky Ren Great Ruler storage bag. This peak-grade spirit stone was filled with spirit chi, and it was obvious that the Sky Ren Great Ruler hadn't absorbed the spirit chi yet. But before absorbing the spirit chi, Li Fuchen still needed to upgrade his bone frame. For the time being, his Dantian limit was still at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Only after consuming the Destiny Herb could he increase his aptitude and Dantian limits. As the name suggested, the Destiny Grass could change a person's fate. Li Fuchen's fate didn't need the Destiny Herb to change. Because of the Golden Amulet, Li Fuchen felt that no one could change his fate, but the Destiny Herb could more or less accelerate Li Fuchen's growth. After one night, Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to 8-star, and his Dantian limit had increased as well, exceeding the 6th level of Lao Fei's realm. For the next few days, Li Fuchen relied on the peak-grade spirit stones to increase his chi cultivation to the mid-level of the 7th level of Lao Fei's realm. A complete top-grade spirit stone is no longer enough for me to advance by 2 levels. However, advancing by 1 level is already not bad. Although cultivation did not increase one's strength by much, at least not as much as martial arts, it was still possible to increase it by a few times. Li Fuqian felt that his sword Dao strength was getting closer to his body refinement strength. No wonder he is an 8-star bone frame. With the bone frame upgrade, there was another unexpected benefit. Li Fuqian found that his cultivation technique was much smoother. No wonder it was said that a heaven-class cultivation technique was related to one's bones. If the cultivation technique was the driving force for the human body to evolve, then the root bone was the quality of the human body. The higher the quality, the more compatible the cultivation technique would be with the human body. The only problem was that Li Fuqian's bone frame was the blazing flame bone frame, and it was mixed with the blazing Dao. It was a little conflicting with the primary extreme sword technique. Otherwise, the transformation would be even greater, and the primary extreme sword technique might even break through to the 42nd rank. I have to think of a way to get rid of the flame. Li Fuqian frowned. It is said that when a cultivation technique reaches a certain level, it will affect one's bone frame. I wonder if the primary extreme sword technique can naturally remove the Dao of fire in one's bone frame. There were some powerful cultivation techniques that could change one's foundation. For example, a top-notch fire Dao cultivation technique could transform a person's bone frame into a fire bone frame. For example, a top-notch thunder Dao cultivation technique could transform a person's bone frame into a thunder bone frame. Similarly, a top-notch sword Dao cultivation technique would undoubtedly transform a person's bone frame into a sword Dao bone frame. He just didn't know what stage the primary extreme sword technique had to reach to transform the blazing flame bone frame into the sword Dao bone frame. If he wanted to reach the peak of the heaven realm, then there was no other way. A heaven-class peak tier cultivation technique was an extreme cultivation technique, also known as an extreme cultivation technique. Even a sage would find it hard to create an extreme Dao cultivation technique. A saint that could create an extreme cultivation technique was definitely a well-known figure among the saints. In the distance, there was a huge mountain that pierced through the sky. The silver airship was already flying high enough, but it was only halfway up the mountain. If it was just a giant peak, it wouldn't have surprised Li Fuqian. But this giant mountain gave Li Fuqian a feeling that it was eternal and unstoppable in the universe. It felt as though it wasn't a giant mountain, but an indomitable and unparalleled saint. Extreme Dao Mountain. The barbaric peak Great Emperor couldn't help but ask. Extreme Path Mountain? Li Fuqian was in deep thoughts. The barbaric peak Great Emperor explained. The Extreme Path Mountain is a place where peak-class saints once comprehended Dao. However, not every peak where peak-class saints comprehended Dao could be called the Extreme Path Mountain. Only when peak-class saints comprehended Dao on this mountain for a long time, the mountain would become the Extreme Path Mountain. If I didn't guess it wrongly, this Extreme Path Mountain is the place where the Immortal Heaven Lord comprehended Dao. It contains the Immortal Heaven Lord's undying willpower and great Dao. It is said that the Immortal Heaven Lord comprehended Dao on this mountain for 8,000 years. Immortal Heaven Lord. Li Fuqian was appalled. Those that could be called Heaven Lords were definitely peak-class saints, like the Curse Heaven Lord. As for the so-called Extreme Path Mountain, it was similar to the Extreme Path cultivation technique in martial arts. This Immortal Heaven Lord shouldn't be dead, right? Li Fuqian asked. The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, of course he isn't dead. The Immortal Heaven Lord is the same as the Curse Heaven Lord. They're both the most ancient Heaven Lords. They have lived since ancient times until now, but they shouldn't be in the deep blue plane anymore. A plane was still too small for a peak-class saint. The universe was the place for peak-class saints to roam. The Extreme Path Mountain might seem very close, but it was actually very far. After flying for half a day, the silver airship gradually approached the Extreme Path Mountain. Wait for me on the silver airship. I will go and sense the Extreme Path Mountain. Li Fuqian got off the silver airship and flew towards the Extreme Path Mountain. Before getting close to the Extreme Path Mountain, Li Fuqian had already descended. The surroundings of the Extreme Path Mountain contained the supreme Great Dao. Li Fuchen's Tao wasn't going to work here. After landing at the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen started to climb the mountain like everyone else. Li Fuchen found out from the barbaric peak Great Emperor that the Extreme Path Mountain contained the supreme Great Tao. When climbing the Extreme Path Mountain, it was also the time to comprehend the supreme Great Tao. The amount of comprehension would depend on one's perception and the degree of compatibility with the supreme Great Tao. It was rare for anyone below saints to climb to the peak. This Extreme Path Mountain didn't just contain the supreme Great Tao. It also contained the immortal Heaven Lord's undying willpower. Every time one climbed up, the willpower pressure would be stronger. It was already extremely difficult to climb to the waist of the mountain. There weren't many people who could reach the peak in the entire Saint Spirit continent. The supreme Great Tao at the foot of the mountain wasn't intense yet. Li Fuchen's footsteps were like the wind as he climbed rapidly. This person's climbing speed is very fast. There were plenty of people climbing the Extreme Path Mountain, and all of them were great emperors. When they saw Li Fuchen climbing the mountain with rapid speed, they were all shocked. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the waist of the mountain. This is the immortal Great Tao. At the waist of the mountain, the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law was already very thin. The one controlling this space was the immortal Heaven Lord's immortal Great Tao. The so-called immortal Great Tao was extremely difficult to comprehend. Only those who were born with the immortal bone frame would be able to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. Of course, if a peak-class saint with the immortal bone frame left behind an immortal cultivation technique and cultivated according to the immortal cultivation technique, turning the bone frame into the immortal bone frame, they would also be able to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. It was a pity that those without the immortal bone frame wouldn't be able to cultivate the immortal cultivation technique. Li Fuchen had a feeling that the flowers, grass, rocks, and trees at the waist of the mountain couldn't be destroyed at all. These things had already been changed by the immortal Great Tao. In order to destroy them, one would first have to destroy the immortal Great Tao. This was something that even saints couldn't do. Li Fuchen didn't stop and continued to climb. When he was near the peak, there were already very few people. Occasionally, he would see someone, and they would be looking at Li Fuchen with shock and fear. If Li Fuchen was able to climb to this point, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was very powerful and not to be offended. The Devil Sovereign is at the peak. Something big is probably going to happen. The Devil Sovereign has a tyrannical personality. Wherever he appears, he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him. That person is in trouble. The Extreme Tao Mountain was a place where peak-class saints comprehended the Tao. It wasn't a forbidden ground. Regular top 100 rankers would be able to climb to the peak, but the Devil Sovereign was ranked top 10 on the Great Emperor rankings. He was much more dangerous than the Extreme Tao Mountain. If Li Fuchen wasn't careful, he might be killed by the Devil Sovereign. Just as he was about to reach the peak, Li Fuchen finally felt a trace of pressure. If he was a regular Great Emperor, he would probably be crushed to death in an instant. Of course, regular Great Emperors wouldn't be able to climb to this point. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak. There wasn't any wind at the peak because this place didn't have heaven and earth law anymore. There was only the immortal Great Tao. The immortal Great Tao was eternal and unchanging. Wind wouldn't even exist. At the peak, Li Fuchen saw a tyrannical figure that looked like a stone statue. This person stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes were closed. He was comprehending the immortal Great Tao. I will give you 3 breaths. Get lost. Chapter 749. Does this extreme Tao mountain belong to you? Li Fuchen asked. The tyrannical figure opened his eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. I have already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. You want me to cherish it? Let's see if you have the capability. As the number 8 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings, the Devil Sovereign did have the strength to make people flee. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't included. Is that so? The Devil Sovereign suddenly took a step forward. The horrific Qi presence was like a giant beast or an ancient god that charged at Li Fuchen. This was the peak of the Extreme Tao Mountain. Once Li Fuchen was sent flying, he would definitely be smashed into a bloody pulp. Just in time, Li Fuchen's body shook and burst out with a chi spirit that was as heavy as the stars to clash with the opponent's chi presence. Rumble. Even though this was the peak of the extreme Tao mountain, when the duo's chi presences clashed, there was still a loud echo in the void. The Devil Sovereign was rather surprised. Li Fuchen's strength was much higher than he imagined to be able to resist his chi presence. Die. The Devil Sovereign took another step forward and blasted a heavy fist at Li Fuchen. This simple heavy fist was executed by the Devil Sovereign, and it was extremely tyrannical. It felt as though this fist was the only fist in the world. You aren't able to do it. Li Fuchen didn't dodge, and also blasted a fist at the same time. If the Devil Sovereign's fist was a tyrannical fist, then Li Fuchen's fist was a monarch fist. It was upright and open. When the fist was executed, it was like a comet that was sprinting in the universe with an indomitable will. Rumble. The horrific force forced the duo to take a few steps back. The Devil Sovereign's expression changed again and again as he stared at Li Fuchen. There weren't many people below the Saints that could withstand a fist from him, but there were over a dozen of them. However, there were less than 3 who could withstand a fist from him. Li Fuchen was definitely the 4th. You aren't bad. You have a spot in the top 20 of the Great Emperor rankings, but you shouldn't appear in front of me. Sky Devil God Fist. The Devil Sovereign's chi presence surged as he blasted a fist. A massive fist shadow was blasted at Li Fuchen. As they were currently at the peak of the extreme Tao mountain, their Daos were greatly suppressed. It would be extremely difficult for them to summon the phantom of their fists. Perhaps only existences like the Demon Emperor could summon the phantom of their fists. This time, Li Fuchen actually had a feeling of breathlessness. What a powerful fist technique. Li Fuchen could naturally see that the Devil Sovereign's fist art was already very close to extremity. In terms of fist art, Li Fuchen was inferior to the Devil Sovereign. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's fist art didn't come from his chi cultivation, it came from his body refinement. God's hand was a technique of the hand. Regardless of palm arts or fist arts, they were all part of God's hand. The fist shone brightly, and Li Fuchen punched at the fist phantom. Crackle. The Devil Sovereign Sky Devil God Fist was powerful and ferocious. Li Fuchen was actually suppressed, and a horrific chi explosion exploded around him. Of course, this chi explosion was just a drizzle to Li Fuchen, who possessed the law field and the star immortal body. It wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. But Li Fuchen was still at a disadvantage. Sky Devil God Fist. Demon Horde Dance. It was unknown when the Devil Sovereign was already in front of Li Fuchen. Countless fists were raining down on Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have suffered thousands of fists and would be crippled, if not dead. But in the eyes of the Devil Sovereign, Li Fuchen looked as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms, as he easily neutralized all the fist attacks. The violent fist force wasn't even able to shake Li Fuchen's body. The Devil Sovereign wasn't willing to accept it, as his fist prowess rose in a frenzy. Towards the end, the entire world was filled with fists as though they were going to blast Li Fuchen into dust and into nothingness. PFFF. A fist suddenly rushed out and landed on the Devil Sovereign's chest. The Devil Sovereign's face turned pale as he was sent flying. Devil Sovereign, your fist art isn't bad, but it is a pity that it isn't enough to deal with me. Li Fuchen looked at the Devil Sovereign with mockery. After landing firmly on the ground, the Devil Sovereign frowned. He still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet, but he had a feeling that even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Most importantly, this was the extreme Tao mountain, and his movements were restricted. His Sky Devil God Fist was an evil Tao fist art, and once it was restricted, the power would be greatly weakened. After all, the evil Tao had always pursued their own way and pursued freedom and freedom. With your strength, you are destined to be a famous individual. When we meet again in the future, I will personally end you. The Devil Sovereign acknowledged Li Fuchen's strength. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be extremely powerful, but didn't care about the Great Emperor rankings. There were such individuals in the Saint Spirit continent. The Devil Sovereign had encountered one in the past. I hope you have a strength. Seeing that the Devil Sovereign didn't have any intention to make a move, Li Fuchen slowly withdrew his chi spirit. As for the Devil Sovereign's words, Li Fuchen scoffed. Right now, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the Hand of Star. Once he cultivated the Hand of Moon, he would be able to defeat the Devil Sovereign in a single move. If they met again in the future, the Devil Sovereign would only be in more despair. The peak of the extreme Dao Mountain was massive. The duo stood in the north and south respectively and didn't disturb each other. Immortal means unchanging. Using unchanging means to deal with myriad changes. The immortal great Dao wasn't compatible with Li Fuchen's Sword Dao and Body Refinement Dao. But there was a saying that one Dao could give birth to myriad Daos. In this world, all the Daos were connected. When the Sword Dao was cultivated to the highest rank, it would be immortal. When the Body Refinement Dao was cultivated to the highest rank, it would also be immortal. The two types of immortality might not be the same, but they were still different routes to the same end. Perhaps my primary extreme sword technique might be able to step into the 42nd rank here. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and worked hard to comprehend the immortal great Dao. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Dao was getting tighter. His Sword Dao originally had some gaps, but those gaps were now much smaller. The immortal great Dao was like the tightest thing in the world. It could make the structure more logical and more indestructible. Outside of the extreme Dao Mountain, the silver airship was floating in the sky. There wasn't anyone foolish enough to attack the silver airship. After all, those that could afford a ride in a peak-grade silver airship weren't ordinary people. Inside the silver airship, the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others weren't in a hurry and were quietly waiting for Li Fuchen. 1 week, half a month, in the blink of the eye 1 month had passed. On this day, a simple and unadorned sword shadow rushed out from Li Fuchen's body. The sharp chi presence had alerted the Devil Sovereign. The Devil Sovereign's eyes flickered. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to also cultivate Sword Dao. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao level looked extremely high and was actually able to produce an illusion at the peak of the extreme Dao Mountain. I am finally at the 42nd rank. Li Fuchen opened his eyes, and there was a frightening radiance that shot out like a sharp sword. When the primary extreme sword technique reached the 42nd rank, Li Fuchen felt countless fine threads penetrating his body and extending into the depths of his flesh. This feeling of tightness was indescribable. If he had to describe it, he could only say that the primary extreme sword technique had become Li Fuchen's bloodline. This bloodline could be passed down. His descendants didn't need to cultivate the primary extreme sword technique, as their bloodline would naturally contain the mystical profundities of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it was unknown how much mystical profundities of the primary extreme sword technique were contained. It actually produced a Sword Dao bloodline. Li Fuchen lamented. Normally, only saints would be able to produce a martial Dao bloodline that could be passed down, because only saints could allow the law power in the martial Dao bloodline to reach the level of being passed down. Below saints, the bloodline might contain the law power, but when it came to the next generation, the law power in the bloodline would almost vanish and there would be very little left behind. Chapter 750. My Sword Dao strength is not much weaker than my body refinement strength. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In terms of swordsmanship, the first move of the primary extreme sword art, Boundless Sword C, was close to the extreme realm of swordsmanship. In terms of cultivation techniques, the primary extreme sword technique was also close to the paramount realm of the Sword Dao. With the combination of the two weapons and the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength had reached a terrifying stage. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate the Hand of God, but another Heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique or martial art, it wouldn't be comparable to his Sword Dao strength. However, this also indirectly proved how terrifying the Hand of God was. Li Fuchen had a premonition that the owner of the Hand of God was much stronger than the Cursed Heaven Lord and the Immortal Heaven Lord. The reason why the Curse Heaven Lord and the Immortal Heaven Lord were still alive didn't mean that they were the strongest. It might be because they didn't encounter any life-threatening situations. It should be the early stage of the 42nd level now. The primary extreme sword technique might have been pushed to the 42nd rank, but Li Fuchen didn't think that the primary extreme sword technique couldn't be improved anymore. In the early stages, he was only approaching the paramount realm. The middle stage was closer to the pinnacle stage. Only the late stage was extremely close to the extreme realm. Take the Void Heaven Sword realm and the Boundless Sword Sea, for example. The latter was clearly closer to the pinnacle level, which was equivalent to the primary Zenith sword technique's level 42 mid-stage. Li Fuchen didn't continue to comprehend the Immortal Great Tao. The Immortal Great Tao here was already useless to him, at least for a short period of time. Unless he was willing to spend 10 years or 100 years to comprehend the Immortal Great Tao, he wouldn't be able to make much progress. Standing up, Li Fuchen walked down the mountain. At the north of the peak, the Devil Sovereign was still comprehending the Immortal Great Tao. Sensing that Li Fuchen had left, the Devil Sovereign didn't plan to give chase. He hadn't made any progress for many years, and this time, he must improve further. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge for the Sword Emperor's sword move. As for Li Fuchen, he was far behind the Sword Emperor. He's not dead? Did the Demon King let him go? Strange. On the way down the mountain, everyone saw that Li Fuchen was safe and sound, and they were all quite curious. They did not think that the Nephilim King was the kind of person who was easy to talk to. At the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen's body felt light, and his Tao started to circulate again. The battle on the mountain peak couldn't really be considered a true battle. That was because the two of them couldn't even unleash a fraction of their strength. Seriously speaking, my body refining strength is slightly weaker than the Demon Emperor's. However, I have the Star Immortal body and a higher level of spiritual sense. If we really fight, I'm already in an invincible position. Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the top 10 rankers of the Great Emperor rankings. The silver airship flew over mountains, rivers, lakes, and plenty of cities. As a precaution, Li Fuchen had never entered a city. If he wanted to eat or drink, he would simply choose a town to stay in for a period of time. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already been in the Saint Spirit continent for 2 years. During the past 2 years, apart from the improvement in Sword Tao on the extreme Tao mountain, Li Fuchen's strength didn't have any changes. At his level, it was too difficult to improve, because every step he took was like breaking through an enormous obstacle, and it was equivalent to breaking through a barrier. The night was the world of demon beasts and demons. Countless monsters and demons wreaked havoc, and some towns were destroyed. Along the way, when Li Fuchen encountered demonic beasts and demons attacking the town, he would lend a helping hand. Sensing the terrifying demonic chi wave in front of him, Li Fuchen frowned. In the past, he had never seen such a terrifying demonic chi wave. Could it be an extremely formidable demonic beast great ruler? Some of the demonic beast great rulers that had the bloodline of the overlord beasts were extremely powerful. The Thunder Beast was only a mid-tier demonic beast ruler, but its strength was already at the level of a demonic beast great ruler. If the Thunder Beast progressed to a high-tier demonic beast ruler, its strength would naturally be terrifying. If it progressed to a demonic beast half-overlord, its strength would definitely be at the top of the Great Emperor rankings. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast was only a low-tier overlord beast. Above low-tier overlord beasts were mid-tier and high-tier overlord beasts. Overlord beasts could contest with saints. Those overlords that couldn't contest with saints weren't normally overlord beasts. They relied on fated encounters and time to forcefully cultivate. The array that enveloped the town had already been torn apart. Countless demonic beasts were wreaking havoc in the town. There was an extremely massive demonic beast that opened its mouth and sucked in countless humans. Flee! In the town, those humans with the strength of a great emperor or a peak-level emperor were fleeing frantically. At this moment, they couldn't care about others, let alone them. Even the top 100 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings might not be a match for this demonic beast great ruler. Father, mother, I am afraid. On the shattered street, a family of 3 was hugging tightly while the little girl's voice was trembling, shouting, "Don't be afraid. Father and mother will always be by your side." The man and woman had tears streaming down their faces as they quietly waited to be devoured by the demonic beast. Ah, this is so satisfying. Humans are truly delicious. A massive demonic beast opened its mouth and sucked in all the humans on the street, including the family of 3 that was hugging together. Evil beast die. Boundless sword chi descended from the sky like a storm. The sword chi seemed to have a spirit as it bypassed the humans and specifically targeted the demonic beasts. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In the blink of the eye, countless demonic beasts were penetrated by the sword chi and had no chi presence. When the family of 3 landed on the ground, the little girl lifted her head and saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky, there was a figure that stood upright like a sword in the night sky. The sword chi was emitted from his body. The person was obviously Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the saint's level, and he was able to control the sect origin swords perfectly. As long as he locked onto the demonic chi, demonic beasts would definitely perish even if they were in a crowd. As for the humans that weren't locked onto the sect origin swords wouldn't be able to injure them. There might be plenty of demonic beasts, but Li Fuchen also had plenty of sword chi. Due to anger, Li Fuchen had released all the sword chi from his natal sword energy. Each sword chi was able to kill a large number of demonic beasts. Human, how dare you disrupt my Sky Trample Great Ruler's plans? You are courting death. A massive demonic beast rushed over. It was a demonic beast with bull horns and the body of an elephant. Its chi presence was 1,000 times more terrifying than the Thunder Beast, and it wasn't on the same level. Li Fuchen could immediately see that it was an overlord beast, and it had already grown to the level of a high-tier demonic beast ruler. You are the one who will die. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the head of the demonic beast. Bang! The Sky Trample Great Ruler's head was bleeding while its massive body was sent flying. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. This Sky Trample Great Ruler had incredible defense. The Sky Trample Great Ruler's strength was similar to Wu Qingjue and was at most slightly stronger, but its defense was much higher than Wu Qingjue. But after thinking about it, demonic beast defenses were usually several times stronger than humans. In a situation where the strength was similar, humans would never be a match. If humans didn't escape, they would be exhausted to death. In order to kill a demonic beast within a short period of time, one's strength had to be several times stronger than the demonic beast. Die! Li Fuchen chased after and blasted another fist on the Sky Trample Great Ruler's head. The Sky Trample Great Ruler was stunned, and its brain was like paste. It couldn't think, let alone resist. 10 fists, 20 fists. The Sky Trample Great Ruler's head had sunk in. At the moment of life and death, the Sky Trample Great Ruler raised its elephant trunk and let out a loud trumpet. At the same time, the Sky Trample Great Ruler roared, "My father is the Sky Quake Overlord. If you kill me, you will definitely die." The Sky Quake Overlord was one of the famous overlords on the Saint Spirit continent. Regular saints wouldn't even dare to provoke him. "I don't care who your father is. If you kill my human race, you shall die." Li Fuchen circulated the hand of Star's chi power to the extremity and blasted the Sky Trample Great Ruler into a bloody mess. "No, you cannot kill me. My father is the Sky Quake Overlord. You cannot kill me." The Sky Trample Great Ruler was afraid. He didn't wish to die. He was a saint beast and was destined to become a demonic beast overlord in the future. Once he became a demonic beast overlord, he could go anywhere in the world. If he died now, so be it, even if his father took revenge for him. "Die!" Li Fuchen yelled out, and his fist was like a comet that exploded the Sky Trample Great Ruler. "It is over. The Sky Trample Great Ruler is dead. We are all going to die." The demonic beast great rulers that followed the Sky Trample Great Ruler were all panicking. Once the Sky Trample Great Ruler was dead, if the higher-ups blamed them, they would all be executed. But Li Fuchen was too powerful, and they couldn't interfere at all. A few of the demonic beast great rulers that rushed over were torn apart by the fist force before they could even get close to Li Fuchen. Since we're going to die, we must eat to our heart's content before we die. These demonic beast great rulers had ferocious eyes as they continued to devour humans. Li Fuchen wasn't going to allow them to continue their slaughter. He grabbed with his hand and crushed the demonic beast great rulers to death one after another. In just a short moment, most of the demonic beasts that were wreaking havoc in the town had been killed. The remaining ones were just some cats and dogs. The town's strength was enough to deal with them. Kill. Seeing that the situation was reversed, the residents of the town had bloodshot eyes as they charged at the demonic beasts in a frenzy. They had never hated demonic beasts as much as they did now. All of them wanted to kill as much as they could. 15 minutes later, the yells were getting softer and sobbing sounds were getting louder. Most of the demonic beasts had been killed, but the dead couldn't be revived. Many thanks to Benefactor for saving the town. We are unable to repay you and are willing to be your slaves in our next life. Many people knelt down, including the family of 3. Li Fuchen didn't reply and looked into the depths of the night. Who killed young Master Tranquil Great Ruler? Who? A horrific voice shook the void, and even the ground was shaking. In the dilapidated town, the buildings were collapsing. Demonic beast, overlord. Inside the town, the few great rulers and peak-class emperors had ashen faces. Huff! A gigantic phantom of a beast claw blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it approached, wanting to destroy the entire town. It is over. Everyone looked at the beast claw shadow in a daze and couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resisting. So what if I'm the one who killed him? A giant palm shadow clashed with the beast claw shadow. Rumble. The ground was like a tidal wave that was tumbling while Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen was still slightly inferior to a demonic beast overlord. In terms of combat strength, he was inferior to the Devil Sovereign. Chapter 751. In the darkness of the night, a terrifying and enormous figure appeared. It was a half-human, half-beast. It had the body of a human, but its head was that of a demon beast. Its claws were also those of a demon beast. Its body was covered in fine scales, and there was a spiral horn on its head. Not all demonic beasts like to transform into human form. Unless they had to deal with humans, demonic beasts were basically unwilling to transform. Did you kill young Master Tatian? The humanoid demonic beast slowly walked forward. Because its body was too big, every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Countless gravel floated into the air and silently disintegrated into dust. That's right. Come and kill me if you can. Li Fuchen used the force to increase the speed of his retreat. Where are you going? The humanoid demonic beast gave chase. The residents of the town were very touched. How could they not know that Li Fuchen was luring the demonic beast overlord away? Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle would be enough to destroy the town and everyone in it. In the silver airship, Wu Zhui asked nervously, Uncle Manu, can Master defeat demonic sage? The barbaric peak great emperor said, even if young Master can't defeat the demonic beast sage, he should have the confidence to survive. Li Fuchen's strength had refreshed the barbaric peak great emperor's understanding time and time again. In the small valley outside Half Mountain City, Li Fuchen repelled the Blood Emperor with a single fist. The barbaric peak great emperor knew that Li Fuchen's strength was enough to rank top 10 in the great emperor rankings. However, in the entire Saint Spirit continent, there were no more than 5 people below the Saints who could be comparable to low-tier demonic beast overlords. On the great emperor rankings, there shouldn't be more than 3. Come, let's follow them. The barbaric peak great emperor controlled the silver airship and followed behind. With the defense of the peak-grade silver airship, a single attack from a low-tier demonic beast overlord wouldn't be able to break it. Once Li Fuchen was in danger, the barbaric peak great emperor was prepared to provide support. A few thousand miles away from the town, Li Fuchen and the humanoid demonic beast were flying in tandem. You want to escape from me, the brute force demon saint? Dream on. The brute force overlord roared out and slammed its claw at Li Fuchen. Kacha! The ground was left with a giant claw mark. Li Fuchen stopped and turned around to face the brute force overlord. "You're not running anymore?" The brute force demon saint was full of murderous intent. Now that the sky trampled great ruler was dead, the brute force overlord wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He didn't know how the sky quake overlord was going to deal with him. Fear made the brute force overlord hate Li Fuchen. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen today, how was the brute force overlord going to explain to the sky quake overlord? Run? Why run? Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the brute force overlord. This was his first time facing a demon saint face to face. Last time on the sea, he had only secretly exchanged a palm strike with a low-level demon saint. He did not even know what the other party looked like. As a low-level demon saint, the brute force demon saint's demonic aura contained powerful nomological power. Obviously, this was the nomological power brought about by the bloodline. The other party's body was enormous. Just by standing there, space seemed to be stretched open, and the laws of heaven and earth were also stretched open. Is this the power of a demon saint? Li Fuchen exhaled forcefully, his eyes flashing with battle intent. The demonic beast saint was undoubtedly very powerful. Just by relying on its demonic chi, it was able to break through the laws of heaven and earth. But so what? Ever since he had successfully cultivated the Hand of Star, he had yet to fight to his heart's content. A battle with the demonic beast saint should be able to force out the Hand of Star's ultimate potential. Since you don't want to escape, then die. The brute force demon saint rushed over. Boom, 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 boom. The brute force overlord walked the path of power, while Li Fuchen's Hand of Star also walked the path of power. When the duo clashed head-on, there was an unimaginably massive prowess. 100 miles away, the wind and rain were swaying. The silver airship was like a small boat in the ocean and wasn't able to stabilize its body. Master is too strong. Wu Shuo and Wu Shi's eyes lit up. What kind of strength did he have to be able to fight against a low-level demon saint? In the past, they had only heard of it, but now they were seeing it with their own eyes. The Barbara Peak, Great Emperor, and the others also held their breaths and stared at this battle without blinking. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen and the brute force overlord were clashing head-on and didn't have any mystical moves. The barbaric Peak, Great Emperor, and the others were barely able to see through it. Dying. The brute force overlord slammed Li Fuchen into the ground. But at the next moment, Li Fuchen flew out again. The brute force overlord's attack was indeed very tyrannical and could even break the law field easily. But with the star immortal body, it was hard for the brute force overlord to injure Li Fuchen. The brute force demon sage was very surprised. He was not injured after taking a claw from him. Die, die, die. The brute force demon sage slammed Li Fuchen into the ground again and again, but Li Fuchen would fly out again and again. The star immortal body allowed Li Fuchen's body structure to be very compact, just like a star. There was a horrific gravitational force that was restraining the physical body. Impossible brute force technique. The brute force demon sage activated its innate ability and expanded its arm muscles to twice its original size. It then slammed Li Fuchen into the ground again. Pain. Even though Li Fuchen's body wasn't injured, he still felt an unprecedented pain. This cannot continue. Li Fuchen used his right hand to suck a small hill over and smashed it at the brute force demon sage. Boom! The small hill was shattered. The brute force demon sage swung its arm and turned the shattered hill into dust. I said that you must die today. Otherwise, young Master Sky Trample's spirit in heaven won't be able to rest in peace. The brute force demon sage was like a demon god. With a dash, it arrived in front of Li Fuchen and smashed down with its fists. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might be able to react, but his body couldn't. He had no choice but to raise his arms to block this attack. The ground was like a wave that surged in all directions. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchen's location had turned into a deep pit. The brute force demon sage was extremely frenzied as it continued to smash down again and again. At the bottom of the deep pit, Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He was still injured in the end. His star immortal body was only at the primary stage and wasn't considered truly immortal. If he could cultivate to the hand of moon, the star immortal body might be able to resist the brute force demon sage's continuous attacks. Of course, if he could cultivate to the hand of moon, the brute force demon sage wouldn't have a chance to hit him. Once the star immortal body was broken, Li Fuchen felt the hand of star's chi power going berserk as it replenished the star immortal body frenziedly. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had recovered. 2 hours, 4 hours, Li Fuchen's star immortal body was broken and repaired repeatedly. The hand of star's chi power was already half exhausted. If it was a normal battle, the chi power shouldn't be half exhausted after fighting for a few days and nights. It has already been 4 hours. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was rather anxious. He could see that Li Fuchen wasn't in a good condition. Apart from a few great emperors on the Saint Spirit continent, who else could contest with a low-tier demonic beast overlord? 40%, 30%. Li Fuchen's hand of star's chi power was drained like water. Each replenishment of the star immortal body would consume 10 times or even 100 times more chi power than during the battle. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic and didn't plan to escape. He knew clearly that even if he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. The brute force demon sage's speed was much faster than him. 20%, 10%. When the hand of star's chi power was left with 10%, Li Fuchen felt his body was much emptier. There was an indescribable feeling of emptiness that filled his heart. But in this desperate situation, Li Fuchen's heart was unprecedentedly calm. In his soul's sea, countless martial art memories flashed by automatically. There was a memory regarding the mortal calamity that was abnormally eye-catching. In the next moment, Li Fuchen involuntarily circulated the mortal calamity. The mortal calamity power fused with the hand of star's chi power. Immediately after, a mystical scene occurred. The two completely different chi powers actually fused together. Still not dead, the brute force demon sage could see that Li Fuchen was already in a desperate situation. It was already beyond his expectations that Li Fuchen could fight with him for a few hours. But so what? No matter how glorious a dead person was, he was still a dead person. Die! The brute force demon sage used both hands and wanted to tear Li Fuchen into two. Boom! There was a burst of dazzling red light. A massive red fist had sent the brute force demon sage flying. What? The brute force demon sage was dizzy and didn't understand what was happening. I see. The mortal calamity is actually related to the hand of God. Li Fuchen understood clearly. It had been a very long time since he was in a life-and-death crisis. He had always had a smooth sailing and had never forced himself into a desperate situation. His perception might be abnormally high, and even if he didn't force himself into a desperate situation, his improvement speed would still be faster than others. But if he was in a crisis, his improvement speed would definitely be faster. After all, who would complain that their improvement speed was too fast? The mortal calamity was just a part of the 9 calamity divine fist. The hand of calamity was the 6th rank of the hand of God. The two were obviously related, but Li Fuchen hadn't been able to find any traces of it. He didn't expect for the mortal calamity to automatically fuse with the hand of star's chi power at the moment of life and death. Once the two were fused, Li Fuchen immediately felt that his hand of star had increased by a level. It might not be at the level of the hand of moon, but it was definitely a different path and had indirectly increased the power. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's star immortal body seemed to have some changes. Huff, huff, huff. A large amount of heaven and earth chi surged into his body and condensed into chi power. 10%, 15%. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already recovered 5% of his chi power. Since it is the fusion of the hand of star and the mortal calamity, I shall call you the mortal hand. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with radiance as he said to himself, "What happened just now?" The brute force demon sage made a comeback and wanted to find out. Bang! Li Fuchen clashed with the brute force demon sage with his fist. This time, both sides were evenly matched. No, Li Fuchen still had a trace of advantage. Once Li Fuchen was able to resist the brute force demon sage's attack, his spiritual awareness advantage was immediately displayed. Red fists broke through the brute force demon sage's defense and blasted on the brute force demon sage's body. The brute force demon sage's demonic chi defense was immediately destroyed by the mortal hand. Even the scales were crumbling and losing vitality. The mortal hand definitely contained the characteristics of the mortal calamity and could destroy all things. Chapter 752. Impossible. The brute force monster sage howled. Previously, he was still suppressing Li Fuchen. Why was he being suppressed by Li Fuchen now? A breakthrough in battle could increase one's strength by so much. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Brute force demon saint, have a taste of being beaten. The red fist was like a comet. No, it was even more terrifying than a comet. It contained an aura that could destroy all living things. It was as if it could bring about destructive light that could destroy everything. Bang, 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 bang. Wounds appeared on the brute force demon sage's body. Although these wounds weren't fatal, they were depleting the brute force demon sage's vitality. The most terrifying thing was that Li Fuchen's chi strength was actually gradually increasing during the battle. Previously, there was only 15% left. Now, it had reached 20%. Li Fuchen didn't understand the theory behind it either. He only knew that the tribulation energy that had merged with the hand of the star was closely related to the laws of the great Tao. Bang! The huge figure flew backward and smashed into a mountaintop. The brute force overlord was in a sorry state. He had never thought that he would be beaten up like this by a great emperor. His opponent's strength was simply terrifying. Celestial demon overlord body. The power of the bloodline was consumed rapidly, and the brute force demon saint's body was covered with a layer of yellow light. This layer of yellow light was like an absolute domain that isolated the brute force demon saint from the outside world. Dang! When Li Fuchen's fist smashed onto the surface, it only caused the yellow light to ripple. Li Fuchen's pupil shrank. This yellow light was actually able to isolate any laws. The true meaning of the laws on his fist was also isolated. You forced me to do this. The brute force overlord clawed, and the yellow claw shadow left a wound on Li Fuchen's body. It seems that I've underestimated a low-level demon saint. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He thought that this was the full strength of the brute force demon saint. He didn't expect the other party to have an even more powerful trump card. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Sword Emperor, who was able to fight a low-tier demonic beast overlord for an entire day and night, was. Of course, there were strong and weak low-tiered demonic beast overlords. If the opponent was a saint beast, the Sword Arch probably wouldn't be a match for it. A mature low-tiered saint beast was comparable to a low-tiered saint. Apart from that, there were also differences in strength among ordinary low-level demon overlords, so they could not be lumped together. 8 hours. 10 hours. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. It was almost dawn. Li Fuchen could feel that the darkness law in the world was retreating like a tide. The strength of the brute force demon saint had also declined a little. No, die for me. The brute force demon sage was extremely indignant, and his attacks were extremely violent. Once the sun rose, his ability would probably drop by at least 10%. It might not be a lot, but the gap between him and Li Fuchen wasn't that big to begin with. 10% of his ability was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. If he couldn't get rid of Li Fuchen this time, it wouldn't be easy to find Li Fuchen the next time. At the very least, he had to stall for time until the sky-shaking overlord arrived. It's almost dawn. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was surprised. This night was full of twists and turns. First, Li Fuchen was forced into a desperate situation. Then he broke through and suppressed the brute force overlord. Next, the brute force overlord revealed his trump card and fought desperately with Li Fuchen again. The brute force overlord's mood was also very unrestrained. Heavenly demon breath. The bloodline power was ignited irreversibly. The brute force overlord opened its mouth and spat out a sticky yellow flame at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see that the brute force overlord was risking his life. It seemed like the sky trampled great ruler's father. The sky-shaking overlord was a very terrifying existence. Otherwise, the brute force overlord wouldn't need to risk his life like this. Li Fuchen executed a red fist and blasted away the yellow flame. However, a few drops of the yellow flame still landed on Li Fuchen's body. TSS, TSS, TSS. The law field was instantly burned through, and Li Fuchen's body had a few holes. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and dug out the flesh around the holes. After taking a deep, cold breath, Li Fuchen felt a lingering fear. If the brute force overlord risked his life right from the start, Li Fuchen might not be able to survive. After spitting out the yellow flame, the brute force overlord's chi presence was dispirited as he said sternly, "Human, you still have a chance to beg for forgiveness from the sky-shaking overlord. Otherwise, the sky-shaking overlord will take revenge on the entire human race." Li Fuchen's expression changed. If that was the case, more people would probably die miserably. He didn't wish for more people to be implicated just because he saved the town's people. But was he going to watch the demonic beasts wreak havoc without doing anything? For a moment, Li Fuchen's mood was fluctuating violently. But soon enough, Li Fuchen calmed down. He wasn't able to calculate everything and wasn't able to change everyone's fate. He could only save everyone he saw. The sky-shaking overlord could indeed take revenge on the human race and massacre without restraint. But there would be a day when Li Fuchen would kill the sky-shaking overlord and take revenge for the innocent. "I will take revenge for them," Li Fuchen said indifferently. "Cold-blooded, are you going to watch the human race get massacred because of you? If they know everything, they will resent you." The brute force overlord still wanted to shake Li Fuchen's heart. He wasn't willing to leave just like this. Since you don't wish to leave, then don't leave. While the brute force overlord's chi presence was dispirited, Li Fuchen circulated his mortal chi power to the extremity and used a fist to force the brute force overlord to take a few steps back. The surface of Li Fuchen's body was flickering with yellow light. Damn it! The brute force overlord's bloodline power was greatly depleted and wasn't able to maintain his peak combat strength. If this carried on, it was possible that he would be killed by Li Fuchen. The brute force overlord's leg muscles swelled up and shot out like a sharp arrow. In a short moment, he vanished into the darkness. Swish! On the horizon, the light gradually devoured the darkness. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen and the silver airship were bathed in sunlight. At a glance, the radius of a few thousand miles was in a mess. There were places that had faults, while there were places that had turned into sandy land. All the soil had been shaken into fine sand. The towns that were a few thousand miles away were in ruins and stained with blood. After returning to the town, Li Fuchen asked everyone to leave. He didn't know if the sky-shaking overlord would take revenge on the human race, but he didn't care about it. This town had lost the protection of the array and was no longer able to stop the demonic beasts. If they continued to stay, they would definitely be waiting for death. The Great Migration began. Everyone dragged their families and headed for the nearest town like a black river. In the sky, Li Fuchen escorted everyone. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone arrived at the nearest town. However, this town was obviously unable to accommodate so many people. It was already good enough to accommodate 10% of the people. Li Fuchen had no choice but to escort the rest of the people to other towns. Just like that, half a month later, Li Fuchen had settled everyone down. "I have done my best." Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and said to himself. Night descended again. An enraged figure descended into the world. The sky-shaking overlord was an extremely ferocious middle-aged man. He had 2 half-meter-long horns on his head and looked formidable and terrifying. "Lord Sky-shaking overlord, I have done my best. But this person is extremely powerful, and I am unable to kill him," the brute force overlord said, while trembling with fear. "Trash!" The sky-shaking overlord waved his hand and sent the brute force overlord flying while vomiting fresh blood. "My son, I will definitely tear the person who killed you into pieces. But before that, I want to collect some interest." While speaking, the sky-shaking overlord flew towards a distant town. The sky-shaking overlord's speed was so fast that it felt as though he was teleporting. In just a short moment, he arrived in front of town. This town was around 80 miles in radius and had a population of 10 million. Extinguish. A huge palm descended from the sky and smashed the town into pieces. As for the people inside, not a single trace was left behind. The sky-shaking overlord snorted and flew to the next town. In a single day, the sky-shaking overlord destroyed close to 100 towns, and the population was in the hundreds of millions. Finally, the sky-shaking overlord arrived in front of the city. The city was protected by a Class 9 low-tier array. Even 8 to 10 low-tier demonic beast overlords wouldn't be able to break the Class 9 low-tier array. Only low-tier saints had this ability. However, the sky-shaking overlord wasn't a low-tier demonic beast overlord. He could kill a regular low-tier demonic beast overlord with a single breath. Human, my son has been killed. I will use all of you as a sacrifice to him. A terrifying voice echoed throughout the entire city. Rumble. In the next moment, a disaster descended. The giant palm easily broke the array and pressed down on the city. A giant palm print appeared in the center of the city that was 1,000 miles in radius. Everything in the palm print was turned into nothingness. The buildings and humans around the palm print were also turned into dust by the chi wave. A single palm destroyed a city. A day was too short and the news couldn't spread out in time. The sky-shaking overlord continued his massacre. In just a few days, he had destroyed hundreds of towns. He had even destroyed a few cities. This was because the distance between towns was very far, and the distance between cities was even further. Otherwise, he would have destroyed even more. However, such a large-scale massacre had still provoked a human race saint monarch. This was a middle-stage great monarch with long hair. He spoke with a stern voice. Sky-shaking overlord, my human race and your demon race have never interfered with each other. Why are you massacring my human race and destroying my cities? Among the cities that the sky-shaking overlord destroyed, one of them belonged to his clan. My son was killed by your human race. If I don't take revenge, how am I, the sky-shaking overlord, going to establish myself in the Saint Spirit continent? The sky-shaking overlord's voice was like thunder. What? Your son was killed? The long-haired saint had an awful expression. The sky-shaking overlord was a mid-tier saint beast and was much stronger than a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. He was comparable to a high-tier demonic beast overlord. The long-haired saint couldn't stop him and could only advise him. Who killed your son? Go and find him. What's the point of implicating the innocent? The long-haired saint said. Get lost. The sky-shaking overlord couldn't be bothered to speak with the long-haired saint and sent him flying with a single palm strike. The massacre was still ongoing. Without a choice, the long-haired saint started to contact other saints, including a high-tier saint. Finally, 1 week later, a high-tier saint appeared and severely injured the sky-shaking overlord. But at this moment, the humans had already suffered countless casualties. The Saint Spirit continent might have a massive population, and this number of casualties was just a drizzle compared to the entire Saint Spirit continent, but it was still a massive disaster. While they were enraged, the humans started to encircle the demonic beasts. Large groups of demonic beasts were killed. There were plenty of places that didn't even have a single demonic beast when night fell. All of them had been wiped out. It was said that the higher-ranked demonic beast overlords and saints had appeared to suppress the matter. When Li Fuchen received the news, it was already many days later. His face was ashen as he didn't expect that after saving a town, he would actually cause the deaths of 1,000 towns. It was reckoned that those that he saved were already killed. There was no meaning in regretting or not. Back then, he didn't have a choice. He couldn't just watch as the demonic beasts massacred the humans. He couldn't just let the murderous demonic beasts off and kill them. Could he allow the demonic beasts to wreak havoc because he was afraid of the demonic beast's revenge? What kind of logic was that? Furthermore, even if Li Fuchen didn't kill the Sky Trample Great Ruler, the Sky Trample Great Ruler would still devour the humans in other towns. With the sky-shaking overlord support, it was imaginable how many humans the Sky Trample Great Ruler would devour. After so many years, the sky-trampled great ruler might have devoured more humans than the sky-shaking overlord had killed. This was a vicious cycle where the evildoer would get more vicious, while the savages would get even more vicious. Li Fuchen only hoped that this incident would cause the demonic beasts to restrain themselves and not wantonly devour humans like before. Sky-shaking overlord, huh? Li Fuchen remembered this name. He swore that there would be a day when he would personally kill the sky-shaking overlord. No, killing the sky-shaking overlord wasn't enough. He wanted to change the situation of the entire Saint Spirit continent. Why was the sky-shaking overlord so arrogant? It was because the demonic beasts weren't weaker than the humans. If the demonic beasts were too weak, the sky-shaking overlord would have been eliminated a long time ago.